a brand new chapter unfolds in the world of Pokémon. The formidable Pokémon master, Summer, returns wielding the legendary Fairy Sword, poised to usher in a new era with his unparalleled swordsmanship. This film authentically captures the thrilling moments within the Pokémon realm. The climactic showdown between the Grass-type Sovereign, Venusaur, and the Water-type Overlord. Blastoise at the Trainer Conference, the dazzling performances of Milotic and Dragonair in the Grand Festival, the astonishing Appetite duel between Snorlax and Munchlax in the Great Eater Contest, and the humorous interlude featuring Slowpoke and Farfetch'd in the Culinary Masters Competition. Chapter 1. The Self-Detonating Transmigrant Identity. I am the pioneer of the Pokémon era. Greetings, everyone. My name is Summer, and I am a transmigrant, or more precisely, a reincarnate bearing the memories of my previous life. 3 years ago, the Radiant Federation and other regions gradually discovered beasts of magic, which possess extraordinary powers, leading humanity into inevitable conflict with them. In truth, these are not beasts of magic in my past life. They were known as Pokémon, fictional creatures from games and animated works. They possess intelligence comparable to that of humans, and are even more adept at perceiving emotions. Most are inherently kind and willing to befriend humans. People capture and train Pokémon, engaging in battles and building profound friendships. Pokémon are a gift to this world. Please set aside your prejudices and communicate with them sincerely. I will begin live streaming to educate everyone about Pokémon. Follow me as we embark on a new era. Summer meticulously reviewed this video, adding subtitles before uploading it across the internet. A stream of data flowed across the computer screen, encrypting and securing Summer's video. Thank you for your assistance, multilateral beast, he said, to which the virtual Pokémon comprising the data module nodded before dissipating back into cyberspace. Setting down his teacup, Summer stretched and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance to soothe his mind. Outside, the sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with white clouds, and the fragrance of grass and flowers filled the air, heralding a splendid morning. In the distance, hired workers from the town tended to the mill tank and Mareep, feeding and caring for them amidst the sea of flowers. Butterfree and Beedrill resumed their diligent labor, and the security team, led by a swift Houndoom, patrolled the pasture alongside its canine companions. The life of a landowner is truly dull and monotonous, Summer mused aloud. Since an unfortunate incident at the age of 16, he had dropped out of school and returned to his rural hometown to engage in agriculture. In just 3 years, his daily operations had flourished while his peers fretted over college entrance exams. He had attained financial independence, with the entire farming community of Yunwu Town relying on him for sustenance. At merely 19, he was affectionately dubbed Little Boss Summer, a title earned not solely through his past knowledge and social experience. Few realized that the fresh milk he sold came from magical creatures, nor could they fathom that the affordable clothing he offered was crafted from their fur. Thus, Summer balanced farming while providing a sanctuary for the Pokémon that emerged in the world, preventing them from encroaching upon urban areas and sparking conflict. Of course, accomplishing such feats required not only opportunity, but also strength, with the support of a legendary Pokémon that had accompanied him since childhood, proving invaluable. Indeed, while many believe Pokémon had only begun appearing in this world 3 years ago, traces of certain unique entities could be found from even earlier times. However, as 3 years passed, the influx of Pokémon into this realm only intensified. The environmental conditions were becoming increasingly conducive to Pokémon habitation, with various items and technological advancements emerging from ancient ruins. Human physical capabilities gradually improved, and the terrain became more resilient and less prone to destruction. Unless an alpaca was discovered, the emergence of Pokémon could not be halted. Summer understood that his sanctuary was not a permanent solution thus. He felt compelled to instill a proper worldview of Pokémon among the people of this world to usher in a new era. Although humanity may be capricious, they lack the purity of Pokémon, yet they deserve a chance. Awful, Summer casually called out, and a tall blue figure leaped onto the balcony. This Pokémon bore a canine resemblance, its blue mane cascading gently, adorned with white spots resembling scars. Its limbs were long and powerful, with one ear appearing asymmetrical and connected to a braid-like appendage. Afa nuzzled Summer's cheek affectionately, and he gently embraced its head, ruffling its fur. After a moment of endearment, Summer prepared to mount Afu for their journey. Just then, the door burst open, and a feisty Pikachu clad in a denim jacket and a flustered Espion wearing a pink scarf rushed in, both clutching small shovels. Pikachu's tail ended in a heart shape, while Espien's tail bore a curved pattern, their genders unmistakable. Pika Pika. Pikachu raised its shovel, eyes gleaming with anticipation. EV. Espien's dark, expressive eyes sparkled. Summer chuckled wryly. We won't be mining today, we are merely inspecting the North Sea Plateau. Pikachu and Espien exchanged glances, momentarily deflated, but soon perked up again. After all, patrolling the North Sea Plateau was akin to a delightful excursion, and both Pokémon eagerly leaped onto Alpha's back. I truly cannot handle you two, Summer sighed with a smile. Alpha, let us be off. The trio, accompanied by their 3 Pokémon, surged forth like a blue lightning bolt, darting over mountains, leaping across rivers, and swiftly disappearing into the snowy plateau. Summer posted his video shortly after 8 in the morning, and as journalists and content creators began their workday, they quickly started crafting articles. Summer now awaited the public's response, ready to commence live, streaming regardless of whether they supported or criticized him. He anticipated their engagement. The topics of aliens and transmigrants never ceased to fascinate, and there would always be those eager to discern the truth. Chen Hai, a firefighter born in Yunwu Town, now served in Xuanwu City. Recently, a swarm of egg-shaped magical beasts had attacked a power plant, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. His firefighting team worked tirelessly throughout the night to extinguish the flames and prevent further devastation, earning him second-class merit for his efforts. Upon hearing the news, his father promptly called to persuade him to retire and return home, offering him a position under a wealthy employer to shear sheep, an easy job with a generous salary. After much contemplation, Chen Hai decided to retire after years of rushing around extinguishing fires. He felt a sense of exhaustion. I wonder if that sheep-shearing job my dad mentioned is reliable. With my accumulated merits, I should be able to secure a decent position, right? While riding on the hover train, Chen Hai found himself idle and began scrolling through short videos. Upon opening his phone, a trending video caught his eye, startling him. It boasted hundreds of millions of views and over 100 million likes. Was it a new election in the Radiant Federation or the unveiling of some groundbreaking technology? Hello everyone, my name is Summer. Chen Hai was momentarily taken aback as he watched a younger boy narrate his reincarnation story. Having seen similar gimmicks before, Chen Hai was intrigued by this individual's audacity to appear on camera, unlike others who claim to be aliens or time travelers. Curiosity piqued, he continued to watch, eager to see what this person would say next. Pokémon are mostly kind-hearted by nature. Please set aside your biases and engage with them sincerely. Chen Hai's brow furrowed deeply, and a hint of annoyance began to simmer within him. It's one thing to use a transmigrant gimmick for attention, but to speak on behalf of magical beasts? Have you ever encountered a real magical beast? Chen Hai could not forget the incident at the power plant, where raging flames soared into the sky, thick smoke billowing like dark clouds. The hydroelectric project had been reduced to ruins overnight, all instigated by magical beasts, hardly the benevolent creatures this person claimed. Such a notion was utterly absurd. Anyone with common sense knew this was an invasion of foreign species. Without warriors like him defending the front lines, would such a fool be able to ran on the internet? It was utterly anti-human. Chen Hai immediately clicked to enter the comments section, ready to unleash his pent-up frustrations. During his time with the fire department, regulations had forced him to be cautious with his words today. However, he was determined to reclaim his voice. I am a firefighter. A lengthy essay unfolds, drawing from personal experiences to vividly illustrate the destructive power and dangers posed by monsters, while harshly critiquing the summer season. In his release of pent-up frustration, Chen Hai realizes that, like him, only a handful of commenters share his sentiments. As the presence of these monsters remains scarce, most individuals have only encountered them on television and thus cannot fully empathize. The majority of comments focus on the Traverser instead. This prompts Chen Hai to reflect calmly. Indeed, if this person can genuinely educate on monsters, they might actually be a Traverser. After a moment's hesitation, he follows the live stream of Zacian on a certain platform and sets a reminder for the broadcast. I am keen to see what tales you weave. Chapter 2. The broadcast begins. Peeling away the layers, the little green caterpillar. Ding! The streamer you follow has gone live. Come and support them. At noon, Chen Hai ordered a meal and, with one hand holding his phone, began to watch the live stream. To his surprise, even before the stream began, there were already hundreds of thousands of viewers online. However, the screen remained dark, suggesting the streamer was still adjusting equipment. Yet, the black screen was soon overwhelmed by a torrent of comments, turning the monochrome display into a chaotic array of text. This streamer is anti-human, believe me. Indeed, don't be fooled by the current scarcity of monsters when they invade in full force. This person will be the first to betray us. I heard this streamer aims to educate on monsters. Is that true? I've only seen him on television if he dares to educate on the living ones. I won't criticize him, but I feel like those who can show their faces must have some confidence. Has anyone investigated his true identity? If, as he claims, monsters are mere fiction, he must be exceedingly knowledgeable. This is amusing. A bunch of naive viewers are being led astray. This is the little boss of Moo Moo Fresh Milk. Prepare your wallets. Oh wow, it really is. Their milk is exceptionally delicious and boosts strength. I drink it daily. I can sprint up 20 flights without gasping for breath. However, it's quite pricey, and I have to air freight it, which costs enough to buy several cows. Let's not forget, this traverser's label of educating on monsters certainly amplifies both hatred and anticipation. Shanghai was taken aback. It turned out he was a milk seller. Well let down, I wasted my keystro prowess. What monster education? This could very well be a scripted sales showcase. Just as he contemplated exiting, a glimmer appeared on the live stream. The voice came before the figure. Apologies for the wait, dear viewers. I was preparing the live stream cover. Zacian positioned his Rotom phone to film him, and after some adjustments, he minimized the freshly crafted live stream poster to place it at the edge of the screen. He pointed to the list beside him. These are the fundamental attributes that every Pokémon possesses: name, type, abilities, habits, moves, and so on. This way, everyone will have a basic understanding and won't need me to explain to new friends every day. Without further ado, I've come to the largest forest in Hongshan City. Let's see what Pokémon we can encounter here. Goodness, there really is a script. Even the settings are all laid out. This type resistance chart looks quite promising with 18 types. It would make for a fantastic game. Brothers, I see ghost and dragon types. Do such monsters really exist? To the commenter above, I've seen a dragon-like monster, blue with a square mouth. Incredibly fierce. One flip creates a tidal wave. Whoa, you've strayed from the topic. We were supposed to witness the path to becoming a keyboard sage. Yet here we are. The current audience in the live stream can be categorized into 3 types. Those who know Zacian's identity and are waiting for him to sell Moo Moo Fresh Milk. Casual onlookers who came to see the commotion after hearing about his monster education, and outright trolls. Scanning the comments, Zacian chuckled. A brother mentioned a dragon with a large mouth, likely referring to Gyarados, but it's not a dragon type, it's water and flying type. There are many peculiar Pokémon. Don't be misled by the name, suggesting they're dragon types, such as Dragonair, Tropius, Seaking, Electrode, and Charizard. What's even more absurd is that a champion of the dragon type often possesses a team of pseudo-dragons from the flying type. Yes, I'm talking about you, Dajuo. Zacian, accompanied by Rotom, ventured forward, revealing a lush forest to the viewers. Whoa, is the streamer actually going into the primordial forest to educate on monsters? Is he out his mind? Tiangu, we can joke around, but don't play with your life. The forest is teeming with monsters. Stick to selling your milk is excellent. You'll buy 10 boxes. Please don't take risks. Zacian's business primarily thrives in the Beihai Plateau, where the limited number of Pokémon restricts production, making it difficult for those outside Beihai to savor Moo Moo Fresh Milk. Don't worry, brothers, I have bodyguards. Look, Rotom directed the camera towards Zacian's feet, where Pikachu and Eevee stood. Whoa, an electric mouse. Streamer, run. Streamer, don't touch it, it has high voltage. Ignoring the warnings to escape, Zacian bent down to pick up Pikachu. Come here, little Pika, greet everyone. Pika, Pika, Pika. So, Pikachu flashed a healing smile, and with a chew, the electric sacs on its cheeks crackled with energy. Eevee, feeling neglected as Zacian favored Pikachu, pouted and bit onto the hem of his pants. Only then did Zacian lift Eevee as well, placing it atop his head. Eevee licked its little paw pads, tilting its head and winking at the camera, its cuteness off the charts. The comments fell silent for a moment before erupting collectively. Whoa, is this pink-white fox a monster too? It's adorably cute. AWSL, a medic, quick, bring the healing pack. Shouldn't the focus be on the electric mouse, not discharging electricity? Notice how both the yellow mouse and the fox are dressed. They must originally be the streamer's pets. Earlier, Zacian mentioned he had bodyguards, but the audience naturally pictured them as burly men in black suits and sunglasses, never considering monsters. This is Pikachu, an electric-type Pokémon. The 2 red dots on its cheeks are its electric storage sacs. Generally, due to its low level, it struggles to control its powers and often discharges electricity randomly. The one on my head is Eevee, a normal type that can sense danger. Both of them have been my companions for a long time. Zacian briefly introduced the Pokemon mascots, feeling fortunate to partner with them in this life. Look at the expression of this yellow mouse. It's so human-like. This little fox increasingly resembles the streamer. Could he be its father? Has it transformed from a monster? As Zacian stepped forward, having officially entered the primordial forest, a plane flew overhead in the next moment. Thanks to Chessmaster for the plane, much appreciated. Pikachu and Eevee bowed in gratitude towards the camera, instantly attracting a flurry of donations from generous viewers. Chessmaster, is the streamer taking these two little ones into the wilderness? Is it truly safe? Zacian smiled knowingly. Rest assured, dear viewers, remember what I mentioned before? Humans can train Pokemon and command them in battles. This profession is known as a trainer in the Pokemon world, and I am indeed a trainer. Rustling sounds echoed through the silent forest, leaves shaking with a soft rustle. Suddenly, a mass of green, plump flesh dropped from the treetops, landing squarely in front of Zacian. Dear friends, today marks the appearance of the first Pokemon for our educational segment. Summer directed Rotom to provide a close-up, revealing a Pokemon that resembled a green caterpillar, adorned with red-shaped antennae atop its head and two pairs of suction cup-like prolegs on its white abdomen. This Pokemon is known as the Caterpie, a bug-type creature that is among the most common species. It possesses a gentle disposition and inflicts minimal harm typically. A Caterpie can only use two moves, Tackle and String Shot, making it the easiest Pokemon for novices to capture. As Summer approached the fallen Caterpie, he discerned that it was merely overindulged and not gravely harmed. He retrieved specially formulated dried fruits from his backpack, placing them near the Caterpie's mouth. Upon seeing this human offering food, the Caterpie rolled its eyes in exasperation, thinking, "Can't you see I'm already stuffed? Why are you feeding me?" However, a distinct aroma, unlike that of tender leaves, wafted into its nostrils, reinvigorating the Caterpie's spirits. It felt as though it could eat once more. Brothers, do not heed the host's wild claims. The supposed minimal harm is nonsense. I was once ensnared by this creature's string shot, left dangling like a mummy from a tree, mercilessly whipped. The chat erupted in uproarious laughter. Indeed, the harm may be minimal, but the humiliation is profoundly intense. Absolutely, compared to those fire-breathing, thunder-striking beasts in news, the danger posed by this one is decidedly lower. This fellow must have provoked the Caterpie in some manner, otherwise they do not attack unprovoked. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine now. As Summer gently caressed the Caterpie, he elaborated, it's essential to understand that Pokemon respond to genuine emotions. When you visit a zoo to observe monkeys or admire fish, do you not offer them food? Why should it be any different with these creatures? Feeding them is the simplest way to convey goodwill. They are acutely sensitive to emotional fluctuations, and if you harbor ill intentions, they will naturally retaliate to protect themselves. This principle applies universally to all living beings. I must disagree with the host. Just recently, a power plant in our vicinity was assaulted by a horde of self-destructing creatures, and we have never provoked them. Chunhai shared his harrowing experience, but his message was soon overwhelmed by a torrent of comments. To garner sufficient attention, he decided to tip generously, striving to stand out. He acknowledged that within a mere few minutes, his understanding of Pokemon had undergone a radical transformation. Pikachu, Eevee, and Caterpie were all demonstrating affection rather than aggression, yet the ingrained prejudices were not easily dispelled. Chapter 3. The Vanguard of Monsters. This little creature subsists on leaves, consuming up to 100 a day. Once it absorbs sufficient energy, it will spin a cocoon around itself and metamorphose into the next stage. The concept of evolution is familiar to all, akin to the mechanics found in games. The Caterpie is one of the Pokémon that evolves relatively quickly. Upon transforming into a Butterfree, it possesses commendable combat prowess, making it an ideal choice for novice trainers. Caterpie quietly enjoys its digestive aids, while in the summer, it engages with the audience in delightful conversation. Many may underestimate Butterfree, yet it is capable of Gigantamaxing. Suddenly, a lengthy segment of colorful subtitles hovers in front of them, lingering ominously. Zacian furrows his brow. Was the power station attacked? Self-destructing Pokémon. Zacian is well aware that not all creatures are non-aggressive. Certain Pokémon, particularly those with strong territorial instincts, such as Beedrill, Spearow, and Arbok, can be quite troublesome in the wild. However, it is imperative to establish a tone of harmonious coexistence. Otherwise, where will humanity stand in the future? If Pokémon are driven into a corner, many legendary beings will surely intervene. Zacian hopes that humanity can be educated, Otherwise, the only recourse may be to summon Arceus to recreate a sanctuary exclusively for Pokémon. At this moment, a sharp contradiction has been presented, and Zacian seizes the opportunity to alleviate some individuals' concerns. He patiently inquires, "Dear user known as Super Firefighter, could you elaborate on the characteristics of those creatures?" The power plant is replete with electrical energy, attracting numerous electric-type Pokémon. Coupled with the self-destruct mechanism, it is likely those creatures. Upon hearing Zacian's response, Chenhai quickly sets down his chopsticks and begins to type furiously. Super Firefighter, they're a group of spherical monsters, with the upper half being red and the lower half white, according to the recollections of the power station workers, as they attempted to drive them away. The Pokémon collectively self-destructed, causing a chain reaction that impacted the machinery. Fortunately, the staff on duty managed to jump into the river in time to escape. As Zacian suspected, it was indeed those volatile creatures. Clearing his throat, he offers a sympathetic smile. "I must express my condolences for such an unfortunate encounter." The Pokémon mentioned by this user is likely the Electrode in its evolved form, the Voltorb, which resembles this. Zacian retrieves a standard Pokeball from his waist, presenting the back to the audience, yet refraining from enlarging it, keeping it in its miniature form. Yes, that's it. It has 2 eyes on top, and an exceedingly fierce expression. Chenhai and several others familiar with the incident at the Xuanwu City Power Station concur. Zacian lets out a wry smile, realizing the situation is indeed troubling. While it may seem contradictory, one must exercise extreme caution with such Pokémon. Electrode and Voltorb, being electric type, are drawn to areas rich in electrical energy. Their bodies are perpetually charged, and any stimuli can trigger their self-destruction. Touch, fright, and loud noises can provoke an explosion. And even rolling over uneven terrain can lead to detonation. Goodness. Walking bombs. Is this the vanguard of the monster army, prone to self-destruction at the slightest provocation? The host claimed Pokémon would not attack humans, who knew they would harm themselves instead. Strictly speaking, they did not initiate an attack. Their self-destruction is what occurred. Chenhai recalls the workers' accounts. After these Pokémon entered the power plant, alarms were triggered immediately, and security personnel brandished electric batons to drive them away. If we consider what constitutes a stimulus, the power plant indeed generates numerous jarring noises, and the alarm's decibel level is substantial. In the Pokémon family, aside from these two, there are other creatures capable of self-destructing, yet those can control their ability. Zacian continues, however, there is no need for concern. This issue is not insurmountable. At this point, Zacian pauses, tantalizing the audience, akin to teasing a cat. "Stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us how to resolve this. What can he possibly solve? If he speaks so eloquently, why isn't he on the front lines battling the monsters? Don't let them lead you astray. Just say what you know. Others will validate it. Indeed, this is a significant matter for the public. Share your insights, and we shall shower you with gifts." "Brothers, empty promises do not suffice. Let us show some support." Zacian quips. Soon, viewers begin sending gifts. "Thank you for the lovely frying pan and the magical wand. Oh, special thanks to Chessmaster for the 10 super fires." Zacian silently notes this generous patron who offered substantial gifts during his first live stream. After expressing his gratitude for the gifts, Zacian finally delves into the crux of the matter. To prevent Voltorb from self-destructing, there are 2 methods. The first involves releasing the excess electrical energy stored within them, which requires regular training and discharge techniques or relocating them to open fields to alleviate pressure. However, this method is labor-intensive and requires meticulous care from trainers. The second method is far simpler. It's all about their abilities. Zacian points to a poster hanging in the live stream room. Each Pokémon possesses an ability. One such ability is called Moisture. As long as a Pokémon with this ability is present, no creature can self-destruct or use explosive moves. The live stream room erupts with excitement. After all this discussion, the solution is so straightforward. Had such a Pokémon been present at the power plant, perhaps the tragedy could have been averted. Chenhai is astonished, his mind blank. Does this imply using monsters to counter monsters? This concept has been proposed before, yet humanity knows so little about these creatures, especially in bustling urban environments where encounters with Pokémon are rare. Given the limited population, taming these creatures poses a significant challenge. Host, where can we find such Pokémon with this ability? The audience's comments are indeed considerate, providing a helpful lead-up, and Zacian is quite pleased. While Pokémon with the Moisture ability are not numerous, they are relatively common. Species such as Paras, Poliwag, Psyduck, and Horsia can be easily encountered, and their populations are substantial. At this point, I trust that astute viewers have already conceived a brilliant idea. If there are Pokémon with the Moisture ability near electrical facilities, explosions would be utterly impossible. Indeed. But let us think even bolder. If Voltorb's electrical energy is overflowing, why can't we hire them to generate electricity? Prevention is better than cure. In the future, Pokémon will become integral members of society, and outdated thinking must be discarded. Now, let us venture further. There should be Pars in this forest, and I will introduce you to them. As Zacian turns back, he notices that his Caterpie has, unbeknownst to him, begun to spin silk and envelop itself. Ah, brothers. You are in for a treat. Caterpie is about to evolve. In a flash of white light, Caterpie transforms into Metapod. This is the evolutionary form of Caterpie. Yet Metapod is somewhat sluggish and immobile, relying solely on hardening for protection. After diligently practicing hardening, Metapod will eventually emerge from its cocoon and evolve into Butterfree. Host. How hard can it get when it hardens? Is there a way to make it thicker or longer? Can a human learn it? Speech prohibited by the system. Brother. I suspect you are being inappropriate. The system's detection serves as evidence. Haha. Xuanwu City Power Authority. Hu Weizhong was overwhelmed with work. The Dongjiao power station had been decommissioned, and the monstrous creatures that had attacked it remained inside, prompting the military to temporarily seal off the site due to fears of another explosion. The most pressing concern now was to expedite plans for a new power station. Director Hu. Director Hu. A frantic knocking echoed from outside. Come in. Hu Weizhong had no time to chastise his thoughtless subordinate. Xiao Wu, a clerk from the General Administration of Electricity assigned to run errands for Hu, had been idling away his morning when he stumbled upon a sensational video by Zacian. Filled with curiosity, he seized the opportunity to watch the live stream. What he witnessed was nothing short of astounding, especially when Zacian discussed the power station incident and proposed preventive measures that left him awestruck. If the method suggested by the streamer proved effective, Xiao Wu felt certain that his prospects for promotion and a raise would brighten. He hurriedly rushed in to report. Director. Look at this. Xiao Wu quickly opened his screen recording. Hu Weizhong cast a glance and realized that Xiao Wu was showing him a live stream, where the streamer was thanking viewers for gifts. His irritation flared, and he scolded, "You slack off during work, and now you have time to waste on this. Is your task not enough? Take this form and complete it." The document slipped from Xiao Wu's hands to the floor, and he thought to himself that being a sycophant often meant enduring scorn. Director, please take a closer look. This person is discussing the power station. Hu Weizhong finally took notice and accepted the phone. As he rewound the progress bar to the moment Zacian was enlightening viewers about the green caterpillar, he initially dismissed it, thinking the young man was merely showcasing a few lesser monsters for attention. However, as the broadcast continued, his expression shifted dramatically. Thunderball? Mischievous thunderbolt? Moisture attributes. Hu Weizhong leapt from his chair, brimming with excitement. Scientists in the brilliant region had conducted some research on these creatures, but had never made any groundbreaking advances. Xiao Wu, quickly notify Mayor Zhao. No. I will seek him out myself for verification. Chapter 4. The Flying Mantis. These two are titans. In an office within the municipal hall of Xuanwu City, Mayor Zhao Ruinian handed a teacup to a robust man. Here, have some tea. Zheng Vida accepted the tea but set it aside to discuss serious matters. The colleagues from the Ministry of Communications have worked all morning, yet Zacian's video remains uncontainable. His live stream cannot be shut down unless we take down the server. His hacker team is formidable and has threatened our network security. Zhao Ruinian waved his hand dismissively. None of that matters now. Is there anything else? In response, Zheng Vida retrieved a document from his briefcase. This is Zacian's personal file. Zacian, male, 19 years old, registered in Yunwu Town, Hoshan City, Beihai Province, graduated from middle school, dropped out of high school, currently the head of Tian Group. Main business operations. Zhao Ruinian perused the file while Zheng Vida added, I spoke with some of Zacian's former classmates and teachers. They revealed that this child possesses intellect far beyond his peers, often solitary and unable to integrate into groups. Teachers even claimed they could not match his breadth of knowledge, attributing it to innate understanding or perhaps reincarnation. Zheng Vida paused, then solemnly continued. Most notably, his father is Xiaoguming. Zhao Ruinian rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling a headache coming on. I certainly know that. He dropped out after Xiaoguming's incident. Zacian's father had previously worked in a special department, but was later embroiled in conflicts that left him in a vegetative state. Thus, Zhao Ruinian was already familiar with Zacian's circumstances even without reading the file. He is a good child, capable of supporting his family. Let's leave it at that for now. I will hold a meeting with a few other old-timers shortly. The brilliant region has a unique system, lacking a capital. The central authority is divided into 5 directly governed cities, Qinlong, Baihu, Zhuke, Xuanwu, and Qilin, each overseeing a direction. Together, they form the Central Council, with the 5 mayors representing the entire brilliant region. Despite the many factions within the council, many significant proposals remain stalled unless voiced by the 5 mayors. Before any formal decisions are made, let's assign some personnel to protect him. Remember, it is protection, not surveillance. After all, we have yet to provide Zacian with an explanation regarding his father's case. It is a debt the government owes him. Understood. Zheng Vida stood and saluted. As Zheng Vida turned to leave, Hu Weijing stumbled into the office, breathless. Old Hu, why the rush? Have you selected the location for the power station? No. Hu Weijing grabbed the untouched cup of tea from the table and gulped it down, panting, my esteemed leader, we have hope. Zheng Vida was called back by Zhao Ruinian to review the recording of Zacian's live stream once more. Zhao Ruinian's demeanor had transformed, now filled with excitement and astonishment. Vida, based on your experience, can you identify the magical creatures he described? Are you suggesting? Experience breeds knowledge. Regardless, we can at least give it a try. Old Hu likely shares this sentiment. Zhao Ruinian glanced at Hu Weizhong, who nodded in agreement. Zhang Vida rewound the stream to listen attentively to Zacian's enumeration of moisture attribute creatures. I'm not sure what this Paras is, but I have seen a few types of ducks. However, this mosquito tadpole corresponds perfectly with what we have at the Marine Research Institute. Both Zhao Ruinian and Hu Weijing's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, Zacian's live debut continued. Well, can this green caterpillar generate electric nets? It was no wonder Zacian was astonished. In the game, the green caterpillar could only learn the electric net move through a technical machine. However, in reality, it could be taught by other Pokémon, suggesting that this particular green caterpillar possessed extraordinary potential. Under the audience's fervent demand, Zacian felt compelled to demonstrate how Pokémon battles unfolded. Yet, after a long while, he encountered only the green caterpillar, walking grass, and a small Rattata, leading to the unavoidable need for a decisive approach. Little Pie, use Iron Tail. Pika. The tail of Pikachu glowed white as it struck the green caterpillar, rendering it unable to battle, its eyes swirling. Ah, my tail is broken. Little Pie, does it hurt? Let me stroke your head. Brothers, here comes a knowledge nugget. Take note. Pokémon possess a protective mechanism. When their stamina is depleted, they lose the ability to battle, their eyes turning into swirling shapes. In such cases, timely treatment and recovery without additional damage will ensure no life-threatening risks. I've learned something. Isn't this naturally suited for competitions? Streamer. Why did Pikachu absorb the electric net just now? Can all electric-type Pokémon absorb electricity? The audience was unknowingly immersed in Zacian's live stream, captivated by the wealth of knowledge about Pokémon, igniting curiosity in everyone. Especially the thrill of commanding them in battle stirred the passion in countless souls. After all, which youth hasn't dreamed of becoming a Pokémon master? That's a great question, Zacian nodded. My Little Pie has the ability Static, which allows it to attract lightning without harm, thereby enhancing its special attack power. Abilities are crucial in battles, and different strategies can be devised around them. Taking out a healing spray, Summer doused it over the green caterpillar, then turned to the camera and declared, Everyone, as you can see, although the green caterpillar appears feeble, it is capable of mastering techniques such as electric net. With diligent training, it can learn even more formidable moves. Thus, never underestimate any Pokémon. Each one has the potential to create miracles. There once was an inconspicuous green caterpillar that was ridiculed for its frailty, yet it persevered, striving tirelessly until it shattered the shackles of fate and evolved into the majestic sky sovereign, the little blue dragon, commanding respect from all directions. This medicine works wonders with just a spray. How miraculous. The streamer must be a time traveler. Don't be so surprised. Isn't the green caterpillar supposed to evolve into a cocoon and then a butterfly? How did it transform into a dragon? Didn't the streamer mention there was only one? It's an exception. This is what they call a comeback. I've seen it happen before, where one with shattered meridians learns the ultimate secret technique after falling off a cliff. I think a marriage withdrawal theme suits the green caterpillar better. The citizens of Qinglong City are ecstatic. Don't say that, or I want to catch one myself. Same here. Let's go catch some bugs. Summer smirked slightly. This crowd of viewers was truly remarkable. Their script was well laid out. While I don't oppose anyone wanting to capture Pokémon, I urge you to be mindful of your limits. Do not venture too deeply into the wilderness. And remember what I previously said about Pokémon possessing wisdom. Do not objectify them. They have the right to make their own choices. Currently, you are all still in the initial stages, so pay close attention to the streamer. In the future, I will release proper tutorials and tools for capturing Pokémon. And soon everyone will become trainers, so there is no need to rush. As summer continued forward, they traversed dense woods and entered an open meadow. The surrounding trees had clearly been intentionally felled. A group of green manises were scattered across the grass, brandishing gleaming scythes as they practiced their slicing techniques. Those mantis scythes look so cool. Streamer, let's keep our distance. Although my Pikachu is powerful, There are too many opponents. Let's retreat tactically. With the preceding context laid out, the audience gradually acclimated to the scene, and upon seeing the Pokémon for the first time, their reaction was no longer one of panic, but rather excitement. The flying manises sensed the approach of outsiders and all took a defensive stance. Suddenly, the diminutive diplomat, Eevee, leaped down from Summer's side and stepped forward. The lead mantis raised its side across its chest, showing no signs of relaxation. Despite its adorably naive appearance, this battle-hardened creature, endowed with the instinct of a bug, had already seen through the opponent's clumsy disguise. Brothers, this is a flying mantis, a dual bug and flying-type Pokémon, a pillar within the bug Pokémon community. Their combat style revolves around scythe slashing, and I am sure many of you have already been captivated by its formidable presence. With a swift motion of its scythe, the mantis leader signaled for Eevee to step back. Streamer, those creatures seem quite vigilant. It appears they are afraid of Eevee? Nonsense. Eevee's role is to be adorable. When it comes to strength, we must rely on my Pikachu. Pikachu, am I not cute enough? Eevee tilted its head in confusion, looking towards Summer for clarification. Summer quietly attuned to the waves of the flying mantis. Chapter 5. The technician and the old leader. Upon locking eyes with the mantis leader, Summer understood its intent. Come back, Eevee. The little creature scampered back to Summer's feet. Streamer, what is going on? Are we not going to fight? Summer retreated and explained to the viewers, brothers. The flying mantis is an exceptionally battle-loving Pokémon. Among a group of flying mantises, only the strongest can become the leader. Soon, a younger mantis will challenge this old leader. The flying mantis likely believes I have come to challenge them, but first, it must complete the selection of its leader. To face the challenge from its successor with grace is a mark of respect among warriors. This is a rare opportunity, so I will stand by and commentate for you all. Stop pretending, streamer. I don't believe you can glean so much from just a glance. The Pokémon transformation theory has been confirmed. The live chat erupted once more, as it was the first time witnessing a duel between wild beasts. Before long, as Summer stepped away from the battlefield, the flying mantis leader returned, with several mantises dispersing, and an unusual colored flying mantis emerged. Question mark, streamer. Why does this flying mantis look different from the others? The brother above wouldn't draw a conclusion, but this is undoubtedly a rare chosen bug, akin to the dragon-like transformation of the green caterpillar. Summer chuckled. What is a flying mantis compared to a pink mini-dragon? The stark contrast of vibrant green. One brother was right. This unusual flying mantis was indeed a rarity. This phenomenon is known as a shiny, which occurs infrequently. However, aside from its color, it bears no other differences. To speak scientifically, it exhibits a recessive trait in pigmentation, and truth be told, my Eevee is also shiny. Eevee waved its paw. Understood, understood. Now that's some real education. I always said Eevee was the hidden powerhouse. With both flying mantises positioned, could a new leader emerge? Summer quietly altered the title of the live stream to Spectating the Clash for Pokémon Leadership, maximizing its appeal. At this moment, the viewership of his stream had already surpassed 10 million, a testament to the benefits of preemptive audience engagement. Brothers, on this first day of streaming, I shall bestow a little gift upon you. As Summer spoke, he initiated a poll, inviting viewers to predict which mantis would triumph. Simply show your fan badge to participate. Summer then provided an analysis, stating that while the shiny mantis was youthful and vigorous, the old leader, seasoned by battle, likely possessed a broader array of techniques, subtly indicating that the old leader would prevail. My beans are already eager with anticipation. Brother Tian has hinted that the leader mantis will surely win. Ming truly understands streaming. Striving to be a sheep being sheared. Can we exchange the beans for fresh milk? The child has been weaned for a week. What streamer doesn't he dig a pit? Only those who bet against it will reap the rewards. Brothers, we are counting down 5 seconds before closing the betting. The intensity of Summer's live stream continued to escalate, while the platform staff had yet to receive feedback from the higher-ups and could only proceed with standard protocol. However, they were unable to operate within Summer's stream and could only attempt to submit a traffic recommendation package, which unexpectedly passed through. All right, it has begun. Summer assumed the role of the impartial judge. The shiny flying mantis initiated the assault, its wings fluttering as it lunged forward with its scythe raised. The sharp sound of blades clashing filled the air as the flying mantis leader parried the attack. Both Pokémon were evenly matched. We saw the pink mantis launching a normal-type move, Fury Cutter, which the green one successfully countered. Currently, both sides were evenly matched. After retreating, the pink mantis executed a bug-type X Scissor. Alas, does this flying mantis not consult the type chart? Bug against bug inflicts only half damage. It should have utilized the flying-type move Air Slash. Summer spoke rapidly, akin to the frantic slashes of the shiny flying mantis. The audience was utterly engrossed. Attentively listening to Zacian's commentary, while occasionally glancing at the attribute restraint chart displayed on the live broadcast poster. At that moment, one could not help but commend Zacian for his thoughtfulness. The shimmering, alternate strikes of the shiny Scyther, with its accelerated breathing, culminated in a finishing blow that sent the Scyther leader reeling. Wow, is its power really that formidable? Someone mused. Ah, Little Pink's ability must be technician, allowing even low-power moves to inflict considerable damage, especially since the combo move becomes increasingly potent with each strike. Was Little Green indeed holding back, not even attempting to evade? Suddenly, the shiny Scyther, undeterred, spun in place after creating some distance. Little Pink executed Swords Dance, enhancing its attack power. Would Little Green attempt to interrupt? It remained still, declaring, "As your leader, I shall allow you 3 moves. With the 3 moves completed, let the bravest prevail." The Scyther leader glided a few steps to stabilize itself, its gaze sharp, crossing its arms to perform Swords Dance as well. Little Green, having completed Swords Dance first, unleashed another enhanced move, Focus Energy, which increased the likelihood of critical hits. Clearly, Little Green was now taking things seriously. Charge forward. The beans are rushing ahead. Is this what Pokémon battles entail? The excitement is palpable. Will Little Pink utilize Rock-type moves? It should strike with 4 times the effectiveness. The audience began bombarding the chat with comments. Though many were only vaguely familiar with the Pokémon's moves, Zacian's explanations, detailing the purpose and type of each move, provided clarity. Those who regularly played games or had a sharp understanding quickly grasped the concepts through the attribute restraint chart. With Focus Energy and Swords Dance concluded, the 2 Scythers locked eyes, their fighting spirit evident. Little Pink propelled itself off the ground with great force, unleashing a dazzling quick attack. The speed was remarkable. It was the perfect moment to utilize Shadow Clone. Before Zacian could finish his thought, the Scyther leader instantaneously created 7 or 8 Shadow Clones, deftly switching between its true form and the clones to evade the attack. Wow, that move is so stylish. You're just like a ninja. The shiny Scyther scanned its surroundings, attempting to locate the original. In the next instant, 8 green figures slashed from various angles with incredible speed, clearly indicating the leader's formidable prowess. Undeterred, the shiny Scyther targeted one of the clones and executed Quick Attack once more. The brilliance shattered the Shadow Clone, and at that moment, the Scyther leader seized the opportunity, dashing forward to unleash X-Scissor. Zacian slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Little Green must have lost its mind. It too used a Bug-type move. Why doesn't it prefer Air Slash? Why does it favor wielding blades instead? Though I may not fully understand, it's clear the host is getting anxious." The air was sliced into a cross-shaped blade as the shiny Scyther spread its arms and flapped its small wings, generating a powerful gust that surged forward to collide with the 2 Pokémon. Wing Attack. It had employed a flying-type move. It wasn't that it couldn't, but the timing wasn't right. Zacian bellowed. With Swords Dance's boost, the effect is remarkable. The Scyther leader was sent tumbling backward, struggling to maintain its footing, clearly suffering severe injuries. Unbelievable. You fraud, return my golden beans. Haha. As expected, the host is digging a pit. Woe is me, I've lost everything. Tomorrow, I can only watch the female streamer dance for free. Zacian took a moment to compose himself, realizing he had perhaps been a bit too impetuous. Well, it is my first time commentating on a battle in front of others. I shall regard it as a liberation of my nature. However, that Little Green's habitual use of X-Scissor indicated its ability was bug buzz, lacking a system or any investigative eyes. Zacian could only rely on instinct to judge the strength and skill pool of a Pokémon. Seeing the audience clamoring for refunds, Zacian chuckled. "Mata, Scyther. Unleash your final blow." He shouted once more. The down Scyther leader seemed to heed Zacian's command, rising to mount another assault. The gleaming double blades slashed once more, cutting through the air and releasing a wave of energy akin to a horizontal sword strike. Air Slash. Enhanced by the ability Bug Buzz, X-Scissor struck the shiny Scyther, depleting more than half its health, and ultimately, it succumbed to the Air Slash, losing its combat capability. Brothers, we have gathered the harvest. From now on, trust the host. I am the new era's Pokémon Patriarch. Do you truly understand Pokémon better than I? Chapter 6, Beedrill. Who do you look down upon? In the ruins of the power station on the eastern outskirts of Xuanwu City, armed vehicles surrounded the area, and soldiers erected a perimeter. Zhao Ruinian and 2 others disembarked from the vehicle, protected by the soldiers, and approached a truck. "Sir," a soldier saluted Zingvida. "Dr. Haifeng insisted on accompanying us, fearing we might harm the tadpoles." "Thank you for your hard work," Zingvida nodded, unperturbed. He recognized that Dr. Haifeng advocated for harmonious coexistence with magical beasts, a clear stance that had led to his ostracization. Luckily, with age, he could gracefully retreat from the front lines. Zangvida was a soldier, and his duty was to protect. While there were some less aggressive magical beasts, the front lines also faced troublesome creatures that posed threats to people's safety and property. For instance, there were rats capable of chewing through steel, purple pythons that spat venom, and the Thunderball and mischievous Thunderbolt that had blown up the power station. In an era where physical laws were shifting, addressing these issues with immature new weapons proved to be quite challenging. An elderly professor in a white lab coat descended from the vehicle, struggling to open the truck door as he called out, "Children." A group of blue-skinned tadpoles adorned with spiral patterns on their bellies happily approached, responding to Dr. Haifeng's call. Zongvida, Zhao Ruinian, and Hu Wei exchanged glances. Astonished by the closeness between Dr. Haifeng and the tadpoles, leading them forward, Dr. Haifeng greeted the three and slowly explained. These youngsters came ashore during the high tide of Xuanwu Lake. After extensive observation and research, we have come to understand them quite well. When it comes to research, one cannot escape the notion of dissection, a rather cruel method. However, that falls under the realm of organ medicine. While the Marine Institute remains at the initial stages of observing habits and population characteristics, living specimens are far more valuable than mere specimens. Additionally, during their daily feeding, researchers inevitably formed bonds with the tadpoles, recognizing their intelligence. Even if there were intentions for further studies, it would be hard to proceed. As Dr. Haifeng puts it, they have light in their eyes, they can smile, they can feel disheartened. Why would we want to harm the innocence of these children? Dr. Haifeng received the organized materials from his assistant and handed them to Mayor Zhao, stating, "I understand what you intend to do. I have watched Xia Tian's live stream, and I can assist you." The tadpoles possess more than one ability. We discovered that some of them exhibit speed that far exceeds their kin during rainy days and while in water. There is another variant with an absorption property. And the last category has significantly increased humidity in the air around them, which should be the moisture ability. However, we were surprised to find that it could actually suppress explosions. Initially, we thought these traits were akin to their superpowers. But Xia Tian's classification of abilities has opened a new avenue for research. Dr. Haifeng picked up a tadpole resting by his feet. Of course, we cannot discount the possibility that there are additional characteristics beyond these three, so I suggest you reach out to Xia Tian. Zhao Ruinian pondered for a moment before summoning his secretary to call Xia Tian. Hu Wei intervened, stopping the mayor's secretary. "What are you calling for? He is live streaming. We must keep pace with the times." As he spoke, Hu Wei took Xiaowu's phone and opened the live streaming app. Xiaowu, it seemed, had an excessive number of female streamers followed. What a lack of ambition. He would certainly be dealt with upon returning. Meanwhile, Xia Tian concluded his commentary on the duel between two Manuses and wrapped up the betting. He was surprised that so many had chosen Little Pink. He thought he was merely giving away benefits. He expressed gratitude for Wind Blows Lightly, for the airplane, entomologist Qian Qi, for the spellbook, as well as Ninja Manus and Green Hair Dragon, for the rockets, and thanked Chessmaster for the 10 super gifts. The boss was generous, how extravagant. Xia Tian mused that he had unexpectedly discovered a talent for streaming. He had intended to give away benefits but ended up profiting wildly instead. What to do now? Let us hold a lottery. Xia Tian opened the lottery page and set the prizes. 10 boxes of Moo Moo fresh milk, delivered to the winner's doorstep. The audience in the live stream room was already eagerly anticipating. Xia Tian checked the time. It was already 3 in the afternoon. Due to the high latitude of the Beihai Plateau and the winter season, darkness would fall by 5 or 6, allowing him to stream for another 2 hours. The Pokémon needed their rest at night. He couldn't possibly stream ghost types. What if he frightened away the viewers? Thus, he hurried towards the forest. Streamer. Does the mosquito tadpole have 3 characteristics? An eye-catching comment caught Xia Tian's attention. Notably, the question came from Wind Blows Lightly, who had just showered him with gifts. And he inquired about the 3 characteristics. He must be a researcher. It was impressive to see results so soon. Xia Tian was not surprised. Currently, Pokémon from all over the world were undoubtedly concentrated in his base at the Beihai Plateau, but that did not mean there were none to be found elsewhere. After all, since the questioner had just given gifts, Xia Tian responded, "You are correct, my friend. The mosquito tadpole has 3 characteristics: moisture, which we discussed earlier, water absorption, which allows it to absorb water energy to restore stamina, and its hidden ability, swift swim, which doubles its speed in the rain. Pokémon with the swift swim ability are definitely the preferred choice for rain teams, which relates to Pokémon battling strategies that we will discuss in the future. In Pokémon battles, the mosquito tadpole typically evolves into the mosquito swimmer, a staple of rain teams. And when it evolves into the mosquito frog king with the King's Rock, it possesses the dream ability to summon rain. Among nearly 900 Pokémon, only it, the seagull, and the legendary Kyogre can automatically summon rain, making its significance undeniable. Zacian intended to paint a vivid picture of the thrilling world of Pokémon battles, creating a sense of anticipation. Hu Wei, on the other side of the screen, felt his face flush as Zacian referred to him as Brother Egg. Zhao Ruinian and Xing Vida exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by his peculiar online nickname. Old Hu, you are the director of the Electric Power Bureau, Zhao Ruinian remarked, subtly hinting. Hu Wei cursed Xiao Wu internally. He would be sure to make him pay upon their return. That's right. Dr. Haifeng casually picked up a mosquito tadpole, intending to walk into the ruins of the power station. Wait. Xing Vida tried to stop him, suggesting that other warriors should enter instead. Dr. Haifeng shook his head, offering a reassuring glance as he said, "Don't worry, this little one will protect me." The mosquito tadpole even had a lollipop in its mouth. The forest remained as tranquil as ever, filled only with the gentle sound of insects. A yellowish bug with a sharp horn on its head peeked out from the grass. Glancing around. "Ah, Master Eevee, this little horn bug seems to be up to no good," Zacian noted, and with a swift kick, he sent it scurrying away. The horn bug, frightened, leaped 3 feet into the air and fled. This was a timid creature known for its fleeing ability. Zacian began to educate his audience about this newly encountered Pokémon. The hornbug shares many similarities with the green caterpillar. Both consume leaves and undergo 3 stages of evolution. However, the hornbug ultimately evolves into the Beedrill, which can temporarily evolve again using a certain item, enhancing its capabilities. With its sniper ability, Beedrill, when combined with the focus energy and poison sting moves, can take down opponents with a single strike. At this early stage, Zacian had yet to introduce the Pokédex or Pokeballs, so he merely touched upon the topic of evolution. So, does that mean the hornbug is quite formidable? Can you find us a Beedrill, streamer? Zacian's most vivid memory of Beedrill was from Team Rocket's leader, Sakaki, as well as its striking appearance and twin stingers. Xiaopai. Zacian instructed Pikachu to climb a tree and search for any Kakuna. Sure enough, several were found. Brothers. Kakuna is the second evolution of the hornbug. It uses its hardened body and the poisonous stingers on its head for defense. Zacian glanced around, realizing that this area must be the territory of Beedrill, making it the perfect opportunity to educate his audience about wilderness survival and which creatures to avoid. Buzzing sounds echoed as, within 2 minutes, a swarm of Beedrill returned, their crimson eyes glaring menacingly at Zacian. So, this is Beedrill? It looks quite impressive. But I still think the mantis is more striking. So many hornets. I have a bad feeling about this. Oh no, it's those guys. Streamer, run. My buddy is still in the hospital getting 4 drips. It seemed some viewers had first-hand experience with the ferocity of Beedrill. Zacian beckoned with a finger, saying, "Come here." The Beedrill were momentarily stunned. As the forest bullies, they were not accustomed to anyone daring to intrude upon their territory and challenge them. Did they underestimate him? Have you had too much honey, or can't you move those poisonous stingers? The Beedrill were ready to retaliate. Suddenly, they unleashed their poison sting. Chapter 7, Master Eevee. Where's the little red flower? Oh my, the streamer is going to be turned into a sieve. I told you it was dangerous. Why take risks? Just because you have 2 little monsters doesn't mean you're invincible. Don't worry, watch me fry those hornets with my little pie. Go, Eevee, Badlands. Zacian commanded calmly. Eevee, having not exercised in quite some time, was now full of energy. With a fierce growl, a wall of dark energy appeared before Zacian, blocking all the incoming poison stings. The dark energy then surged towards the Beedrill. Some Beedrill shrank back in fear, but many continued their relentless assault, bombarding him with poisonous stings and venom. Fiery explosion. Zacian pointed upward. Eevee raised its little head as intense flames began to envelop its body. The air crackling with heat, and the atmospheric pressure surged dramatically. The blaze swelled to several feet high. At that moment, Eevee resembled a descending fire deity. Wrapped in a layer of psychic energy, little Eevee charged straight into the swarm of Beedrill. Wherever it passed, not a blade of grass remained. In the Badlands, the fiery explosion was a signature move exclusive to its partner Eevee. Wow, Eevee is amazing. I initially believed it to be merely a facade, unaware of the prowess it concealed. Streamer, where can I find such an Eevee? I desire one as well. Will you sell this Eevee for 10 million? The Beedrills lay incapacitated, succumbing to burns, as the esteemed Eevee proudly turned its back to the Summer, awaiting praise. Well done. Summer generously bestowed compliments, adorning it with a small red flower, while Pikachu scampered forth to affectionately nuzzle its dear friend. Taking a bottle of burn ointment from the backpack, Summer meticulously treated each Beedrill. Having experienced Eevee's charm firsthand, the Beedrills dared not act out of line, forming an orderly queue like well-behaved children. Summer then educated the audience in the live stream. My friends, Beedrills possess a strong territorial instinct. In the wild, any intruder is met with a collective assault. Their stingers are venomous and pose significant danger. Typically, we halt our progress upon encountering a Kakuna. 4 Beedrills evolve from them, and will seek to return their future companions to their nests. Summer's demeanor grew solemn. Therefore, without absolute strength, do not act recklessly. It's not just Pokémon. Any venomous snake or wild beast in this forest could claim your life. The streamer was developing an insect repellent spray, promising that once it was released, one could afford to be reckless. The audience, suddenly aware, realized that had the circumstances been different, they too might have fallen victim to the venom of countless stings, sending a chill down their spines. But streamer, did you not say Pokémon are inherently kind-hearted? How can we reconcile that with the aggressive nature of Beedrills? Having witnessed the adorableness of Pikachu and Eevee, the antics of Caterpie, and the fighting spirit of Scyther, some viewers question Summer's perspective on harmonious coexistence with Pokémon. The streamer has stated that Beedrills possess a profound territorial defense instinct, which is a behavior of their species and not a reflection of their character. The commenter above is likely an entomologist. They speak the truth. Only children speak of good and bad. Adults analyze underlying logic. If a suspicious individual intruded into your home, would you not drive them away and call the authorities instead of serving them tea? The comment above is biased. This forest in our radiant region belongs to humanity. Why should we be assaulted in our own home? Humanity prides itself as the pinnacle of creation yet lacks reverence for nature. Why not claim the entire universe as yours? Let us focus on the knowledge at hand. While Beedrills may attack humans, there are reasons behind their actions, and one can avoid them. The concept of boundaries is not exclusive to humankind. Summer preferred not to delve deeper into this topic, aware that online debates could lead to dead ends, transforming an educational stream into a contentious argument. Some individuals believe that Pokémon must be as harmless as Wooloo for them to accept. As long as everything is under their control, they are fine. If faced with a threat, they fear the potential for betrayal, revealing a lack of security. However, Pokémon are marvelous beings that forge bonds through emotion. Trainers of Reshiram will never grasp the power of emotional connection. They likely cannot even activate their keystone. Such individuals will ultimately return to mediocrity in the grand scheme of things and will never become exceptional trainers. Nevertheless, Summer remained untroubled. The enchanting world of Pokémon had merely begun to unfold, and gradually, people would come to accept it. At this juncture, if anyone wished to capture a Beedrill as a partner in the future, it would be wise to search for a Metapod in the outer grasslands. After all, relationships must be nurtured from a young age. A Beedrill has already reached its final form, and without its approval, one cannot command it. The recuperating Beedrills presented their treasured and pilfered honey and berries. Summer delighted the audience with a performance of Meow, and, feeling satisfied, continued his journey. He intended to lead the audience in search of a Pokémon even more unreasonable than Beedrill, the forest bully, Spearow. Spearow, with its strong territorial instinct, frequently clashed with the Pidgey family. One by one, small brown feathered birds peeked out from the canopy, their facial and abdominal feathers creamy, while their beaks and claws were purple. With only 3 toes on each foot, they sported 3 clusters of crest feathers on their heads, white on the sides and brown in the middle, appearing quite dapper. Indeed, it was the first-generation home bird, Pidgey. Pidgey is a gentle bird Pokémon, widely distributed in grasslands and forests, feeding not only on berries but also on small insects. They can whip up storms with their wings, and their sturdy beaks and claws serve as formidable weapons. The Pidgeys curiously observed this human, who spoke to himself. But upon spotting the 2 Pikachu and Eevee beside him, they recognized who he was. A few days old, the Pidgeys had heard from their elder, Pidgeotto, that this was their future master. Many of the Pidgeys that followed him had already evolved into Pidgeot, often returning to boast. It was said that delivering packages was akin to traveling endlessly, quite leisurely. Well, none of that mattered. What truly mattered was how delicious that cubed food was. Immediately, several Pidgeys flapped their wings and fluttered to Summer, eagerly chirping at him. Streamer, this bird doesn't look very strong. Is it attempting to rob us? The commenter above must have poor eyesight. It's clearly putting on a show. Summer chuckled, retrieving a box of energy cubes to distribute among the Pidgeys. He didn't often visit this forest outside of Red City, but he was familiar with the Pidgeys here. His secretary S. Pidgeot had come from this location, and the company had trained many Pidgeys and Pidgeots for their expanding delivery business. Among the generations of home birds, Pidgeot, the final evolution of Pidgey, was the most dashing, practical, and capable of evolution, embodying beauty, strength, and functionality in one. Reflecting on this, Summer addressed a few of the viewers' earlier questions. Pidgey may not seem powerful, but the storms they create can easily overturn a car, and upon evolving into Pidgeot, their speed can reach Mach 2, rivaling that of a fighter jet. They can fly nonstop for 2 weeks and even carry passengers. The Pidgeot lineage possesses an exceptional sense of direction, ensuring they never get lost. Isn't that enticing? Well, twice the speed of sound. Let us take off. Even without money, I can travel the world. I'm going to get a Pidgeot Pilot's license right now. I have a bold idea. I could start a Pidgeot airline. The Pidgeys joyfully devoured the energy cubes, causing the audience to grow increasingly animated. Streamer. Why are the feed cubes square? Aren't they hard on the teeth? Streamer. Pikachu and Eevee are waiting for you to feed them. Don't be ungrateful. Observing the two little ones clutching their rumbling bellies, Summer reassured them. I, Summer, am not that kind of person. Soon, I'll take them back for a grand feast. A little hunger makes the meal more delightful. Pika Pika. Eevee. Both Pikachu and Eevee nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, they had grown tired of energy cubes. They were no longer babies. They had outgrown the age of nutritional supplements. Fried chicken and cola were the true delights. Chapter 8. Thieves and Spearow. As Summer played with the Pidgeys, not far from the Pidgey territory, several purple-bodied, yellow-bellied Eekins lay in wait among the grass, flicking their tongues as they observed their surroundings. Their yellow pupils bore a vertical slit as they stealthily slithered up the trees. Observing the few pristine white eggs nestled within the bird's nest, several serpentine creatures known as arbor snakes salivated in anticipation. Among them, one larger arbor snake was poised to indulge itself by swallowing an egg, while the other two, unwilling to allow it to feast alone, swiftly attacked, leaving it bruised and battered. The commotion soon escalated into a fracas among the snakes, their ruckus drawing the attention of the rightful inhabitants of the area. Suddenly, a fierce wind stirred up dust and fallen leaves, heralding the arrival of a flock of vibrant red-billed birds and fierce sparrows, who, enraged, converged upon the three thieves to pursue them. The arbor snakes, unable to divide their spoils, hastily coiled the fiery sparrow eggs in their tails and fled. Under normal circumstances, arbor snakes would not fear the red-billed birds. However, given the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries within their territory, they stood no chance. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the wisest course. The red-billed birds, aflame with fury, were incensed by the audacity of the intruders who dared to encroach upon their domain and steal their kin. With powerful wing beats, their rage became palpable as they unleashed their fury upon the three thieves. The orange feathers of the birds shimmered with a ghostly light as they prepared to strike. Some of the more formidable red-billed birds spun their elongated pink beaks into a diving attack. In the nick of time, a fearsome creature resembling a cobra, known as the Arbor Guardian, arrived to shield the three arbor snakes. It reared back, revealing its dizzying, intricate patterns, causing the nearby red-billed birds to become momentarily paralyzed. Seizing the opportunity, the Arbor Guardian lunged forward, its jaws agape, revealing two sharp fangs glistening with a chilling sheen as they sunk into one of the red-billed birds. The chilling effect of its fangs rendered the avian creature incapacitated, succumbing to frostbite. The Arbor Guardian then opened its mouth once more, unleashing a torrent of venom mixed with a corrosive fluid. The three arbor snakes, now sheltered behind their formidable ally, reveled in their good fortune. The mastery of techniques and combat displayed by the Arbor Guardian was indicative of its high rank and prowess in battle. Although the red-billed birds fell under its assault, their anger and determination only intensified. One particularly vibrant red-billed bird, adorned with a lush crimson crown, charged at the Arbor Guardian with the speed of lightning. Its beak and claws elongated and sharpened. The Arbor Guardian attempted to repeat its previous tactic of intimidation, but the red-billed bird accelerated, enveloped in a brilliant light, and barreled forward with relentless force. Bang! The Arbor Guardian was struck and sent flying, yet in a moment of desperation, it ensnared the red-billed bird with its body. Despite its pain, the Arbor Guardian opened its mouth again, frost forming upon its fangs, but the red-billed bird reacted just in time, delivering a fierce peck with its elongated beak. In this brief exchange, both Pokémon suffered significant damage. However, the Arbor Guardian, weakened and outnumbered, struggled to fend off the ensuing wave of red-billed birds, whose ground-type dive attacks posed a substantial threat. The Arbor Guardian, recognizing the futility of the situation, began to retreat. Accompanied by the three arbor snakes as they fled, the relentless red-billed birds in hot pursuit. Amidst this chaos, the once tranquil Bobo and BB bird were stirred from their meal, and upon looking skyward, they noticed the red-billed birds and fierce sparrows encroaching upon their territory. Clearly, they were up to no good. BB bird, the elder, flapped its wings, rallying the family to confront the invaders. The red-billed birds, now fueled by rage, launched a frenzied attack against their long-standing rivals, resulting in a tempest as leaves swirled and both Bobo and red-billed birds fell from the sky, incapacitated. This scene was undeniably brutal. Host, what are these large birds? Why are they attacking Bobo? How barbaric. They attacked the adorable Bobo without provocation, even more unreasonable than Beedrill. Summer found the situation perplexing. Typically, Conflicts between red-billed birds and Bobo would arise from disputes over resources, not unprovoked aggression. Whalemare noted that Summer sensed the red-billed birds' emotions, which were a mix of anger and hatred, but their targets seemed not solely focused on Bobo. With little time for explanations, Summer realized the number of injured would exceed the meager supplies of healing items he possessed. Moreover, the red-billed birds were targeting those who could potentially become his allies. Little Pika, it's your turn. Pikachu leaped from Summer's shoulder, accelerating forward with lightning speed. Pikachu, golden bolts of lightning rained down, detonating amidst the flock of red-billed birds. At last, the electric mouse makes an appearance. The aroma of roasted red-billed birds wafts through the air. With renewed vigor, Pikachu ascended a towering tree, gathering energy for another thunderstorm. The brilliant golden lightning struck the ground, charring numerous trees. To prevent a forest fire, Eevee's bubbles were hastily deployed as makeshift extinguishers. Although Pikachu could not fly, the number of red-billed birds it could target remained limited. Its primary role was one of intimidation. Regrettably, the red-billed birds had succumbed to their irrational rage. Pika Pika. Pikachu beckoned to a newly acquainted Bobo, mounting it as they soared into the sky. Upon seeing Pikachu's arrival, Bobo and BB Bird rallied around it for protection. Pikachu. This time, the rain of lightning struck without mercy, leaving no bird unscathed. Incredible. The electric mouse is a knight of the skies. Combined technique. All birds charge the mouse. Divine thunder descends. Truly the Thunder King. Summer smiled knowingly, reminded of a similar scene from the Pokémon anime where Ash's Pikachu had combined forces with a Swellow. Bub. A small white Eevee returned from a distance. Summer, assuming it was fatigued from its playful escapades, cradled it in his arms. However, Eevee merely nudged against his chest before urgently pointing in a particular direction. Summer pondered this, aware that Eevee's ability to sense danger allowed it to detect the presence of powerful Pokémon and other threats. Of course, for Eevee, powerful was relative, compared to Caterpie, Sire, or Bobo, and should not be used as a benchmark, leading Eevee behind the thicket. Summer pushed aside the towering green grass and stumbled upon a fierce clash between an arbor guardian and a red-billed bird, both visibly fatigued from their prolonged battle. Meanwhile, 3 stealthy arbor snakes slithered toward a nearby cave. Eggs. Summer's keen eyesight quickly discerned the unfolding scenario. The arbor snakes had brazenly attempted to pilfer the eggs of the red-billed birds, a reckless act indeed. Oh no, a poisonous python. It's a venomous serpent. Yikes. Its patterns are terrifying. An accidental encounter. Let evil spirits retreat. This Pokémon was known as the Arbor Guardian, a toxic type, notoriously stubborn and relentless once it had set its sights on prey. As the world's rules remain incomplete, one must exercise caution in their encounters. Summer took this opportunity to enlighten the audience about the world's regulations. Until one reaches the level of a super novice, life-threatening dangers abound. Even Pokémon may prey upon one another, though such instances are rare, often designed by dark organizations as antagonistic creatures, inherently sinister. Subsequent generations of Pokémon have largely omitted references to their sustenance, perhaps to avoid misinterpretation. After all, the primary themes revolve around capturing and battling, especially with the emergence of Mega Evolution in the Kalos region, which further elevates the theme of emotional bonds. However, within this world, the Aber monster, aside from pilfering the eggs of avian Pokémon, likely preys upon some wild creatures as well. Chapter 9. The Aber monster. Judge Xia declares you guilty. Eevee. Teach this creature a lesson. Xia's affection for Pokémon is heartfelt. Otherwise, he would not have garnered Afu's approval. You may adhere to your food chain, but he possesses the right to assist those he deems in need, a reflection of human emotional needs. One cannot perpetually numb oneself with the law of the jungle. As humanity has descended from the trees for millions of years, Eevee hummed a little tune as it approached the Aber monster, an invisible psychic force unfurling with each step, creating an overwhelming aura. Sensing the suppression of psychic energy, the Aber snake grew anxious, attempting to rise and employ its intimidating glare, only to be firmly restrained by Eevee's telekinesis. With a flick of its head, Eevee rendered the Aber snake unconscious, casually dispatching an opponent. The Eevee is indeed formidable. Isn't that merely taking a head? Or is my skin god truly impressive, facing 100 alone? You speak nonsense. No. You are the one speaking nonsense. The livestream gradually formed 2 rival factions of supporters for Furry and Eevee. The Spearow struggled to rise from the ground, its wings and neck encrusted with frost. Oh, was it cursing? Be quiet. Xia glared fiercely at the Spearow, contemplating how he would reprimand it for bullying his Pidgey. Had the Aber snake not been at fault first, the Spearow shrank back, realizing that the moment Xia spoke, Eevee's formidable aura had enveloped it entirely. The intimidating figure before it was daunting. Yielding was not a sign of weakness, but rather a gesture of respect. Yes, my deference is akin to that of Ho-Oh, human. You should be grateful. The Spearow buried its head in the grass, akin to an ostrich. Perhaps I should take this creature back to let Aegislash train it. Aegislash, of course, is the head of security at Xia's farm, an embodiment of justice who would undoubtedly reform the Abermonster. Judge Xia unilaterally declared that the Abermonster must undergo labor reform. Suddenly, from a dark cave, 3 Aber snakes hurriedly emerged, accompanied by a feeble-looking Abermonster. The 3 snakes approached Xia, dropping the stolen fiery eggs and bowing their heads in apology. Cha, cha. Endowed with the power of aura. Xia understood that the 3 little rascals were pleading for the release of their father. Father? Wasn't the Abermonster genderless? The weak Abermonster also approached to apologize to Xia and the Spearow. Xia furrowed his brow, sensing the underlying reason behind the snake's egg theft. The Abermonster before him appeared gravely injured, evidently having suffered internal harm. Perhaps the 3 little snakes had taken it upon themselves to hunt for their mother. And the Abermonster had ventured into the Spearow's territory to protect them. As he relayed his deductions to the viewers, discussions ensued. Don't do this, streamer. Just as I began to despise that ugly Abermonster. Don't pull a plot twist. It's quite repulsive. Exactly. I refuse to sympathize. So, even a rascal can exhibit filial piety? Xia had little to say. The morality of the situation was uncertain. But the Aber snakes had likely engaged in such antics before. In a world where myriad events unfold every moment, it was impossible for Xia to oversee every occurrence. Nevertheless, the situation at hand required both the Aber snakes and the Abermonster to undergo reform. Even carnivorous beings must adapt to a herbivorous diet in my presence. Such is my authority. Take them all back. Xia kicked the fainting Spearow. You too. The Spearow lamented. I am the victim here. Both the Abermonster and the Spearow were unruly. Integrating them into the company for business purposes was out of the question. However, with some training, they could serve as bodyguards for the employees or be placed in the breeding facility until suitable trainers were found for them. Do not misunderstand. Xia was not exploiting them. Pokémon employees under his guidance received remuneration, including energy blocks and cash, and those who performed well could be assigned luxurious accommodations. Ha ha, look at that Spearow's woeful gaze. How extraordinarily expressive. Brothers, I've created a Pokémon meme. Feel free to download it for free. Why is Pikachu S charged, but EVS is free? Are you a fan of the Skin God or the EV God? After providing a brief introduction to the Spearow and Abermonster, the fallen Abermonster regained consciousness, though it still bore an expression of discontent. Logically, Xia could have captured it after defeating it with EV. Yet it had been caught off guard during its battle with the Spearow. Though reluctant, the Abermonster acknowledged that even at its peak, it could not best EV, ultimately resigning itself to accompany Xia. After tending to the injuries of the Pidgey and Spearow, Xia glanced at the dimming sky, concluding that it was time to wrap up. He addressed his viewers. Brothers, today's live stream ends here. I'll take care of the Pidgey and Spearow before heading home to wash up and rest. See you next time. Next time? What time will you stream? Xia adjusted his bangs, awkwardly responding. Well, I'm quite busy, so I'll stream whenever I can. Although he claimed to be busy, he had entrusted the company's affairs to others. In reality, he was rather idle. And this was merely a convenient excuse for his future laziness. If I'm not streaming, it must be because I'm diligently working, certainly not sleeping in. Hey, you the streamer, you're the mission of pioneering a new era. How can you stop streaming? Exactly. At your age, how can you sleep without streaming? Don't go, streamer. I just arrived. Newcomers can hit the follow button. Xia tidied his belongings as the final task awaited. Today's concluding event was to draw a mysterious grand prize. The live stream displayed the lottery page, with the condition to participate being the giving of gifts. Xia's grand gift was not to be obtained without cost. What a delightful segment. How mysterious can the grand prize be? The streamer's original underwear. Oh. The streamer is male, so that's fine. Actually, I wouldn't mind if it were a handsome guy. To the one above. Would you like my original socks, sheer ones? Xia noticed that the majority of his viewers seemed to be male. It made sense, as men typically gravitate towards excitement and combat. However, Xia felt disappointed. He had intentionally showcased Little Pie and Little E, hoping to attract a wave of female viewers, only to find himself surrounded by muscular fans. Fierce fans had become followers of the Skin God and the EV God, such as the unpredictability of life. As Xia expressed gratitude for the gifts, he awaited the conclusion of the lottery. Congratulations to the chess master for winning the prize. Xia remarked that good deeds are rewarded. This patron had already gifted him no less than 10,000, and the platform's gift-giving mechanism indeed enhanced one's chances of winning. The boss privately messaged me the address, and I will deliver the gift to you at the power station. Dr. Haifeng, clad in an insulated suit, approached a group of electric balls, cradling a damp mosquito tadpole in his arms. Behind him trailed soldiers wielding nets and stun guns, accompanied by more mosquito tadpoles. The experiment primarily aimed to validate the properties of moisture, yet it was crucial to remember that the electric balls could not only self-destruct but also launch other attacks. Thus, stringent safety measures were imperative. Upon noticing the approach of humans, the electric balls began to bounce eagerly, causing the soldiers to tense up. The mosquito tadpole that Dr. Haifeng held jumped down to engage with the electric balls and the playful thunderbolts. "Do not fear, we mean no harm," Dr. Haifeng reassured them. Although the power supply had been cut off at the power station ruins, many electrical remnants remained, with the electric balls and thunderbolts crackling with chaotic arcs of electricity, indicating their internal energy was in a state of overflow, poised to erupt at any moment. "Step back a little," Dr. Haifeng instructed the soldiers behind him. "Your presence only frightens them." The soldiers exchanged glances, and upon a signal from Zhang Vida, they retreated. "Come on, children," Dr. Haifeng clapped his hands, prompting the mosquito tadpoles to share their snacks with the troublesome creatures. The electric balls and thunderbolts were inherently friendly Pokémon, relishing the company of others. Some mosquito tadpoles even hopped onto the smooth head of a thunderbolt, bouncing along in unison. The Pokeballs reveled in the human food, their eyes squinting into happy lines, brimming with excitement. Suddenly, the golden current surged chaotically as Summer had forgotten to inform them that the exuberance of the thunderbolts could lead to uncontrollable electrical discharges. "Doctor, be careful." Zhang Vida noticed the impending danger and rushed forward to pull Dr. Haifeng away from the nearest thunderbolt to avert an accident. However, he stumbled over something at his feet, an errant mosquito tadpole. "Ouch!" The mosquito tadpole cried out, lamenting the pain of being stepped on by such a muscular man. This was troubling, Zhang Vida thought to himself. Sure enough, several thunderbolts began to emit brilliant flashes of light. Get down. Chapter 10. The Pokémon at Summer's house. What was initially anticipated to be a cataclysmic explosion transformed into a moment of disbelief as the group, still crouched low, exchanged incredulous glances. The electric balls flickered with light, but did not explode. The mosquito tadpole that had been stepped on by Zhang Vida had ceased its tears and now giggled at the sight of Zhang Vida, crawling on the ground to apologize. Placing a grass circle atop his head, Zhang Vida chuckled awkwardly, clad in his specialized protective suit that insulated against high temperatures. He knew that as long as he maintained distance and protected his head, he would not sustain significant harm. His position as commander allowed him to venture in with ample preparation. It seemed the moisture properties were indeed effective. The electric balls looked at each other in confusion. "Why didn't you explode?" "And you didn't explode either?" "Exactly. None of us exploded." "How wonderful. We can play joyfully now." The electric balls and thunderbolts frolicked on the ground, while the mosquito tadpoles danced atop them as if on a fitness ball treadmill. "Don't rush, don't rush," Dr. Haifeng called out as he returned, but he was too late. One thunderbolt, aglow in a golden sheen, rolled down the abandoned corridor of the power station like a bowling ball, careening into the debris. With a resounding boom, flames erupted skyward, and everyone quickly dropped to shield their heads from falling debris. "Mosquito tadpoles, let us hurry and take a look," Dr. Haifeng exclaimed, rising to scoop up his closest mosquito tadpole and sprinting towards the commotion. The jubilant thunderbolt was now wedged in a corner, spinning in circles and gasping for breath. Summer's words were confirmed as the thunderbolt's eyes turned into swirling circles. Dr. Haifeng marveled at the incredible protective mechanisms of Pokémon. "Doctor." Zhang Vida hurried to catch up. Sweat dripped from Dr. Haifeng's graying hair, revealing that his age was beginning to catch up with him. "Is this because it has left the range of moisture coverage?" Zhang Vida hypothesized, demonstrating his understanding of the phenomenon, even without a background in research. "Yes," Dr. Haifeng nodded. "But what about this thunderbolt?" After contemplating Summer's descriptions of such Pokémon, Dr. Haifeng proposed. Summer mentioned that Pokémon can recover slowly, but those with severe injuries require prompt treatment. These thunderbolts had previously used self-detonation, yet they seem lively now. "I suspect they are regaining energy from the electricity here. Perhaps we could attempt to recharge them." Dr. Haifeng grew increasingly excited, his mind racing with numerous research topics, including Summer's suggestion of enabling thunderbolts to generate electricity. Although he was currently focused on marine observation, his experience at the Central Research Institute ensured he was versed in multiple disciplines. Once Zhao Ruinian and Hui arrived, the four core leaders convened for a brief discussion and promptly decided to reconstruct the power station, establishing it as a research base for electric-type Pokémon. Led by Dr. Haifeng and the Electric Power Authority, they aimed to explore the application of Thunderbolt abilities in production. This audacious idea was solely proposed by Zhao Ruinian, a pragmatist who welcomed these little spirits as long as they could benefit society. However, the implementation across the region would depend on the subsequent research and practical results from Xuanwu City. These little creatures will soon become our guardians, Zhao Ruinian chuckled. Attempting to feed a mosquito tadpole. Having encountered numerous ferocious beasts in the past, he gained a renewed perspective. Not all Pokémon were destructive, much like humans. Some acted out of necessity, while others suffered due to humanity's lack of understanding of their nature. Nonetheless, Zhao Ruinian still felt a twinge of headache. What does the new era of harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokémon, as you described, look like? Summer? If it is an irreversible tide, I may have to cast my vote for you. Back at the Yunwu Town estate, Summer took the injured Abu monster and the battered Big Mouth Sparrow to the Happy Egg Clinic, requesting that the speed dog provide proper training. After freshening up, Summer made his way to the dining room. Shadian, you're back. Come and eat. A young woman of average appearance and wearing an apron emerged from the kitchen with a spread of food. She was Summer's second aunt, followed by two humanoid Pokémon. One had bat-like wings resembling serrated edges atop its head, a pale face adorned with rosy cheeks, round red joints on its shoulders, and five-fingered hands equipped with suction cups, dressed in a red and white maid outfit. This was the familiar household helper, the sucker puppet. The other Pokémon featured a deep purple and white color scheme, with dog-tail-like horns that drooped, a perpetual smile gracing its face, and an overall appearance reminiscent of a charming toy figure. This Pokémon was known as the Caretaker, commonly serving alongside Joy in the Galar region, akin to the roles of Chansey and Happiny in other regions, often appearing as a male-female pair. Before me stood a female Audino, dedicated to providing heartfelt service in exchange for gratitude from both Pokémon and humans, particularly adept at caring for children. Her attention was not limited to human infants, but extended primarily to young Pokémon. Thank you, Audino, Zacian said, gently squeezing her soft little hand, never hesitating to shower praise upon the Pokémon. The sweet smile on Audino's face was delightful. Pikachu and Eevee were already donned in their bibs, eagerly awaiting their meal. Having contributed significantly today, Aunt Chenhui, while serving Zacian his rice, lamented, "You're a foo and the big dogs seem to have vanished. I've been calling for dinner, but there's been no response." Zacian, taking a bite of perfectly cooked braised pork, mumbled, "They must be off training. Don't worry about them. And they'll find food when they're hungry, and besides, the cafeteria is open 24 hours. The meals there could hardly compare to his own culinary efforts." The Zacian Ranch did indeed have a communal cafeteria, catering to those who preferred extra meals or irregular dining times. Most of Zacian's Pokémon were free-roaming and would seek out the cafeteria if they missed mealtime. Standard human food, energy cubes, and berry-based dishes were all available. However, Aunt Chen's cooking was truly exceptional. Just look at these two gluttons, one yellow and one white. They were determined to return and indulge despite their protesting stomachs. Aunt Chen joined Zacian for dinner. "By the way, Zacian, do you remember what I told you about Old Chin's son last time?" "Oh, I remember," Zacian replied, recalling Old Chin mentioning that his son, who had returned from military service, was interested in working at the ranch. Old Chin was diligent, having been tending to the berry orchard for nearly a year, and aside from occasionally bringing back some berries, he posed no issues. Old Chin was also a relative from Aunt Chin's side, so Zacian had been turning a blind eye, casually mentioning the matter to Aunt Chin during their conversations without intending to condemn him. This was, in a sense, a strategy to subtly inform Old Chin that he was aware of his little schemes, a means of keeping him in check. People often behave this way. As family businesses grow, numerous relatives flock to share in the fortune. Yet, as long as the work is done well, Zacian did not mind these minor favors. Most of these relatives were assigned to manage the farm, ensuring that no nepotism would arise among the upper echelons of the group. Old Chin had suggested that his son come directly to the ranch, and Zacian intended to meet him before arranging any work. After all, Aunt Chin had taken care of him all these years while his parents were absent. In a world where human warmth can be fleeting, how many relatives would go out of their way to lend a hand, even sacrificing their own jobs? Such an aunt deserved Zacian's gratitude. Aunt Chin, initially anxious, suddenly beamed with joy. She was often approached by relatives seeking favors, which caused her distress, but fortunately, Zacian never held grudges. "Indeed, I raised you well. All my efforts were not in vain. All right, you take your time eating. I must go deliver dinner to your father," she said, hastily leaving the table. Grabbing the packed meal from the kitchen, Zacian, thoroughly satisfied, let out a long, resounding belch. "I'm exhausted. Finally, I can enjoy a break." The study on the first floor featured a display case filled with various Pokeballs, spanning outwards. A Pokemon clad in a white lab coat emerged from the basement, arms wide open, embracing the fresh and seemingly love-infused holiday. "Meow, I'm here." Chapter 11, the Meow Meow Song. What a delightful aroma. Just as Meow Meow contemplated how to arrange a date with the charming Meow, The enticing scent of food wafted from the dining room. Is that sweet and sour fish and mapo tofu? Meow Meow's eyes sparkled brighter than the coin atop its head. Burp, burp. As Zacian finished eating, he kept burping. Just as he intended to rise for a glass of water to suppress the urge, the glass door of the dining room swung open unexpectedly. The lab-coated Meow Meow stood at the entrance, while Zacian, Pikachu, and Eevee lounged in their seats, their bellies round and full. They exchanged bewildered glances. How dare you? Meow Meow exclaimed, shedding its lab coat and leaping onto Zacian, attempting to scratch him. You heartless trainer. Indulging in delicious meals while I'm stuck in the basement eating instant noodles. What happened to delivering my meal? Oh. Zacian had indeed forgotten about the diligent Meow Meow at home. Suddenly inspired, he quickly brought the leftover sweet and sour fish to Meow Meow. Don't be angry. Meow Meow, I saved this for you. Meow Meow, pouting, picked up chopsticks and began to eat. I shouldn't have trusted you and learned human language. You're only after my research brilliance. Don't say that. You are our esteemed chief researcher now. Countless Pokémon look up to you. In the future, you could become a revered Pokémon professor. Zacian continued to paint a bright future. Wouldn't that mean you can have any lovely cat you desire? Meow? My heart belongs solely to the charming Meow. Zacian smirked. Have you completed your work on the Pokédex? Meow Meow, looking somewhat dejected, produced a handheld red device resembling a gaming console, its back adorned with a white, hollow Pokeball. The first generation of the Pokédex does not yet support Rotom. The data center has been established, and all future online services and open-source operations related to the Pokédex must be authorized by the data center. I've also completed the voiceover. Meow Meow gazed at Zacian with a hint of melancholy. I don't understand why you insisted on using my voice. It's all about the uniqueness. Electronic synthesis can't compare to your comforting voice. Finished eating. I'm off to date the charming Meow. Zacian once again wore that enigmatic smile as he watched Meow Meow depart. Well, now that the Pokédex is ready, it's time to consider promotion. Whether Pokédex or Pokeball, Zacian would not hastily market them as mere commodities. The introduction of a novel concept requires gradual familiarization rather than abrupt commercialization. The public needs time to comprehend, lest the Pokédex and Pokeballs be misused. From nothing to something, Zacian envisioned establishing a Pokémon League. Drawing inspiration from the Alola region, he envisioned himself as a Professor Kukui, nurturing worthy individuals through the dissemination of Pokémon knowledge until the region could boast its own gym leaders, Elite Four, and champions, thus creating a true Pokémon League. That would signify the dawn of a genuine era for Pokémon. Behind Zacian's villa lay a breeding facility, a large establishment designed to nurture novice trainers with their initial Pokémon. This breeding house did not sell Pokémon. Rather, the Pokémon that arrived were eager to form partnerships with trainers to battle alongside. They underwent training here, awaiting compatible trainers. It could be said that Zacian had made ample preparations for this new era. Meow Meow pedaled enthusiastically to the cat Pokémon house. Meow Meow Doctor. The breeding house administrator greeted Meow Meow warmly, helping to secure its bicycle. I'm here for the charming Meow. Meow Meow shouted excitedly before even entering. Upon realizing Meow Meow was there for the charming Meow, the administrator felt a bit awkward and discreetly sidled away. Meow. The charming Meow emitted a delightful sound that resembled a flick of the tongue. With a spiraled tail and pink ears and eyelids, the charming Meow approached Meow Meow with an elegant gait. So adorable. Meow Meow's eyes transformed into hearts. Charming Meow, I'm on vacation. Let us go on a date. The moon in the sky seemed to transform into a wedding photo of Meow Meow and the charming Meow. Meow, you say you still don't like me? That's all right, Meow. Humans often say that feelings can be nurtured. Meow Meow, you found someone new, you say? Meow. Charming Meow nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a deep brown Meow with a black coin on its head approached, baring its sharp teeth. This was a Galarian Meow, capable of evolving into a Meowth leader. Meow. Charming Meow nestled closely against the Galarian Meow, causing Meow Doctor to suffer a devastating blow. No. The administrator silently observed and took out his phone to play the song that Summer suggested to comfort the Meow. Snowflakes flutter, the north wind howls. No. Why must you leave me before love even begins? This Meow appears so fierce, lacking my cuteness, and certainly lacks the talents I possess. Why must you prefer it? Charming Meow? Meow. The Galarian Meow strutted, showcasing its muscular chest. Charming Meow rubbed its head against the Galarian Meow's chest, closing its eyes and enjoying the moment. Adorned with pink eyeshadow. You say you want to find a trainer together for battles? But I, Meow, am the intelligent one. I can craft Pokeballs, create Pokédex entries, and invent many marvelous things. I am exceptional too. Meow Doctor, perhaps it's best to let it go. Charming Meow is destined to find its own trainer. You two are simply not meant to be, the administrator interjected. Meow, feeling unjustly treated, declared, "I challenge you." Meow pulled out a great ball and shouted, "Meow, I will capture you." The great ball traced an arc through the air, only to be swatted away by the Galarian Meow. "Watch my unwavering frenzy." Meow lunged forward, but with all its attributes focused on intelligence. It was no match for the Galarian Meow, ultimately retreating in defeat. "Just you wait, Meow. Once I develop a Master Ball, I shall capture you." With that resolve, Meow's brief romantic escapade ended before it even began. Summer, having anticipated this, watched the dejected Meow return home and stifled a laugh, offering comfort. "It's all right, Meow. There are so many delightful Meows in the world. Without Charming Meow, we still have Tail Meow and Mew. And you have seen the Pokédex. Once Charming Meow evolves into a Dunsparce, it becomes a fierce creature. Are you sure you want to live with it?" Summer recalled how Team Rocket's Meow had also turned away after witnessing Charming Meow's evolution. Reminded by Summer, Meow shuddered. Indeed, it loved Charming Meow. But the latter would evolve into a Dunsparce. A Dunsparce is hardly adorable. No, no. Meow shook its head vigorously, reigniting its fighting spirit. "You are right. If Charming Meow enjoys battling, it should remain with a trainer. Love is akin to conducting experiments. I must try various approaches." Summer chuckled. This mischievous Meow certainly knows how to shift the blame while unwilling to abandon the entire forest. After teasing Meow, Summer returned to his study to attend to some company matters. Although he seldom visited the office, his secretary provided daily reports, delivering any documents requiring his signature. It seemed leisurely, yet soon enough, Summer would be quite busy, especially with the launch of the Pokeball, necessitating the promotion of berry cultivation, which would require his company's technical guidance. But that was a matter for another day. The moonlight gradually became obscured by clouds, shrouded in a mist that held a hint of brightness, while a splendid aurora pierced through the heavy clouds, illuminating the northern sea plateau. It resembled a radiant sword suspended in the heavens, illuminating the eternal night sky. This marked a new dawn. While Summer toiled late into the night, the internet erupted with excitement. The top 10 trending topics were all related to him. The Transmigrator streamer explains Pokémon. Overnight gains millions of followers. A Pokémon trainer who can command beasts in battle? A new door opens for humanity. In-depth analysis of Summer's life. Caterpie, Beedrill, Pidgey, and Porygon. Who knew they were such creatures? Pikachu and Eevee meme downloads surpassed 1 billion. The internet was flooded with posts, some recounting Summer's livestream, others interviewing his former classmates to validate his identity as a transmigrator, and even daring souls venturing to catch insects. Chapter 12. The insect catcher in the night. Jiangsheng was an ordinary young man born and raised in Qinglong City, having loved collecting various insects since childhood. He eventually found work at the local botanical garden. His daily duties involved watering plants, feeding birds, and writing observation logs, day in and day out, as if he could see the end of life before him. Such a monotonous existence dulled his passion. When a hobby becomes a mere habit, it renders one numb. Recently, while capturing rare insects in the wild, he inadvertently caught a caterpillar-like creature. Initially fearful due to the destructive reports he had seen on television, aware of their mysterious abilities, he observed it for a while. Finding that this caterpillar only consumed leaves and appeared rather weak and timid, Jiangsheng mustered his courage to interact with it. He catered to its tastes, offering various leaves from the botanical garden, and gradually, they forged a friendship. As night fell, Jiangsheng picked tender leaves from the Phoebe tree and sought out the green caterpillar playing in the garden. "Come, try this. It's delicious." The green caterpillar's red-tipped antennae quivered as it spun silk to lower itself from the tree, eagerly savoring the new dish. Jiangsheng beamed with joy, as if he had returned to his childhood. In those days, he was filled with love for insects, spending entire days squatting to observe ants, lying in fields to catch mantises, and mourning for a whole day over the death of a butterfly. As he grew older, much of that passion faded into the grind of life, but the appearance of the green caterpillar rekindled his original enthusiasm. Green caterpillar, grow quickly. You can surely transform into a dragon, Jiangsheng thought eagerly. Raising a caterpillar that evolves into a dragon would be a matter of immense pride. The green caterpillar tilted its head, its body curling into a question mark. Its large, gemstone-like eyes reflected Jiangsheng's delighted smile, and in that moment, the caterpillar felt the trainer's expectations. Once the green caterpillar finished the leaves, Jiangsheng placed it in his bag, donned his gear, and prepared to embark on his insect-catching adventure. Influenced by Summer's earlier persuasion, like many others, he felt compelled to become a trainer capable of commanding Pokémon in battle. Knowing the green caterpillar possessed 2 moves, there was no reason to hesitate. Tonight, he would certainly catch a horned beetle. In the dim mountain gorge, the babbling brook flowed gently as Jiangsheng returned to the spot where he first encountered the green caterpillar. He surmised that wherever the green caterpillar was, Finding a horned beetle would be easy. With a spotlight overhead and a selfie stick in hand, Jiangsheng proceeded cautiously. Brothers, send some comments to let me know you're alive, he whispered. Indeed, venturing alone into the wilderness at night could stir fear. So Jiangsheng decided to livestream to bolster his courage. Additionally, he hoped to ride the wave of Summer's popularity after his educational stream. Many might be intrigued by Pokémon, and perhaps he could seize this opportunity to change careers, for while the botanical garden offered stability, its future was all too predictable. Indeed, with the fervor of Summer's heat and the influx of viewers, combined with the captivating title of his live stream capturing the elusive horned bug, it swiftly drew in thousands of spectators. Hey, don't speak. You're ruining the atmosphere. Another bug-catching stream? This is the 15th one I've seen tonight. I don't understand you thrill-seekers. Didn't you hear Summer say that if you lack the skills, you shouldn't venture into the wild? Catching horned bugs? Aren't you afraid of being stung to death by a wasp? Why do all these people venture out at night? I could believe in surprise attacks. But with that bright spotlight, only a fool would stand still for you to catch. The person upstairs doesn't get it. Who knows if Summer will inspire a snake or rat-catching stream tomorrow? The heat must be seized timely. This sentiment resonated deeply with Jiangsheng, who shared the same belief, which is why he ventured out in the middle of the night. Moreover, during weekdays, most viewers tend to watch live streams after work. Rest assured, my friends, I possess 5 years of experience working in a botanical garden, well acquainted with various wildlife, so you can trust my survival skills. Furthermore, Jiangsheng hesitated over whether to showcase the green caterpillar now. Making an appearance could certainly attract a wave of attention. Otherwise, he feared he might not retain the audience. Setting his thoughts aside, Jiangsheng patted his satchel, and the green caterpillar sluggishly emerged. Wow, a little green dragon. The host actually caught a green caterpillar. Seems like a seasoned pro. Fantastic, we can watch Pokémon battles again. Jiangsheng smiled shyly. I inadvertently caught this green caterpillar before. Now we shall see how it performs. Everyone, please give the green caterpillar some attention. Guanchan is a nature reserve in Qinlong City, typically monitored by forest rangers. However, since the emergence of monstrous creatures, forest conservation efforts have been temporarily halted, and there has yet to be a decision regarding how to proceed. Jiangsheng advanced along the gravel path, the metallic sign reflecting light, prompting him to quickly divert his gaze as he had arrived at his destination. The green caterpillar was encountered in a dense patch of grass at the mountain's base. Jiangsheng swiftly located that patch, turned off his spotlight, and began his hardcore bug-catching endeavor. Infrared night vision equipment activated. Now, this is hardcore bug-catching. Did he bring the botanical gardens equipment? We misjudged you, Brother Ginger. You truly are a bug-catcher. Hold on, there is more to come. Jiangsheng smiled with satisfaction. Behold my secret weapon. He produced a biological trapping device and poured in the bait liquid he had concocted. This bait was crafted from a selection of leaves that the green caterpillar most favored. The summer host mentioned that horned bugs and green caterpillars share similar habits. Thus, this should be effective. Capturing insects often involves leveraging their phototropic tendencies, acute sense of smell, or mimicking peers and mates to convey biological signals. However, for spirits, particularly those akin to the green caterpillar, food enticement is the simplest and most effective method Jiangsheng could conceive. He crawled slowly along the ground, resembling a gecko, cautious not to disturb any unrelated spirits. A rustling sound emerged from the grass. Jiangsheng held his breath, ears perked up. In the dead of winter, there shouldn't be snakes lurking. Yet one must remain exceedingly vigilant. It's appeared. It's appeared. What is all the excitement about? It's a green caterpillar, not a horned bug. A green caterpillar is splendid too. It might evolve into a dragon. Let us be rational. Summer said that was a rare case. Horned bugs have greater potential. And wasps can use items to evolve again. Strength enthusiasts, roll out. The first sight captured by the infrared night vision was the green caterpillar's standard antennae. Seeing it was not a horned bug, Jiangsheng felt a tinge of disappointment. He already possessed one green caterpillar, and nurturing another seemed unnecessary. He gently offered a bit of bait liquid to this green caterpillar, hoping to tempt it while he pressed onward. Time ticked by, and Jiangsheng crawled like a lizard, fearful of disturbing any unrelated spirits. At the end of the grass patch, beneath a large tree, a horned bug lay quietly asleep, its lengthy nose bobbing rhythmically with its breath as it dreamed of a paradise filled with tender leaves. Each step it took in the dream led it to discover leaves it had yet to taste. With each stride, it evolved into a steel cocoon, then into a wasp. And further, it became the leader of all wasps. Jiangsheng was intensely focused, carefully parting the final layer of grass, as if he were playing a card game. Come forth, golden legend. Success, success. Host, quickly capture it. Jiangsheng widened his eyes, holding his breath as the horned bug came within arm's reach. its poisonous stinger nearly touching his brow. The green caterpillar, adorably lagging behind, observed the horned bug, and at a certain moment, it expelled a strand of silk, gently puncturing the horned bug's bubble. The horned bug startled awake. Its instinctual reaction was to flee, but a large net descended from above, ensnaring it. Aha! I've caught it. I've captured a horned bug. At this moment, 26-year-old Jiangxing smiled like a child. Bravo, host. Witness history. The first streamer to capture a horned bug has emerged. Brother Ginger will be the progenitor of the bug-catching realm from now on. Ah! The horned bug thrashed in the net, its innate escape instinct making it panic, resulting in a bite that tore through the net. With a flash of light, a hole appeared in the net, and the horned bug tumbled down, beginning its escape. Jiangxing, still boasting to his audience, remained oblivious, while his green caterpillar quickly caught on and hurried after it. Host, the horned bug has escaped. Don't tease me. Horned bugs can only spit silk and use their stingers. What could it possibly use to run away? Fool, it really has escaped. Hurry and chase. What the heck? Green caterpillar, wait for me. Chapter 13. Jiangxing takes charge. Green caterpillar, use your silk. In a moment of desperation, Jiangxing remembered to command the green caterpillar to unleash its special move. The green caterpillar expelled a sturdy thread of silk, wrapping around a branch, leveraging it like a swing to propel itself forward. No, green caterpillar, I meant for you to use your silk to attack the horned bug. Jiangxing was dumbfounded. Despite issuing commands, how is it so different from Summer's approach? Yet, he watched as the green caterpillar traced a parabolic arc through the night and then descended heavily onto the fleeing horned bug. The horned bug let out a pained whimper. It raised its stinger in preparation to counterattack, only to be ensnared again by the green caterpillar's silk. After completing this maneuver, the green caterpillar innocently gazed up at Jiangxing with its dark, glossy eyes, as if asking, is it done? Can I have a late-night snack now? Silly host. Can't you command properly? Let me take over. The green caterpillar can't even be bothered with you, rookie. A battle-genius green caterpillar meets a novice Jiangxing. What a pity. Jiangxing felt his face flush from the viewer's comments, unable to muster a rebuttal. He had indeed faltered earlier. Without the green caterpillar's maneuver bringing them closer, he likely would not have been able to catch up today. However, success was achieved. Jiangxing quickly approached the horned bug, retrieving fresh leaves from his bag to soothe it. Come here, horned bug. After you eat my food, you will be mine. At 25 or 26 years of age, it was challenging for Jiangxing to articulate childish phrases, so he resorted to this method to bridge the gap between them. The horned bug, previously panicked, sniffed the air, recognizing the scent. Was this the aroma from its dream? Perhaps it was still dreaming? Regardless, it decided to take a taste. Indeed, it is just as the summer patriarch said, one meal suffices. It seems that not all Pokémon are like those portrayed in the news. Streamer, are you selling that Caterpie? I'll offer 2,000. Suddenly, someone in the comments mentioned purchasing the Caterpie from Jiangxing. Damn, my dog isn't even worth a single buck. Caterpie can evolve into Beedrill. I feel like 2,000 is too little. I sense a new business opportunity. Not everyone can handle this kind of work. Jiangxing's hand froze in midair, his mind swirling with thoughts. He wasn't particularly affluent, and an additional source of income was certainly appealing. However, recalling the joy that the Caterpie had brought him during this time, he felt a different sentiment towards these sentient beings. He remembered what the Summer Patriarch had said in a live stream about trainers, that Pokémon possess wisdom, and that trainers and Pokémon form partnerships, with the right to choose their companions, just as the Caterpie had chosen him. What do you take me for? This Caterpie will be my companion from now on. Do not harbor foolish dreams. As one grows from childhood to adulthood, the purity often becomes tainted by the mundane world. Having rediscovered his original intentions, he should not cast them aside cheaply, nor allow himself to be corrupted by money. Jiangxing captured the Caterpie purely out of affection, wishing to raise it like the Caterpie before, and nothing more. 5,000. Jiangxing remained silent. 10,000. He continued to stay silent. 20,000. Enough already, boss. I will not sell it. This is my bottom line. What a fool. I gave you so many gifts, and this is how you repay me. Streamer, you can always catch another Caterpie after selling this one. The individual proposing to buy the Caterpie grew increasingly agitated as Jiangxing refused his offers. While other netizens urged Jiangxing to reconsider, Jiangxing cradled the Caterpie, furrowing his brow as he said, Sir, I can return your gifts, but I kindly ask you not to mention such matters again. Regardless of what other streamers do, I will absolutely not accept money for capturing Pokémon. This is my principle. If you cannot accept this, then please refrain from watching my live streams. Jiangxing was indeed a stubborn man, as evidenced by how he spent an entire day observing ants. Refusing to earn money, what a fool. The wealthy patron cursed as he exited the live stream. Damn, Brother Jiang is too resolute. Indeed, a bit stubborn. How can one not comprehend the allure of easy profit? At that moment, the Caterpie nestled in Jiangxing's arms raised its head, and a dazzling white light pierced the stillness of the night. Jiangxing squinted his eyes, exhilarated. Is it evolving? It is evolving. That is how Summer's Caterpie evolved. Moments later, as the light of evolution faded, the heavy form of a yellowish-brown Kakuna appeared before everyone. The Kakuna was overjoyed. Evolving after just one meal, dreams truly encompass everything. Great. I am one step closer to becoming a bee drill and dominating the swarm. Kakuna. Let us journey together. I will take care of you. Jiangxing and Kakuna shared a sincere gaze. Kakuna felt somewhat reluctant. This person had ambushed it while it was asleep, demonstrating a lack of trainer ethics. It even tried to bribe it with food. How absurd. However, considering it had facilitated its evolution, perhaps it would grant him a chance. Can you all understand what it is saying? No, we can't. Quickly summon the Summer Patriarch from Beihai. Kakuna made a series of sounds, and upon seeing Jiangxing's bewildered expression, it turned to the Caterpie and displayed its stingers. I understand. It wants you to defeat it first. Exactly. It surely won't appreciate being ambushed. You must face it openly. This Kakuna has quite the personality. All right. I understand. Caterpie, you string shot. Under the starry sky, after reuniting with the Caterpie, Jiangxing pledged to never abandon it again at the foot of Mount Chang. Thus, the future Bug-type gym leader officially embarked on the path of a Pokémon trainer. Summer wiped the tears from his eyes caused by yawning. A chubby, round Jigglypuff emerged from under Summer's blanket, blinking its sky-blue eyes and letting out an adorable sound. Summer tidied its curly bangs. He had worked late into the night, and it was thanks to Jigglypuff's song that he was able to fall asleep peacefully and dream sweetly. Today was yet another invigorating day. He drew back the curtains, allowing the bright sunlight of Beihai to stream in, while the refreshing sea breeze from Xuanwu Lake wafted in, carrying the delightful fragrance of flowers. First, he would scroll through some short videos, deliver gifts in the morning, and live stream in the afternoon. A glass of plain water would suffice. Summer had planned out his day. Off we go, Jigglypuff, time to eat. Jigglypuff's soft footsteps were melodious. Ding dong. While enjoying breakfast with his little Pokémon in the dining room, Summer received a call from the security guard. Little Summer, someone is looking for you, with identification. Take them to the guest house and wait for me. Summer paid little attention, his expression calm as he scrolled through his phone. Overnight, his influence had far exceeded his expectations. Many ventured out into the wild to capture Caterpies, and Pidgeys, with some ending up in the hospital, while others succeeded in their captures, even starting businesses based on paid captures and sales. It seemed that mere moral guidelines were insufficient. Legal constraints were also necessary. It was time to see who had arrived. In the luxurious wooden cabin on the outskirts of the ranch, several tall men in uniforms grew impatient after waiting for several minutes without Summer's appearance. Let's notify again. The team leader, Xin Yunhua, stated in an authoritative tone to the security guard, Old Yang. Old Yang's expression turned anxious. He was merely an honest farmer who had witnessed the wonders of Pokémon while working at Summer's ranch. But the ingrained belief among ordinary people was that one should not provoke those in power. Summer will be here shortly, he replied. When called, you must go. A suited man shouted angrily, don't force us to take coercive measures. What are you barking about? Summer's voice came from the doorway, a bunch of political puppets. Do you think you are so important? Xin Yunhua sprang to his feet, shouting furiously, Summer, this is a Federal Bureau of Investigation operation. Show some respect. Summer casually flopped onto the sofa, picking up a magazine from the coffee table to read. True, dogs are not suitable for insults. Xin Yunhua displayed his credentials. I am Xin Yunhua from the Central Inspection Team of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Please come with us for questioning. Summer shot him a sidelong glance. If you wish to discuss matters, contact Zhao Ruinian. I have no interest in your petty schemes. Xin Yunhua's face darkened. He was well aware of whom Summer referred to, a central figure in federal politics, with the lowest rank being a congressional member. Are you resisting law enforcement? Xin Yunhua raised his voice. The security guard, Old Yang, stood by, sweating profusely and dumbfounded. Was this little Summer truly connected to someone influential or simply out of his mind? Summer's gaze sharpened. Go back and inform those fools that their heads remain on their shoulders not because of their lofty status, but due to my father's magnanimity. You, Xin Yunhua, while furious, felt a sudden chill of apprehension. In the summer, what does this mean? Has Xia Gumming, that vegetative state individual, awakened? Never mind. This is not the time for such thoughts. Xin Yunhua raised his hand, brandishing a uniquely designed electric stun gun, aimed directly at Xia Tian, with several other investigators following suit. Xia Tian, having lost all patience, declared loudly, get rid of him. Chapter 14. Sending you off? What nonsense. Upon hearing Xia Tian's eviction order, Alarm bells rang in the minds of Xin Yunhua and his companions. They were aware of the magical beast that accompanied Zacian, yet were oblivious to their true capabilities, as the number of discovered magical creatures remained scarce. Nevertheless, they had prepared beforehand, believing that subduing Zacian would resolve all issues. Even if they were unable to defeat him, they could retreat. Zacian would not dare to act against them if he wished to remain in the dazzling district. For this operation was merely a test. Clatter. Several investigators immediately seized handcuffs and lunged at Zacian, attempting to subdue him. Xin Yunhua also promptly pressed the button to fire his stun gun. Yet, in the face of their assault, Zacian remained motionless, engrossed in his magazine, as if the investigators were not targeting him at all. Woof, accompanied by a warning sound reminiscent of a canine's vocal vibrations. A transparent reflective barrier suddenly appeared before Zacian, sending the investigators flying. Zing. The current from Xin Yunhua's stun gun, intended to incapacitate, was also nullified by the barrier. Xin Yunhua's pupils constricted. Indeed, it had arrived. The creature shielding Zacian was a standing canine-like magical beast, adorned in blue and black, with a slender upper body and a broad, muscular lower half. Its long ears fluttered like ribbons in the absence of wind, and its eyes appeared to be obscured by a black mask, exuding an imposing aura. Throw them out, Zacian commanded once more. Luca lifted his hand, and a powerful psychic force surged forth, enveloping Xin Yunhua and his companions, rendering their bodies completely weightless and out of their control. What is this ability? Xin Yunhua was horrified. While electric shocks and flames were one thing, could this be some form of telekinesis? What could they possibly do now? With a swift motion, Luca cast the investigators out of the guest house and into the adjacent stream. The river's surface, already frozen for winter, shattered upon impact. The group was left shivering, both physically and mentally. Captain, what should we do now? Retreat. Inside the guest house, Zacian patted Luca on the head, exasperated. You little rascal. Despite being a fighting and steel type, why do you always resort to psychic abilities? To save effort. Luca's voice resonated through the telepathic link. Zacian's Luca was a psychic type due to its training, and it had delved deeply into psychic techniques, making telekinesis merely a basic skill. The security guard, Uncle Yang, was at a loss for words. Zacian comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. I'm not worried about you, so why should you be? All right. Get back to work. Dog, I'm stepping out for a bit. Guard the house, and if anyone else comes, toss them into the river. Luca nodded coolly, arms crossed. In a private villa in Zhurong City, a delicately featured girl with short hair, clad in pajamas and sporting dark circles under her eyes, sat on the sofa. She had been waiting all night, unsure of her own whimsy. She knew full well that deliveries wouldn't arrive within a day. Yet she found herself inexplicably excited and unable to sleep. What could this mysterious gift be? Would it be a Pikachu or an Eevee? As she pondered, her excitement grew. Humming along to a melody, a stunning woman in a form-fitting black silk dress descended the spiral staircase. Wang Wenyu. The girl feigned a sinister tone, enunciating each word, and slowly turned to adopt a frightening expression, her panda-like eyes potentially alarming anyone who overlooked her playful demeanor. Wang Wenyu nearly slipped, almost breaking her high heels. Her body was supposed to lean forward, but an unseen force seemingly straightened her. Wang Yuchen, are you out of your mind? Wang Wenyu massaged her temples, feeling the day's atmosphere utterly ruined. Hee. Wang Yuchen flashed a mischievous grin. Crazy. Wang Wenyu muttered, departing for work, her spirits dampened. Phew. Wang Yuchen exhaled, relieved that she had not yet been discovered for using her sister's account for streaming. Pikachu was still hers. Ding dong, ding dong. Just moments after Wang Wenyu left, the doorbell rang. Wang Yuchen jumped, thinking, could it be? So soon? Was it air freighted overnight? Oh right, I ordered takeout. With no regard for her ladylike image, she rushed to answer the door in her pajamas. Creak. As the villa door opened, Wang Yuchen locked eyes with Zacian. He sported a trendy hairstyle and a sun-kissed, handsome face, exuding a mature aura unlike any boy she had encountered at school. Is your grandfather home? Zacian asked randomly. Having crossed the Xuanwu Islands to arrive in the spring-like Zhurong City, dressed in a cool short-sleeve shirt. My grandfather passed away 10 years ago. Sorry to intrude. Zacian courteously helped Wang Yuchen close the door. Wait, streamer. Wang Yuchen shouted anxiously, resembling a small tiger as she lunged at Zacian, fearing he might slip away. Woof. Before she could reach him, she felt herself being lifted. Wah. Wang Yuchen flailed about in midair as if learning to swim. Dragonite. Put her down. Woo. Dragon. Where's the dragon? Wang Yuchen, with her quirky thought process, did not initially scold the one lifting her like a chick. Turning swiftly, she spotted the rotund, orange creature standing behind her. Dragonite was a massive creature, over 2 meters tall, with a round head, round body, and a plump belly, sporting long antenna-like appendages and a small dragon horn. Its striped belly was cream-colored, leading to its tail, and it had a pair of wings that appeared too small for its size. Despite its bulkiness, it resembled a dinosaur. Wow, it's really a dragon, Wang Yuchen exclaimed, rushing toward it. This belly is so bouncy. She marveled at Dragonite's smooth skin, praising its cuteness despite its heft. Look at those adorably vacant eyes. But can those little wings actually lift you? Woo. Dragonite patted Wang Yuchen, indicating that its heart and belly were as broad as its form, and it wouldn't hold her mischief against her. Hey, Zacian interjected. You're not the chessboard master, are you? Aren't you supposed to be an old man? To be honest, it was rather amusing to encounter a girl of his own age with such a username. No, that's my sister's account. She used to play chess. That guy wouldn't recharge my account, so I had to steal hers. Wang Yuchen grinned mischievously. Such antics were commonplace for her. When you constantly monitored her and even withheld her allowance. How could she allow that? Stealing her account was merely the beginning, taking her photos for online romances, using her discarded stockings to earn extra cash on second-hand platforms, and posting nonsensical messages in work groups or to her admirers to ruin her reputation were truly ruthless. The bond of sisterhood was vividly demonstrated, though if discovered, she might receive a beating so severe that her parents wouldn't recognize her. Oh, let us not dwell on her. Wang Yuchen grasped Xia Tian's hand and exuberantly shook it up and down, exclaiming, Streamer, I absolutely adore this gift. Xia Tian froze momentarily, taken aback by her exuberance. Who said Dragonite was a gift for you? Dragonite is mine. Don't get ahead of yourself. He unceremoniously released Wang Yuchen's delicate hand, leaving her momentarily stunned. She had been so thrilled, instinctively assuming that Dragonite was the mysterious grand prize, only to realize her error. You have 5 minutes to change your clothes, then we'll draw a Pokémon, Xia Tian announced, retrieving a capsule toy machine. Indeed, the grand prize was Pokémon, but merely the initial Pokémon for novice trainers. Receiving a Dragonite would be futile, as it would remain inactive. All right, just do as you please. Wang Yuchen reignited her determination, marching up the stairs with a crab-like gait. I'll wash my hands and face, light some incense, and pray for a Pokémon. A smile crept onto Xia Tian's lips. Even after 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but be amused by this spirited girl. While Wang Yuchen refreshed herself, Xia Tian surveyed the surroundings, hoping to locate a water dispenser. At one moment, his gaze fixated on the staircase, where remnants of psychic powers lingered. Chapter 15. Garlic You Hard. Wang Yuchen, has anything peculiar occurred in your household? Now donned in a sporty short-sleeve shirt, Wang Yuchen sat beside Xia Tian. Not at all. Everything is perfectly normal, she replied, her mind solely focused on drawing Pokémon, leaving no room for other thoughts. Even if there were anomalies at home, she would subconsciously overlook them. With no answers forthcoming, Xia Tian abandoned the inquiry. After all, Psychic-type Pokémon possessed high intelligence and were unlikely to act recklessly. Of course, it was also possible that a psychic ability wielder resided there, akin to his own aura powers. But the likelihood of someone awakening psychic abilities was even slimmer than encountering a psychic Pokémon. Come on. The capsule toy machine was placed on the coffee table. Wang Yuchen clasped her hands together and recited some melodramatic lines before shouting, Legendary Golden, come forth. She then slapped her hands down decisively. Xia Tian's eyebrows twitched. This contraption was crafted by Meowth, and its sturdiness was questionable. The machine displayed the initial forms of various Pokémon, rolling like marbles. Wang Yuchen held her breath, eyes wide with anticipation. Although her knowledge of Pokémon was limited, she had gleaned from Xia Tian's streams that they varied in strength. Pokémon like Caterpie and Beedrill appeared weak, while Scythu exuded power. Even Pikachu and Eevee, being smaller, were formidable. Being partners with Xia Tian indicated their rarity. While Wang Yuchen participated in the lottery, Xia Tian took out a portable communication and exchanged device the size of a laptop. Ding dong. It's out. It's really Pikachu. Wang Yuchen exclaimed, excitedly lifting the capsule toy machine to Xia Tian's face, shouting, Quick, quick, give me my Pikachu. Xia Tian glanced at the machine, his frown deepening. This was no Pikachu, it was a mini. Quietly resetting the machine, he stated, Let us draw again. Wang Yuchen, displeased, threw herself onto the sofa, wailing. No, you can't go back on your word. I drew Pikachu by luck. You must give it to me. Unable to endure her incessant whining, Xia Tian consoled her. That creature is called Mini. It's a ghost type, merely disguised in Pikachu's skin. It drains the life force of its trainer, making it unsuitable for novice training. Xia Tian's words were half-truths. Ghost types were often problematic, some indulging in mischievous pranks, while others enjoyed frightening people. And some could drain trainers' vitality. However, Mini did not share these traits. He expressed this concern to prevent Wang Yuchen from succumbing to curiosity and unveiling Mini-E's true form. As there were accounts in Pokémon history of researchers meeting dire fates, Wang Yuchen, ever the enthusiastic spirit, was unlikely to resist her curiosity. Zacian did not wish for his first Pokémon trainer to be frightened to death by his own Pokémon. As expected, upon hearing that Mini was a ghost, Wang Yuchen initially brimmed with curiosity, but her enthusiasm waned upon learning it could sap her vitality. Still, a trace of resentment lingered. Was Zacian truly deceiving her? Unwilling to part with the adorable Pikachu? With such doubts, she pressed the capsule machine once more. What is this? A frog? Your luck is quite good. Zacian assessed the new draw, deeming it a fitting Pokémon for beginners. After inputting commands into the exchange device, a soft crackling sound resonated. Intangible specks of light floated in the air, coalescing into a standard red and white Pokeball. What kind of black technology is this? Wang Yuchen exclaimed, utterly astonished. She realized that Zacian, this traveler, possessed an astonishing wealth of knowledge. Isn't this just a computer? How can it conjure items out of thin air? She was genuinely curious about what his original world was like. Zacian handed her the Pokeball, explaining, "This is called a Pokeball, used to capture Pokémon. They can reside inside it, understand?" Wang Yuchen nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Not really. Zacian retorted, "What do you mean you don't understand? Just press the middle button or throw the ball." Following his instructions, Wang Yuchen complied. As she pressed the button, the Pokeball opened, and a beam of red light flashed, revealing a green Pokémon at her feet. Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur. Let us see if this trainer is satisfied, Zacian remarked. Observing Wang Yuchen's astonished expression, she was likely overwhelmed by the surprise. Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur. The Pokémon smiled, extending a vine to shake hands with Wang Yuchen. Garlic Toad? Upon closer inspection, Wang Yuchen noticed that Bulbasaur had a large green bulb on its back and resembled a frog, leading her to unwittingly exclaim Garlic Toad. The vine extended halfway before Bulbasaur retracted it, casting a skeptical glance at Zacian. "Well, if you don't like it, you can always return with me," Zacian said, pretending to snatch the Pokeball from Wang Yuchen to retrieve Bulbasaur. Wait, I was just overly excited." Wang Yuchen quickly realized she might have inadvertently offended Bulbasaur and hurriedly comforted it, offering an array of high-end snacks as an apology. Her earnestness surpassed that of many devoted admirers. "Streamer, since it's Bulbasaur, does that mean it's a grass-type Pokémon?" Zacian did not respond, but instead handed her a Pokédex, saying, "This is the Pokémon Encyclopedia. Take a look for yourself." Upon receiving the device, Wang Yuchen initially intended to ask how it worked, but noticing only one button, she pressed it. The Pokédex illuminated, and a radar-like light swiftly scanned before settling on Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokémon, a grass and poison type. It is born with a seed on its back, which stores nutrients, allowing it to survive without food for several days. It grows alongside Bulbasaur. Wang Yuchen remained oblivious to any peculiarities in the Pokédex's voice, continuing to browse through Bulbasaur's information. Abilities: Overgrow. When health is low, grass-type moves become more powerful. Learn moves: Tackle, Growl, Vine Whip, Growth, Leaf Blade, Poison Powder. The Pokédex provided comprehensive information, including Bulbasaur's height, weight, and other basic data. Trainers can utilize this to explore the array of moves that their Pokémon may learn. In the future, once online services are activated, it will also serve for internet access and identity registration. However, it is not entirely open. The Pokédex must be activated by scanning real Pokémon. Each encounter with different Pokémon will have their information uploaded to a data center constructed by Mew, facilitating comprehensive data analysis and providing trainers with an enhanced experience. After briefly explaining this to Wang Yuchen, she exclaimed in awe, "Did you also create this? It's absolutely amazing. I have a part in it," Zacian replied without modesty. The production of the Pokédex was a collaboration between Mew and his father, yet the designs and related technology were derived from the ruins of Revival. That is fantastic. At that moment, Wang Yuchen felt no lingering resentment about Zacian taking her Pikachu, as she beheld Bulbasaur's Pokédex number, 001. Who else could possibly top that? I, Wang Yuchen, am the chosen one. "Oh," Wang Yuchen exclaimed, slapping her thigh as she pointed the Pokédex at Dragonite. The hefty creature bashfully patted its belly, as if someone were about to take its picture. After scanning its entire body, Mew's voice resounded again. Meow Dragonite, the dragon Pokémon, possessing both dragon and flying attributes, is an extraordinarily rare Pokémon. Its flying speed can reach 500 kilometers per hour. It embodies the sea and serves as a deity of destruction. When it sees someone drowning or a ship in distress, it extends a helping hand, making it a remarkably benevolent Pokémon. That voice sounds peculiar. Regardless, let me see what skills you possess. Abilities, Multiscale. Damage received is reduced when at full health. Moves learned. Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Dive, Dragon Dance, Outrage. Hyper Beam, Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Sunny Day, Rain Dance, Sandstorm, Hail, Flamethrower, Overheat, Waterfall, Whirlpool, Ice Beam, Thunder, Volt Tackle. Silence reigned. A stillness akin to death. Yet, in the absence of an eruption, one may simply become foolish in silence. Why do you possess so many skills? Zacian shrugged in exasperation. Because I am the Pokémon godfather. Wang Yuchen's teeth clicked in frustration. Garlic, how fierce. Chapter 16. Bulbasaur, how marvelous. Wang Yuchen's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed adoringly at the hefty creature. Thankfully, Pokémon do not require clothing. Otherwise, its undergarments would surely be exposed. Dragonite, let us make a deal. Why not accompany me? You'll have an abundance of exquisite meals and everything you desire. As she spoke, she began to gently caress the soft belly of the hefty creature. Oh, how I wish to lie down and sleep on it. Just then, the previously soothed Bulbasaur could no longer bear the sight, realizing it had encountered a rather infatuated trainer. Two vine whips extended from its sides, binding Wang Yuchen tightly and pulling her back. Oh dear, Bulbasaur, let me go. Dane. Wang Yuchen was tossed onto the sofa. Wow, Dragonite gave Bulbasaur a thumbs up. Well done, little buddy. Dane. Bulbasaur was elated, having received praise from the esteemed Dragonite. It seemed the elder approved of its actions, reinforcing the need for continuous effort. As the first Pokémon to emerge from the ruins, Bulbasaur was determined to seize every opportunity and not allow the lovesick trainer to hinder its progress. Bulbasaur's gaze towards Wang Yuchen shifted. Initially, it was a small pet eager to impress its new owner. But now it seemed ready to transform into a mischievous counterpart to Brock. Silly girl, are you done yet? Zacian gently patted Wang Yuchen, who was still rolling on the sofa. Your affection for Pokémon is palpable. As a trainer, it's natural to seek powerful Pokémon. However, do not judge their strength solely by the number of moves they possess. Each Pokémon has its unique brilliance. A trainer's purpose is to train alongside their partner, growing stronger together. The essence of being a trainer lies in forging bonds. Emotions can create miraculous power. Zacian spoke at length. And while he remained uncertain about Wang Yuchen's potential, her passion for Pokémon would undoubtedly propel her forward. Now, it is your partner. Dane. Bulbasaur leaped onto the coffee table, gazing intently at Wang Yuchen. Wang Yuchen paused, quickly regaining her composure. She did not dislike Bulbasaur. She was merely enamored by Zacian's Dragonite. Zacian, can Bulbasaur become as formidable as Dragonite through training? She inquired, cradling Bulbasaur in her arms. Zacian did not respond immediately. Instead, he introduced another piece of knowledge. Pokémon can be categorized into legendary Pokémon and ordinary Pokémon. Legendary Pokémon include deities and mythical creatures, possessing powers capable of altering the world. Dragonite is considered a quasi-legendary Pokémon, abbreviated as quasi-deity. Wang Yuchen felt like hitting Zacian. Every time she began to crave Dragonite, he would come to comfort her, only to drop a heavier bomb afterward. Is this amusing to you? Let me finish. In terms of species, Bulbasaur is among those just below the quasi-deities. However, Bulbasaur's final evolution, Venusaur, can utilize items to evolve into Mega Venusaur, which can stand alongside quasi-deities. Mega Venusaur? Right? I recall you mentioning that Beedrill could also evolve again. Indeed. All evolutions are triggered by the power of bonds. Wang Yuchen's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Bulbasaur, it turns out you are so remarkable. Dane. Bulbasaur stood proudly, also yearning for its future. Additionally, I must emphasize that these are merely innate factors. Both Pokémon and trainers require persistent effort to become strong. I understand. Wang Yuchen nodded vigorously, her anticipation for the new era of Pokémon growing stronger. Ahem. Zacian cleared his throat and began rummaging through his travel bag. He produced a booklet titled Grass-type Pokémon Breeding Guide along with a box of green energy cubes, presenting them to Wang Yuchen. Specially formulated food energy cubes for grass-type Pokémon, 500 per box. Knowing the other party's financial standing, Zacian had brought out a top-tier formula. Energy cubes? Are those the same ones you fed during your live stream? Wang Yuchen opened the box of energy cubes and was momentarily stunned, nearly roaring. How can this scant amount last for several meals? Why don't you go rob someone? A couple of pieces are sufficient for one meal. One box can last half a month. The cost is quite high. It's priced as such. Take it or leave it. After speaking, Zacian was momentarily taken aback, realizing the familiarity of his words, reminiscent of a certain ice cream seller. However, he was not engaging in marketing. Dane. Bulbasaur nestled in Wang Yuchen's arms began to stir restlessly at the enticing aroma wafting through the air. Do you want to eat, Bulbasaur? Dane. All right then. Wang Yechan reluctantly took out a cube and fed it to Bulbasaur, sampling one herself. It's refreshing, reminiscent of mint, with a hint of vanilla. Wait, why is it spicy? Pokémon of different temperaments prefer different flavors. Garlic, how many of these do you have? I'll take them all. Forget it. Just sell me the factory directly. Wang Yechan contemplated for a moment. After all, she was stealing Wang Wenyu's money. Why not seize the opportunity and take it all at once? If she faced consequences later, it would not be a significant loss. Now that I possess a Bulbasaur, why should I fear Wang Wenyu? If she dares to strike, I shall unleash my Vine Whip. How delightful. Bulbasaur is truly remarkable. I, Wang Yechan, am finally on the verge of rising. In response to Wang Yechan's extravagant request, Zacian poured cold water on her enthusiasm. The raw materials are exclusively available with me, so purchasing a factory would be futile. Moreover, these items are crystallizations of energy and nutrition, if stored for an extended period. The energy dissipates and is unsuitable for long-term preservation. All right, then. I will provide you with the funds. You can keep it safe for me and establish a production line. That should suffice, yes? Do you still have any Pokeballs? I would like a few hundred of those as well. Zacian sold Wang Yechan 5 red and white balls, advising her to take good care of Bulbasaur. They exchanged contact information, and Zacian departed Juke City atop his Dragonite. Oh, how I long to fly. Wang Yechan gazed enviously. It was decided. Once trained, she would go capture a flying Pokémon. Dane City is situated at the heart of the Xuanwu archipelago, named for its resemblance to the shell of the mythical Xuanwu turtle. To traverse from the resplendent northern highlands to the southern expanse, one must cross Xuanwu Lake and the Xuanwu Islands. With Dragonite's speed exceeding 2 Mach, the journey takes less than an hour. While seated on Dragonite's back, Zacian harnessed the power of Aura to shield himself from sound barriers, a practice he had long adopted, even with his enhanced physique due to the world's regulations. The crystalline waters of Xuanwu Lake shimmered, with islands scattered like stars across a chessboard. Had Pokémon not existed in this realm, I would likely be attending university in Xuanwu City now, Zacian mused, shaking his head. Perhaps not. I might have succumbed to boredom and returned to my adventurous pursuits. Suddenly, Dragonite's antennae twitched, as if sensing something. Is someone in peril? As the Pock Dex indicated, Dragonite is the embodiment of the ocean, capable of sensing danger upon the waters. Let us proceed. Chapter 17, The Future Dragon Master on Citrus Island. Flames blazed fiercely on the sea's surface as a luxurious yacht succumbed to the depths. A plump yet adorable young girl, clad in a life jacket, floated amidst the waves, surrounded by blue and red-hued agate jellyfish drawing closer. Jia, do not be afraid. Father is coming to rescue you. In the distance, Bai Xinqing and several bodyguards hastily swam toward her. Clearly, their yacht had encountered an accident, and in the chaos of escaping, they had become separated. Dad. Bai Jiajia's eyes were red. Having lived a sheltered life, she had only witnessed monsters on the news, never anticipating such terrifying realities. The jellyfish, with colors reminiscent of the ocean and adorned with red gems atop their heads, bore sharp, needle-like tentacles. The largest among them was particularly daunting, with an uncountable number of tentacles that triggered her fear of dense crowds. This is it. I'm going to be devoured. What should I do? I haven't even experienced a sweet romance yet. Filthy creatures. Stay away from my daughter. Fueled by paternal instinct, Bai Xinqing unleashed his utmost potential. She was his only daughter, and he would do anything to protect her. Otherwise, all his hard-earned money would be for naught. However, many agate jellyfish still surrounded them. The venomous jellyfish wielded 80 tentacles, inciting a frenzy among the agate jellyfish, which unleashed water jets and poisonous stingers at him. Boss. At this critical moment, a nearby young bodyguard shielded Bai Xinqing, while the others swam faster. These were loyal subordinates whom Bai Xinqing had cultivated over the years. They would never abandon him to flee alone. As the poisonous stingers aimed at the dedicated young bodyguard, a powerful voice echoed from above. Freeze beam. With a mighty roar, Dragonite unleashed a piercing cry as its slender antennae emitted a brilliant icy blue beam that surged across the water's surface. An instant later, a formidable ice wall rose before Bai Xinqing and the bodyguard, separating them from the advancing agate jellyfish horde. The surrounding waters froze and elevated, providing them with solid footing. Bai Xinqing and his bodyguards stood in stunned silence. If you value your life, stay submerged. Zacian, riding Dragonite, dove forward as the venomous jellyfish retaliated with mud and poison. Do not be fooled by Dragonite's bulk. It was surprisingly agile, dodging effortlessly while the toxic sludge fell into the ocean, polluting the surrounding waters. Roar. Dragonite, as the ocean's avatar, could not allow the poisonous jellyfish to contaminate the sea. In retaliation, it expelled a torrent of dragon spittle. The dragon wave. The golden, dragon-shaped energy waves struck the venomous jellyfish, sending it crashing into the depths. Zacian and Dragonite swiftly soared above by Giugia, who was now submerged and pale. Come here. Zacian reached down and grasped by Giugia's soft, limp arm. Despite her life jacket, Giugia was not light, and Zacian exerted considerable strength to hoist her up. Hold tight. Giugia was utterly stunned, as if her very soul had left her body. The narrow back of Dragonite could barely accommodate two people. Giugia clung to Zacian's waist as if grasping a lifeline, soaking his back in the process. In the distance, Xinqing and his companions had climbed onto the makeshift ice surface, ready to defend themselves, emboldened by solid ground. Brother, are you riding a monster? Giugia asked, trembling. Monster? No, we call them Pokémon, Zacian corrected, a hint of confusion in his voice. Roar. Dragonite chimed in, its tone cheerful. Zacian couldn't help but be curious. Is it Dragonite? Hello, my name is Giugia, and I am about to enter university. She wiped her red eyes and broke into a smile. You can understand it? Zacian was taken aback. Are you also a wielder of Aura? Perhaps, Giugia replied. Bewildered. I don't quite understand it myself. I couldn't comprehend those jellyfish at all. Could it be Alice's power over dragons? Zacian pondered in surprise, realizing why Dragonite had rushed to save her. With no time to relish the softness of her presence, he returned to Xinqing, handing Giugia over to her father, who embraced her with tears of joy. Young man, you are my Xinqing's savior. I must express my gratitude. Xinqing attempted to shake Zacian's hand, but took a step back, eyeing Dragonite warily. Is this also a monster? Dad. Before Zacian could explain, Giugia interjected. It's called Dragonite, not a monster. It saved me, so please don't look at it like that. Xinqing wanted to say more, but the fierce look in his daughter's eyes made him relent. Indeed, it mattered little whether it was a monster or not. It had saved his daughter's life, and he could always return it later. Now was not the time for idle chatter. The venomous jellyfish had regrouped, encircling them once again, and they showed no signs of retreat in the face of Dragonite's might. Zacian patted his travel bag and declared, Rotom, it's time to work. Rotom. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a Rotom emerged from the smartphone. A flying phone. I am Rotom. An electronic, synthesized face appeared on the phone, startling the crowd further. And it can talk. Giugia, the most perceptive of the group, inquired, Brother, is this also a Pokémon? Indeed, Zacian replied, feeling somewhat odd. After all, he was only a year or two older than her, and being called brother felt a bit peculiar. Well, what malicious intent could a submerged dragon envoy possibly harbor? Regardless, such a splendid opportunity for a live stream must not be missed. The broadcast commenced. Yay! Brother Tian has finally started streaming. Wah, Grandpa, you've finally begun your broadcast. Wait, no, it's the streamer you follow who has finally gone live. Without you by my side at night, I toss and turn, unable to find solace. In an instant, over 100,000 viewers flocked into Zacian's live stream room, and the numbers continued to soar. Ahem. Zacian cleared his throat and addressed the audience. Dear viewers, today I find myself near the orange island of Xuanwu Lake. The live stream cut to a nearby scene teeming with agate jellyfish and stinging jellyfish. Wow, so many tentacles. Clearly, they have a menacing appearance. Today is bound to be an eventful one. Zacian intended to share some knowledge, but alas, the jellyfish, unyielding in their demeanor, immediately launched an assault. Whoosh. Dozens of agate jellyfish coordinated their movements and unleashed a barrage of water jets. Is today a water spraying performance? This is a serious educational live stream. Please let me post. These creatures seem to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards humans, Zacian murmured. Long, use Ice Beam. In maritime battles, Ice-type moves are exceptionally practical. The viewers observed a Pokémon resembling a large dragon, flapping its small wings, as it unleashed an ice beam that froze all water-type attacks in their tracks. Whoa. Brother Tian switched Pokémon. What happened to my Pishin? What Pokémon is this? It seems quite formidable. I know. That's a Dragonite. A quasi-divine creature closely related to legendary Pokémon. Divine? If this hefty creature is a divine beast, I might as well turn upside down and let loose. But with dragon in its name, could it possibly be a dragon type? Wang Yechin reclined on her luxurious home theater chair, enjoying the immersive live broadcast through her three-dimensional glasses. Her Bulbasaur occasionally used its vine whip to offer her fresh fruits and snacks, akin to serving a lord. Humph, I've taken note of you. If I don't turn upside down and let loose, I'll confine you to the little black room for 10 years. Don't forget. Wang Yechin is currently Zacian's sole moderator. Faced with the formidable Dragonite, the stinging jellyfish dared not hold back. 80 tentacles flailed wildly, and a massive column of water surged forth. This was the water cannon. Zacian seized the moment to explain to the audience. Hey, what does it feel like to be hit by this move? A dozen high-pressure water jets combined wouldn't match this thickness. The members of Bai Xinqing's group were also astounded. Their yacht had been sunk by those sharp tentacles. Had the stinging jellyfish unleashed this move from the outset, they would have been doomed. Let us counter with water cannon. Zacian commanded calmly, his serious demeanor causing Bai Jiajia's heart to flutter. A thicker and more powerful water cannon erupted from the Dragonite's sizable mouth, immediately clarifying the disparity in strength. Tidal wave, followed by thunderbolt. Upon hearing the command, Dragonite flicked its tail, creating a tempest on the sea, a massive whirlpool drawing the stinging and agate jellyfish toward its center. Now is the moment. Dragonite's antennae twitched like a receiver. Though gentle in temperament, when faced with unreasonable marine destroyers, there was only one course of action: attack. Roar. Golden lightning surged like a rampaging serpent, crashing down. All the clamor in the world fell silent. Chapter 18. The culprit bang. Bang. Struck by the electric-type move. Even the stinging jellyfish, considered powerful among wild Pokémon, found itself unable to continue the battle. The agate jellyfish lay scattered across the surface of the sea, all succumbing to paralysis. Zacian, recalling the purpose of his live stream, immediately seized the opportunity to educate. Today, I bring forth groundbreaking technology. Let us first listen to the introduction from the Pokédex. The red and white Pokémon Pokédex appeared before everyone's eyes, with most assuming it was merely a game console. However, upon pressing the central button, astonishment swept through the viewers. Meow, this is the agate jellyfish. A water and poison-type Pokémon, composed of 90 water. It can be dried by the sun, but as long as water is present, it can resurrect. Its transparent eyes can emit incredible beams, meow. It often floats in shallow waters, and fishermen should be particularly cautious of its sting, as it is toxic, meow. The voice of the Pokédex echoed throughout the live stream, even amidst the crashing waves and the howling sea breeze. Now, let's move on to this one. The Pokédex for the stinging jellyfish illuminated. Meow, the stinging jellyfish, the evolved form of the agate jellyfish, can freely extend and wield 80 tentacles. Being stung will inject toxins, resulting in significant pain. Meow. This technology is truly remarkable. Streamer, what is this device? This is the Pokémon Pokédex. All my Pokémon knowledge resides within. It will be available for purchase in a few days, so interested friends may place their orders in advance. The audience's phones pinged with the Pokédex pre-order page. Oh damn, this unexpected marketing. Oh my goodness, I've become a tearful victim of this wave. At only 5,000. Just the price of a mobile phone. What a deal. Far away in a villa in Juke City, Wang Yuchen fumbled with her Pokédex, complaining. Why can't mine scan anything? It's so frustrating. Must I face it directly? For a curious, compulsive, and hyperactive girl, not being able to illuminate the entire Pokédex felt like 1,000 lice crawling on her skin. After a brief introduction to the habits of the agate and stinging jellyfish, the conversation returned to the present. The stinging jellyfish revived, angrily roaring at Dragonite. Wah? Roar. Wah. The stinging jellyfish had evidently entered a phase of verbal defiance. Streamer, it's time to translate. I can do it. Roar. I can too. Woof woof. The live stream transformed into a wildlife sanctuary. In the spirit of being a conscientious streamer, Zacian willingly obliged. Promptly translating, the stinging jellyfish asks Dragonite why it aids humans in bullying us. Shouldn't we be of the same kind? Note that I use the term bully. Beside him. Bai Jiajia, aware that Zacian was live streaming, wished to leverage her newly acquired dragon language skills to boost his popularity. After all, she was quite popular at school, and she hoped to repay Zacian in some small way. Little did she know that Zacian's current fanbase required no assistance whatsoever. Dragonite replied, I am Zacian's partner. You attacked humans and polluted the sea with sludge. I must certainly stop you. A melodious voice emanated from beside Zacian, immediately captivating the viewers. Whoa, there's someone else, and it's a girl. Streamer, give us a second to see her face. We want to see her up close. Before Zacian could respond, Rotom instinctively focused the camera on Bai Jiajia. Whoa, Bai Yuanguang, oh no. The school beauty we all chased after in our youth. My lost youth. Is this the focus? The key point is that the girl can understand Pokémon speech. Bai Jiajia struggled to suppress her shyness, attempting to appear composed as she greeted everyone. But upon seeing the number of viewers displayed in Zacian's live stream, she was instantly dumbfounded. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 9 digits? Terrified, she quickly turned away, fearing that her classmates would witness her social demise. Bai Xinqing rushed forward to shield her from the cameras, fiercely shouting at the viewers in the live stream, This is my daughter, Bai Xinqing. I dare any little scoundrel to lay a finger on her. Bai Xinqing intended to reprimand Zacian for filming his daughter without his consent, yet given that she had just saved their entire family, He could only issue a warning to the lurking wolves in the live stream. After all, having once been of the same age, he was well aware of what they might be thinking. Truly a devoted father. Haha. Son-in-law pays his respects to the father-in-law. Father-in-law, take this super rocket. Bai Xinqing's face turned a mottled hue, shocked by the sheer number of viewers Zacian had garnered. He had planned to offer Zacian a villa or a sports car as gratitude, but it seemed he was not in need of money. Perhaps a diamond mine would suffice as a gift? Bai Xinqing? The one from Baijia Group that mines and sells oil. Wow. Diamond by Dafu. I can't reach such heights. What a surprise. Wang Yechen immediately sprang up upon seeing Bai Jiajia. The Bai and Wang families had extensive business dealings. And given the cordial relationship between old Wang and old Bai, they were naturally acquainted. Moreover, they were soon to be classmates at the same university. Zacian had been trying to impress Wang Yechen but was still unable to capture her attention. Ugh, what a frustrating predicament. The conversation inadvertently shifted. The toxic jellyfish and the Dragonite continued their debate. Zacian had come to understand the situation thoroughly. As he had suspected, the toxic jellyfish bore a grudge against humanity because the locals had polluted their waters. It was rather ironic that the toxic jellyfish and the agate jellyfish, being of a poisonous nature, often contaminated their own habitats and then encroached upon the territories of other Pokémon, acting as typical maritime bullies. Now that humans had encroached upon their territory, they retaliated, yet one could hardly expect an apology from those who had previously harmed them. However, despite the complaints, it was indeed wrong to pollute the ocean. The question remained, what scale of pollution could provoke the toxic jellyfish? Nuclear wastewater, perhaps? After briefing the audience and Bai Xinqing about the situation, an uproar ensued. I detest pollution in our waters. As a child, I often drank from the creek. And now I wouldn't even dare wash my hands in it. It's so filthy. The beautiful ocean will one day be destroyed by unscrupulous chemical companies. The audience united in their condemnation of the culprits behind the pollution, conveniently overlooking the toxic jellyfish that had attacked humanity. Bai Xinqing's expression shifted repeatedly, but his seasoned demeanor quickly masked his concern. He contemplated a troubling scenario. Citrus Island had a sparse population, with only a small town where most residents relied on citrus and fruit farming, thus chemical factories were inevitable. Bai Xinqing found the island's scenery and climate delightful, prompting him to purchase development rights from the municipal government to transform it into a private resort island. He supported the deindustrialization of Citrus Island and its transformation into a tourist destination. Hence, he had instructed his subordinates to assist the townsfolk in demolishing various factories. His visit with his daughter was intended for on-site inspection and leisure. If his subordinates or the residents, in their eagerness to save time, had carelessly discharged untreated wastewater into the sea, he would be reaping the consequences of his own negligence. A chill ran down Bai Xinqing's spine as he considered that his subordinates were astute. When he said as soon as possible, who knew how they might interpret his urgency? Over the years, as his business expanded, the capabilities of his staff had become a mixed bag, and such an incident was not beyond the realm of possibility. Bai Xinqing had not forgotten that over 100 million viewers were watching the live stream. Seeking a moment of privacy, he called Zacian aside for a quiet conversation. Chapter 19. The Revelation of Truth in the Wave of Justice. With a hint of confusion, Zacian stepped aside. Brother, can we discuss this privately? Zacian frowned. Could this matter somehow involve Bai Xinqing? Noting Zacian's apparent misunderstanding, Bai Xinqing quickly clarified, No, do not misconstrue this. While this may be related to me, it is certainly not my intention. I need to investigate further. Zacian began to grasp Bai Xinqing's underlying concern, given the gravity of the situation. He did not wish to incite a media frenzy, especially with over 100 million spectators present. Typically, wealthy individuals have some connections. Environmental violations generally result in fines and rectifications, easily settled with money. However, if public sentiment escalated, it would tarnish the company's reputation. Yet, a mistake remains a mistake. Zacian saw no reason to shield such unscrupulous business owners. Look at those toxic jellyfish and agate jellyfish. Isn't this a case of karmic retribution? Zacian aimed to awaken Bai Xinqing to the reality of the situation. Bai Xinqing was taken aback. It was the first time someone had spoken to him in such a manner, leaving him speechless. Yet, it was evident that Zacian's misunderstandings had deepened. It is not as you think. I, Bai Xinqing, have always acted with integrity. If this situation is indeed connected to me, I am willing to take full responsibility. I can assure everyone of that. Bai Xinqing's intentions were not malicious. His honest demeanor was evident, though he was reluctant to face ridicule from netizens. Zacian's expression softened. Environmental pollution was a serious matter. If humanity did not heed the warning, they would inevitably face retribution from ecological guardians like Zygarde. Meanwhile, Jeja monitored the comments. Brother Zacian, 2 viewers from Citrus Island mentioned that this is not the first attack by the toxic jellyfish. They know who is responsible for the pollution. I understand. Let us head to the island. Zacian instructed Dragonite to freeze a path across the sea, allowing them to walk on the icy surface towards Citrus Island. Dragonite, you and the toxic jellyfish go ahead. I will join you shortly. With the sun blazing, the toxic jellyfish could not come ashore. So they had to detour to reach their damaged habitat. As they stepped onto the soft beach, vehicles swiftly approached, including a few fire trucks. Likely sent for rescue when Bai Xinqing had encountered difficulties. Boss, a portly man, even heavier than Bai Xinqing, leapt from the vehicle and wrapped his arms around Bai Xinqing's leg, exclaiming, "Thank heavens you're safe, boss." His antics were fully visible to the live stream audience. Such a sycophant. Everyone criticizes the sycophants, yet everyone acts like one. Zhang Yong, Bai Xinqing's subordinate in charge of construction, had been dispatched to the remote island for demolition work. He had initially expected it to be a thankless task, but to his surprise, there was a fortune to be made here. He adored old Bai. Bai Xinqing disdainfully pushed him away and sternly inquired, "Zhang Yong, how is the demolition of the factories coming along?" Zhang Yong proudly patted his chest, "Boss, you can rest assured, it's all taken care of." "So soon?" "Of course. You said to act quickly, so I worked tirelessly day and night." Zhang Yong beamed with pride. "And how is the wastewater being handled?" Zhang Yong maintained his composure. "Naturally, it's being processed through standard chemical separation. Our company abides by the law and would never engage in reckless dumping." He was lying. Xiaotian's cold voice interjected from the side. Zhang Yong froze, ready to lash out, but reconsidered. This young man was with the boss, so he opted for a calmer response. "What you say is true. But promoting oneself as law-abiding could very well be a facade. We are a conscientious enterprise serving the public and creating wealth for society." This fellow has quite the way with words. Summer, I have no words for such flattery. In this season, everything and everyone possesses a guiding force, which cannot deceive. Yet this rotund fellow spins tales without end. Beep. A dilapidated little truck once again rolled up by the beach, from which a farmer and a young man in shorts hurriedly emerged. "Brother Tian, I am your fan." The young man excitedly shook hands with Summer. He was the one who had claimed in the live stream to know the truth and aimed to expose the culprit. "Brother Tian, my name is Fu Qin. And this is my uncle, Fu Jiaxing." Fu Jiaxing awkwardly smiled, hesitant to ingratiate himself with such prominent figures, but Summer approached him without pretense, extending a hand. The young man, Fu Qin, exuberantly waved in front of the Rotom camera. "Oh, how I long to meet Brother Tian in person. How envious." Zhang Yong felt a sense of foreboding upon the arrival of the Fu duo, yet he remained confident in his position. After cooling down, Fu Qin noticed Zhang Yong and immediately unleashed a torrent of curses. "You despicable scoundrel. Brother Tian. This is the guy who dumped all the sewage into the sea just to line his pockets. There are many intricacies in the pursuit of profit. Zhang Yong could process the sewage waste at minimal or even no cost, falsifying accounts to embezzle substantial funds from the company, using a portion to silence any whistleblowers, thus amassing the majority for himself. You slander me." Zhang Yong's face quivered with indignation. "The sewage matter was contracted out to your town. I merely financed it. How can you pin this on me?" Zhang Yong was astute. Such a matter that could offend the locals was best outsourced to them. "You just want to extort money. Bah. You, fat pig. I'll chop you to pieces." Fu Jiaxing brandished a hoe from the truck, charging at Zhang Yong, who stumbled back in fright. But fortunately, bodyguards and rescue team members intervened. "Brother Tian, this fat man is cunning. He colludes with our town mayor and has cleaned his own hands. The townsfolk are too afraid to speak out, but I am not. My father was beaten for reporting them, and he still lies in the hospital." Fu Qin, a young man, spoke with tears streaming down his face. He felt genuinely wronged. The isolated traffic on Xuanwu Island made it self-governing, and if the mayor harbored ill intentions, it would be a law unto himself. Previously, he believed in the existence of justice, but when faced with injustice, searching for redress yielded no results, and threats of violence followed. Where, then, was the fairness? After witnessing Summer's live stream and the power of a Pokémon trainer, his arrival on Citrus Island felt like a divine intervention. The grand drama is unfolding. This can't be a script written by Brother Tian. It's too dark. Criminal forces must be thoroughly investigated. My uncle was also assaulted. The perpetrator's background is too deep, and despite years of petitions, there has been no resolution. I've long said that the entrenched class has led the Federation to decay. Wow, brothers, this topic is perilous. We should halt. The situation spiraled out of control. Summer had not anticipated that a hidden parasite would be implicated. These are baseless accusations. I will sue you. Zhang Yong stubbornly maintained his stance. Bai Xinqing's face darkened. He had witnessed all manner of sordid tactics in his position, and thus believed half of what he heard. His chest heaved violently, and he felt dizzy. Father! Bai Jiajia rushed forward to support him. It's just high blood pressure. Bai Xinchen wiped cold sweat from his brow. Never imagining that such a person would be among his subordinates. He had risen from humble beginnings, yet had become the very person he once despised. The Fu duo fell silent. They had no evidence. Otherwise, they would have exposed it online long ago. Tears welled in Fu Qin's eyes. Summer gently patted his back. It's all right. I am here. Evidence is not necessary. As he spoke, Summer raised his right hand, the power of the aura swirling in his palm. Under the astonished gaze of millions, an aura sphere, symbolic of justice, shot forth directly at Zhang Yong. Chapter 20, by Xinqing's Apology. Dragonite Snowfall Zhao Ruinian had been plagued by headaches for 2 consecutive days, believing that after arranging the establishment of the Power Research Institute that evening, he would finally get a good night's sleep. However, early the next morning, he was beset by a barrage of bad news. First came the report from Xingvida, indicating that someone had impulsively attacked Summer, only to be thwarted and thrown into the icy waters by a standing canine Pokémon, without any means of resistance. Moments later, news broke that Bai Xinqing had been attacked by Pokémon near Citrus Island and had fallen into the sea. As a prominent entrepreneur controlling numerous mineral and oil resources, Bai's company had generated countless wealth and employment opportunities. It was only fitting that such a weighty figure in the business world should be treated with utmost concern in his territory. Rapidly assembling a rescue team, Zhao Ruinian boarded a helicopter to personally oversee the operation, fervently praying that they were not too late. Just then, Summer's live stream began anew. There was no choice. Summer was now Zhao Ruinian's focal point of attention, and he had to watch. The moment he tuned into the live stream, his anxiety dissipated. Wasn't this kid just in Yunwu town this morning? How could he have suddenly arrived at Xuanwu Lake? Could he fly? Zhao Ruinian's mind was filled with questions, only to be replaced by even greater astonishment. He truly could fly. That round-headed, plump dragon effortlessly froze the ocean's surface. What incredible power! Zhao Ruinian realized that its strength far surpassed any Pokémon he had encountered before. Amazed by Dragonite's displayed prowess, Zhao Ruinian gained a deeper understanding of the confidence Summer possessed. Yet, just as he was processing this, another troubling matter arose. An incident of Pokémon attacking humans had emerged from pollution, implicating criminal elements and corruption among officials. Zhao Ruinian was acutely aware of the extent of corruption within the Federation, as he received daily verdicts from the highest court. Thus, he considered the situation to be nearly inevitable. However, with Summer broadcasting live, this would undoubtedly plunge Xuanwu City Hall into a crisis of trust. Zhao Ruinian loathed Zhang Yong and the town mayor, feeling a profound shame. How could he explain this to the public? Damn it! As Zhao Ruinian contemplated how to respond to the incident, a few colleagues watching the live stream together openly cursed, disregarding their decorum. Zhao Ruinian, puzzled, returned his gaze to the live stream, and in the next moment, his pupils dilated with shock. There was Zhang Yong, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge the evidence. Shouting that he would sue for defamation, the next second, Summer conjured a brilliant light sphere in his hand and hurled it at him. Zhang Yong was struck head-on, flying backward and skidding across the beach for quite a distance before coming to a stop. The comments exploded in frenzy. Wow! Are you still claiming you aren't a Pokémon in disguise? As a time traveler, isn't it reasonable for me to perform a Rasengan? Unfortunately, I lack education. So all I can say is, well, maintain formation downstairs. Well. That day, the little ponies in the prairie had nowhere to sleep, for their feeding troughs were overrun by a group of sand sculptures. Oh my god, Wang Yuchen had done so many sit-ups today, equating to a certain sedentary individual's daily exercise. Observing the pained and sprawled Zhang Yong, Summer approached him with an expressionless demeanor. He did not exert much force to strike Zhang Yong down. After all, he would still need him to guide the way. This force is known as the wave guide power. On this sandy beach where the waves crash, the sounds of summer echoed in everyone's ears. Every creature in existence possesses a wave guide, just as all matter is composed of atoms. Those who master the wave guide can perceive the wave guides of others, facilitating a communion of souls. Summer approached Zhang Yong, towering over him. The wave guide cannot discern lies, but when you tell a falsehood, the wave guide becomes utterly chaotic. At last, people began to understand why Summer could comprehend the speech of Pokémon. The connection between hearts does not require words. I too wish to become a wave guide warrior. Indeed, the handspun spiral is so cool. Brother Tian, could you open a class? I would pay any tuition. Wait, that young lady can also use the wave guide. Is she a traveler as well? This question even puzzled Bai Jiajia herself. Did she possess wave guide power too? Yet, why could she only understand Dragonite's speech? Wang Yuchen lay on the ground, engaged in an intense gaze with Bulbasaur. "Do any I? Do me? Do any?" Wang Yuchen imitated Bulbasaur's calls but clearly failed to grasp the essence. "Do any I? Be quiet. I am sensing your wave guide." A few seconds later, burp. Wang Yuchen let out a loud belch, the fresh scent of durian wafting towards Bulbasaur. "Do any I? Wow. Down there. Give it to me." Bulbasaur could no longer tolerate this eccentric trainer and immediately unleashed its vine whip. "Ah, Garlic, are you rebelling?" Bulbasaur finally understood that this trainer was simply too talkative. Someone had to teach him a lesson, and as a Pokémon with great aspirations, it felt it must take action. "Very well, then, taste my durian toxin." In the cabin, Zhao Ruinian took a deep breath to calm himself before swiftly instructing his subordinates and urging the pilot to accelerate. He needed to meet with Summer to discuss the blueprint for the new era. Cough, cough. Zhang Yong coughed up blood, looking at Summer with terror. He did not know Summer and never watched live streams. He simply enjoyed making friends and earning money. "Take us to the place where we discard waste." Observing by Xinqing's ashen face, Zhang Yang realized that no amount of concealment would help, for Summer possessed extraordinary powers. This cunning old fox, usually so clever, had not even considered why the people before him had miraculously escaped the jaws of the beasts, even suspecting that Summer's live streaming equipment was a drone. Meanwhile, the mayor of Citrus Town slumped to the ground after receiving several phone calls, his career and life effectively over, awaiting Zhao Ruinian's iron-fisted investigation and judgment. At the northern end of Citrus Island, a cliff loomed. Standing atop the high precipice, one gazed out at the endless azure sea. The sea breeze seeming to dance in the ears, while the waves appeared to sing. Yet now, everything had changed. Beneath the cliff, the shallow waters floated with non-biodegradable white waste and dark oily substances, the entire area marred by pollution. Although the ocean and water can self-purify, the man-made materials, which did not exist in nature, had surpassed their purification limits. In the vast ocean, this small patch of dirty water seemed insignificant, leading people to mistakenly believe that its spread was negligible. Alas, the shocking pollution caused by Xinqing's heart to twist painfully. This was something to be condemned, even at a distance. Bai Jejia could smell the pungent chemicals wafting up from below. Bai Xinqing approached the floating rotom and solemnly apologized to the millions of viewers. "I am Bai Xinqing, sincerely apologizing to all compatriots in the Fu family. My negligence has allowed this evil to flourish." The business magnate, who had traversed the industry for years, struggled to bow before the two farmers from the Fu family islands, not due to his stiff back, but simply because of his girth. "I am willing to accept reports from all sectors of society for a thorough investigation of my company. Following this, I will contribute 10 billion as an environmental protection fund. And I will take full responsibility for the restoration of Citrus Island's waters." Summer's impression of Bai Xinqing deepened. He could see that Bai Xinqing was indeed in the dark. Otherwise, he would not be so flustered. The accountability for the situation did not fall upon him, but his reputation and the image of his company would suffer. Seemingly a case of financial loss to avert disaster, Bai Xinqing genuinely wished to pursue environmental protection. His wave guide did not deceive. At that moment, Dragonite soared up from below, gazing at Summer with pleading eyes. Few Pokémon could purify seawater, most being legendary beasts. Lugia, Swampert, and Zygarde were well known, and even the mythical Shaman possessed the power to purify water. Yet, Summer was not yet a legendary figure. Although Dragonite was known as the embodiment of the ocean, its abilities were not related to the sea. However, it could freeze to halt the spread of pollution. The subsequent efforts rested with Bai Xinqing. Even you would find it somewhat taxing. Summer patted his ample belly. "Ugh." Dragonite shook its head. "Well then, go." Dragonite let out a long roar and soared into the sky. Flakes of crystalline snow began to fall, transforming the previously sunny day into a wintry scene, covering hundreds of meters around. The combination of hail and blizzards caused a sudden drop in temperature. People's understanding of Pokémon abilities was once again refreshed. Chapter 21. North Wind, Guardian of Water. What in the world is this? Pokémon can control the weather? Could it possibly summon wind, rain, and thunder as well? The power of Pokémon is astonishing. I thought the fairy type was already impressive. As the comments fervently debated, Dragonite continued its work. Shallow waters are typically defined as depths less than 500 meters. To enhance the isolation effect, freezing must occur as deep below sea level as possible. Such a large-scale endeavor could not be swiftly accomplished by a single rotund creature. Despite its reputation as the embodiment of the ocean, that was merely praise for its assistance to shipwrecked sailors, unrelated to its abilities. The key was that Dragonite lacked suitable techniques, had it known Absolute Zero or Ice World. It could have resolved the situation in an instant, as the crystalline snowflakes and tiny hail continued to fall. The maintenance of the extensive snowfall caused Dragonite's stamina to wane rapidly. The north wind blew in, shrouding the sea in a faint white mist. Something lurked beneath. As a diligent camera operator, Rotom quickly captured the hazy shadow within the fog. Summer, enveloped in radiant waveguide power, smiled faintly. I almost forgot about this fellow. However, it was surprising that it appeared in human sight so quickly. Perhaps a certain water EV had been expelled from the divine roster by the legendary committee due to the humiliation of being captured, leading Summer to momentarily overlook it. Stop for now, Dragonite. Summer waved at the hefty creature in the distance. Ugh, why did you stop? Is this Pokémon unable to continue? Just for show? What? Pokémon don't need rest? Yet, before the snow could settle, the north wind howled, and a more ferocious storm descended unexpectedly. Within the white mist, a four-legged, unidentified creature flashed rapidly, sometimes running, sometimes leaping, its outline resembling both a deer and a leopard, difficult to discern. As the camera zoomed in, the crowd finally glimpsed the true form of this legendary Pokémon, the embodiment of the north wind. Upon the head of the water sovereign rests a tiara resembling a sapphire, its form evoking the legendary Chelan, which indeed serves as its design prototype. Adorned in a pristine blend of white and pale blue, it embodies the most immaculate and gentle hues. As it leaps, it seems to chase the northern winds. Its two flowing tails sweeping across the ocean's surface, melting the ice and snow, transforming the murky sea into a pristine azure expanse. Wherever it passes, the waters are purified, leaving only a few white refuse items floating, requiring human intervention for removal. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, urging the host to elucidate. The netizens of Chelan City rejoiced, perceiving the water sovereign as the auspicious creature from their local legends. Countless viewers showered gifts, and on that day, the number of rockets received by the host surpassed all that humanity had ever sent into space. Had it not been for the oversight of the multilateral beast in the electronic realm, the staff at the streaming platform would have been overwhelmed. The ethereal roar of the water sovereign resonated like a clear spring, and then it transformed into a pale blue luminescence, leaping upon a precipice. The divine beast was within reach, yet by Xinqing and others behind the host felt as if a great weight pressed upon them, their bodies uncontrollably retreating despite feeling unsteady. Even through the screen, viewers sensed the formidable aura emanating from the water sovereign. Its crystalline gaze fell upon the host, who smiled gently, unaffected, as the brave wielder of the aura and the guardian of water engaged in a silent communion. Although the specifics of their exchange remained unknown, the host spoke in a soothing tone, assuring, "Rest assured, I will encourage humanity to protect our water sources." The emergence of the water sovereign signified the likely arrival of the Phoenix King, beginning its observation of humankind. This event represented a trial from a first-tier deity for the mortal realm. As the guardian of water, the water sovereign bore the mission of traversing the world to cleanse water pollution. This was why the host refrained from having his Dragonite battle it. It was not a matter of insufficient strength, but rather that the water sovereign belonged to the entire ecological sphere, not any individual. As the purification of the ocean came to an end, the water sovereign prepared to depart, but the host called out, "Wait, let me take a picture before you go." The water sovereign regarded him with a puzzled expression, and this scene of the beast turning back at the cliff's edge was eternally captured in the Pokédex. Under the watchful eyes of millions, the water sovereign's entry in the Pokédex was officially illuminated. Meow, meow. The high-pitched voice echoed along the shore. It is the water sovereign. The Aurora Pokémon, a legendary being, possesses the power to cleanse murky waters in an instant. It races across the land on the northern winds, endlessly pursuing crystalline streams. It embodies the northern winds, serving as the gentle guardian of water. The audience, still unaware of what the legendary Pokémon represented, witnessed Wang Yuchen, who favored sit-ups, being the first to grasp the significance. Divine Beast! Divine Beast! Wang Yuchen dashed to the massive projection screen to admire the water sovereign's grace up close, drooling in awe. "I want to lick it." His infatuation was laid bare. Familiar vines struck through the air, ensnaring Wang Yuchen tightly, as Bulbasaur dragged him away from the private cinema. "I am your Pokémon, you brat. It's just a divine beast. I've seen Bulbasaur before." The appearance of the water sovereign did not incite envy in Bulbasaur. Rather, it ignited its desire for strength. "Darn it. This trainer is taking too long to start training. It seems I must take matters into my own hands." The Pokédex's brief introduction sparked the astute netizens into a flurry of speculation. What does a legendary Pokémon signify? What of Pokémon in general? Focus on the Water Guardian. Combined with this violation of the periodic table through purification, is it possible this is indeed a divine beast? A divine beast? I can't believe someone once claimed Dragonite was a quasi-divine beast, and it turns out to be true. As the realization dawned that the one who previously asserted Dragonite status was indeed the top contributor in the live chat, the crowd erupted. Hurry and apologize to the esteemed individual. Apologies to the Great One. The shy Miss Sun made a discreet return as the water sovereign transformed into a radiant Aurora, vanishing at the horizon where the sky met the sea. As a subordinate of the Phoenix King, it had many duties. Just as anticipated, the water sovereign is a divine beast. The host spread his hands, enjoying the astonished expressions of those who had never witnessed such wonders. Legendary Pokémon includes divine beasts, mythical creatures, and ultimate aberrations. I'm utterly flabbergasted. With the mighty Hydro Pump, the quasi-divine Dragonite invoking snow, and the divine water sovereign purifying the ocean, who still claims we must eradicate the monsters, step forward and demonstrate. The emergence of the water sovereign served as a profound deterrent to humanity. Finally, Zhao Ruanian's aircraft arrived just before the host's departure, though regrettably. He missed the chance for a close encounter with the divine beast. Mayor Zhao, Bai Xingqing greeted him with a warm smile. It's good to see you, all is well. They exchanged pleasantries. The host found a relatively flat rock to sit upon, waiting for the mayor of Xuanwu City, dressed plainly. Chapter 22. The deterrent of legendary Pokémon. Zhao Ruanian dismissed several of his bodyguards and seated himself beside the host, who had intentionally left a space for him. Rotom fluttered over, capturing the moment of the two together. In the presence of the Xuanwu City mayor, even the most audacious netizens dared not act out, their chatter quieting considerably. They were, however, astonished as to why this prominent figure sought out the host for a joint live stream. Some quick-thinking individuals soon deduced the answer. It was due to the host's uniqueness. He was a traveler, the sole trainer in this world truly knowledgeable about Pokémon, and the one capable of wielding the extraordinary powers of the aura. Such a person would undoubtedly draw attention, lest the federal system fall into decay. As the refreshing sea breeze tousled the host's hair, he spoke softly, Mayor Zhao, before we address serious matters, I wish to impart some knowledge. Zhao Ruanian paused, initially intending to have the host end the stream, but since the host wished to educate, he was eager to listen. All right, go ahead. Zhao Ruanian made a bold decision, unafraid of what the host might reveal. You saw the water sovereign just now, correct? The host inquired, naturally referring to Zhao Ruanian. The mayor smiled, haha. I too am your admirer. Well then, pay close attention. It would be best to take notes. Those viewers who cherished Pokémon knowledge were already prepared with pens and paper, for the host streams were always rich in substance. The summer was surrounded by a throng of curious onlookers, eager to absorb the knowledge that he was about to impart. Suicune, the legendary Pokémon revered as the guardian of water sources, would venture wherever pollution arose, assisting in its cleansing. The detrimental impact of humanity's industrial systems on the environment is a matter that scarcely needs reiteration. Suicune, a gentle creature, refrains from harming humans. Yet it undoubtedly feels discomfort in its heart. Numerous ecological guardians akin to Suicune exist among the Pokémon, and if this trend continues, a more intense conflict between humans and these beings is inevitable. Zhao Ruanian found himself lost in contemplation, realizing that summer was warning humanity to protect the environment, or risk inciting the wrath of entities like Suicune. However, environmental protection cannot be achieved overnight. Humanity must also progress and develop. How can a balance be struck between the two? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Zhao Ruanian as he recalled Ampharos and Electrode. If Pokémon could generate electricity, could other methods of production also be replaced or improved through Pokémon? Could Pokémon integrate into human society as part of the production process? The fundamental discord between humans and Pokémon stems from a lack of trust born of differing ideologies. It is only natural for humanity, as the dominant species, to feel threatened by their power. Today, I do not wish to indulge in platitudes about the friendliness of Pokémon. Instead, I wish to discuss reality. Summer gestured towards the vast, boundless ocean. Legendary Pokémon have been watching humanity all along. Within the sea lies Lugia, the sea god capable of manipulating ocean currents and unleashing relentless storms for days. There is Kyogre, who can revert the world to its primal ocean, and Regigigas, the colossal titan capable of shifting continents. Above us resides Rayquaza, the sky dragon that governs the atmosphere, along with Suicune's superior, Ho-Oh. Beneath our feet lies Groudon, the earth deity capable of generating unrelenting sunlight and expanding land with molten lava. Zhao Ruanian's pupils dilated. His understanding of these divine beasts had been superficial. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. The primal ocean. My heavens, was the world not merely a vast water sphere before life emerged? What on earth is Toilet King? Incredible! Suicune is merely a subordinate to another. Any one of them could easily alter or even obliterate the world. Perhaps this is the true essence of divine power. If these were not enough, there exist deities of time, space, life, destruction, and even the supreme creator capable of forging worlds. Pokémon, having lost their homes, can recreate them. But what options do humans possess? Do we have choices? Summer's words struck deeply within the hearts of many, as if doused with a frigid torrent from the North Sea, leaving them profoundly shaken. Do we have options? Should we truly regard these magical beasts as enemies to enslave or eradicate? That would be folly. Confronting a mere group of Electrode would be daunting enough. How could one stand against divine beasts? With a torrential downpour, the sea god could inundate the land, and with a mere tug from Toilet King, the ground could tremble with a magnitude 10 quake. Not to mention the creator deity. It would be a fight for survival. Zhao Ruinian wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing that Summer had been endeavoring to assist humanity in escaping its predicament all along. His teachings were aimed at altering people's biases against magical beasts. Coexistence and harmony is truly the only path forward. With that weighty topic concluded, today's broadcast came to an abrupt end. Before the audience could fully process the events, Summer ended the stream with lightning speed. Something felt amiss. It wasn't until much later that the viewers in the darkened broadcast room began to react. Wait, you barely streamed for 30 minutes, Summer. It's still not even noon. How am I supposed to survive the rest of the day? Was he really in the water? Or wasn't he? Was Summer in the water? In terms of content, not really. This broadcast, featuring the appearance of quasi-divine beings and divine beasts, was already explosive. And Summer added fuel to the fire by revealing the existence of even more terrifying divine creatures. The shock would linger for a day. Summer discreetly covered his face with his hand, rubbing it, unable to maintain his composure. Seeing the audience's dazed and bewildered expressions made him want to laugh. The divine beasts he spoke of had not yet descended. Otherwise, just the trio from Hoenn could turn this world upside down. Of course, with Suikun's appearance. It indicated that Ho-Oh's Legion and Ho-Oh itself could also manifest. However, these beings were known for their penchant for travel, and Summer had yet to encounter them. His primary intention was to seize the opportunity presented by Suikun's emergence to sound a warning to humanity, fulfilling his promise to urge the protection of water sources. All right. Mayor Zhao, please, Summer gestured for Zhao Ruinian to enter the car for a discussion. The incident's location was rather unexpected. Summer had merely gone to deliver a parcel in Zhuke City when he encountered by Jia in distress, leading to the ensuing involvement of Suikun in water source cleansing. Fortunately, he managed to stream the event, allowing for a pleasant afternoon of leisure. The guards drove away with Zhang Yong, while Bai Xinchen proposed that everyone visit Citrus Town, expressing his desire to extend hospitality. The two uncles from the Fu family felt awkward dining with such prominent figures and decided to return home to care for Fu's second son. As noon approached, in the finest restaurant on Citrus Island, Zhao Ruinian and Summer reserved a private room to hold a confidential meeting. Has your father awakened? Zhao Ruinian inquired first. Summer was somewhat taken aback but nodded in affirmation. Zhao Ruinian smiled. Indeed. Today, his perspective had been thoroughly broadened. The powers wielded by Pokémon are diverse. And with even the deity of life in existence, how difficult could it be to awaken a comatose individual? He has been awake for quite some time. His mind as sharp as ever, though he struggles with mobility after a prolonged period of inactivity. Zhao Ruinian sighed heavily. It was wise of you to keep this matter confidential. The incident involving Xiao Gumming was a deliberate vehicular accident. The perpetrator disguised as a runaway who fell into the sea, and no effective evidence could be found. Political struggles are complex, and given Zhao Ruinian's high position, he could not afford to be the subject of gossip, thus he could only pursue the truth through conventional means. The event had passed, and he was now thriving. Having resumed his favorite research work from his university days, this man has always had some issues. After entering the confidential department, his wife left him, his son abandoned him. And then he was struck by a car. How unlucky can one be? I offered to help him seek vengeance, yet he insisted on waiting for legal retribution. Is he not unwell? Summer sneered, his tone rife with sarcasm. After all, the brilliant region was not the same as the Red Star from Summer's previous life in the East. Laws were often treated as toys. This was also the primary reason Summer was determined to upend the existing institutional framework to establish a Pokémon League. Chapter 23. Wang Yuchen, kneel before me. Zhao Ruinian naturally discerned the implication behind Summer's words. It suggested that Summer harbored intentions of avenging Xiaogumming using Pokémon powers. Yet Xiaogumming firmly believed that the brilliant Federation he had sworn allegiance to would deliver him justice, particularly trusting in his old leader. While Zhao Ruinian felt touched, he also experienced a twinge of guilt. The repercussions of the Citrus Island incident were severe. Upon my return, I will coordinate a thorough cleansing. To what extent? Summer inquired, leaving Zhao Ruinian momentarily speechless. Noticing Zhao Ruinian's silence, Summer calmly continued, reform must precede law. Mayor Zhao, would you like to hear my vision for the future world? With that, Summer began to eloquently outline his plans for establishing a Pokémon League. Zhao Ruinian's personal bodyguard refilled their cups with tea. The conversation persisted for over 2 hours, with discussions going back and forth more than 10 times. The neighboring by Xinqing and others refrained from interrupting. The existing administrative framework in the splendid region need not undergo drastic changes. Rather, it requires suitable reforms. The City Hall and the Heavenly King should each perform their administrative and supervisory functions, and the military is no longer necessary. Facilities such as battle arenas, Pokémon centers, and research institutes can commence construction immediately. The doctors involved in Pokémon research must have integrity and refrain from engaging in malevolent studies. Zhao Ruanian's manuscript is filled with notes, and with Xia Tian's consent, he even utilized a voice recorder. If others were to discover that the esteemed mayor of Xuanwu City listened to Xia Tian's lectures like a schoolboy, they would be utterly astonished. He nodded repeatedly, astonished by how profoundly and meticulously Xia Tian had planned for the future, considering every detail, even the economic and employment issues arising from changes in production methods. Could this be the world of his past life? The meeting has now entered its final phase, where the remaining suggestions proposed by Xia Tian are those that can be implemented immediately. Swiftly enact relevant laws to suppress the trafficking and trading of Pokémon, preventing individuals from exploiting their powers to nurture ambitions. Many new professions will emerge in the future, such as breeders, observers, conservationists, and rangers. Thus, Pokémon education should not overly emphasize the nobility of trainers. Academia and traveling trainers must learn to understand and tolerate one another. Finally, I will apply for patents for technologies such as the Pokédex and Pokéballs. This should pose no problem, right? Xia Tian, feeling parched, took a sip of tea. A smooth path ahead. Zhao Ruanian nodded vigorously. He had already grasped the essence of the Pokéball, which serves as a crucial key to unlocking the doors of the future world. Xia Tian's decision not to monopolize it is commendable. Of course, Xia Tian is not a saint. He is a businessman, and such actions maximize benefits. Securing a technology initially does provide a competitive edge, but one cannot guarantee that successors will never breach that barrier. Xia Tian's technology stems from relics, and there remain many uncharted territories for humanity. Expanding the market will maximize Xia Tian's profits, which is more advantageous, creating a single artificial ball or having the entire world assist in its production while paying patent fees. Xia Tian aims to build his company into a giant akin to Devon and Silver, naturally broadening his vision. The ordinary red and white balls are intended for mass popularization, while the other varieties he possesses are to compete for market share. After several hours of discussion on empty stomachs, they each had a bowl of Citrus Island-style ramen for lunch before preparing to attend to their respective tasks. As Zhao Ruanian prepared to leave, he hesitated, unable to voice certain thoughts. He has a son with congenital deficiencies, frail and prone to illness, and with the precedent of xiaogumming. He desperately wishes to seek Xia Tian's assistance in determining if a cure is possible. However, he feels embarrassed to ask for help, given that he has not yet repaid his debts to xiaogumming. At the very least, he must first demonstrate his sincerity. Placing the weighty manuscript depicting a magnificent blueprint into a safe, Zhao Ruanian's gaze turned resolute and fierce. The vessel destined for the new world must be pristine. Allow me to clear the obstacles for you. In the past, everyone maintained a facade of politeness while scheming against one another in the shadows, but now, for the future of the Pokémon League, Zhao Ruanian resolved to overturn the table. Naturally, it would be more stable to drag the other four old fellows down with him. Many years later, agents involved in this operation recalled that some high-ranking officials were caught off guard while playing poker with their lovers, whisked away in their nakedness, while others attempted to resist with weapons, creating a scene reminiscent of an action blockbuster. All of this transpired silently, unbeknownst to the public. They vaguely remembered a time when there were daily news reports of individuals engaged in criminal activities or losing their ideals. In Zhuke City, Bulbasaur, Yu's Vine Whip. The vast backyard of the Wong family villa, comparable to a golf course, was adorned with numerous life-sized wooden dummies. Darn it. Bulbasaur extended its vines forcefully, striking the wooden dummies, leaving deep imprints. Now use Leaf Blade. Wang Yuchen excitedly mimicked Xia Tian's commands with flair. After a while, Xia Tian's broadcast ceased, leaving the entire afternoon rather dull. What to do then? Naturally, it was time to watch Bulbasaur demonstrate its skills. Forget it. This trainer is being trained by its own Pokémon. A series of green leaves flew like shurikens, embedding themselves into the wooden dummies, leaving Wang Yuchen in awe. Where did those leaves come from? Let me see. As she spoke, she began to explore Bulbasaur's body. But there are no holes. Darn it. Bulbasaur thought to itself. Come on, try using growth. Wang Yuchen examined the Pokédex and continued testing the next move. Darn it. Bulbasaur stood on the grass, channeling energy. Green energy gradually enveloping it. Hey, why isn't it responding? Wang Yuchen was quite impatient. Are you here to take a dump? Bulbasaur could no longer hold back and let out a burst, its body instantly growing a size larger. Zacian, I regret it. Hurry up and take this monster away. Growth is a transformation move that utilizes grass-type energy to temporarily increase physical and special attack power, with the time required to accumulate energy varying based on the skill's proficiency. Bulbasaur merely had to hold on for a bit longer. Oh no, there are so few skills. After trying all the moves Bulbasaur had learned, Wang Yuchen felt unsatisfied. How can I learn other moves? She completely disregarded Zacian's earlier words. Or perhaps she simply forgot them the moment she turned away. The Pokédex does contain information on moves that Bulbasaur can learn later, but it does not teach her how to learn them. Opening the small booklet Zacian had given her, it contained numerous tips for cultivating grass-type Pokémon. Essentially, they were Zacian's insights. Expose them to sunlight for photosynthesis to enhance nutrient absorption. Eating more fruits helps maintain hydration. It was all written in such a manner. But where are the moves? Got it. Wang Yuchen exclaimed joyfully, Seed Bomb. During practice, I can hold the seeds in my mouth and spit them out. Wang Yuchen peeled a passion fruit and poured the seeds into her mouth, then mumbled incoherently at Bulbasaur. More aggro. Uffed. The passion fruit seeds splattered all over Bulbasaur's face. You were just torturing me. If it could use Seed Bomb, it would undoubtedly spit the seeds right back at Wang Yuchen. When work hours ended, a silver sports car sped into the underground garage like a flash of silver lightning. Wang Wenyu stepped into the villa's living room, her long legs clad in black silk. Her mood was even worse than when she left in the morning, for upon arriving at the company, she discovered her bank card was missing. Without a doubt, Wang Yuchen had stolen it. I'll change the password tomorrow. Wang Wenyu. Before Wang Wenyu could even take off her high heels, she heard Wang Yuchen's loud shout. Are you looking for a beating? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she grabbed a feather duster from the shoe rack. Turning to confront her, there stood Wang Yuchen, dressed in short sleeves and hot pants, standing tall and defiantly pointing at a keyboard missing its key on the floor. Loudly declaring, kneel before me. Chapter 24. I have superpowers. It's time to reveal my secret. Kneel before me. Upon hearing those words, Wang Wenyu nearly stumbled and fell. Say that again. She thought her ears were malfunctioning, her face a mask of disbelief. Kneel before me. Every word is a gem. Resonant and powerful. Wang Wenyu has truly lost her mind. This little rascal hasn't taken her medicine today, has she? Have you had your fill? With a flick of her feather duster, Wang Wenyu swiftly removed her high heels, repurposing them as a weapon. I will not let you off today. Little did she know, the opponent, a little hen, was resolutely rebelling, unexpectedly brandishing a toy-like red and white ball. Garlic, protect me. Darn it. In a flash of red light, Bulbasaur appeared on the floor, the bouncing mechanism of the Pokeball triggered, striking Wang Yuchen's face. Oh dear. Summer had informed her that the Pokeball could be thrown. And this was Wang Yuchen's first attempt. She believed that such a dramatic entrance would elevate her status. She could not afford to lose face against Wang Wenyu. However, she thought she would need to retrieve it herself, only to discover it had a retrieval function. Darn it. The summoned Bulbasaur shook its head, and the next moment, it perceived the murderous intent rushing toward Wang Wenyu. Danger. Instinctively, Bulbasaur assumed a battle stance to protect its trainer. Bind her with Vine Whip. Bulbasaur hesitated, having been taught in the nursery not to use moves against humans unless its trainer's life was in jeopardy. The human before it appeared fierce but did not seem to pose a real threat. Garlic, hurry up. Otherwise, she will kill me. Wang Yuchen cried out anxiously. Covering her face, Wang Wenyu displayed a hint of confusion. A frog carrying garlic had emerged from the ball? No, it was a monster. Yet, she felt no fear. Her stride remained unbroken. Not even the King of Heaven could stop her from clearing her path today. No, it was a release of sisterly love. Darn it. With her trainer declaring she was about to be beaten, Bulbasaur no longer hesitated. Two vine whips shot out like green serpents and instantly struck Wang Wenyu's body. Hiss. Wang Wenyu gasped in pain, the black glass stockings tearing open, revealing a faint red mark on her fair thigh. The vine whips swiftly wrapped around Wang Wenyu, binding her and restricting her movements. Aha. Wang Yuchen laughed maniacally, hands on her hips. Spring has returned for me. Wang Wenyu furrowed her brow, tugging at the vines, only to find them extraordinarily sturdy. Garlic, put her on that keyboard. Wang Yuchen pointed to the keyboard on the ground. Darn it. Bulbasaur nodded, maneuvering the vine whips to lift the supposed assailant and place her onto the keyboard. A tremendous force surged, and Wang Wenyu's eyes widened in disbelief. She weighed at least 90 pounds. How could this small creature move her? Ha ha ha. I have waited for this day. Wang Yuchen felt a sense of vindication, pulling out her phone to record this glorious moment. Now you know who is the master and who is the servant, right? From now on, I will call the shots at home. You are not to withhold my allowance. Every morning, breakfast must be hot. And you are not to unplug my internet while I'm gaming. Wang Yechen recounted the years of Wang Wenyu's tyranny, oblivious to the growing darkness in Wang Wenyu's expression. Darn it. Bulbasaur wondered, why were the assailant's eyes beginning to glow? It extended a vine whip and lightly tapped twice, only to be met with a powerful repelling force that sent it recoiling. Oh no. Darn it. Darn it. Bulbasaur nudged the lost in fantasy Wang Yechen, urging her to pay attention. Hee hee. A mocking cold laugh echoed from behind, sending chills down Wang Yechen's spine. Wang Yechen, you might as well change your name to Wang Foolish. Wang Yechen turned around, meeting the hollow gaze glimmering with blue light, causing her to instinctively retreat in terror. Wang Wenyu, have you developed cataracts? A layer of psychic energy lifted Wang Wenyu into the air, the vines around her being flung away. Under the astonished gazes of Wang Yechen and Bulbasaur, she spoke slowly. At this point, I shall no longer conceal my powers. I have super abilities. I'm revealing my trump card. Wang Yechen was utterly stunned. Her domineering sister of over a decade possessed superpowers. It was not the powers themselves that shocked her. She had witnessed Summer's aura before, but rather the unfairness of it all. Why? They shared the same parents. Why was it only she who had superpowers? I even have Pokémon, and suddenly you pop up with super abilities to overshadow me? Wang Yechen pouted, looking disgruntled. Superpowers are so impressive, huh? I've met a time traveler. Garlic, restrain her. A time traveler? Since entering society, Wang Wenyu had ceased to follow online trends. She had been managing old Wang's company, leaving her no leisure time to surf the web. Her downtime was devoted to skincare and honing her superpowers. Use tackle. Fearing for Wang Wenyu's safety, Wang Yechen hesitated to command Bulbasaur to unleash its strongest move, Leaf Blade. Darn it. Bulbasaur charged forward, but Wang Wenyu merely raised a hand, using her psychic ability to toss it far away, resulting in a harsh fall. You surprise me too. Where did you acquire these strange abilities? Wang Yechen sensed the situation was dire and hurriedly sought to recall Bulbasaur with a Pokeball and escape. Worst case, she could hide at her best friend's house for a few days, pretending to be a victim of bullying, and let her parents rally behind her. After pretending, you think you can run? Come back. Oh, help. Wang Yechen screamed as if being slaughtered. Darn it. Bulbasaur, rising unsteadily, saw Wang Yechen struggling in midair, calling for help. Its disdain vanished, replaced with utmost seriousness. Darn it. Bulbasaur leaped up the stairs, gaining momentum to whip Wang Wenyu with its vine whip. Darn it. Wang Wenyu's temples throbbed with veins. This time, the creature was clearly using all its strength. She had employed her psychic abilities multiple times, and now her head began to ache. Utilizing her power, Wang Wenyu managed to barely dodge the vine whip attack. However, Bulbasaur swiftly followed with Leaf Blade. A barrage of razor-sharp green leaves shot toward Wang Wenyu, whose expression darkened. Yet, her pride would not allow her to plead with Wang Yechen to cease. She could only exert her utmost with her psychic abilities. Well done, Garlic, you're doing great. Extra dinner tonight. Wang Yechen cheered as she witnessed Bulbasaur gaining the upper hand. Her own adrenaline surged, urging her to strategize. Garlic, use Vine Whip and tackle consecutively. Darn it. A tempest of attacks descended upon Wang Wenyu, gradually depleting her mental energy, leaving her with numerous wounds. Now's the chance. Use tackle. Seizing the opportunity to corner Wang Wenyu against the wall, Wang Yechen commanded loudly. Although Bulbasaur had failed to execute its moves consecutively, its fighting spirit remained undaunted. Strike hard. Wang Wenyu raised her hand, desperately resisting with her psychic powers, her head pounding as if ready to split. Bulbasaur gasped for breath, revealing its sharp fangs. Suddenly, it unleashed a burst of purple toxic gas aimed directly at Wang Wenyu's face. Thud. The beauty slid down the wall, collapsing. Yay. Wang Yechen rejoiced at having escaped her predicament, but her expression soon changed. She hurried over to help Wang Wenyu up, vigorously pinching her philtrum. Stop pretending, Wang Wenyu. It's only natural that you can't defeat me. Wang Wenyu, are you all right? Wake up. Wang Wenyu's complexion was pale, her lips turning purple. That was a symptom of excessive use of psychic power combined with poisoning. Bulbasaur's final blow was a toxic attack inherited from its ancestors. Wang Yechen was terrified, her heart racing. Wang Wenyu, wake up. Don't scare me. Butler, quickly call for an ambulance. Unfortunately, the household staff had already been discreetly dismissed by Wang Yechen. Her foresight and revolting necessitated clearing the inner circle first. Bulbasaur, initially eager to receive praise for defeating the enemy, was left at a loss upon witnessing its trainer's state. Wasn't this the work of a criminal? Oh no, it seemed I have caused trouble. What venom did my mouth spew? Bulbasaur chastised itself with its vine whip. Hello? Is this an ambulance? After making the call, Wang Yechen collapsed onto Wang Wenyu, weeping profusely. Sister, hold on. I was wrong. Please, just hang in there. Bulbasaur, resembling a remorseful child, quietly activated the button on its Pokédex. Chapter 25, A familiar face beep beep. The intelligent Bulbasaur sent a distress signal to the data center of the Pokédex. This was a rescue hotline prepared in advance by Zacian for trainers who might suffer injuries during battles, but he had forgotten to inform Wang Yuchen how to operate it. In truth, it was unnecessary to instruct. Couldn't she see the conspicuous emergency rescue wording in the top right corner of the Pokédex? Fortunately, Bulbasaur had received this training. This is Meowth. How may I assist you? Meowth appeared on the other end of the Pokédex. Ah, it's Bulbasaur. Did you miss me so soon? Bulbasaur anxiously recounted the events. Oh, you say you've injured your trainer's family? All right, time is of the essence. I will arrange for rescue immediately. In the meantime, you can dilute the energy cube mixed with antidote fruit in water and administer it to her. This will effectively alleviate the poisoning symptoms. Following Meowth's instructions, Bulbasaur searched through its energy cube box and found the one infused with antidote fruit. The energy cubes in Zacian's household, especially those of the grass type, were standardly equipped with effects to dispel sleep, paralysis, and poison, as grass-type Pokémon frequently employed moves like Sleep Powder, Paralyzing Powder, and Toxic. This precaution was taken to prevent accidents before the rules of the world were properly established. Meanwhile, Wang Yuchen was sobbing, and Bulbasaur presented the antidote. Ah! Wang Yuchen could hardly speak through her tears. Bulbasaur had to use its vine whip to part Wang Wenyu's thin lips and administer the antidote. Much of the antidote wasted as it dribbled down Wang Wenyu's neck into her shirt, prompting Wang Yuchen to react. Let me. She took the cup, swished the liquid in her mouth, and executed a mouth-to-mouth exchange with her sister. Minutes later, Wang Wenyu slowly regained consciousness. Her lips remained somewhat darkened, but showed marked improvement. You're awake. Oh, Wang Wenyu. It's such a relief you're alive. Wang Wenyu felt her eyelids heavy and her head spinning. This was a symptom of overexerting her psychic powers, yet she still experienced an odd numbness and weakness throughout her body, the cause of which eluded her. Quit crying and get me to the hospital, Wang Wenyu said hoarsely. The ambulance is on the way. Bulbasaur stood at the door, awaiting rescue when suddenly a shadow passed overhead and began to enlarge. Bulbasaur. It waved its vine whip fervently. Zacian, having hastily flown from Orange Island, rushed toward the villa. After discussing matters with Zhao Ruinian, he had visited the Fu family to assess his father's injuries, summoning Chansey for treatment via the exchange device. Once the situation was resolved, he strolled around town with Baijiajia, hoping to encounter wild Pokémon and berry plants. It was then that he received Meowth's message about Bulbasaur incapacitating Wang Yuchen's sister. Thank goodness I didn't send you to Misty. Return to your ball and rest, Dragonite. A luxury ball opened, and Dragonite was drawn inside. Orange Island lay at the southernmost part of Xuanwu Lake, nearly 500 kilometers from Zhou City. Bulbasaur had exerted itself greatly, especially with the icy sea water during the midday. Wang Yuchen's sister was fortunate. Had Zacian returned to Yunwu town first, it would have taken him another hour to arrive, leaving her reliant on consuming numerous energy cubes for detoxification. The door swung open. Zacian, Wang Yuchen gasped. But then it was as though she had found a savior. Zacian, please check on my sister. She was poisoned by garlic. Bulbasaur, hiding in a corner, felt unjustly accused. Step aside. Zacian pulled her away and approached to examine Wang Wenyu. Wang Wenyu, you're Zacian? The two exchanged surprised glances. You know each other? Zacian's thoughts raced. During his middle school years, he had participated in a Go competition out of interest, only to suffer a regrettable loss to Wang Wenyu in the National Youth Division, failing to even reach the top 32 and win any prize money. Conversely, Wang Wenyu had triumphed, ascending as a champion at just 18, basking in glory. To Zacian, this was merely a novel experience in his life, thwarted by a senior who had emerged unexpectedly, and he had remembered her name due to its pleasantness. Yet, he was perplexed as to why Wang Wenyu still recalled him. The defeated rival, after all these years, perhaps this was a testament to the memory of highly intelligent individuals. You are Wang Wenyu. Words eluded her. Let us skip the reminiscing. Zacian retrieved a bottle of antidote from his spatial pouch. You've been poisoned by Bulbasaur. This is a rapid antidote. Wang Wenyu gazed into Zacian's bright eyes, momentarily bewildered, leaning forward. Zacian poured the antidote into her mouth. As she swallowed, Wang Wenyu's darkened lips visibly regained color at an astonishing rate. The antidote crafted entirely from antidote fruit proved far superior to the energy cubes. Zacian then produced a bottle of healing spray from his bag, tearing her stockings to spray it on the crimson whip marks. An inexplicable tingling sensation coursed through Wang Wenyu's body. She felt warmth rising to her head as a younger boy, several years her junior, tore her stockings, leaving her feeling shy and flustered. Under normal circumstances, she would have kicked him away, but now she was too weak, her psychic abilities difficult to wield. Seeing Wang Wenyu improve, Wang Yuchen finally exhaled in relief and hurried to inform them that the ambulance was no longer needed. Why do you still look so unwell? Zacian queried, puzzled as to why, despite the poison being cured and her injuries healed, she still appeared ill. I am fine. Just a bit exhausted from work. Wang Wenyu replied, her once vibrant complexion gradually regaining its rosy hue, seemingly reluctant to reveal her psychic abilities. A secret she had only disclosed to Wang Yuchen today after living together for over a decade. Zacian frowned slightly, deciding that if she wished to keep her secret, it was best left unspoken, as their encounter was merely transient. Wang Yuchen wiped her tears and resumed her carefree demeanor, eagerly pulling Zacian along. Zacian, I want to see the legendary Pokémon. Quickly show me Suican's Pokédex entry. Wang Yuchen. Wang Wenyu shouted. How many times must I tell you not to call out like that in front of guests? What guest? Zacian and I are quite familiar. Just as the crisis had passed, the two began to bicker once more. By the way, Wang Yuchen, brimming with excitement, pointed at Wang Wenyu and exclaimed to Zacian, Zacian, she is also a time traveler? Zacian cast her a skeptical glance as if to say, are you joking with me? Oh, regardless, she possesses extraordinary abilities. Wang Wenyu, taken aback by Yuchen's indiscretion, felt a moment of realization wash over Zacian. Was it teleportation? Telekinesis? Or perhaps the same wave guiding abilities that I possess? Now it was Wang Wenyu's turn to be perplexed, noticing that Zacian was not astonished. Rather, she appeared entirely unconcerned. I don't know. All I know is she can make things float, Wang Wenyu replied. It seemed to her that Zacian and Wang Yuchen were in sync, conversing as if sharing a private channel, while she felt like an outsider from another planet. The three exchanged bewildered glances, and only the desolate garlic toad in the corner trudged away in solitude. Chapter 26. Fiery Blaze, you are my deity. Garlic. It's all my fault for not informing you. Please don't be upset. Upon understanding the situation, Zacian immediately instructed Wang Yuchen to apologize to Bulbasaur. The Pokémon, with its innocent heart, might blame itself for the incident, and if it were to develop a psychological scar, it could hinder its future endeavors with poisonous moves. Bulbasaur. Don't turn away, Yuchen teased, playfully prodding it. Eventually, Bulbasaur could no longer bear it, and sighed helplessly. Do you think I'm angry? I'm utterly despondent. You foolish trainer. Who lets their Pokémon attack their own family? That's wonderful, Wang Yuchen exclaimed, lifting it into her arms and jumping with glee. Bulbasaur unconsciously revealed its fangs, its red pupils squinting in what seemed like a smile. With a more reserved personality, this Pokémon harbored many thoughts that it kept to itself. Its ability to self-reflect made it more mature than its peers. Oh well, let's leave it at that. I'm tired. From now on, Bulbasaur, I must watch my back. Here. Zacian handed over the remaining 3 antidotes from her bag to Wang Yuchen. 200 each, totaling 600. Payment, please. Wang Yuchen was taken aback. But isn't the poison already cleared? What's the need for these? Wang Wenyu, lounging on the sofa in her torn stockings, snatched the antidotes and said, I must protect myself from you. Just as she was about to reach for her purse, Wang Yuchen intervened. No, I've already given him all my money. Wang Wenyu shot her a glare, and only then did Yuchen realize she had let something slip. Zacian, undeterred by the unfolding drama, produced the previous transaction record. Here. She reserved a factory assembly line. Wang Wenyu's eyebrows twitched, and she inhaled deeply to suppress her rising irritation. Wang Wenyu, Zacian called out. Wenyu blinked her beautiful eyes, now filled with questions for Zacian, so many that she was at a loss for words. Would you be interested in becoming a Pokémon trainer? A Pokémon trainer? Wang Yuchen tossed her Pokeball playfully. I am the chosen one who commands monsters in battle. Wenyu, with her exceptional intelligence, quickly grasped the meaning behind several terms. That garlic monster over there, did you give it to Wang Yuchen? She focused on the crux of the matter. Wang Wenyu, you can call it garlic too? Call out Bulbasaur for me. Yuchen was protective of her Pokémon. Zacian ignored the interruption and replied, I am currently a broadcaster of Pokémon knowledge. Wang Yuchen's Bulbasaur was drawn from my live stream. Wang Wenyu twitched her lips. One must give gifts to participate in live stream lotteries. So wasn't Yuchen essentially using her own money to hire someone to battle herself? There are a total of 18 types of Pokémon, including the psychic type that can utilize teleportation and telekinesis. You are a psychic ability user and can even lend your powers to Pokémon to assist them in battle. Psychic type? Wang Wenyu was astounded. Wang Yuchen, hearing the latter part, became infuriated. That's unfair. Why does she get to have psychic abilities and amplify Pokémon? I'm just as good as you. Wenyu retorted. Zacian, what must I do? Should I also enter your live stream lottery, or can I pay you directly? Zacian shook her head. No need. The lottery is merely one of my methods for selecting trainers. Also, please use the term adoption instead of the mundane purchase. Our breeding basis philosophy is mutual selection, although there is indeed a fee. Zacian was at a loss for how to defend herself. Following the official opening, trainers would need to pay a certain amount for initial training fees and a bond for the well-being of the Pokémon they received from her. It was a necessary business practice. While profits could be forfeit, recouping costs was essential. Seeing Zacian retrieve the capsule toy machine she had previously used, Wang Yuchen silently prayed to all the deities for Wang Wenyu to draw the worst Pokémon. Otherwise, she would be overshadowed in this burgeoning field. Is it this? After inquiring, Wenyu delicately placed her slender hand on the capsule toy machine. The virtual Pokémon capsules danced wildly, and moments later, a red capsule dropped into the exit. Red? Could it be a fire type? Zacian picked up the machine to check. Ah, it seems to be this one. The connection is serendipitous. This Pokémon is exceptionally suited for you. As she spoke, Zacian contacted Meowth at the base and transmitted the Pokeball of this Pokémon. The spatial transfer technology did not astonish Wang Wenyu. After all, she had already encountered Pokeballs and possessed psychic abilities herself. Let me see. Wang Yuchen was already ready with her Pokédex. Press the middle button or throw it. Zacian instructed on how to use the Pokeball. All right. Wang Wenyu did not possess the same exuberance as Wang Yuchen and maintained a more reserved demeanor. The delightful sound of the Pokeball opening was one she could never tire of hearing. Vulpix. A smaller fox Pokémon with yellow fur appeared before them, its large, red, ear-like appendages resembling a bow from a distance. Vulpix? It scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted Zacian, then scampered up to her shoulder affectionately. Ding ding. A fire-type fox Pokémon. It can become very spirited by eating small twigs and can emit scalding steam at 200 degrees Celsius from its ears. Indeed. Wang Wenyu had drawn the very fire fox from the Kalos region, which could ultimately evolve into the dazzling Ninetales. Also the initial Pokémon of the one who had stolen that foolish individual's first kiss. A fire type? Wang Yuchen felt as though struck by lightning. Fire is strong against grass. Oh heavens, how unjust. Why must it be rain for you and jade for me? Wang Wenyu, witnessing Wang Yuchen's dramatic lament, felt a surge of satisfaction, delivering a final blow. Clearly, the Pokémon she had drawn was quite impressive, at least capable of outclassing Yuchen's Bulbasaur. Moreover, its appearance was strikingly beautiful, perfectly suited for a goddess like her. Is it called Vulpix? Come here, let me hold you. Wang Wenyu smiled, extending her invitation. Vulpix. The fire fox had always been quite affectionate at the breeding base. Go ahead and see if you like this trainer. Vulpix. The fire fox leaped into Wang Wenyu's arms, nudging her with its head. Wenyu affectionately stroked its soft fur, a radiant smile gracing her face. Who could possibly resist such a charming little fox? Upon hearing the Pokédex describe how the fire fox delights in nibbling on small twigs, Wang Wenyu promptly plucked a branch from an expensive potted plant in the living room. Here, enjoy. The fire fox happily munched away, warm vapors emanating from its ears, gently caressing Wang Wenyu's belly, instilling a sense of warmth and comfort. It seemed to alleviate her recent menstrual discomfort significantly. A wave of joy enveloped her as she harbored long-standing aspirations of owning a pet, yet feared that her demanding job would hinder her ability to train one. However, this clever little fox required no guidance whatsoever. Observing Wang Wenyu's untrained mastery of the art of food temptation, Summer felt elated. Although the fire fox was of the fire attribute, it would gain psychic attributes upon evolving into the ultimate inferno fox. Throughout its growth, it could learn an array of powerful psychic abilities, allowing for practice sessions together. However, this notion pierced Wang Yuchen's fragile heart like a sword. The grass poison-type Bulbasaur, vulnerable to fire, would also be susceptible to psychic attacks? How could such a despicable fire psychic Pokémon exist? Why did fate seem to conspire against her? No. Instinctively, Summer reached for her phone to play the Meow Meow song, only to realize that the ambience felt rather inappropriate. Chapter 27. The longevity elixir of Paras. Since it has accepted you, from this day forward, you shall be its trainer. After explaining some essential precautions, Summer handed over the Pokédex and some healing potions to Wang Wenyu, stating, the adoption fees can be deducted from the money Wang Yuchen gave you. Subsequent energy cubes will be supplied to you. If you find it insufficient, I will ask you for more. Also, keep a close watch on your sister. She shouldn't wander off. Hanshan City is quite distant from Zhuke City. Hey, Wang Yuchen protested indignantly. I'm leaving. Summer departed on his Dragonite, without engaging in further conversation with Wang Wenyu. In truth, their encounter had been mere serendipity, devoid of significant memories. Was there even a need to discuss how he lost that chess game back then? Once Summer left, Wang Wenyu's expression shifted dramatically as she bellowed. Wang Yuchen, kneel on the keyboard. I refuse. How about we have a battle instead? Wang Yuchen, eager to become a trainer herself, was determined to challenge her sister, even if it meant facing a disadvantage. Do you believe I'll call old Wang? Wang Yuchen found herself cornered. She was in the wrong for almost poisoning Wang Wenyu. Old Wang was known for his impartiality, and she would gain nothing from this. With the irritating distractions finally gone, Wang Wenyu bathed the Firefox and then lounged comfortably with it on the couch. The Pokédex displayed the current information on the Firefox. Ability, Blaze. Fire-type moves increase in power as health decreases. Moves learned, Scratch, Tail Whip, Ember, Psybeam, Hypnosis. Wang Wenyu, possessing exceptional logical reasoning skills, quickly discerned her Firefox's combat style after grasping some fundamental knowledge about attributes and moves. Psychic abilities would enhance fire-type attacks. Truly a remarkable creature. She opened her computer and logged into her dormant live streaming account, seeking out Summer's past broadcasts. What kind of person are you, I wonder? The following day, Beihai basked in radiant sunshine once more. Summer packed his belongings and, while many remained enamored by the Waterlord's charm, initiated another live streaming journey. Today, he donned a travel hat emblazoned with Pokeballs. Brothers, today we continue our grand adventure in the outskirts of Hoshan. Pika Pika. In an instant, millions flocked to the live stream. They're here. They're here. Let me see the divine beast. Who knows what I missed yesterday? Legendary Pokémon. Gifts poured in profusely. Summer, indifferent, chose not to express gratitude, knowing that viewers were not there to witness him thank them. Sporting matching travel hats, Pikachu and Eevee each carried a small backpack filled with supplies for their wilderness survival. Summer aimed to conquer the Hoshan Forest dungeon in one go. Eager to recount the myriad events of the previous day. I've lost 2 pounds. Best to stick to live streaming. As promised, he set off to meet Paris. Following the overgrown path from last time, Summer and his 2 adorable companions ventured deeper into the forest. The further they went, the dimmer the light became, and the air grew increasingly humid. Armed with a sickle, Summer cleared the thorns obstructing their path, focusing intently on locating stout trees. Host. There's a massive mushroom under that tree ahead. As a seasoned mushroom enthusiast from Nanjing, I can assure you that this mushroom is a keeper. That's the one. Summer exclaimed excitedly, quickly retrieving the Pokédex. Ding ding. Meow, Paras, bug and grass type. The mushroom Pokémon bears a miraculous herb known as Cordyceps sinensis. Paras stood up, gazing vacantly at Summer. This Pokémon was gentle and timid, posing no threat to humans or other Pokémon. Seriously? You call that red mushroom Cordyceps sinensis? Someone explain this to me. As Summer monitored the barrage of comments, he noticed numerous mushrooms protruding from the roots of nearby trees. It was clear that Paras was a social creature. The Cordyceps sinensis was not the traditional medicine, but merely the name of that type of mushroom. Nonetheless, its medicinal value and health benefits far surpassed those of traditional cordyceps, serving as a longevity elixir that could effectively replace a majority of traditional Chinese medicines. Quit talking nonsense. At least provide some experimental data. Traditional Chinese medicine boasts millennia of heritage. Each herb has distinct properties that cannot simply be replaced at will. Unfollowing. Summer's growing popularity attracted both ardent supporters of scientific medicine and traditional Chinese medicine advocates, leading to heated exchanges. Yet, these obstinate individuals could hardly make waves against Summer's burgeoning credibility. Look, we have delusional folks here. This mushroom has even grown on a Pokémon. And you still ask for scientific proof? Is there a faction within traditional Chinese medicine that resorts to insults? Can't this mushroom be developed further as a medicinal ingredient? I'm salivating. The ground is littered with millennia-old ginseng. Is this a recipe for an overnight success? By the way, if we were to pluck these 2 mushrooms, what would happen to Paras? Summer shook his head, the comments flashing too rapidly for him to catch all of them. But he managed to respond to some key inquiries. Pokémon cannot consume them. The mushrooms parasitize Paras, controlling its will and extracting nutrients from the roots. Once the mushrooms reach their nutrient limit, Paras will evolve into Parasect. Additionally, the relationship between Paras and the mushrooms is parasitic, not mutualistic. So removing them would allow new spores to attach, leaving Paras unaffected. Well, does that mean we could farm pigs? Everyone could have 1 mushroom and live to 100. All global health supplement companies would go bankrupt. As always, the netizens' thoughts were wildly imaginative, and many in the pharmaceutical industry felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. However, Summer must cool their enthusiasm. The longevity mushrooms require a particularly harsh growing environment, specifically dark and humid forests, where the moisture level is exceedingly high and ancient tree roots provide essential nutrients. Even if alternative methods were employed, the ultimate yield of mushrooms would be significantly compromised. Summer had, of course, considered this lucrative venture, yet the damp and shadowy forest environment is unsuitable for prolonged human habitation. Simulating such conditions through technology and substituting tree root essence with other nutrients would only escalate costs and diminish quality. Thus, it can only be regarded as a precious medicinal herb, unsuitable for mass production. Moreover, harvesting mushrooms daily may not be welcomed by the mushrooms themselves. Unbeknownst to Summer, many individuals, eager for wealth or the secret to longevity, had already begun to contemplate this pursuit. Despite having witnessed the dangers posed by formidable Pokémon such as Beedrills and Fieros, they resolutely ventured into the nearby primeval forest, only to be promptly dissuaded by officials. Those who remained obstinate found themselves cooling their heels in a holding cell. In Xuanwu City, Zhao Ruinian, Xingvida, and Dr. Haifeng, among others, diligently observed Summer's live broadcast, each with a cup of tea in hand. Upon hearing the news that Para's mushrooms could prolong life, Zhao Ruinian waved his hand, prompting his subordinates to spring into action. Checkpoints were established in various primeval forests to prevent reckless adventurers, while the legal team swiftly drafted a decree to protect the Para's mushrooms. Each member contributed their respective talents to fortify the vessel leading to this new world. Hai Lao, what do you think of this? Zhao Ruinian inquired, handing a draft to Dr. Haifeng. When Summer suggested that future participants in Pokémon research must first undergo a moral assessment, Zhao Ruinian immediately thought of Dr. Haifeng. While the masses remained skeptical, Dr. Haifeng had already befriended the tadpoles. Zhao Ruinian intended for him to lead the academic team. Dr. Haifeng adjusted his reading glasses and remarked, I believe it would be more beneficial to facilitate rather than restrict. Why not let us take the initiative? Incorporating Para's longevity elixir into social security? Xingvida proposed. Zhao Ruinian shot him a sideways glance, responding curtly, Are you funding this? Xingvida chuckled sheepishly. It's quite simple. The future lies with the Pokémon League. All matters related to cultivating and trading Pokémon-related items will undoubtedly require League approval. Dr. Haifeng, with his cloudy yet astute eyes, added, Isn't it the responsibility of League trainers to oversee this? Summer's system is universally applicable across various fields. The League is a unified entity, maintained by administration and oversight. Zhao Ruinian's thoughts expanded further. The League could not monopolize the Paras, yet it could establish standards. Once standards were set, it would be evident whether one was exploiting or coercing Paras by comparing the mushrooms produced. Chapter 28. Cream Mushroom Soup. It seems today we have a feast prepared. Pikachu and Eevee drooled, their mouths dripping with anticipation. Picnics truly are splendid. Amidst the envious gazes of the audience, Summer boldly approached the Paras. Some Paras awakened, gazing at Summer with curiosity or vacuity, yet remained utterly motionless. Paras are exceedingly gentle creatures, only displaying hostility towards certain mushroom Pokémon, such as Shroomish, due to their luminescent nature, leading to territorial disputes akin to those between Fieros and Pidgeys. Summer once again employed energy cubes to lure them. The energy cubes suitable for grass and bug-type Pokémon quickly attracted the Paras, prompting a triumphant smile from Summer. Would you like to eat? If so, trade me your mushrooms. Oh no, Summer's character is crumbling. Exactly. I always thought the host was gentle and kind, but who knew he had such cunning? The audience recalled the last time Summer fed a Caterpie, where the Pidgeys were generous and selfless, yet today they were seemingly willing to barter their souls for mushrooms. Summer was indifferent to their opinions. He simply craved a pot of cream mushroom soup, yearning for the taste of his mother's cooking from his childhood. These people, despite proclaiming the need for a shift in perspective, were bickering over such trivial longevity supplements. With the medical advancements brought forth by Pokémon in the future, as long as one avoids reckless behavior, everyone could live to a ripe old age without concern for Paras. Just take his father, who had become a vegetable. With healing waves and life droplets, he could easily be rejuvenated. With a sigh, Summer turned his attention to other matters. In a spot hidden from Rotom's view, he retrieved a 50-pound bag of fertilizer from his spatial backpack. Come help, he called out, and Pikachu and Eevee, who had been playing with the Paras, rushed over to assist him in fertilizing. The fertilizer was evenly spread around the towering ancient trees and quickly absorbed into the soil. This was a moisture-retaining fertilizer, capable of enhancing the soil's humidity for a period. Although it would delay fruit maturation, it was inconsequential since these trees bore no fruit, ultimately improving the living conditions for the Paras. Summer introduced this ecological fertilizer to the curious audience. Moisture-retaining fertilizer is utilized for cultivating fruit trees, but its dual functions of increasing humidity and delaying maturation have broad applications elsewhere. Summer's actions could be seen as a gesture of gratitude towards the Paras for their mushrooms. Host, I represent an agricultural company. May we collaborate? Host, I am with a sales company. Can we distribute your fertilizer? Summer's unintentional promotion attracted numerous agricultural companies, their comments polite, a testament to his influence. During our live broadcast, we discuss business matters. Interested parties can follow our company's announcements. The true efficacy and value of the moisture-retaining fertilizer would only be recognized by those in the know. Traditional methods to maintain soil moisture include aerating the soil, creating ditches, and irrigation. However, these approaches only offer limited improvements. The most significant factors influencing soil moisture remain local climate and air humidity, aspects beyond human control. Now, with a single bag of fertilizer, Summer had resolved the issue, leaving even the gods astounded. Those familiar with Pokémon may recognize the advanced technological level of the Pokémon world. Yet they often overlook the core production technologies and resources that underpin society. The environmental enhancements soon elicited cheers from the Paras. Unbeknownst to Summer, not long after, the Paras family and the Shroomish family would clash over the ownership of this newfound treasure, perhaps illustrating the adage that good intentions can lead to unintended consequences. Even someone as astute as Summer can occasionally be careless. Continuing on his journey, he traversed the dimly lit forest. The glaring sunlight upon emerging was almost blinding. The audience's initially constricted view gradually expanded. Before them lay a flat expanse of verdant grass, culminating in a small, lush green hill that obstructed their path. Beyond this hill, known as Misty Mountain, lay a stretch of meadow, and beyond that, the destination of their journey awaited. Summer, alongside the audience, perused the map. A natural barrier separated Red City from Green City, comprised of the Red Mountain Forest, Misty Mountain, and a vast grassy plain. It was said that within that meadow, a swamp obscured the way. Crossing it would reveal an endless sea of flowers, a sight once captured by fortunate adventurers whose stunning photographs captivated the world. Summer's mission was precisely that, to reach places seldom accessible to others, all while imparting knowledge about Pokémon along the way. A delightful blend of travel and education. "Let us kindle a fire and prepare a meal here this noon," he declared, finding a dry, flat patch of ground. He laid out a picnic cloth and set up a portable stove, gearing up for a live cooking session. Pikachu and Eevee scampered off to gather dry twigs, while Summer donned an apron and readied the ingredients. A true feast would not be complete without rice and side dishes. His Aunt Shinhui had thoughtfully prepared instant meals and rice balls for him prior to departure. As oil heated in the pan, he diced Para's mushrooms and sautéed them with onions until fragrant, then continued the process by coating them in butter and flour for a light fry. With no water source nearby, he had to resort to mineral water. "Brothers, the essence of our creamy mushroom soup is derived from Moo Moo Farm's fresh cream. Rich and flavorful. It not only delights the palate but invigorates the body. I recommend those who haven't tried it to purchase some." Summer couldn't resist promoting his family's product. As he simmered the soup, he added some of Pikachu and Eevee's favorite berries. Before long, a pot of thick, creamy mushroom soup was ready. Summer raised his spoon toward the camera. "Fans, you eat first." "Oh no, you can't have any. Isn't that frustrating?" With a triumphant grin, he tasted the soup. The smooth, delicate texture, a blend of savory and slightly sweet berry notes, enveloped him in warmth, instantly providing a sense of comfort. Meow. Salivating. What a waste. How could you boil such precious ingredients for soup? Is the host going to be overwhelmed by the powers of this mushroom, akin to 1,000-year ginseng? Damn, you're taunting us. I feel like I could take him out. I'll donate a bottle of Red Bull. Brothers, charge. I'm just here to serve meals at the detention center. You just go for it. Meanwhile, the Wong sisters, faced with a table full of abalone and sea cucumbers, found themselves utterly unappetized, languidly leaning on the table. One when you picked up the phone and dialed, "Hello, please have the kitchen prepare another pot of creamy mushroom soup, using the finest and most expensive mushrooms. Oh, and remember to use Daily Dairy's fresh cream." "Nice. Foxy. Darn it." Wang Yuchen and her two Pokémon eagerly set their bowls and chopsticks, waiting in anticipation. Even through the screen, the aroma of the cream wafted far and wide. Chapter 29. Hippie Mountain. The enormous Moonstone viewers watching the live stream could hardly contain their drool. One could only imagine the tantalizing allure of the scent wafting through the air. A glance into the bushes revealed a gathering of small creatures. Pippi. A multitude of plump, rosy Pippi emerged from the grass, drawn by the aroma, though they hesitated to approach due to their shyness. Conversely, the gluttonous Rattata was less reserved. In no time, dozens of Pokémon gathered around, including nearby Pidgey, Spearow, and even a Paras. Pika. Sparks danced along Pikachu's body as it emitted a warning cry, clearly protective of its meal. Meanwhile, Eevee was preoccupied, licking its paws. "Come, let us eat." Summer poured the mushroom soup into paper cups for the little Pokémon, prompting an uproar from the audience. "Ah, how sour. I never thought I would envy a mouse. Give me that bowl of soup." "Paras, is it really okay for you to stew my mushrooms right in front of me? Haha. After this bowl of soup, will Paras unlock a new realm of existence?" After finishing its bowl of soup, Pikachu reached its tiny arms back into the pot, only to recoil as if struck by lightning. its face contorting in dismay. No more. Pikachu's eyes welled with tears. Summer gently patted its head, reassuring. We still have plenty of mushrooms. I'll save the rest for you to take home. The little Pokémon savored a taste of food they had never experienced before. Even the usual rivals, Pidgey and Spearow, leaned in to share from a cup, creating a scene of pure harmony. Come, Pikachu. Take some mushroom soup to those Pippi over there. From a young age, Summer taught Pikachu the values of harmony, love, and sharing, though sometimes the food was simply too delectable. Pika. With delight, Pikachu dashed toward the Pippi hidden in the grass. The Pippi, seeing Pikachu approach, instinctively shied away, but soon caught a whiff of the alluring cream. Communication among Pokémon proved far simpler than with humans. The Pippi quickly befriended Pikachu and began to sample the enticing mushroom soup. A new Pokémon has appeared. I advise you to be cautious, Streamer. Here they come. Wiping the grease from his mouth with a wet napkin, Summer retrieved his Pokédex. Meow. This is Pippi, a pure fairy-type Pokémon. Peaceful by nature, and as kind-hearted as me. They dwell in the deep mountains, dancing joyfully under the moonlight. How adorable. I wish I could dance with them. This Pokédex is off. Something is not right. Wait. A fairy type that specializes in slaying dragon types. Within that small and delicate body lies the power to vanquish dragons. This is the true deity of Pippi. Summer's eyelids flickered. It appeared that Meowth had snuck in some personal bias within the Pokédex. This little rascal, merely being with Meowth, is no longer satisfying. Now it seeks to target other kinds of Pokémon? Summer racked his brain, wondering if Meowth and Pippi could breed. Oh no, I've hit a knowledge blind spot. I must be wary of this little troublemaker. There are still many little sprites at home. Far away in Fogtown, Meowth, holding a bouquet, let out a sneeze while confessing to its beloved. Since acquiring the Pokédex, Summer's educational endeavors had become considerably easier. Much of the information could simply be relayed through the visual aid. At that moment, a Pippi adorned with a silver stone around its neck approached Summer. Having spent much time in mines, Summer immediately recognized it as a moonstone, which could evolve Pippi into Pixie. Pippi, Pippi. The Pippi waved its tiny three-fingered hand at him, showcasing a blissful, healing smile. Are you thanking me? Summer smiled gently. It was merely a bit of food. No need for thanks. Pippi, Pippi. The Pippi bounced excitedly, appearing joyful. Are you inviting me to your home? Summer confirmed once more. More Pippi gathered around, radiating warmth and enthusiasm. Oh, I see. It's starting. The Riddle Master has appeared. Feel the wrath of my aura, O Prince. Summer did not conceal the invitation extended by Pippi, revealing that the destination was the nearby Misty Mountain. Checking his phone's calendar, Summer noted that today coincided with the lunar month's midpoint, when the moon shines at its fullest. During this time, the Pippis gathered to dance and celebrate. Akin to human festivals or rituals, Misty Mountain may very well serve as their gathering place, where Pippis away from home return to join in the festivities. As he explained this, Summer quickly tidied up the dishes and packed away the trash before following the Pippis to Misty Mountain. His anticipation grew. For the mountain might house veins of moonstone, and it had been a while since he last mined. A gentle breeze rustled through the verdant grassland. After Summer departed, his gaze shifted to the edge of the forest where an ancient, sturdy tree stood. There, several small rattatas stood in a neat row, holding the mushroom soup Summer had sent them, gazing up at the towering tree as if awaiting a review from their leader, or perhaps attempting to curry favor. Suddenly, a tender green vine descended, snatching a cup of mushroom soup, and moments later, the empty cup fell from the treetop. After several cups of soup were consumed, a Pokémon resembling a grass type emitted a soft groan. Thud. The rattatas quickly scattered, leaving only this lone Pokémon gazing into the distance. Its life had always been rather mundane, yet since the arrival of that human, it had become significantly more intriguing. Now, as it prepared to depart, it mused that perhaps it was time for an outing. Misty Mountain derived its name from the verdant query trees, whose trunks and leaves are as green as bamboo, giving the mountain its azure appearance from afar. The branches droop like willow twigs but possess remarkable resilience. When twisted together, they can serve as climbing ropes. As sturdy as the vine whips of grass-type Pokémon, walking under the shade of the query trees offered a refreshing sensation reminiscent of southern bamboo groves. Under the guidance of the Pippis, Summer and his companions ascended the mountainside in the afternoon, entering a cave. The initial part of the cave was dim, but it gradually brightened as they ventured deeper, illuminated by the ethereal glow of the moonstone. Upon reaching the innermost part of the cavern, Summer was taken aback by the sight before him. A vast moonstone lay embedded in the rock, resembling a fallen meteorite. Indeed, as they delved deeper into the cave, the enormous, dark moonstone had plunged deep into the earth, with numerous Pippis scattered across its surface in various poses. The Pippi that had invited Summer called out, prompting all the Pippis to respond in unison. Pippi. The cave resonated with the joyous sounds of laughter, reminiscent of children at play, creating a lively atmosphere. The live stream chat was equally astonished by the luminous meteorite. Astronomers and enthusiasts eagerly requested Summer to zoom in for a closer look. This was no ordinary celestial meteorite. It was the Moonstone, an essential item for certain Pokémon to evolve, its origins and formation remaining a mystery, inviting further exploration for those intrigued. As he spoke, an unexpected event occurred. A group of plump, pink Pokémon burst into the cave. Bubbly. The sight of several Jigglypuffs was instantly familiar to Summer. To his delight, he quickly retrieved his Pokédex to educate the livestream viewers about his favorite Pokémon, Dee. This is Jigglypuff, a fairy-type balloon Pokémon that uses its adorably innocent eyes to lure others closer. Once it activates its large blue eyes, it sings a lullaby that induces sleep in anyone who hears it. Oh, how marvelous it would be to be lulled to sleep by the soothing song of a charming Jigglypuff, Summer thought, suppressing a laugh. He suspected that the Pokédex information for Ralts, Togepi, and Swablu had also been whimsically embellished. Another fairy-type nuisance. So adorable. Why are all these dragon-slaying warriors so harmless? Bubbly. The leading Jigglypuff attempted to appear fierce as it shouted at the Pippies. The gentle and friendly Pippies were taken aback, flustered and unsure of how to respond. Yet, the Pippi adorned with a moonstone pendant stepped forward, maintaining its soft and friendly tone. Pippi. Summer momentarily lost his train of thought. Then adeptly translated, Jigglypuff demands that Pippi hand over the moonstone, and it wants a lot. The Pippi replied that they could take what they needed, as they had just arrived on the mountain and hoped for future cooperation. However, they could not provide more, as they had yet to find the proper tools for mining. As they spoke, some Pippies offered small pieces of moonstone to the Jigglypuffs. Bubbly. The Jigglypuffs appeared astonished by this unexpected generosity. How accommodating they were. Their fierce demeanor seemed more suited for a robbery than a friendly interaction. Summer perceived that the Pippi which had invited him was quite remarkable, for it was the only one adorned with the moonstone pendant, suggesting it might possess additional significance or purpose. The Jigglypuffs, now holding the moonstone, expressed delight, while only the lead Jigglypuff pouted defiantly, reprimanding its less assertive companions. It insisted that this was insufficient and demanded more from the others. Taking a moment to glance at the chat, Pippi is so loving. Host, why are the Jigglypuffs asking for moonstone? From my observation, Jigglypuffs and Pippies share many similarities. Perhaps they also require moonstone for evolution. Wang Wenyu clenched her fingers, having sent that message, and awaited Summer's affirmation. Having regained access to her account, the prominent moderator badge caught Summer's attention immediately. Indeed, that was correct, but perhaps other reasons existed. Summer crouched down to address the proud Jigglypuff softly. Could you tell me why you need so many moonstones? If possible, I might be able to assist you. With a flourish, Summer produced his mining pickaxe. Bubbly. The Jigglypuff's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the very tool they needed. Bubbly, bubbly. The Jigglypuff reached out for the pickaxe, but Summer sidestepped, playfully evading it. Naughty little one, it's not right to take someone else's belongings. The Jigglypuffs pouted, their big, round eyes shimmering like lakes, causing Summer to hastily shut his eyes. Unethical streamer, give them the pickaxe. Look at how upset the little ones are. Ah, little Jigglypuff, don't cry. Mama will hug you. What a remarkable display of charm. Even through the screen, it seemed effective. Just as Summer pondered how to soothe these adorable creatures, he saw his Eevee leap forward and deliver a slap. Smack, smack. Eevee, what are you doing, using moves against my trainer? Bubbly. The Jigglypuffs, suddenly tearful, puffed up with indignation. Oh no. Summer quickly rummaged through his backpack for earplugs while loudly instructing the live stream. Everyone, turn the volume down. In the next moment, the ethereal melody of a song resonated. Bew 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 bub. The world suddenly fell into a profound silence, leaving only the voice of Jigglypuff. No one could remain awake amidst Jigglypuff's serenade, unless they were a machine, like Rotom, who resided in a mobile device. Rotom, wake up, Summer. Summer, unable to find his earplugs, resorted to gnawing on a sleep-removing berry. But even that could not rouse him from his slumber until Rotom delivered an electric shock to jolt him awake. Gradually, the berry took effect, and Summer began to stir. Ugh. Upon waking, Summer frantically rinsed his mouth with mineral water. The berry was bitter, leaving his cheeks aching. Host, you have finally awakened. Host. Jigglypuff hypnotized you and used your hoe to steal the moonstone. Quick, think of a way. My brother is sleeping like a dead pig. Slapping him won't wake him. My boyfriend is the same. Even the stench of his socks can't rouse him. The live stream still had many loyal fans who unconditionally believed in Summer, promptly muting their phones at his behest. On that day, a shocking supernatural event transpired in the dazzling region. Millions of viewers watching Summer's live stream fell into a deep sleep. Since then, the mere mention of Jigglypuff sent shivers down people's spines. With a sigh, Summer cradled the mischievous Eevee and rummaged through his backpack for an appropriate item to use. Wait for me. I will find a solution. The Jigglypuffs had retreated, along with the tools he had provided for their mischief and a multitude of stolen moonstones. Finally, he discovered it. A blue glass whistle appeared in Summer's hand. This was a Pokémon item capable of awakening those in slumber, the blue glass whistle. Shoo! The clear sound of the whistle echoed throughout the cavern, reaching the ears of the affected audience. When Eevee, Pikachu, and Clefairy awoke, they were all utterly bewildered. Make a sound if you've woken up. Summer called out to the live stream, believing there had never been a larger live streaming incident in history. Ah, I slept so well. Yes. Teacher Summer has cured my insomnia. Huh, Teacher Summer? I didn't want to use honorifics. I wanted to say, ah, but that word feels too rude to utter. Jigglypuff's song possessed a soothing quality that brought peace to the heart. Summer explained to the audience, Jigglypuff is incredible. It hypnotizes indiscriminately. I've recorded Jigglypuff's song, later. Anyone I dislike will be put to sleep. Trash. I will turn it into a record and sell it to moms. It will be the perfect lullaby for guaranteed sleep. Once the crisis passed, netizens could not help but indulge in their usual exuberance. Bro, I invested in your project. Let us discuss it in detail at our company. Summer nodded, optimistic about the venture. Insomnia had long plagued humanity, and with Jigglypuff's lullaby, all manufacturers of sleeping pills would soon face bankruptcy. At that moment, people realized that Summer's live stream offered not just Pokémon knowledge, but abundant business opportunities. However, the immediate priority was to locate where those Jigglypuffs had gone. Seeing Clefairy looking despondent over the lost moonstones, Summer felt a pang of guilt, as he was an accomplice in the affair. After conversing with Clefairy, he set out with Pikachu and Eevee to search for the Jigglypuff group. Not to mention, he had to retrieve his hoe, having used it for so long. Its shape had formed perfectly to his hands, and he was reluctant to replace it. Chapter 31. The Nidoran clan in a small plain nestled in the valley of smoke-covered mountain. The Jigglypuffs pushed a simple wooden cart to this location. Bub. Nidoran. One by one, various shades of light blue and deep purple, resembling burrowing rodents, emerged from the thickets. They were covered in sharp poisonous spines, serving as their defensive armor. These were none other than Nidoran and Nidorino, along with their evolved forms, Nidoqueen and Nidoking. Bub. The Jigglypuffs distributed the moonstones from the cart, ensuring each Nidoran received a piece. Bub. The Jigglypuffs reiterated certain instructions, and Nidorino and Nidoqueen nodded in agreement. It seemed a transaction had been completed. Is this the place? Summer stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing down, with Eevee, Pikachu, and that special Clefairy following closely behind. The valley was not very deep, but a hazy mist obscured visibility. Bub. Little Eevee sniffed the air and nodded vigorously. The scent of the Jigglypuffs faded here. There must be a path. Summer and the viewers searched for a way into the valley for quite some time but could find no trail. With no other option, he decided to make use of the resources at hand. Taking a detour down the mountain would waste precious time. Summer approached a lush, smoke-covered tree, gesturing to the viewers. In my past life, I was an adventurer. Today, I shall showcase my ancestral skills. Eevee, ignite. When the smoke-covered tree encountered fire, it released green smoke instead of burning. This smoke had invigorating and mosquito-repelling properties. As the smoke curled upwards, Summer grabbed a branch and tugged gently, detaching it from the trunk. He then retrieved his spare clothing and some cloth and oil paper from his backpack, swiftly crafting a rudimentary parachute. Upon witnessing this, the audience filled the screen with expressions of admiration. Let us go. Summer leaped, carrying 3 Pokémon that weighed a combined 40 pounds. The wind howled past his ears, and the mist was quickly left behind. This rudimentary glider served merely to cushion his descent, and Summer's boldness primarily relied on Eevee's psychic abilities, which enveloped him in a protective aura. Skillfully controlling his landing, Summer touched down smoothly, enveloped in a layer of psychic energy. Don't try this at home, everyone. Eevee is a professional, he chuckled, continuing to rely on Eevee's keen sense of smell to guide them. While airborne, Summer spotted a distant grove bathed in moonlight, pondering that the Jigglypuffs must have used the moonstones for evolution there. As he approached the moonlit area, unexpectedly, a group of Nidorino and Nidoran blocked his path. Their spines glistened ominously, and their large ears stood erect, adopting a defensive stance. Nidoran, are you forbidding me from passing? Summer silently retrieved his Pokédex and aimed it at Nidorino and Nidoran. Beep. Nidorino, the poison pin Pokémon, male only. Its ears are highly developed, allowing for 360-degree rotation. It attacks with poisonous spikes and horns. Nidoran, the poison pin Pokémon, female only, smaller than Nidorino, with a gentler temperament and a dislike for battles. Is there really a Pokémon that exhibits different forms based on gender? How fascinating. Oh, this light blue Nidoran is beautiful. Didn't they say they dislike battles? Why do they all look so hostile? Nidorino and Nidoran evolve into Nidoqueen and Nidoking. And then by using the Moonstone, they evolve into Nidoqueen and Nidoking. I surmise that the Moonstones taken by the Jigglypuffs were likely given to Nidorino and Nidoqueen. Otherwise, these little creatures would not block our path. Summer, quick-witted, soon formed a hypothesis. Yet, why not wait until nightfall to utilize the Moonstones? His experience indicated that using evolution stones in the appropriate environment would be more beneficial for Pokémon. The success rate is one aspect, to speak more esoterically. It can also help solidify the Pokémon's foundation. However, Pokémon have their own freedoms, and Summer could not meddle in their affairs, focusing instead on his own matters. Have you seen a Jigglypuff? Summer inquired of the Nido family. Observing that the humans before them had not approached any closer, Nidorino relaxed its guard, but Nidorino remained vigilant. Nido, Nidorino called out to Summer. It is a round, pink Pokémon. Wild Pokémon are not familiar with the names humans assigned to them, so the term Jigglypuff was somewhat foreign. Nido? Nidorino looked quizzically at the Clefairy beside Summer. Summer waved his hand, clarifying, it is another species. Perhaps the one that bestowed you the Moonstones. They delight in singing. Nido. Nidorino nodded, understanding that they enjoyed singing. Could you tell me where they have gone? Summer cradled the Clefairy at his feet and replied, in truth, the Moonstones you received were taken from Clefairy. If possible, I would like to reclaim those stones. Clefairy narrowed its eyes, not resisting Summer's affectionate gesture. After a moment's hesitation, Nidorino turned to confer with its companions before leading Summer into the dense forest. Nido. After walking a few steps, a tremendous roar resonated from within the forest. Have they evolved? Nidorino and Nidoqueen were immensely excited. Nidorino and Nidoqueen had been stuck at this stage for quite some time, unable to find the Moonstones. With the assistance of the Jigglypuffs, they could finally evolve. The earth trembled, and the leaves rustled ominously. 3 pairs of Nidoqueen and Nidoking appeared in view. Ding ding, Nidoking, the evolved form of Nidorino, is now a drill Pokémon with poison and ground attributes, capable of delivering powerful blows with its hard skin, and its tail can cleave through sturdy iron towers. As for Nidoqueen, sharing the same type, it is adorned with needle-like, tough scales, though it does not relish combat. It is a great mother who would defend its young fiercely, even at the cost of its own life. The evolved Nidoking and Nidoqueen transitioned from four-legged to bipedal stances, allowing them to utilize their robust forelimbs for a wider array of fighting techniques. The horn atop their heads became more formidable and their poisonous spines sharper. Nidorino stepped forward to clarify Summer's intentions to the 3 Nidoking. Upon learning that Summer wished to reclaim the Moonstones, Nidoking roared in furious indignation. How could he simply take away the Moonstones they had so painstakingly obtained? Nidoking was notoriously irritable. Clefairy, feeling uneasy, burrowed into Summer's embrace, its small eyes wide with fear. Eevee, sensing the impending conflict, leapt down from Summer's shoulder, ready to take action. If that is the case, let us battle. If we win, the fate of the Moonstone shall be decided by Clefairy. Summer stepped forward, lowering the brim of his hat. Chapter 32, Battle with Nidoking. Here it comes, the thrilling battle segment has finally arrived. Oh no, this time Clefairy is up against a ground type. How can there be a ground type immune to electric moves? The credit for Clefairy's victory might be snatched away by Eevee. The 3 Nidoking exchanged glances, eager to engage. They had just evolved from Nidorino and were excited to unleash their power. Noticing that none of the Nidoking had stepped forward to battle, Summer suggested, let us do a 3-on-3 match. You can come at me one by one. On Summer's side, 3 Pokémon stood ready. Pikachu was severely restrained by the ground-type Nidoking, with electric-type moves proving ineffective, and Rotom was not particularly skilled in combat, but he had Eevee. Summer held unwavering confidence in his partners. The little cotton jacket would have no trouble at all. One Nidoking advanced, stirring up dust and fallen leaves. Eevee groomed its fluffy neck fur, appearing quite at ease without a hint of tension. Pikachu, waving its travel hat, acted as a cheerleader. The other Nidorino and Nidorina joined in the lively atmosphere. Nidoking roared, widening its eyes, attempting to intimidate Eevee with sheer presence. Was it trying to lower Eevee's defenses with a glare? However, we shall not be defeated, Eevee. Counter it. Eevee merely lifted its little head to meet Nidoking's gaze, its dark eyes glinting with light, displaying a mixture of adorableness and pride. Sensing that it had been outmatched by this diminutive creature, Nidoking became flustered and enraged, unleashing a barrage of poisonous needles. Dodge. Without needing Summer to prompt, Eevee, with its innate ability to sense danger, evaded the poisonous needles even with its eyes closed. Use Swift. Eevee opened its mouth, launching a flurry of stars towards Nidoking. Nido. Nidoking roared as it charged forward. With skin as hard as rock, it could easily withstand such an attack. Nidoking raised its muscular forelimb, extending its sharp claws. Use Sand Attack. This was Nidoking's poisonous trait, favoring close combat to inflict poison upon its adversaries. Naturally, Summer would not allow it to approach. Although Eevee cherished its pristine paws, it would not allow that to hinder the battle and immediately began to dig. The yellow sand and dirt spread out, obscuring visibility, causing Nidoking to lose its target and spin in confusion. Now's the time. Use Dig. Summer commanded with a flourish of his hand. Bub. The small, white figure burst forth from the ground and collided squarely with Nidoking's soft underbelly. Nido. As a ground-type move, this was perfectly suited to counter the poison-type Nidoking. Nido. Nido. One of the nearby Nidoking shook its head, seemingly deeming its comrade too weak, while the other exuded a fervent fighting spirit. Nido. The Nidoking, sent flying by the dig attack, struggled to regain its footing, extending its claws once again. This time, it had learned its lesson. It did not recklessly charge in, but instead executed a special transformation move. The ground beneath them undulated like the sea. The rock layers quickly dismantled and reformed, causing Eevee to suddenly find itself in a deep pit. The power of the earth, originally intended to lower its opponent's special defense in this instance, proved to be a terrain-altering ability. Pokémon are truly clever. They can employ tactics. They are forced into it. Otherwise, Eevee would never have landed a hit with the Sand Attack. There's no choice. Eevee's advantage lies in its small size and agility. Nidoking finally found success, slashing downward with its toxic claws. Summer initially considered having Eevee continue using Dig to evade, but then thought it best not to waste time. Thus, he called out, "Show some charm." Crouching at the bottom of the pit and appearing small and helpless, Eevee cupped its little face, blossoming into a radiant smile like a flower, adorably cooing, "Eevee, Eevee." Nidoking felt that Eevee's smile was irresistibly cute and charming. To attack such an adorable creature felt like a grave sin. No, I cannot harm her. However, the attack has already been unleashed, so a gentle scratch will suffice. Ice Frost. With a commanding voice from Summer, a torrent of dark crystalline ice mist erupted from Eevee. The delicate ice particles struck Nidoqueen, sending it soaring through the air. Incapacitated. The barrage of comments erupted, another instance of cuteness. "Ah, Eevee, use your charm on me. I'm disgusted. How can such a cute Pokémon be so dirty?" Eevee has a new attribute move. How many types of moves can this Pokémon possibly possess? Summer shook his head, realizing this was just the beginning. Charm, Allure, and Faux Tears, these were divine techniques. Speaking of dirtiness, have you seen the Jigglypuff I'm holding? Have you ever heard of the transformations of becoming round and small? Speaking of Jigglypuff, this little creature, having witnessed Eevee's victory, joyfully waved its arms, seemingly praising Eevee. Eevee conjured a small water sphere and splashed it upon itself, ensuring it remained pristine even in battle. Nido. The Nidoqueen, ignited by the strength of Eevee, entered the fray. Just as Eevee was resigned to continue battling, Jigglypuff escaped from Summer's embrace. With the sudden loss of several pounds, Summer felt a wave of relief. Jigglypuff. It waved its arms and smiled at Summer. "Do you wish to fight for yourself?" Jigglypuff. The Moonstone pendant swayed as Jigglypuff moved. "Then heed my command." Jigglypuff. Nidoqueen's gaze sharpened. It was displeased. It had come to battle Eevee, not to bully weaker Pokémon. Is it really okay for Jigglypuff to join the fight? It seems rather weak. The Fairy type is at a disadvantage against Poison type, significantly lowering the odds, with Eevee and Jigglypuff as a precedent. I will never underestimate seemingly harmless Pokémon again. Concern for Jigglypuff's combat abilities echoed among the spectators. However, once a decision was made, there was no turning back. Nido. Nidoqueen initiated with a poison jab. Use Transform. In the face of the towering beast's venomous strike, Jigglypuff, empowered by mysterious forces, swiftly shrank in size, easily evading the attack due to its diminutive form. Nidoqueen, however, was cunning. It stomped heavily on the ground. It was a stomp. If the previous attack failed to connect, Pokémon would transform regret into power, enhancing the force of stomp. Jigglypuff was struck by the violent tremors emanating from the ground, instantly returning to its original form. Jigglypuff. In pain, teared up. "Do not be afraid, Jigglypuff. Believe in yourself." Summer encouraged loudly. "It is a grave mistake to falter in battle simply because you were hit." Jigglypuff. It regained its composure. The battle was one it had chosen to enter. It could not back down now. Nidoqueen's attack came again. Use Rollout after transforming. Jigglypuff, now round, rolled across the ground, evading Nidoqueen's poison sting and horn attack. Its defense continuously strengthened. It would not suffer significant damage even if hit. What is the streamer doing? Why isn't there a counterattack? Does Jigglypuff really lack formidable combat moves? Summer ignored the doubts. He was waiting for Nidoqueen to employ a critical skill. Nidoqueen scoffed at an opponent that only knew how to evade, thumping its chest and sweeping its robust tail. Boom. The ground cracked open. Jigglypuff was struck again, though painful. It did not inflict substantial damage. It's all right, Jigglypuff. Use Life Dew. A droplet of life energy fell, restoring a considerable amount of Jigglypuff's vitality. Continue using Rollout. Nidoqueen, increasingly frustrated by its ineffective attacks, could no longer contain its anger. After a few more rounds, it let out a furious roar and stomped the ground heavily. The earth began to quake violently. Invisible waves rapidly surged toward Jigglypuff. The ground-type ultimate move, Earthquake. Now is the time. Use Mimic. Summer's voice soared with unprecedented enthusiasm. Now is the moment. Use Mimic. This was the opportunity Summer had been waiting for. Jigglypuff, in its petite form, mimicked Nidoqueen's stomp on the ground. The tremors intensified. Boom. Two shock waves of seismic force struck both Jigglypuff and Nidoqueen, sending them flying. Mimicking this move was indeed a divine technique, yielding unexpected results in reality. However, since Jigglypuff lacked a ground-type boost, it could not truly learn Earthquake, rendering its imitation rather clumsy. Yet, no matter how clumsy, it was still Earthquake. Nidoqueen, equally vulnerable to the ground-type move, almost lost all its vitality. In contrast, Jigglypuff, having used Rollout to enhance its defense, could withstand this Earthquake. Victory is within reach, Jigglypuff. Use Comet Punch. Jigglypuff stood tall, joy radiating from its eyes. Jigglypuff, like a shooting star, its fist soared toward Nidoqueen, which was too weary to evade, ultimately succumbing to defeat. Jigglypuff, overjoyed, it had triumphed over its opponent, thanks in part to Summer's guidance. Summer gently patted Jigglypuff's forehead in praise. The only moves Jigglypuff could use for offense were Moonblast and Comet Punch, so to secure victory, it had to rely on this strategy of enduring attacks while seeking a critical strike. Fortunately, this Jigglypuff was courageous and did not shrink back despite being struck. Incredible! Jigglypuff is amazing. Summer's command is unbeatable. In front of the screen, Wang Yuan held a Pokédex in one hand, searching for move information while jotting down notes. She murmured to herself, repeatedly using Rollout to enhance defense, Life Dew for sustainability. This cunning tactic easily provoked the irritable Nidoqueen, luring it into using its powerful ground-type move, allowing for a chance to mimic Earthquake and inflict substantial damage. Wang Yuan felt that Pokémon battles offered myriad variations, akin to her mastery of Go. Every move and combination of moves would yield different outcomes. Summer's strategy was remarkably ingenious. Wang Wenyu, why are you mumbling to yourself over there? Wang Yuan disregarded Wang Yu's foolishness and continued her study of Pokémon tactics. Is there even a need to continue the remaining round? Summer gazed at the last remaining Nidoqueen, Nido. Although this Nidoqueen understood its chances of victory were slim, the innate fighting spirit of Pokémon could not be extinguished. Moreover, with Nidoqueen beside it, a man would never retreat. So, once again, I ask for your assistance, Eevee. Eevee. Eevee shook its ears and jumped into action. This time, Eevee held nothing back, immediately unleashing its aura to suppress the opponent with psychic powers. Subsequently, under the onslaught of Water Gun and Ice Frost, it swiftly defeated this Nidoqueen. With 3 consecutive Nidoqueens defeated, the Nido family was thrown into disarray. Nido. At this moment, Nidoqueen emerged to take charge, while Nidorino and Nidorina returned to their nests, bringing out the moonstones they had acquired. A multitude of moonstones, each the size of a fist, lay before them. Summer turned to Pippi and inquired, "All right, Pippi, it is up to you to decide the fate of these moonstones." Pippi beamed with joy, yet felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing the disappointed expressions of Nidoran and Nidorina. Pippi took it upon itself to redistribute the moonstones to the Nido family, as it had mentioned to Jigglypuff. They all resided in the same vicinity and shared the necessity of moonstones for their evolution. Thus, mutual assistance was only natural. Pippi's irritation stemmed solely from Jigglypuff's act of hypnotically stealing the moonstones. While it was one thing to generously give away the moonstones, it was entirely different to have them pilfered by a thief. The Nido family expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Thus, an alliance was forged between the Nido family and the Pippi family. Although the situation was amicably resolved, the audience was left with numerous questions. Host, do the Pokémon living in the same area not know that Pippi possesses moonstones? Indeed, given Pippi's personality, couldn't they have simply asked for them instead of letting Jigglypuff steal? Pippi had its own social structure and led a secluded life, hence. It was understandable that the Nido family was unaware of Pippi's presence on the mountain. As for why Jigglypuff assisted in the theft of the moonstones, that was a question for the implicated party. With that, Summer stepped forward to converse with Nidorina, inquiring about the motives behind the events. As Summer gazed skyward, the sun gradually descended towards the west, painting the horizon in hues of orange. The peak of Yinsui Mountain basked in the glow of the setting sun, casting a theatrical ambience. Ah, I see, Summer chuckled after hearing Nidorina's account. The Riddler appears once more. Stop pretending to be profound, host. I beseech you. Summer apologized. Allow me to keep you in suspense for a moment. I intend to temporarily end the stream. A delightful surprise awaits you this evening. Use this time to prepare snacks and gather your friends. We shall meet again tonight. With that, Summer instructed Rotom to end the broadcast. Clearly, this was not a matter for discussion with the viewers. How infuriating. He ended the stream at lightning speed. Who will hold this person accountable? I've never encountered a host like this. What a tease. Disgusting. I feel so unsettled not knowing what's going on. In Juke City, that scoundrel, Wang Yechin exclaimed, hurling her pillow to the floor. I knew he would keep us hanging. Wang Yechin's compulsive tendencies were flaring up, the kind that could not be remedied. She realized that Summer was indeed her nemesis. Unable to complete her Pokédex, she was left salivating over the prospect of encountering the elusive Dragonite, only for him to cut the stream abruptly. What is the deal with Jigglypuff and the others? At least finish the story before you leave. Wang Yechin pounded her fist on the table, belonging to the type who felt compelled to flaunt any knowledge she possessed, such as revealing Dragonite's true identity in the chat, or exposing Wang Wenyu's supernatural abilities to Summer. She could not tolerate anyone attempting to play hard to get with her. Firefox, let us go freshen up. Wang Wenyu called the Firefox as she headed upstairs. Fox. Bulbasaur, would you like to join us? Dane. Sure. Wang Wenyu, how could you steal my thunder? Garlic, how could you betray me? In the Xuanwu City Hall, Zhao Ruinian was left speechless by Summer's actions. That little brat. Zheng Wei cursed. Does he not realize how many people are watching him intently? The hall was filled with municipal officials from various departments. For them, watching Summer's broadcast was not merely a pastime, but a significant task related to the future of the world. Oh, never mind, Zhao Ruinian waved his hand and said amicably. Let everyone compile the data and take a break. We will continue watching the stream tonight. By the way, please purchase some snacks from the nearby supermarket. Haifeng took off his glasses, intending to take a stroll in the park downstairs. Sitting for too long was causing him back pain. At the headquarters of the Tian Group in Haoshan City, a professional woman in formal attire exited the president's office, with passing employees greeting her. Secretary Tang, hello. President Tang. Good day. Tang Ying was Summer's secretary and also assumed the role of acting president in his absence. Entrusting company affairs to a secretary demonstrated Summer's confidence in her abilities. Please immediately contact an entertainment company experienced in organizing large-scale events. We require the best equipment and a top-tier band. The sound of her high heels echoed as she relayed her commands. Chapter 34, creating a unique stage. Summer's abrupt end of the stream caught many by surprise, leaving them bewildered. What is going on? Scoundrel. However, after making a few phone calls, our protagonist hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way towards Yinsui Mountain. Pika, Pippi. The three little Pokémon appeared, quite cheerful. Pippi, are you all preparing for a dance celebration tonight? Summer inquired during a brief moment. Pippi nodded, indicating that it was their tradition to dance in honor of the moon goddess on the night of the full moon. And where do you typically hold this event? Will other Pokémon be participating? Pippi shook its head, indicating that no other Pokémon would be joining. Right outside the cavern on the open ground. You have only just arrived at this mountain, gathering moonstones to prepare for building a spaceship? Summer halted, taken aback. This indeed hinted at the legends of Pippi constructing spaceships to journey into outer space. Pippi clutched its moonstone pendant, feeling a twinge of sadness, as a significant portion of the moonstone it had painstakingly found had been taken away by Jigglypuff. Nido, the Nido family, accompanied by all their kin, made their way to the mountain summit. On either side of the mountain path, Swablu and Oddish cautiously traversed. Ziba, the Swellow formed a long line as they ascended the peak. Even in the river, Magikarp swam upstream to attend the gathering. Most Pokémon dwelling on Yinsui Mountain shared a common goal, the summit. They were headed to participate in Jigglypuff's concert. Jigglypuff's lullabies could induce sleep, so naturally, other Pokémon were reluctant to listen to them sing. Thus, Jigglypuff devised a plan to assist other Pokémon in exchange for their attendance at the concert. The entire endeavor was, in essence, quite simple. This operation had likely been in motion for quite some time, and tonight marked the moment of fruition. Coincidentally, Summer speculated that Jigglypuff's ability to locate Pippi's cavern was likely due to the path paved by these outsiders. Seeing the abundance of moonstones, Jigglypuff must have intended to ensnare the entire Nido family. As for why Pippi wasn't invited to join, it was obvious. Pippi could sing too. Was it an attempt to disrupt the performance? As twilight approached, Summer swiftly reached the mountain's peak. A multitude of Pokémon had already gathered there. including familiar faces such as the various regional bird Pokémon, caterpillar Pokémon, as well as Pidgey, Teddiursa, and Shroomish. Among the rarer sightings were Vulpix, Slakoth, and even a shy Aurora that continuously used teleport to evade detection. Bubbling. Jigglypuff directed Machop and Onyx to move stones to serve as seats for the Pokémon. While nearby, a skilled carpenter was constructing a simple stage from wood. Woo. Vulpix emitted sparks to ignite a bonfire, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. They have really set the stage quite impressively, Summer remarked in admiration. Pippi spotted the leading Jigglypuff. Bubbling. Pudding felt a pang of anxiety. But it would not retreat as the concert was about to commence. Pippi, with its beady eyes, raised a hand and slapped Pudding's face. You thief. The sound was crisp and melodious. Pudding, undeterred, retaliated with a swift slap of its own. I don't care. I will hit back. Pippi unleashed a flurry of slaps in return. When it was Pudding's turn, it also executed a series of slaps. The two Pokémon exchanged blows, engaging in a spirited duel. Summer finally witnessed this classic scene, far more rhythmic than the slaps of the neighbor Wang's wife. Pikachu looked quizzically at Summer. Aren't you going to intervene? Summer cleared his throat. Stop. Oh, I forgot to record this. After being pulled apart, Pudding, hands on its hips, pouted at Summer. Pippi also gazed expectantly, hoping for Summer to advocate on its behalf. Summer, exasperated, covered his forehead and remarked, Isn't it enough to vent your frustrations? Do you really want to continue fighting? Pudding, want you hold your concert? And Pippi, aren't you going to join the dance celebration? The two little creatures exchanged glances, sparks igniting in their eyes, yet fortunately, Summer's words resonated, and they refrained from further conflict. With a clap of his hands, Summer suggested, how about a competition? Whoever loses must apologize to the other. What do you say? Pudding and Pippi looked at each other, puzzled. Summer felt a sense of triumph as he easily convinced the two little creatures. In our human society, there are singing and dancing talent shows where audiences score to determine the winners, signifying who sings the most beautifully and dances the most gracefully. So, how about a singing or dancing competition? Pudding and Pippi. The two Pokémon, though not entirely understanding, recognized it as a contest to captivate more spectators. Summer continued to entice them, pointing at the rudimentary stage yet to be assembled. Our human stage is not only larger than this, but also adorned with dazzling lights. The number of our audience could fill this entire forest. Pudding's eyes sparkled. Its greatest dream was to have more listeners for its songs. Pudding felt quite aggrieved. While its lullabies were indeed hypnotic, it yearned to showcase its ability to sing other songs to the Pokémon community, thus, to redeem its image and regain confidence. Pudding organized a concert at its own expense. Summer extended his hand to Pudding, saying, Then, I can create a unique light stage for you, complete with enormous speakers and microphones that will project your voice far and wide, allowing distant Pokémon to hear. Pudding leaped into Summer's embrace, nuzzling against him with enthusiasm. And what about you, Pippi? Let us gather everyone and celebrate the full moon together. Pippi dashed down the hill, calling out for its companions. If singing was not an option, it must not lose in dancing. Summer's surprise unfolded according to plan. However, unbeknownst to him, a green Pokémon hiding in the crowd observed the scene. Lin Bing was the renowned host of Loading Entertainment, admired for her striking appearance and poised demeanor. Yet, she was far from a mere ornament. She had hosted numerous star-studded concerts and was a regular at grand official events, her professional skills unquestionable. This evening, as she was about to head home after a long day, she received a sudden call from her company, instructing her to travel to Hoshan City to host a gala. The abrupt work arrangement was bewildering, yet being a last-minute replacement was part of her job. Xiaolu, am I replacing someone or just filling in? Lin Bing inquired of her manager. Sister, the gala was decided on the spur of the moment, with no rehearsal or planning. They need you to adapt on the fly. What? Lin Bing was taken aback. How can I host without knowing the event's flow? There's no mistake. The requirements are to follow the specifications of a major stars concert. Who is it? I don't know. The two, enveloped in silence, expected the driver to take them straight to the airport, but instead, they arrived at an equipment warehouse in the outskirts. They were greeted by an exceptionally graceful woman, dressed smartly in jeans and boots, yet still exuding a mature allure. Hello, I'm Tang Ying. She introduced herself, shaking hands with Lin Bing. How do we get to Hoshan City? Look over there. Lin Bing and Xiaolu turned to gaze into the distance, instantly struck dumb. Chapter 35. Soaring away. I am Lin Bing, and I am heading to host a gala. Can you guess how I am getting there? You wouldn't believe it. For this is the legendary Soaring Away. The cool evening breeze brushed against Lin Bing's charming face, filling her with a mix of nerves, excitement, and curiosity. She was well aware of the recent sensation surrounding the Pokémon Science livestream, yet due to her hectic schedule, she could only catch the highlights and replays. Little did she expect to encounter Pokémon up close today, especially those nurtured by summer. The Pokémon known as Steel Wing Crow, or rather, a Pokémon, boasted expansive wings, resilient feathers, and a thick layer of armor encasing its body, aptly reflecting its name. It appeared exceptionally intelligent, flying with impeccable steadiness, maintaining consistent altitude and speed, making it an exemplary and considerate guide. From Tang Ying, Lin Bing learned that Summer would soon establish a flying taxi service, employing steel wing crows like this one to safely transport passengers to their destinations. Lin Bing's first reaction was that traditional airlines might be rendered obsolete. However, being in tune with current trends, she quickly dismissed her thoughts. The emergence of a new mode of transport merely indicated an added choice for passengers, not a replacement for existing methods. Moreover, Pokémon were living beings and could not be constructed as freely as airplanes. They also required rest. The crucial aspect was the unknown operational costs. Beep, beep. The swiftly following transport team caught up. During her conversation with Tang Ying, Lin Bing learned the name of this Pokémon, Pidgeot. She recognized it. Summer had mentioned it in his first livestream as the final evolution of Pidgey and Pidgeotto. With a speed reaching up to Mach 2, all the equipment transported from the company was carried by them. Does it feel like your worldview has been shattered? Tang Ying and Lin Bing were aboard the same Steel Wing Crow. Not really. Lin Bing waved her hand dismissively. I've watched Summer's livestream. Friends in the media discuss it daily, so I'm rather accustomed to it. However, experiencing this proximity is a bit thrilling. Lin Bing gently stroked the Steel Wing Crow as hard, yet not sharp feathers. By the way, why is the performance being held in the outskirts? You'll find out when we arrive. As dusk fell, the Steel Wing Crow adjusted its angle, preparing for landing. Pudding and its companions gathered, curiously and nervously gazing at the enlarging shadow above. Other Pokémon began to chatter. Don't be afraid. The one who will create your stage is here. Pudding's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Steel Wing Crow emitted a soft cry, cautious not to startle the little sprites below, as it possessed an intimidating aura. Even so, avian Pokémon such as Pidgey and Swablu cannot escape the instinct to retract their necks. Return, Corviknight. After landing, Tang Ying withdrew Corviknight into its Pokeball and led Lin Bing directly to Zacian. Zacian, Tang Ying called softly. Thank you for your hard work, Ingjia. Zacian said, gently patting her shoulder. Hello, Miss Lin. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Zacian extended his hand. Lin Bing smiled in return. You are the one who deserves the praise, Xiao Boss. At your young age, you've already achieved so much, while I was still wasting time in school when I was your age. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zacian explained the details of the upcoming performance. The stars of the show will be Jigglypuff and Clefairy, who will engage in a singing and dancing competition, with the winner determined by votes from my livestream audience. There is no prepared script, so you will need to improvise, primarily to create a lively atmosphere. They can sing? Lin Bing inquired curiously, glancing at the Jigglypuff behind Zacian. Did you miss my livestream this afternoon? I couldn't catch it. There was an event happening at the same time. No worries, I'll have Tang Ying fill you in later. After setting up Lin Bing's responsibilities, Zacian planned to have the Jigglypuffs calm some timid Pokémon. Hey, Tang Ying called out to Zacian from behind. What is it? Tang Ying smiled. Reaching for her white belt, I brought you a gift. A pink sweetheart ball adorned with heart patterns fell into Zacian's hand, and joy spread across his face, for he knew exactly who resided within. Come out, Jigglypuff. Jiggly. The Jigglypuff leaped into his arms, playfully snuggling against him. It wore a pink bow hairpin atop its head, looking exceedingly adorable. The soft sensation in his hands felt like a balm for Zacian's soul. Indeed, my Jigglypuff is the cutest. Jiggly, the wild Jigglypuff, having just been spoiled by Zacian, pouted in discontent. Eevee and Pikachu approached to greet their friend. Is Jigglypuff going to sing soon? Jiggly. It produced a microphone custom-made just for it. Go play, Zacian said, setting his Jigglypuff down to join Pikachu, Eevee, or the other Jigglypuffs. The little Jigglypuff ran over to show off its microphone, drawing envious glances from the wild ones. Jiggly. The wild leader puffed up her cheeks defiantly. What is there to be proud of? Once I win the singing championship, I will be the cutest Jigglypuff. As the stage equipment, including lighting and photography, was set up, professionals swiftly organized and tested everything. At that moment, a young man in work attire approached Zacian, asking, Boss, how do we solve the power issue? The generator we brought isn't powerful enough. Zacian turned to Tang Ying, inquiring, Do we have anything that can generate power? Leave it to me. Tang Ying produced a luxury ball from her waist and tossed it. A flash of red light revealed a Pokémon with a spherical antenna on its head and a long black wire pattern on its yellow body, which was none other than Electrode. the Pokémon with the highest power generation capabilities among electric types. Thank you, Electrode. Electrode. Zacian earnestly addressed the young electrician. Sure thing. Although it sounded unbelievable for a Pokémon to generate electricity, it was within the realm of acceptability, especially since many had witnessed the wonders of Suicune Online. Generating electricity was trivial in comparison. The technicians activated the spotlights and quickly constructed a temporary stage with steel frames in the open area. As the lighting and photography equipment were set, they soon proceeded to test the sound system. Given that it was an outdoor performance, this adjustment would take quite a while to achieve optimal results. The time was now 7 in the evening. Waiting 2 more hours would work out perfectly. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, startling the Pokémon on the mountain, causing the timid Aurora to teleport away in fright. Jiggly. The wild leader Jigglypuff joyfully leaped onto the stage and snatched the microphone from a staff member, eager to give it a try. Jiggly, Jiggly. It hummed a few simple notes that resonated far, though there was some static in the sound system. Minutes ticked by, and a full moon hung overhead, casting a silvery glow. Clefairies lined up, walking along the moonlit path as if on a pilgrimage to the mountain's peak, heralding an unprecedented moonlight festival. Chapter 36. The inaugural Pokémon singing contest commences. At 9 in the evening, the moon shone brightly, and the lighting technician was ready. The camera crew was in position. The band was set. Zacian adjusted his attire, cleared his throat, and solemnly declared, "Let us begin." The scene transitioned, and the live broadcast commenced. Here it comes. Let me see what kind of surprise this is. Sunflower seeds, peanuts, mineral water, instant noodles, duck necks, and ham sausages. Anyone interested? The live stream initially appeared dark, but with a resounding drumbeat, the lights illuminated the stage. Boom, clap, boom, clap, ding ding. The drummer kept the lively beat. While the bassist nodded in rhythm, the keyboardist's fingers danced across the keys, and the guitarist's flowing hair swayed with the music. They were the most outstanding and professional band under Loading Entertainment, pouring their hearts into pure music. The opening song surged with energy, banishing the weariness of the night. Dim lights cast shadows of the musicians, and a beam of light rapidly expanded. What the heck? Did I walk into the wrong live stream? Excuse me. This is Zacian's live stream, right? Zacian is the one who does Pokémon education, correct? Countless viewers found themselves lost in a sea of confusion. How did an educational live stream transform into a musical performance? Was this the surprise? The passionate battle anthem ignited the atmosphere, and Lin Bing, elegantly dressed, took center stage as the lights guided her. Good evening, everyone. I am your host, Lin Bing. You are watching the first Pokémon singing contest, organized by Pokémon Dream Master Zacian and Loading Entertainment. Oh well, my wife. What? The Pokémon singing contest, so this is the surprise. It can't be a competition just for Jigglypuff, right? No way. Who would dare listen to Jigglypuff's songs? Is this even a feasible idea? It's madness. Pokémon Dream Master, Zacian, you are a marketing genius. Lin Bing continued to host with unwavering confidence. Inspired by the stories of Jigglypuff and Clefairy she had gathered from Zacian and Tang Ying, she had much to express without needing to write a script. A misunderstanding had sparked a delightful rivalry between the two pink fairies. One was Jigglypuff, who yearned to sing, and the other was Clefairy, who danced under the moonlight. They ultimately decided to hold this singing competition under the watchful gaze of the moon, with the final victor determined by votes from you, the audience. Let us now welcome them with applause. Lin Bing indeed displayed the poise of a seasoned host. Her few simple opening lines did not come across as tedious formalities. Jiggly, Clefairy and Jigglypuff lined up and made their entrance, curiously gazing at the massive screen before them, which displayed live coverage, while countless comments floated across the screen, obscuring the images. Was it not said that there would be enough people to fill the entire forest? Where are they? Jigglypuff's little head was unable to comprehend. But it mattered not. The presence of lights, a stage, and microphones sufficed. Summer was truly a good person. Lin Bing recalled the Pokémon knowledge that Summer had imparted to her during those warm days, and immediately continued. Jigglypuffs often used their move called Sing to lull others into slumber, which sometimes led to them being disliked by their audience. However, they were endowed with over 12 musical scales and possessed unique vocal cords capable of altering sound waves at will, making them natural-born singers. Though Clefairy might not share Jigglypuff's innate talent, they excelled in combining song and dance, especially on this moonlit night, bursting with vitality. Summer watched intently as Lin Bing's understanding of Jigglypuffs contained some misconceptions. Some Jigglypuffs indeed enjoyed singing lullabies, and if their audience remained awake, they would continue singing without taking a breath. If given a paintbrush, they would even doodle on the faces of sleeping listeners in frustration. Upon hearing Lin Bing's brief introduction of the competitors, many audience members realized that Jigglypuff's lullaby was indeed a move. particularly in the crowded Xuanwu City Hall. Scientists quickly pointed out that if Jigglypuff could adjust its sound waves to match the brainwave patterns of biological sleep, any creature would likely fall under its spell. In fact, that was precisely what Jigglypuff did. As the contestants took the stage, lights flickered and fireworks erupted, announcing the arrival of the first Jigglypuff. This timid yet hopeful Jigglypuff stepped into the spotlight, and the lighting technician kindly illuminated the venue, making it feel less solitary. Grasping the precious microphone, Jigglypuff closed its eyes and began to sing. The band, already familiar with each Jigglypuff style, played effortlessly. The melodious piano harmonized with the soothing violin, creating a rhythm reminiscent of a love ballad. On a summer morning, raindrops pattered against the lotus leaves. The evening breeze wafted through the alley where ice cream was sold. With a slightly mature shoulder bag, one awaited the girl to finish class, words unspoken yet filled with the bittersweetness of unexpressed affection. Akin to the youthful thrill of green apples. This is so beautiful. It takes me back to my school days. I remember that girl from high school. Alas, it's been years since graduation. I wonder how she is doing. I wish I could call her. Everyone, cherish these moments. I'm going to confess to my junior. Forget it. I'm going for it too. Summer closed his eyes, quietly savoring the tranquil melody. Though he had lived a carefree life, romance had eluded him. Yet it did not diminish his dreams of youth. His memories were filled with grass, soccer, notebooks, pencils, and headphones, yet he lacked a love letter. Unexpectedly, the first Jigglypuff brought forth such a captivating and heartfelt song, resonating deeply with the audience, even soothing other Pokémon present. This Jigglypuff is remarkable. How I wish there were lyrics. I think it's perfect as is. Human lyrics would only constrain its essence. From this moment on, you shall be known as the campus Jigglypuff. Summer embraced this Jigglypuff, showering it with affection. Jigglypuff was overjoyed that its finest work had been acknowledged. Next, please welcome the following Jigglypuff. Lin Bing was thrilled. Listening to Pokémon sing was an experience like no other. Click. The lights dimmed entirely. In the next moment, a beam of white light illuminated the stage. A Jigglypuff, stylishly wearing a cap, made a grand entrance. Summer scanned the venue for Pikachu and Eevee, only to find their hats missing. The drummer energetically wielded his sticks, while Jigglypuff swayed passionately. Yes, I love rap. This rhythm is exhilarating, outshining those self-proclaimed stars by miles. The Pokémon present couldn't help but join in the lively singing. As the song concluded, the audience yearned for more. To think that merely rapping would suffice underestimated Jigglypuff's musical prowess. With a determined gaze, the Jigglypuff, who had borrowed a hat from Pikachu, jumped onto the stage. The guitarist cranked up the distortion, delivering a rapid-fire performance followed by a powerful heavy metal chord. Summer was astounded. No wonder this was the head honcho. It was a rockster Jigglypuff. The magnetic voice paired with heavy metal accompaniment ignited the audience. Many Pokémon and staff began to sway and bob their heads in rhythm. Even the timid Kadabra joined in. This is electrifying. I adore this Jigglypuff. I'm voting for you. As the song reached its climax, the rockster Jigglypuff hit soaring notes, its body expanding like a helium balloon with each breath. The audience was fully engaged, fearing it might not hit the high note and burst. Fortunately, Jigglypuff was skilled, and this song was its specialty. Applause erupted as Summer led the crowd in clapping, the sound of cheers from the Pokémon never ceasing. The rockster Jigglypuff glowed with joy, finally receiving the recognition it deserved. How wonderful! 3 Jigglypuffs had performed. And now it was time for Clefairy to take the stage. The Clefairy adorned with a moonstone emerged first. The cello resonated, unveiling a beautiful tableau reminiscent of Swan Lake. Clefairy danced gracefully on tiptoes, with reflections beneath its feet like a dream. The bright full moon cast its gentle light, illuminating Clefairy's tiny wings, making it resemble a fairy chasing after the moon. Listening to Jigglypuff sing was a delight for the ears. But Clefairy's dance was a feast for the eyes. While human dances could only twirl on the ground, Clefairy transformed the sky into its stage. This is to my taste. I'm voting. The combination of ballet and traditional style is simply exquisite. Unbelievable that this is a Pokémon performance. Have they learned from humans? I suggest bringing this act to the Spring Festival Gala. So beautiful. Amidst the audience's awe, the competition advanced swiftly. After Clefairy's performance, another Clefairy took the stage to perform a ceremonial dance, followed by yet another Clefairy showcasing street dance, once again elevating the event to new heights. Some audience members instinctively searched for snacks, only to find them absent. No wonder Summer had prompted them to prepare snacks. The Pokémon concert was utterly captivating. Hey, Zhang Wei, bring me a bottle of cola from downstairs. Hudaji, stop watching and bring me the takeout. At the mountain summit, a familiar green Pokémon lounged on a deck chair, surrounded by newly captured Sandshrew and Caterpie offering fresh berry snacks. Enjoying the music was blissful, making them forget the purpose of their visit. The opening battles were akin to divine duels, with Jigglypuffs and Clefairies showcasing their unique styles. The upcoming performances promised to be even more thrilling. As the swan is sounded, the mountain song Jigglypuff took the stage, and Clefairy immediately retaliated with a folk dance. As you sing love songs, I shall dance to Latin rhythms. When you delve into hip-hop, I will perform the thunderous Piplup dance. Even the chorus of Jigglypuff will not be outdone, as we shall join in a harmonious rendition under the moonlight, with each side vying for supremacy. The seemingly lengthy 2 hours slipped away in an instant, akin to the brief moment it takes for Dialga to pause. Lin Bing, radiant with joy, stepped forward and proclaimed, "Remarkable performances are always fleeting." Now, we move on to the voting segment, where viewers of the live stream can cast their cherished votes. In Juke City, Wang Wenyu paced anxiously in the living room, dialing one number after another. "Hello. Please inform all employees at the company that voting for Rock Jigglypuff will reward them with a 666 red envelope upon showing a screenshot." Meanwhile, Wang Yechen discreetly tapped her phone to vote for her idol, fearful of Wang Wenyu's coercion. Yet, she was soon discovered. "Who did you vote for?" "Rock Jigglypuff." "Liar. Prepare for a beating. Wang Wenyu, you are being unreasonable. I shall go to Old Wang to report your tyranny." At the Xuanwu City Hall, Zhao Ruinian sipped strong tea to invigorate himself and, feeling slightly bashful, instructed, "Everyone must vote for Moonstone Piplup. Such an exemplary work of national style deserves a grander platform. If it's not featured in this year's Spring Festival Gala, I shall not watch." On a private island, Bai Jiajiao playfully appealed to her father. "Daddy, can we vote for this campus Jigglypuff?" "Of course, my precious daughter." Bai Xinqing immediately shifted into full doting mode, instructing his staff, "Quickly gather people to rally votes. Anyone who votes for this Jigglypuff is to receive a red envelope." "How much?" "Start with 100 million and distribute as needed." It is evident that when the titans of business engage in a competition, the common folk are left out. The venue was now set for the grand award ceremony. A handcrafted crystal microphone would serve as the trophy for this championship. Before the vote counting concluded, let us welcome the Pokémon godfather, Mr. Zacian, and his little Pokémon for the final curtain call performance. What a surprise. Let the music play on. Surely, the little Pokémon 1T let Pika and Eevee take the stage, will they? As anticipated by some audience members. The final performance did indeed feature Pikachu and Eevee, led by none other than Jigglypuff. The trio, clad in delightful Lolita attire, had Jigglypuff adorned with a pink bow for distinction. The next moment, the music erupted. 000356005600561. It was the infamous Jigaku no Shoujo. The lively rhythm and captivating melody instantly bewitched the audience. "Oh no, my body is moving against my will. Oh, such a strong aura of the two-dimensional world. Help me up, I can still dance." The infectious beat had everyone enthralled. The audience, predominantly young and familiar with gaming and anime culture, found themselves irresistibly drawn to the performance. This song, Jigaku no Shoujo, was not of this world, but rather a creation from Xia Tian's memories of a past life. Although he lacked composing skills, he had a fundamental understanding of music theory. By capturing the melody in his mind and collaborating with a professional music team for refinement, he achieved a close approximation of his vision. Sitting in the audience, Xia Tian chuckled, acknowledging that having Pokémon perform an otaku dance was indeed a unique experience. He was confident that this song would rise to fame by tomorrow, likely inspiring many to perform covers. The integration of Pokémon into the new world was not a mere chance occurrence. It was a bold and confident endeavor by Xia Tian to expand their cultural influence. He had envisioned this from the moment he learned of Jigglypuff's actions. Aside from the more complex battle competitions and grand showcases, cultural contests were easily organized. With the singing competition now in place, future events could include painting competitions, culinary contests, and various athletic challenges. Xia Tian had even thought of potential contestants: the genius painter Tutu Dog, the culinary savvy Dada Beast, and the soccer-loving Flame Rabbit. As the dance concluded with fervor, the audience clamored for an encore. "Where's the voting window? I want to vote for Pikachu." "They're in the curtain call, not contestants. Voting is not allowed." "Oh no, I was so engrossed in the dance that I missed the voting. Woe is me, my beloved singing Jigglypuff." As the countdown ended and the votes were tallied, the results were swiftly delivered to Lin Bing. Taking a deep breath, she announced with conviction, "The champion of the inaugural Pokémon singing competition is, it is." Chapter 38. Let us debut, Jigglypuff. I declare that the winner of the first Pokémon singing competition is the campus Jigglypuff, who performed the youth love story, with triumphant victory music resounding. Xia Tian embraced the Jigglypuff, now named Campus Jigglypuff, as they took the stage to accept the award. "This is a scandal. It must be rigged." Though this Jigglypuff is delightful, I believe the champion should have been Rock Jigglypuff or Flying Dance Piplup. The outcome surprised everyone, including Zacian. Many had believed that Rock Jigglypuff and Moonstone Piplup were the front-runners, yet an unexpected dark horse emerged. It was only after the event that Zacian received a text from Baijiajia, revealing that she had unleashed her financial prowess to ensure a Jigglypuff's debut, spending extravagantly to achieve her goal. However, Zacian was aware that the hastily organized competition had left many rules inadequately established, allowing for capital exploitation. Future competitions would need thorough consideration. Campus Jigglypuff clutched the custom crystal microphone with great affection. Meanwhile, Rock Jigglypuff, visibly upset, pouted and shed tears in discontent. It had placed second alongside Moonstone Piplup, not losing to Piplup, but rather to its own companion. Here, take this. A striking black and gold electric guitar appeared before Rock Jigglypuff. Boo. Zacian knelt to caress the stubborn Jigglypuff. This instrument suits you perfectly. Losing is not the end. You must keep striving. After all, many adore your singing. Jiggly. Rock Jigglypuff, moved, leaped into Zacian's embrace. Zacian then presented gifts to each participating Jigglypuff and Piplup, offering suitable instruments and beautiful accessories. Mountain Song Jigglypuff received a Swona and became enamored, immediately playing it with reckless abandon, nearly causing chaos. Taking the microphone from Lin Bing, Zacian turned to the camera. Dear viewers, are you satisfied with today's performance? Pokémon can dream and pursue what they love, just as they battle. I announced that Tian Group will officially establish a Pokémon entertainment agency, and the participating Jigglypuffs and Piplups from tonight's competition will be invited to become our inaugural trainees and officially debut. We will employ the most professional musicians to create personal albums for the top 3 Pokémon, and the Pokémon singing competition will continue to be held annually. Originally, the album reward was exclusive to the first place, but due to voting discrepancies, Rock Jigglypuff and Piplup would also be compensated. Zacian's announcement heralded the dawn of a new industry in the dazzling region. In the future, there will be an emergence of novel professions such as Pokémon agents, Pokémon composers, and Pokémon dance instructors, sprouting up like mushrooms after the rain. Summer turned to Jigglypuff and Clefairy, extending an invitation. So, shall we debut, everyone? The Jigglypuffs maintained their smiles. They were already content to have an audience that patiently listened to them sing, although they did not comprehend the meaning of debut. The prospect of continuing to sing for more people and Pokémon was truly remarkable. However, the Clefairies shook their heads. For them, singing and dancing were merely expressions of faith towards the moon goddess, and their ultimate dream remained to construct a spaceship and soar into the cosmos. Yet, one Clefairy stood apart. This particular Clefairy, adorned with a moonstone, stepped forward under the encouraging gaze of its companions. It had tasted Summer's creamy mushroom soup, battled alongside him against Nidoking, and after the recent aerial dance performance, a deep bond had formed between this Clefairy and Summer. It believed in him. Was it truly acceptable to leave its kin behind? Summer inquired with concern. The Clefairy removed the moonstone from its body and handed it to another Clefairy. This moonstone was, in fact, the key to activating the energy device of a previously crashed spaceship, a continuation of hope. The Clefairy placed it down, ready to pursue its dream. However, the Clefairy did not wish to abandon its companions irresponsibly. It wanted to do something for them before departing, and thus made a request to Summer. All right, I will accompany you to search for the crashed spaceship tomorrow. Summer understood the Clefairy's intent. It was nearly midnight, with hundreds of millions watching the live broadcast, a rare occurrence outside of the Spring Festival. Thus concludes today's broadcast. If everyone is ready to rest, please find a comfortable position and let the lullaby of Jigglypuff guide you into slumber. After a busy afternoon, everyone was quite fatigued, and Summer did not rush them to clear the scene. As the harmonious lullaby of the Jigglypuffs filled the air, humans and Pokémon alike settled down on the ground, sleeping until dawn. When the first rays of morning sunlight graced the land, the weary individuals stretched and yawned. Lin Bing, having slept against Tang Ying, felt remarkably refreshed, having never experienced such profound slumber before. I apologize for not preparing breakfast due to the conditions, Summer courteously expressed to all the workers. Steelix and Pidgeot will transport you back at the quickest pace. Lin Bing, brimming with vitality, replied, Mr. Summer, you need not apologize. We should be the ones thanking you for allowing us to participate. It has been an extraordinary experience. A few members of the Dragon Rising Band also approached to express their gratitude. Indeed, Mr. Summer, thank you for providing us with this unparalleled musical experience. Summer chuckled. You all have worked hard. I hope we can collaborate again in the future. The faces of the group lit up. Summer's words implied that they would have another chance to accompany Jigglypuff. They were immensely grateful. We have already found new inspiration and will begin composing upon our return. Summer's mention of future collaboration was not mere flattery. The melodies from his previous life required a professional team to bring them to fruition. Perhaps he could once again achieve fame through cover songs. After exchanging pleasantries, Summer instructed Tang Ying to take good care of the Jigglypuffs. They could capitalize on this momentum to arrange a concert tour for Jigglypuff, as Dragon Rising Entertainment had a commendable reputation and efficiency, making further cooperation likely. Thus, the disheveled Tang Ying departed atop Steelix. Only Summer remained on the mountaintop, though his journey now included 2 adorable companions. The 4 little ones could scarcely fit on his shoulders and would have to endure some discomfort. All right, Jigglypuff has just arrived. Let us pamper Jigglypuff. Summer cheerfully cradled his little Jigglypuff princess as he prepared to assist the Clefairy in searching for the crashed spaceship. Some Pokémon had already quietly departed, having woken early. Yet many remained in deep slumber. As Summer descended the mountain, he noticed a green Pokémon dangling from a cliff. Indeed, it was suspended. Several vines from a tree above hung down, entwining around it, creating a cradle-like formation in which it peacefully slept. A gentle breeze swayed it like a swing. Upon closer inspection, he saw that its eyelids were yellow, its upper body a vibrant green, and its lower half a creamy hue, with delicate limbs. Adorned with wing-like pale yellow lily flowers around its neck, it exuded regal elegance, while a yellow stripe extended from its back to the large green leaves on its tail. Summer felt exceptionally fortunate. It was a Snivy. Chapter 39, The Proud Sister Snake. If one were to inquire about the cutest among the grass-type starters across generations, the answer would undoubtedly include Chikorita, Snivy, and Rowlet. However, only Snivy retains its charm even after evolution. Summer, beaming with joy, circled the tree trunk of Snivy while gazing down the cliff. It was undeniably adorable. Indeed, Summer had a weakness for charming Pokémon, especially with Snivy's petite limbs. It seemed incongruous for a snake to possess 4 limbs, yet Snivy appeared all the more playful for it. Wouldn't a walking snake be cuter than one that slithers along the ground? First, let's get you up here. It's dangerous to sleep like this. With that thought, Summer set Jigglypuff down and climbed the tree to reach for Snivy. Snivy yawned and slowly opened its eyes, having just experienced the best sleep since its birth. However, the next moment, its orange-yellow pupils narrowed. Something was tugging at its vines. As a dominant snake that roams freely in the wild, Snivy had developed a habit of remaining vigilant, instinctively tightening its vines. Why does it suddenly feel heavier? Help! Summer shouted to the 4 little Pokémon below. With their combined strength, Snivy continued to exert force. It was unaware of what was pulling at it, and thus, it was best not to take risks. Summer felt puzzled and was about to lean over to investigate when an unexpected turn of events occurred. Snivy coiled its leaf-like tail, its blade gleaming coldly, and swiftly severed its own vines. Stop! Summer exclaimed in alarm, fearing Snivy would fall off the cliff and suffer an accident, but it was too late. He felt a sudden lightness in his hand and, without a second thought, leaped off the edge. Pika, Boo, Jiggly, Clefairy. The 4 Pokémon were startled by Summer's sudden action. Boo! Little Eevee quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, unleashing its psychic aura and using telekinesis to fly to rescue Summer. Snivy, having severed its vines, aimed to escape. Its greatest expertise was swinging with its vines. 2 vines swiftly extended, wrapping around a massive rock on the cliff to steady its descent. However, before Snivy could breathe a sigh of relief, a whooshing sound came from above. In the moment Summer leaped from the cliff, he realized that his aura could not be used to fly. Truly, he was willing to risk his life for the sake of a charming little Pokémon, in dire need of assistance. Zacian reached for a Pokeball at his waist. Tada! It was him, with urgency coursing through his mind. The vine snake hastily extended its vine whip to aid Zacian. Yet, how could a mere vine whip counteract the force of gravity? In an instant, Zacian collided with the vine snake. Tada! The vine snake let out a cry of pain, its grip on the massive boulder slackening, and together with Zacian, they plummeted down the cliff. Fear not, vine snake. I shall save you. Zacian, ever carefree, did not forget to charm another Pokémon even at such a critical moment. With one hand, he gracefully embraced the vine snake, while the other launched a high-grade Pokeball. Roar! A majestic orange figure broke free from its bindings, soaring freely into the sky, exhaling a stream of fiery orange flames as if to celebrate its liberation. Howl! At last, this dragon can make an entrance. Come forth. Let this dragon see who is worthy of my might. Stop playing around, foolish dragon. Hurry and save me. Zacian shouted in exasperation. Howl? Who? I have yet to finish my pose. Who dares to interrupt my display? The fire dragon was taken aback. Idiot! Down here. Zacian's voice grew fainter. Roar! The fire dragon, upon realizing, was instantly filled with dread. Master! Ibu Ibu! Little fool, hurry and save him. The graceful Eevee descended from above, landing squarely atop the fire dragon's head, and the duo dove downwards with increased speed. Phew. Zacian finally felt secure, lying limply on the fire dragon's back. The vine snake stared intently at Zacian, wondering if he had really just grasped its vine whip. But why would he risk his life to jump down? Are you all right, vine snake? You nearly scared me to death. Zacian caressed its smooth, cool skin, only to have the vine snake push him away with its vine whip. Zacian could only force a smile. Please don't hang around cliffs anymore. It's quite dangerous. The vine snake, with a hint of pride, turned its head away, yet a flicker of emotion shone in its eyes. It reminisced about the time spent with Zacian, feeding the Pidgeys and guarding their territory, nurturing the roots of Paras, sharing hard-earned food with unfamiliar Pokémon, helping Clefairy find lost moon stones, and fulfilling Jigglypuff's dreams, culminating in the selfless leap down the cliff to rescue it. The vine snake felt its heart stirred. A bittersweet ache as Zacian's smiling face lingered in its mind. The vine snake shook its head, attempting to dispel these thoughts. Eeboo. Eevee reached out to greet the vine snake. The vine snake merely nodded, turning its head away once more. Zacian shook his head, amused by its consistent aloofness. The fire dragon flapped its wings, returning to the mountaintop to safely set Zacian and the others down. Pika, Bewley, Pikachu and Jigglypuff rushed over with concern. Foolish dragon. Go stand in the corner and reflect. Zacian scolded. If it weren't for your ability to fly, would I even bring you out to play? The fire dragon folded its wings and sulked off to draw circles in the dirt. Typically, fire dragons were known for their fiery tempers, exhibiting fierceness and pride due to their formidable powers. However, this particular fire dragon retained the gentle, quirky nature from its Charmander days, showing no signs of rebelliousness after its evolutions. After all, having a strong older brother like Lucario and a legendary Pokémon like Arceus nearby left no room for arrogance to flourish. Instead, it often strived to impress them, cultivating a bad habit of showing off. Returning his gaze to the proud and aloof vine snake, Zacian noted its fierce determination. The vine snake was a Pokémon that held high standards, often rejecting trainers deemed unworthy. However, once it recognized someone, it would dedicate itself wholeheartedly. Beneath its proud exterior lay an earnest longing for a trainer's acknowledgement and a delicate affection for friends. Zacian's training base was currently lacking the vine snake. Would you care to join me on my travels? Encountering a Pokémon he admired, Zacian could not let this opportunity slip away and promptly extended an invitation to the vine snake. Although his main team already included a grass-type starter, having an additional companion would be delightful. Besides, as the vine snake was still in its initial form, it could engage in friendly battles with novice trainers without overwhelming them with his main team. The vine snake raised its head, executing the Queen's Disdain move. Zacian, who bore an affinity for cute Pokémon, found himself enchanted by this display. Chapter 40. Commencing the capture lesson, the vine snake's intentions were unmistakable. I grant you a chance. Come, conquer me. Excellent. Just what I hoped for. Let us go, Eevee. However, the vine snake turned its head away, seemingly unwilling to battle Eevee. It appeared to hold a favorable impression of Eevee. Zacian, taken aback, cautiously inquired. What about Pikachu? The vine snake continued to shake its head. You wouldn't be considering challenging the fire dragon, would you? Vine. Roar? The fire dragon, still drawing circles on the ground, turned its head towards the commotion. Little snake, do you wish to face this dragon? Surely, you jest. Can your petite frame withstand a single breath of fire? Seeing the vine snake's stubborn demeanor, Zacian couldn't help but smile. He was increasingly fond of this little serpent. The vine snake was not merely acting proud to lower Zacian's capture difficulty. Instead, it sought to prove its strength against a more formidable opponent. Very well, allow me a moment to set up a live broadcast first. In Zhuke City, the alarm rang insistently, jolting Wang Yuchen from her sweet dreams. Ding ding, your favorite streamer has begun broadcasting. Wang Yuchen rubbed her sleepy eyes, irate, and promptly removed the alarm clock's batteries. At last, peace. She donned her eye mask and burrowed back under the covers. Seconds later, what the heck? Why is this water ghost so eager today? Wang Yuchen pondered, realizing her favorite streamer was none other than Zacian. Yet, he had only finished his broadcast in the dead of night, and was already live again early this morning. Garlic, bring me water. I need to freshen up. Wang Yuchen called out loudly, quickly logging into the streaming platform on her phone. To her astonishment, Zacian's broadcast title today was Demonstration of Capture, the Duel of Fire and Grass. The information was staggering. Was Zacian about to reveal the secret of the Pokeball? Was this too soon? Wang Yuchen, despite her naivety, understood some things clearly. Pokeballs were used to capture Pokémon, but the current number of Pokémon was indeed scarce. especially in bustling cities. Where could one find Pokémon to capture? She couldn't fathom why Zacian could locate those Pokémon-infested areas. What piqued Wang Yechen's interest even more was the duel of fire and grass. Regardless of whether Zacian aimed to capture a fire type or a grass type, the combatants would undoubtedly be of these two attributes. If one were to ask who her greatest rival in this world was, it would undoubtedly be Wang Wenyu. In other areas, she could not compete with him. But as the first to obtain a Pokémon, she should have had her chance to rise, only to find Wang Wenyu effortlessly countering her Bulbasaur with a Fire Fox. How outrageous. Zacian, you are my savior. Teach me how to counter opposite types. Wang Yechen fervently prayed that Zacian would command a grass-type Pokémon this time. Garlic, garlic. Wang Yechen softly called for her Bulbasaur. Danei, the Bulbasaur, entered the bedroom with a basin and a towel atop its head. It had already sprawled out. And Wang Yechen decided to let it be, as long as the training did not falter. Come quickly and witness your grass-type comrade turning the tide. Wang Yechen whispered softly, fearful of alerting Wang Wenyu next door. However, Wang Wenyu had already anticipated this turn of events. Who else would be as lazy as Wang Yechen, living a disciplined life? Wang Wenyu was up early on this weekend, perfectly on time for her morning yoga. Firefox, make sure to learn well. Many, like the Wang sisters, were already stationed in front of their computers and phones, eagerly awaiting the live broadcast from Zacian. Yet these two sisters were currently the only ones to have received their initial Pokémon from Zacian, affording them a deeper connection and understanding of the Pokémon world. Here it comes. Zacian, the old rascal, is finally putting in some effort today. Is there no new program today, Tiangu? I suggest not to do something every day. It might spoil the audience's taste. Zacian's fresh visage appeared before the audience. Ah, darling. So handsome. Anchor, I was just washing something in the bathroom. Do you know what it was? I adore you. Naughty little brother, do you wish for your sister's affection? Zacian suddenly realized he seemed to have gained a plethora of female fans overnight. Yet, considering the previous broadcasts were all jungle explorations, and last night featured a music festival with the adorable Jigglypuff, it was no wonder his charm had attracted so many. Zacian was delighted. Girls were wonderful, and wealthy patrons were even better. However, he still longed for my beloved Frostless. Today, he would present a tutorial on how to properly capture Pokémon, advising everyone to observe closely and learn well, so they too could encounter their partners. Zacian adjusted the camera, revealing the proud Frostless and the disinterested Charizard, both ready for action. Wow, is that a dragon? It looks like a dragon. Indeed. It resembles Dragonite quite a bit. Too bad it's not the legendary five-clawed golden dragon of our region. Zacian displayed an ordinary red and white Pokeball to the camera. This is specifically designed for capturing Pokémon, and it will soon be available following the Pokédex release. Let me teach you how to use it. Zacian cast an apologetic glance at Frostless, then swung his arm and threw the ball towards it. The throwing style must be stylish. It enhances the capture probability. The Pokeball arced through the air, colliding with Frostless. Amidst the gasps from the audience, Frostless transformed into a rainbow light and was drawn inside. It was captured. Is it really that simple to capture Pokémon? Whoa. Isn't this like a beast space from a fantasy novel? Spatial technology? Tiangu. You can conjure anything. It's simply miraculous. I've learned so much. I'm going to practice throwing the ball. Hold on, Zacian reminded. Look at that flickering red light. The audience turned their gaze to the Pokeball, where the indicator light was flashing repeatedly. After 3 flashes, the Pokeball shook from side to side, and a rainbow light burst forth, revealing the grass-type Pokémon once more. Zacian quickly explained. If Pokémon are not willingly captured, they will resist. The best way to gain their trust is through a fair battle, which not only exhausts them but also earns their respect. Most Pokémon possess innate battling skills, making them eager to grow stronger alongside their trainers. Zacian made a final reminder. However, do not think that having a Pokeball allows you to capture Pokémon at will. If they do not acknowledge you, even if captured, they will not obey your commands. Zacian was not overly concerned about this. Capturing a disobedient Pokémon could pose risks to the trainer, as some may escape or, in the case of those with fiery tempers, threaten their safety. Regarding sales, Zhao Ruinian had already drafted relevant laws. Now, let us proceed to the battle stage. As the battle anthem played, Frostless remained aloof while Charizard struck a striking pose. The opponent may be weak, but the posture must be impressive. Go, Charizard. Use Flamethrower. Roar. The orange flames erupted, instantly evaporating the moisture in the air into a white mist. Vine Whip. Frostless let out a soft grunt, swinging a Vine Whip to the ground and using the recoil to leap up, evading the flamethrower while launching itself directly at Charizard. The leaf-shaped tail gleamed with a metallic sheen. Iron Tail. Chapter 41. Frostless vs. Charizard, Enchanting Tail and Overheating Limits. So fast. This Frostless demonstrates an impressive understanding and execution of Vine Whip. Zacian exclaimed. Use Metal Claw next. Charizard roared, extending its metallic claws to clash heavily against Frostless's iron tail. Frostless gritted its teeth, determined, pushing forward. Charizard bared its fangs, marveling at how such strength could be contained within such a small snake. Take this opportunity to use Will-O-Wisp. Charizard roared, blue flames igniting on its wings and tail, flickering like fireflies as they danced toward Frostless. While Will-O-Wisp was not an easy attack to land, the close proximity of the two Pokémon provided Zacian with a chance. The eerie blue flames engulfed Frostless, yet contrary to expectation, it did not seem to suffer from the burn. Oh no, it's a substitute. Zacian was astonished by Frostless's skill set. He had yet to scan it with the Pokédex, unaware of its learned moves and abilities. Zacian aimed to capture Frostless in the most equitable manner. At your feet. Just as Zacian warned, Charizard's gaze shifted downward, but it was too late to defend itself. Frostless, small and slippery like a loach, slid to Charizard's feet. Several sturdy vines burst from the ground, wrapping around Charizard's legs, and Frostless shouted with all its might, pulling tightly. It was a grass knot. With a resounding thud, Charizard was tripped and slammed to the ground. Although Grass Knot was a grass-type move, its power increased based on the weight of the opponent. The greater the weight, the more painful the fall. Charizard weighed 905 kilograms, while Frostless weighed only 81 kilograms, illustrating the immense leverage Frostless wielded. Roar. Charizard howled to the sky. While this move inflicted some damage, it was not significant. Instead, Charizard became even more excited. Frostless's small frame contained tremendous strength, igniting its fighting spirit. Wonderful. This little snake resembles my former Charizard self, exhibiting the courage and determination to face formidable foes. Let me respond to your resolve. In just 2 or 3 rounds, Frostless had showcased its astonishing combat prowess, garnering wild praise from the live audience. Incredible! To handle a disadvantageous type with such ease is simply astounding. What Pokémon is this? It's remarkable. Truly impressive, Frostless. Zacian praised. Frostless crossed its arms, exuding an air of pride. Next, I shall not hold back. Frostless was displeased, questioning what it meant for Zacian to hold back. Was Tishi the one who was formidable? Charizard, take to the skies. Here it comes. The moment when Tianzai is about to play tricks again. This is what we call aerial superiority. How can the grass snake contend with the soaring dragon? Envelop it with a fiery vortex. The fire-breathing dragon obeys the command, its fiery tongue spitting flames, encircling the vine snake and swiftly closing in on its center. The vine snake is indeed uncomfortable, drenched in sweat. Prepare to unleash Aegislash. Summer realizes that on the periphery of this open space there are numerous trees. The vine snake can only escape the fiery vortex by utilizing them. As expected, the vine snake immediately reaches out with its tendril to wrap around a branch, pulling itself towards it with force. But then, a blade of air strikes, severing the tendril, causing the vine snake to lose its balance and tumble to the ground. Fire blast. Another pillar of intense flame erupts, and this time the vine snake cannot evade. Boom. It lets out a pained cry, suffering significant damage. However, there is defiance in its eyes. It cannot allow future trainers to underestimate it. With a flourish, a pink heart flies towards the smug fire-breathing dragon, and in an instant, the foolish dragon becomes the loyal admirer of the Snake Queen. The vine snake finally unleashes its signature move, a charming technique that possesses great allure for the opposite sex. The vine snake, enduring its wounds, struggles to rise, its leafy tail sweeping as it leaps high. Is that Dragon Tail? Summer's mouth drops open. His little vine snake can perform dragon-type moves, but now is not the time for such thoughts. Wake up, fire-breathing dragon. Summer calls out loudly. The fire-breathing dragon's eyes transform into hearts, its claws cradling its dragon face, resembling an adorable puck. Ha ha ha, this dragon has turned into a love-struck fool. What sort of move is this? Truly nauseating, rivaling the art of coquetry. Wang Yuchen, sitting before the screen, has her eyes shining. This is it. This is the move. This is the ultimate tactic of grass type against fire type. Wake up, fire-breathing dragon. Unleash overheat. Summer nearly roars. The fire-breathing dragon senses Summer's call, but it cannot control its own body, instinctively igniting all the fiery power within itself in accordance with Summer's commands. This is the bond between them. The dragon's skin turns a fiery red, like a boiled lobster, clearly suffering from a high fever. The extreme temperature revives the fire-breathing dragon, its gaze shifting from the Snake Queen throwing flirtatious glances to the vine snake wielding dragon tail against it, and the fire-breathing dragon instantly charges forth with its overheated body. The small snake, now tinged with dragon energy and glowing golden, crashes into the much larger fire-red dragon, seemingly engaging in a futile struggle. Yet both Pokémon are sent flying backward. Who? The fire-breathing dragon exhales white mist, staggering to its feet. The vine snake curls up, lying on the ground, its surface marked with charred burns. The outcome is already evident. Summer takes out a green friendship ball, designed to enhance the bond between Pokémon and trainer. Let me demonstrate once more. Remember to throw the ball with style and speed. And shout along with me, go, Pokeball. The final phrase is for fun. The friendship ball captures the injured vine snake, and with a flash, a click, it is sealed. The vine snake is caught. Summer picks up the Pokeball, filled with joy. However, the immediate priority is to heal the vine snake. Come out, vine snake. The weakened vine snake quietly lies in Summer's embrace, occasionally nudging him with its head. Both Summer's kind-heartedness and his prowess as a trainer have won over the vine snake. It is now wholeheartedly devoted to being Summer's partner. As Summer applies medicine to the vine snake, he observes the amusing comments. You really caught it. The cool pose and the dramatic lines truly increase the success rate. Child, don't be foolish. It was the battle that depleted the other Pokemon's stamina, not the lines. Nonsense. You clearly don't understand Pokémon. How could Tiangu deceive us? Tiangu is the coolest, and the vine snake is the cutest. Many viewers, having witnessed this capture battle, have already begun practicing their ball-throwing skills in preparation for the future. That day, the sports equipment store sold out of all types of balls. The basketball court, usually occupied by square dancing aunties, was invaded by unexpected guests, all eager to shoot hoops. Hey, young man, that's not how you play ping pong. Come, let me teach you. Hey, young man, what you have there is a shot put, right? You can't throw that at a glass backboard. Chapter 42. An unexpected tune. Having successfully captured the vine snake, Summer finds a place to rest momentarily and, in the process, introduces the audience to the two new faces that appeared today. Which one would you like to see first? Summer raises the Pokédex in his hand. Dragon, dragon, dragon. I want to see the dragon. Don't get too proud. Our little grass snake can also perform Dragon Tail. Perhaps it will evolve into a green dragon. A snake transforming into a dragon is still reasonable. What the host previously said about a green caterpillar was all nonsense. Who really understands Pokémon? Summer finds it amusing that whenever someone dares to question him, his fans mimic his tone, asking, do you know more about Pokémon than I do? It's quite hilarious. Then let's start with the fire-breathing dragon. Summer intends to save the vine snake for last. Just like opening a blind box, who knows? He might unveil a vine snake with a counteracting characteristic. The fire-breathing dragon stands tall, proudly displaying its robust abdomen before the camera of the Rotom phone, exuding an aura of power. Beep beep. This is the fire-breathing dragon, a fire-type Pokémon with flying attributes. Its flames can melt even rock. It enjoys battling strong opponents. And when angered, the flames on its tail ignite in a blue hue. Truly formidable. Shocking. The fire-breathing dragon isn't even a dragon type? Scandalous. A designer conspiracy. Goodness. What did the host say before? Most Pokémon with dragon in their name aren't actually dragons. What's so great about being a dragon type? They all falter against fairy types. And being 4 times weak to rock is no joke. As Summer sees a group of humorous netizens dismissing the fire-breathing dragon, he feels compelled to set them straight. What a joke. It's the fire-breathing dragon. A standard for the strong. It is all the enhancements from every generation. The face of the first generation. Let me share a secret. The fire-breathing dragon has 2 forms of Mega Evolution, one of which awakens its dragon attributes. Mega Evolution, is it like Beedrills? In 2 forms. How impressive. Did you see that? Garlic head? Wang Yuchen excitedly pulls her Bulbasaur. It's only 006, but you're 001. In the future, it will definitely be the strongest. Bulbasaur nods vigorously, and Wang Yuchen is confident about this. Regarding this Pokémon, I only have 1 point to remind everyone. Summer pauses, signaling that it's time to take notes. If you were fortunate enough to partner with an initial stage Charmander, be sure to proceed with caution and train alongside it to grow stronger. This is because Charmander enters a rebellious phase during evolution. If the trainer remains stagnant, it will look down on you and cease to obey commands. Rather than teaching others how to train Pokémon, it is more beneficial for the current audience to learn how to adapt to the Pokémon's personality and coexist with them. Now, it's your turn, Vine Snake. Summer looks at the Vine Snake with great anticipation. The Vine Snake rises to its feet, its head slightly elevated, casting a seemingly disdainful gaze. Yet the subtle curve of its closed lips suggests a hint of a smile. Meowth, a grass-type Pokémon, embodies a remarkable intellect and a composed demeanor, remaining unshaken by any circumstance. When basking in sunlight, it moves with increased swiftness, utilizing its leaf-shaped tail for photosynthesis and excelling in the art of flexible vine whips. It is said that some Meowth may abandon ineffectual trainers. Such is the nature of this Pokémon. Driven by a fierce desire to grow stronger, it seeks out more suitable companions. Thus, The path of a trainer can be rather harsh. If one merely wishes to lounge about, they should reconsider becoming a trainer. Even Pokémon that do not engage in battles have their own paths, much like Jigglypuffs, do they not? Summer serves as a warning against the fervor of battles, reminding us not to be blinded by the allure of becoming trainers. In every profession, there are those who thrive through divine favor and those who struggle despite their efforts. Life in the Pokémon world is rich and varied. Battles are but one aspect. Tailoring education to individual needs has always been advocated by Summer during her streams, and the music festival serves as a splendid beginning. While discussing this topic, Summer eagerly perused the detailed information on Meowth. Eureka! Filled with excitement, she scooped up Meowth. What has the host discovered to be so joyous? Based on my observations of Summer, it must be a female Meowth. You are quite right. Indeed, it was female. Summer inadvertently let this slip and quickly chastised herself, insisting, all Meowths are female. You know. Regardless, no one truly knows the gender ratio of Meowth, so Summer rambled on. He's flustered. Huh. I saw through Summer long ago. Host, why don't you share what you found? Take a look for yourselves. Summer opened the trait section for everyone to admire. It boldly displayed, Contrarian. Contrarian. Pokémon with this trait will have their abilities reversed. Those that are enhanced will be diminished, and vice versa. I don't understand. What use is that? I can surmise that it might catch opponents off guard when their abilities are lowered, but if the opponent merely enhances themselves, then Meowth is at a disadvantage. Summer allowed them to speculate while keeping her own counsel, intending to demonstrate what true prowess looks like in battle with the move Leaf Storm. However, what intrigued Summer even more was Meowth's diverse skill set, far beyond what one would expect from a Pokémon in its initial form. In addition to its grass-type moves like Leaf Tornado and Leaf Blade, it even possessed a Dragon-type move, Hurricane. No wonder it could hold its own against Charizard for several rounds. Thus concluded today's educational segment, and Summer prepared to depart, rising to mount the back of Charizard. It seems a bit cramped, she remarked, to which Charizard rolled its eyes. Is it really a matter of space? With the combined weight of your 5 Pokémon, you nearly surpass me. Would you like to borrow my wings to fly? Then let's get the Pokeballs ready. Summer had no choice but to return her Pokémon to their balls, leaving only the unclaimed Clefairy outside. Since the Pokeballs were already in view, there was no need to conceal them. You stay out. Let me hold you for a moment. With her newfound Meowth, Summer had little desire for the Jigglypuff that had traveled so far. Charizard flapped its wings, lifting the trio away from Smoke Green Mountain, even veering off their originally planned route under Summer's guidance. Today held another significant task, assisting Clefairy in locating its crashed spaceship. What? Are you joking? What spaceship? The comments were flooded with question marks. Clefairy's spaceship? Surely this was a jest. Yet, after Summer's explanation, the audience, once composed, was left utterly astonished. Clefairy truly possessed the ability to construct rockets and spaceships. Chapter 43. Bold. Daring to tempt me. When Summer revealed during her stream that Clefairy might hail from outer space and had the technology to build rockets and spaceships, many viewers abandoned their tasks to witness the revelation. Among the most captivated were fervent enthusiasts and seasoned professors from the academy. I knew I had seen it. It must be Clefairy's ship. Please, take me off this planet. My aspirations lie among the stars. Host, you must bring back the spaceship's data. Humanity's future in space exploration depends on you. Summer and the officials had made their intentions clear, promising numerous collaborations in the future. If Clefairy consented, sharing the spaceship's data with the Academy could pave the way for them to become the first to traverse the cosmos. Under Clefairy's guidance, Charizard swiftly approached a barren rocky mountain. According to Clefairy, their spaceship had crashed here, and they had scattered to gather materials for repairs. However, the crater left by the ship had since been claimed by other Pokémon. With no means to fight back, they had no choice but to reconstruct a new vessel, beginning with the search for the vital Moonstone. Naturally, recovering remnants of the ship or useful data from its internal database would greatly aid their efforts. After all, Clefairy would soon be their employee, and Summer was eager to assist. Is it down there? Summer peered down into a deep, pitch-black abyss, likely a crater formed by the crash. The impact was evident, having penetrated the mountain's surface. What a dark hole. It gives me the thrill of an archaeological adventure. Indeed. I read about a Tomb Raider novel featuring a pit like this. Let's go? Charizard dove downward. After descending 100 meters, they finally touched down. Summer illuminated her flashlight to survey the surroundings. It was a standard limestone cave, marked by signs of high-temperature friction and cobwebs in certain areas. Clefairy tugged at Summer's pants, cautioning her about the potential presence of other Pokémon. Logically, the spaceship should have come to a halt here. How could it lead further down? Scanning ahead with her flashlight, Summer spotted 3 downward passages. Upon inspection, the walls were smooth, devoid of rubble, resembling an artificial excavation. Perhaps small Pokémon had dug these tunnels? This theory aligned with the current Pokémon world narrative. Here we go, the quintessential beginning of an archaeological adventure. Each passage must be laden with different traps. Perhaps only one leads to safety. Let us flip a coin to decide. Summer was exasperated. She had clearly stated that this was the site of Clefairy's crashed spaceship, yet they had spun it into an archaeological escapade. Faced with a dilemma, Summer opted for the far-right passage. The tunnel was less than 2 meters high, making it difficult for Charizard to enter. She temporarily returned it to its Pokeball, allowing only Meowth and Clefairy to accompany her. The passage sloped downward, and Meowth thoughtfully wrapped its vine around Summer's waist to prevent any mishaps. A smile crept onto Summer's face. Meowth was quite considerate. After proceeding for several dozen steps, the passage widened. Summer, as usual, cast her light forward. And in the next moment, a shadow flickered past. On a summer day, a sudden chill ran down Zacian's spine. What could it be? Was it merely an illusion? Whoa, did something just flash? I saw it too. Indeed, thrilling. With so many witnesses, it was evident that Zacian was not imagining things. Playful. Zacian maintained his composure. Perhaps it was a small creature or a sprite. Even if it were a ghost, it would merely be a ghost-type Pokémon. Zacian waved his phone around, hoping to catch another glimpse of the shadow. At one moment, he felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, as if something were fixated on him. Suddenly, before he could harness his aura to retaliate, his Pokémon, Frosmoth, struck with its whip-like appendage, causing Zacian to lose his balance and fall to the ground, narrowly avoiding the attack. A sound sliced through the air. Frosmoth's other whip struck an object. The shift was too rapid for the spectators to comprehend, but they knew Zacian had faced an assault. It's a trap, called the treasure hunters. Mischievous. Zacian swiftly shone his flashlight in the direction of the sound. Let me see who dares to conspire against me. The moment the light illuminated the object, he recognized its identity. With its deep blue body and purple membranous wings, its gaping maw revealed sharp fangs. Who else could it be but a Zubat? Goodness. So that's why it was fixated on my neck. It craved my blood. Wow, that's one huge bat. Isn't that a Pokémon as well? What are you saying? Can Pokémon really drink blood? Zubat lacked eyes and relied on the ultrasonic waves emitted from its mouth to navigate the world. Thus it was not afraid of light. It preferred the darkness of caves, as its delicate skin was prone to burns from the sun as heat. Before Zacian could retrieve his Pokédex, Zubat flapped its wings and charged at him, appearing ravenous. Without needing any command from Zacian, Frosmoth leaped and swatted Zubat against the cave wall. Be careful, Frosmoth. There are likely many more Zubats. Zubats were social creatures, especially in the colder environments of the North Sea, where they huddled together for warmth. After all, their thin skin could freeze, rendering them immobile. Indeed. As soon as Zacian uttered his warning, the cave filled with the sound of buzzing wings. The Zubats, all with blood-red eyes, though they had none, seemed desperate. Oh my god, do you know how long it's been since we tasted delightful plasma? Come let me have a sip. I promise to be gentle. Just 300 milliliters. Please. Zacian scoffed. How bold they were to covet my flesh. Let me serve you some electric roasted bat. He tossed out 3 Pokeballs. Pikachu, Eevee, and Jigglypuff reappeared. Pikachu. Thunderbolt. Eevee. Thundershock. The overlapping golden lightning illuminated the cavern, seemingly revealing the Zubat's fragile skeletons beneath their thin skin. The Zubats cried out in agony, plummeting to the ground. The electric shock was no mere bluster. As the saying goes, a reward follows a beating. Being constantly pursued by Zubats was unnerving. So Zacian decided to use some ordinary Pok blocks to pacify them. The Zubats huddled in the corner, too frightened to approach Zacian, providing him the perfect opportunity to scan them with his Pokédex. Zubat, a bat Pokémon with poison and flying attributes. It uses ultrasonic waves to navigate and tends to avoid the scorching sun, preferring to dwell in dark caves. Zacian's Pokédex had recorded extensive information on many Pokémon, and he even entertained the thought of auctioning it once it was released. After all, it was the only Pokédex that unlocked the legendary Suicune. Collectors would surely be enamored. There was profit to be made. Chapter 44, An Alien Base? Ignoring the stunned Zubats, Zacian faced yet another fork in the path with a sense of trepidation. Once more entering the narrow passage, he conversed with his viewers about the Zubats. These Pokémon would suck blood. Encountering 1 or 2 in the wild was manageable, but a swarm could be perilous. However, they only appeared at night or when the sun was absent. This served as a reminder to everyone that if they were to camp outdoors, they should avoid caves, as they could be Pokémon nests far more dangerous than open air. Such knowledge was essential for trainers, and the audience was unusually silent, diligently taking notes. Zacian shifted his tone. However, here's a little tip. Consider carrying some artificial plasma. Those looking to profit from this idea should take note. Is the artificial plasma tasty? What if it still tempts me? Not only does this streamer educate us about Pokémon, but he also tries to teach us how to earn money. What a gem. Quickly add artificial plasma to the wilderness survival kit. In the dim limestone cave, a brilliant light approached from afar, and Zacian's party once again reached a crossroads. Why are there so many tunnels? Zacian thought this cave resembled the Dragon Ridge maze he had seen in his past life. Which mischievous Pokémon could be digging these tunnels? A Diglett? However, he couldn't help but notice the absence of any spaceship wreckage along the way. What kind of Pokémon would be interested in a broken spaceship? With no answer, he pressed onward, allowing Eevee, who possessed danger-sensing abilities, to choose the path. After navigating the maze-like passages, Zacian unknowingly descended into the subterranean rock layers of the desolate mountain. Light re-emerged approximately 10 minutes later. Emerging from the last tunnel, Zacian was greeted by a dazzling underground cavern shimmering with ethereal lights. The illumination emanated from unique rocks scattered throughout. Yet, at the center of this space stood a peculiar structure that astonished all present, including Zacian. It was a pyramid, towering as tall as a single story and shining as bright as day. What on earth? A glowing pyramid? Could this be Clefairy's spaceship? No. Clefairy's ship crashed. This must be another alien base. I've read that aliens favor pyramid-shaped structures. That makes sense. Some speculate that the pyramids in the desert of the OSI kingdom were built by aliens. A crossover of traversers and aliens. What a sight. Everyone had seen pyramids, tombs of pharaohs. But who had ever seen a glowing pyramid? Its sleek surface and technologically infused brilliance sparked boundless imagination. The Giant of Light awakens? Or perhaps the pharaoh returns with his 3 legendary beasts. Clefairy? Zacian glanced down at the Clefairy at his feet, who was equally perplexed. Ancient ruins SHOWDOWN manifest as a solitary pyramid, often accompanied by spatial wormholes. Clefairy shook its head. It had never encountered such a thing. Let us take a look and search for an entrance. Zacian resolved to enter the pyramid, for it was the only noteworthy feature in the expansive underground. He cautiously reached out to touch the pyramid's surface. It was smooth and emitted a warm sensation. In the summer, the only luminous stone that comes to mind is the lightstone. However, as an experienced miner, he understands that even if polished, the lightstone would form a crystalline structure unsuitable for construction, and there is nothing that could effectively bond lightstones together. Of course, this might be a technology beyond the comprehension of a mere mortal. A more plausible explanation, however, is that there exists a power supply system within the pyramid, or that the materials of the pyramid are infused with the energy crystals of the lightstone. After a thorough search, he successfully located the entrance. In fact, the door was ajar, standing over a meter tall, requiring him to bend slightly to enter. The interior space was considerably more spacious, and upon stepping inside, he felt as though he had entered the laboratory of his father and Meow Meow, necessitating a sense of meticulousness. The ground floor hall was eerily empty, save for a circular platform at its center. As he and his companions stepped onto the platform, the inquisitive Pikachu pulled a red lever, causing the platform to ascend to the second floor. It was, in fact, an elevator. Upon entering the second floor, the light was significantly brighter, and he immediately encountered an array of unfamiliar instruments. Pippi tugged at his sleeve, gesturing for him to look in the direction he pointed. Upon doing so, he noticed a corner of the floor piled high with discarded components. Could this possibly be your spaceship? He questioned, uncertain. Pippi, without hesitation. Pippi rushed over to rummage through the debris. Pippi's little eyes brimmed with tears. Despite the spaceship being wrecked, it should have remained intact. Why had it been dismantled into parts? Pippi quickly searched, hoping to find an important chip containing the database amidst the ruins. Thud. The cold-hearted yet warm-hearted Tooting Snake was the first to follow and assist Pippi in the search, while the other 3 little spirits also gathered around. Host, quickly take us on a tour of the alien base. What tour? We should see if there is any crucial alien data among those devices. Very well. He remained relatively calm, but those enthusiasts and researchers of extraterrestrial life were utterly agitated, especially the professors at the Xuanwu Academy. Several elderly professors studying extraterrestrial life were moved to tears, and a few in poor health were overwhelmed with joy and sorrow. Quickly, fetch a doctor. Academician Zheng is having a heart attack. Oldly, don't gasp. Let me get your medicine. Come, breathe in and out with me. Those who could delve into this field all believed in the existence of extraterrestrial life, hence their excitement. A group of like-minded scientists promptly submitted a joint request to Zhao Ruinian, asking for a connection with him or for a plane to be sent to the scene. Zhao Ruinian would not allow these old scholars to disrupt his work. After all, what he was engaged in was a grand endeavor of disseminating Pokémon knowledge. Wouldn't a connection turn a popular science live stream into an academic symposium? He promptly ordered the disconnection of the extraterrestrial academy's internet and instructed people to keep an eye on them, ensuring they couldn't even watch the live broadcast. Out of sight, out of mind. Without vision, surely they wouldn't fall ill. Zhao Ruinian, you're not being humane. Zhao Ruinian, I've known your father for years. You can't treat me this way. I want to watch the live stream. Let me out. I want to watch the live stream. The cries of despair from the academy reached him, and he probably laughed faintly at Zhao Ruinian's antics. You're too mischievous. Returning focus to the pyramid. While he was wandering around, 5 little spirits called out in unison from behind. He hurried over, and to his surprise, he found that the 5 rummaging spirits had unearthed a Pokémon. With rough, gray-green rocky skin, a blunt, shark fin-like protrusion atop its head, and short limbs. It stood at less than a meter tall. Its eyes were as translucent as rubies, mirroring the color of the diamond-shaped gem on its abdomen. It was the Larvitar, the juvenile form of the rare pseudo-legendary Pokémon, Tyranitar, known as the Desert Tyrant. Yo! It seemed to respond to his call, raising a half-eaten spaceship part in its hand. Chapter 45. The gluttonous Larvitar greeted him before resuming its enthusiastic munching on the spaceship part. It showed no signs of fear or wariness upon encountering a stranger, its gaze solely fixated on the food, blissfully oblivious. The metallic spaceship part crunched in its mouth like potato chips, though to the viewers, the sound was somewhat unsettling. Is this little creature an extraterrestrial Pokémon? Oh my, it's eating metal, right? Ugh, my skull is chilling. Hey, can the host give us some insights on this extraterrestrial Pokémon? Certainly, he affirmed, promptly retrieving the Pokédex. Meow, Larvitar, a rock-ground-type Pokémon. Larvitar is born deep underground. When it emerges, it incessantly digs through the surrounding soil and rocks for sustenance, possessing an appetite so large that it has been known to consume an entire mountain. This is comparable to the gluttony of Snorlax. It's truly unmanageable. Born underground? So it's not extraterrestrial after all. What a disappointment. Did it really eat an entire mountain? How big was the mountain? It's indeed unmanageable to raise a mountain-eating creature. Pippi, feeling disheartened, tugged at Larvitar, pleading for it to stop eating its spaceship, but the latter was solely fixated on the food, completely ignoring Pippi. What a joke. After eating soil all its life, today it was feasting on precious metals. Shouldn't he cherish this? Wasting food is a shameful act. He approached Pippi, offering comfort. It's all right, Pippi. The spaceship is already in ruins, let it be. He understood that interrupting a foodie while they were relishing their meal could be exceedingly vexing. He lifted Pippi onto the central console of the pyramid and suggested, why don't we check if there is any data you need among these computer instruments? The clever Pippi quickly grasped his intent and began to attempt operating the devices. After settling Pippi, he turned his gaze back to Larvitar, who was devouring its meal with great enthusiasm. Wasn't he someone asking about pseudo-legendaries during yesterday's broadcast? Well, here it is. He pointed, and everyone was astonished. Are you joking? This little glutton is a pseudo-legendary. This little creature is quite unique, resembling a divine beast, but unfortunately, it's not from a wealthy family and can't be afforded. By the way, the host's luck is astonishing. They casually encounter a pseudo-legendary. Though shocked, everyone unanimously believed him. In truth, the term pseudo-legendary is merely a highly complimentary phrase. He casually sat down on the floor, quietly observing Larvitar as it ate. They are the epitome of late bloomers, trading longer growth for the potential to rival divine beasts. For instance, Larvitar continuously relies on consuming rock and soil minerals to accumulate the energy necessary for evolution. Its final form, Tyranitar, is a powerful Pokémon capable of controlling sandstorms, but that comes at the cost of precious minerals comparable to an entire mountain. His words provided the audience with a new understanding of pseudo-legendaries. Indeed, they possess great potential, but everything comes at a price. One must invest proportionately to reap the rewards, including the very real issue of resources. It's easy to surmise that feeding Larvitar soil, rocks, or minerals would yield different results. Just look at what this little fellow is consuming, the rare metals from a spaceship. An ordinary person seeking to capture a Larvitar would certainly only be able to dig in the wild for soil and munch on stones, which would yield different results compared to one raised by a mineral mogul. What are we waiting for? Host, quickly capture it. Right. Does Tian Gus still lack money? No worries, everyone can send gifts to crowdfund. A splendid idea. We could nurture Pokémon in the cloud. Everyone is a trainer of Bangilas. Upon seeing such comments, Bai Jia, vacationing on a private island, suddenly had a brilliant idea and called for her father. Dad, have you thought of how to repay Brother Xiaya? Not yet. Bai Xingqing replied, not wanting to admit he had been contemplating it. You know our family has nothing but money, but this Xiaya lacks for nothing. Cars, houses, yachts, and planes are too commonplace. I was considering gifting him a diamond mine. That sounds wonderful. Jia clapped her hands in delight and proceeded to share the details of the young Curlis. Xingqing's face lit up with joy. Urging Jia to gather her belongings, let us go. We need to see what mineral veins are available in Hoshan. Xia felt somewhat troubled by the arrangements made by netizens. Had he ever mentioned capturing a young Curlis? Wasn't that merely adding drama to his own narrative? However, the thought of capturing a Pokémon sparked a more ingenious idea. Zhao Ruinian needed a team of trainers to maintain the new order. Initially, he intended for Zhao Ruinian to select a group to adopt their starting Pokémon at his breeding base or to sell them Pokeballs for self-capture. Yet, the young Curlis before him now seemed a more advantageous option. The alliance required formidable Pokémon to establish a stronghold, and it would undoubtedly thrive under Zhao Ruinian's care. Surrounded by abundant precious minerals and metals, joy that the current young Curlis could scarcely imagine. As for himself, nurturing a beauty from scratch was already quite enough. He lacked the energy to raise a deity-level Pokémon. Xia resolved to speak with Zhao Ruinian about letting them capture the young Curlis themselves. Pippi, distracted. Pippi excitedly returned to Xia, signaling him to observe its progress. The main console displayed symbols and images that Xia could not decipher. Perhaps they contained data beneficial for Pippi's spaceship construction. Rotom, come here. Xia beckoned. Please copy all the data from these devices, regardless of their purpose. Having a backup would surely prove useful. Coming, Rotom. Though Rotom, the photographer, seemed to lack presence, it played a pivotal role at times. We're running out of memory. Rotom, Xia lamented, but soon devised a solution. Contact Meowth and Dodgons, transmit the data to the cloud directly. Understood, Rotom. What followed was a lengthy wait. To pass the time, Xia took out toys and playing cards, engaging with a few small companions while quietly observing a certain glutton rapidly devouring refuse. How can you possibly fit so much in that belly? He pondered about the owner of this base. Who were they, and where had they gone? What was the purpose behind constructing this base? Why was Pippi's spaceship dismantled and left here? Was it for research purposes? Done. Rotom's triumphant announcement signaled the completion of the data upload. The audience's gaze finally shifted from the tedious data stream back to Xiaoya's handsome face. However, before the viewers could voice their complaints about the prolonged monotony of staring at a screen, the pyramid trembled violently. No, it wasn't the pyramid shaking. The entire underground cavern quaked. Countless stones tumbled from the ceiling, and the entrances began to collapse, buried beneath debris. A colossal figure slithered through the cavern like a worm. Its savage yet pained gaze fixed upon the glowing pyramid. Chapter 46, The Wrath of Onyx, Returning to the Surface Roar. Xia steadied himself as an angry roar echoed from outside. What Pokémon issued that cry? Xia was not omniscient. Distinguishing Pokémon merely by their calls was beyond him. Meanwhile, the young Curlis, startled by the sound, paused its meal, clutching the last few precious metals, and bolted toward the exit. Could this be the young one's parents? Xia, filled with curiosity, followed along with a few Pokémon. The tremors had ceased, seemingly the commotion caused by the Bangilas outside. However, upon exiting the glowing pyramid, Xia discovered it was not Bangilas searching for their offspring. It was the colossal onyx that nearly caused the cavern's collapse. In the darkness, a pair of eyes glowed ominously red. Goodness, is that a ghost? Aliens have returned. The host is about to be dissected. Xia retorted, what benefit would that bring you? Beep. The Pokédex, even in the pitch-black rock cavern, functioned flawlessly. This is Onyx. Onyx is a ground and rock-type Pokémon, typically dwelling underground. Its movements cause the earth to tremble and produce thunderous sounds, and it is remarkably swift, an adept digger. Look clearly, this is a Pokémon. Xia shouted. Ah, so massive, so thick, so long. Banned by the system. Cursed system, not even allowing honest remarks. Banned by the system. Indeed, Onyx was colossal, stretching nearly 9 meters in length, creating a cramped atmosphere within the cavern, which was barely 5 meters high. Its body comprised enormous segments of rock, with rock-like horns on its head aiding in burrowing. Roar. Onyx bellowed, its gaze fixed intensely on the young Curlis, filled with animosity. Like a cobra poised to strike, its head was raised high. Oh. The young Curlis patted the diamond-shaped ruby on its belly, waved at Onyx, and promptly began to dig its escape. The action seemed provocatively bold. These two seemed to have a grudge. Goodness, this little one is rather audacious. Even knows how to issue a challenge. Xia was taken aback. It appeared that the young Curlis was not solely focused on eating, but was also capable of running away. Yet, was it fair for him to bear the consequences of its actions? Regardless of the deep-seated feud between the young Curlis and Onyx, it was imperative to prevent Onyx from engaging in combat within the confined space. Otherwise, he and his companions would surely be buried. Mewtwo, use Charm. Jigglypuff, apply Sing. Lacking better options, The immediate priority was to soothe Onyx's agitation and facilitate their escape from the narrow cavern. A series of pink hearts enveloped Onyx, softening its once fiery gaze. Simultaneously, Jigglypuff utilized its soothing song to immobilize it. Eevee, hurry, dig. The adorable Eevee cast a forlorn glance at its not-so-sharp claws. I can dig, indeed. But with such thick rock layers it couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment toward its friends Pikachu and Jigglypuff. Why couldn't they dig as well? What are you thinking? Here. Xiao playfully tapped Eevee on the head, pointing toward the tunnel just excavated by the young Curlas. I cannot fit in there. The tunnel, dug by the diminutive Curlas, was certainly too small for him. Keep up, Beauty. Xiao disregarded his image and hurriedly led his Pokémon into the tunnel to escape. Although a mishap seemed improbable, considering the protective moves like Guard and Mysterious Guard, the narrowness of the space made it unnecessary for Charizard to intervene. Beauty alone could contend with Onyx, especially since Onyx was 4 times weak against Grass-type moves. As Summer finally managed to squeeze into the burrow, contemplating the inconvenience of the endeavor and considering instead to simply knock out the Onyx, a group of saviors appeared, dispelling that notion. The Diglett, with its brown, oval body and prominent red nose, concealed its lower half in obscurity. This Pokémon, reminiscent of a mole, is the ancestor of the tunneling realm, the Diglett. Indeed, Diglets often make their homes in the tunnels excavated by Onyx, suggesting that this particular Onyx was originally a resident of the vicinity. The Diglets, bouncing and digging upwards, seemed to view the Summer and the 4 Pokémon as obstacles, deciding to carry them along, akin to a palanquin, as they burrowed towards the surface. This sensation of being transported was immensely enjoyable for Summer, yet soon there came vibrations and tremors from below, with pebbles and mud splattering onto Summer's face. The Onyx, having freed itself from the charming paralysis, began excavating. Spitting out mud, Summer hastily called upon Eevee's psychic abilities to shield his head. The discomfort of having his head bobbing up and down in the soil, akin to a carrot, was unbearable. While men are fond of digging, this was not the method he had in mind. Fortunately, once they surpassed the layer of soil, they emerged at the surface. At the foot of the barren mountain, the soft earth undulated like waves. At a certain moment, Summer broke through the soil and finally beheld the light. Spitting out the remaining dirt while washing his face with mineral water, he glanced at the long-lost barrage of comets. Streamer, what Pokémon is this? Clearly, it's a tunneling mole. The streamer's journey is so exhilarating. I wish I could adventure alongside them. The Diglets, masters of excavation, continued their quest in search of new dwelling places underground. I also raised some Diglets at home for tilling. They are indeed invaluable allies for farmers. I'll take you all to my farm to see them. Since I have Diglets at home, there is no rush to record them in the Pokédex. Moments later, with a thunderous crash, the Onyx burst forth from the stone. With a roar, it merely cast a glance at Summer and his companions before pursuing the Larvitar. Summer harbored a deep-seated resentment towards that seemingly foolish yet troublesome Larvitar, itching to capture it and give it a good thrashing. Come forth, Charizard. Summer tossed out a Pokeball and instructed Charizard, follow the Onyx and bring that Larvitar back. With a determined roar, Charizard, eyeing the swiftly moving Onyx, smirked and took flight. However, its playful and competitive nature soon found amusement. Onyx, let us race to see who is faster. Charizard taunted, accelerating past the Onyx. Yet, in a moment of distraction, the Onyx surged ahead, prompting Charizard to speed up, always just a fraction faster than the Onyx. After a quick checkup on a few Pokémon for injuries, Summer led everyone in pursuit of Charizard. The plan to assist Clefairy had reached a certain level of success. But the gluttonous Larvitar's interruption nearly caused Summer to take the blame. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. Moreover, the reason behind the Onyx's fury, its eyes conveying pain, warranted investigation. Could it be that this Larvitar had once wedged itself between the rocks? This narrative was all too familiar. Could it be that the glutton had mistaken the Onyx for a stone to gnaw on? Ah, it was indeed a possibility. Chapter 47. Onyx and Larvitar. Summer and his companions jogged onward, relying on Eevee's keen sense of smell to track Charizard. Thankfully, Summer's extraordinary physical condition allowed him to endure the exertion. Soon, the sound of flowing water reached them, and they finally encountered the Onyx and Larvitar locked in confrontation by the riverbank. The Larvitar sighed, hands behind its back, gazing wistfully at the white waves and azure surface of the river. A chilling north wind swept through, creating an atmosphere of melancholy. Summer mused that if this little glutton could speak human language, it would surely compose a poem in this moment. The wind is bleak, the water's cold. A brave soul departs, never to return. I, Larvitar, am off. Yet, when the Larvitar turned, its puffy cheeks and the sound of crunching completely shattered the poetic ambience. The Onyx, indifferent to the Larvitar's reason for darting towards the riverbank, roared and charged forward. The Larvitar, no longer hiding its prowess, leaped forth to collide as well. The impact resonated with a loud thud. Despite its smaller stature, the Larvitar's weight of over 70 kilograms delivered considerable force. However, in comparison to the 200-kilogram Onix, it was but a minor nuisance. Seizing the opportunity to send the Larvitar flying, the Onix coiled its tail around it, tightening its grip. The Larvitar struggled in vain, its eyes lighting up as it beheld the rocky body of the Onix, and it bit down eagerly. With a sharp crack, the Onix howled in agony. While the Larvitar savored its newfound delicacy, Summer's heart sank. Could it be that his guess had been correct? Had the Larvitar truly mistaken the Onix for a stone to chew on? What audacity! It was no wonder it was being pursued. With a fierce swing of its tail, the Onix lashed out at the Larvitar, who shamelessly opened its mouth once again, seemingly inviting the Onix to come closer. Yet this was not a mere bite. A swirling mass of dark purple energy coalesced around its teeth. This was a technique honed from frequent encounters. The Onix suffered another severe blow, and in its rage, it summoned every last ounce of strength for a desperate tackle. With a deafening crash, dust enveloped the scene as debris flew through the air. When the smoke cleared, the outcome of the battle revealed that the Onix, gravely injured, was on the brink of collapse. Unexpectedly, the Larvitar had burrowed underground, evading substantial damage. Emerging from the earth, it nonchalantly brushed off the dirt from its body. Witnessing this brief yet intense encounter between wild Pokémon, the audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Is this the power of a near deity? And this is just its juvenile form. Honestly, this little one is quite clever. Clever? Biting out of desperation shows a complete lack of shame. The cunning displayed by the Larvitar even stirred Summer's admiration, making him reluctant to send it to the Pokémon League. However, he still had a score to settle with it. Vine Whip, teach this mischievous child a lesson. Vine Whip sprang into action, executing a classic move designed for troublesome children. Meanwhile, Summer rushed to the side of the nearly defeated Onix to assess its condition. The Onix bore several bite marks and missing chunks, suggesting that this was not its first encounter with the Larvitar. No wonder it was in such pain. Losing pieces of its flesh was bound to hurt. Ordinary healing items were insufficient for the Onix's recovery, so Summer could only produce a vibrant red healing ball, capturing it to ensure comprehensive treatment later. Is this not akin to having acquired a colossal Onix for naught? Meanwhile, the Frosmoth is demonstrating the adage that one cannot forge a weapon without striking it, while Charizard, Pikachu, and 3 other small Pokémon stand at the sidelines, fervently cheering. Their only missing accessory being a small stool beneath them. The combination of ground and rock types is rather unfortunate, being 4 times weak against water and grass. Not to mention being vulnerable to fighting, ground, ice, and steel types, for attributes that are quite commonplace. Were it not for the foundation of a quasi-legendary Pokémon, one would find themselves at a significant disadvantage in battle. Even after evolving into Tyranitar, the rock and dark type still bears many weaknesses. After juvenile Tyranitar repeatedly failed to execute moves such as Rock Slide, Dig, and Bite, Frosmoth ultimately unleashed a final move, Leaf Tornado, causing the juvenile Tyranitar to collapse amidst a sea of leaves. Frosmoth, you are truly remarkable. Summer could not help but lift Frosmoth in praise, as commending one's Pokémon after a victorious battle is a fundamental quality of a trainer. Who says grass types are ineffective? Today, Frosmoth has been of immense assistance. Come forth. Summer once again threw the Pokeball with flair. The red light enveloped the juvenile Tyranitar, which flickered briefly before successfully being captured in the Ultra Ball. My apologies, dear friends, but an unforeseen circumstance has arisen. I must return to tend to Onix. The Floral Sea must wait for another time. Summer felt a tinge of regret at being unable to continue his journey. Having already been interrupted twice, he wondered how long it would take to reach the Floral Sea. Nevertheless, it was unavoidable. He had not brought the exchange device, and he needed to return to organize matters regarding the underground mysterious base. Charizard flapped its wings and vanished into the horizon. Unbeknownst to anyone, shortly afterward, an invisible UFO surged into the underground cavern at an imperceptible speed. The UFO descended with a beam of light, revealing 2 figures, one large and one small, who, upon seeing the disheveled state of the underground cavern wrought by Onix, immediately burst into tears. Upon returning to the farm in Fog Town, Summer hurriedly brought Onix to the Happy Egg Clinic. The Chansey, pushing a cart, delivered the healing ball containing Onix and the Ultra Ball with the juvenile Tyranitar to the Pokémon recovery device, then fixed its gaze intently on the instrument to analyze the data. The other Chansey rushed to examine the health conditions of Pikachu, Eevee, Jigglypuff, Clefairy, and Frosmoth. Conducting health checks on Pokémon is an indispensable aspect of Summer's household. He then dialed his beautiful secretary, Tang Ying. Hello, Ingjia. Please prepare a sheet of metallic film, ground into powder, for Onix. Onyx had sustained irreversible damage, and applying the metallic film would not only serve as treatment, but also facilitate its evolution into Steelix, leaving the Pokémon temporarily at the Happy Egg Clinic for rest. Summer stepped outside and called upon a Tauros by the roadside, mounting it to head towards another building on the estate. At the intersection of prairie, lake, forest, and snowy mountain stood a large, single-story circular structure topped with a massive emblem of a Pokeball. This was not the classic red and white ball, but rather a Master Ball adorned with symbols. The Pokémon Research Institute of the Master, much like Professor Oak's backyard. Summer's backyard is a treasure trove of wonders. Meow? Summer called out, and soon a Meowth in a lab coat ran towards him, waving its hands, chattering, Summer, Summer. Building a spaceship is a brilliant idea. Let us escape from this unfortunate planet at once. Summer clicked his tongue inwardly, aware that Meowth was likely experiencing another heartbreak. Chapter 48. Summer's father. Upon entering the Research Institute, the vastness of the space was astonishing. Numerous creations that surpassed current technological advancements were commonplace. Unfortunately, the spacious institute hosted only a handful of intern researchers, with most still being Pokémon fulfilling various roles. Meowth continuously praised the spaceship construction data that Summer had retrieved, when suddenly, a Chansey wheeled a wheelchair towards him. A young man, wearing black-framed glasses and also clad in a lab coat, sat in the wheelchair, smiling and waving at Summer. Dad. Summer smiled softly, approaching to take over the wheelchair from Chansey. Still unable to walk yet? Xiaoguming's voice was gentle. I've been so busy with research lately that I've forgotten to do my rehabilitation exercises. He added with a hint of humor, this has nothing to do with Chansey. It's my own issue. Summer said nothing. Having lived 2 lives, he understood the state of being consumed by one's passion. After all, they were adults who knew what they wanted and what they needed to sacrifice. Summer pushed his father's wheelchair towards the tea room while inquiring. So what have you been researching lately? I know that. Meowth raised its hand. It's about deciphering ancient texts. Indeed, Xiaoguming continued. I have found clues within the scripts of certain ethnic minorities. There may be more lost texts and murals that can shed light on the Pokémon civilization that existed in the distant past. Summer was not particularly concerned with the origins of Pokémon. He was someone who focused on the present and future. Obsessing over an untraceable past would be a mental strain, perhaps leading to questions that would accompany him to the grave. However, the ancient relics did suggest that this planet once boasted a glorious history of Pokémon. There exists a complete blueprint referencing Pokémon technology, complete with corresponding special symbols. Yet the enigmatic characters of the lost historical texts might be more mysterious than the unknown totems. I will look back to assist you in finding those texts. It was evident that Xiaoguming was hindered by the documentation in his research, and Summer thought to ask Zhao Ruinian if the National Archives or the Ancient Text Research Institute had any information. Let us not dwell on that. Summer turned to Meowth beside him, saying, Meowth, please fetch me a piece of grass. As he spoke, Summer casually removed the wristband from his wrist, which merely appeared as a uniquely designed watch to outsiders, tossing it to Meowth. The black wristband was now embedded with bright yellow electric energy and a colorful EV. EV was a rare find, one that Summer had sought after through extensive mining across the globe, but regrettably, lacking a Pikachu, he could not utilize the Pikachu super move. Of course, the electric energy had the potential to evolve into an intelligent Pikachu, but it remained uncertain if Summer and Pikachu's bond could reach the level of Ashes. Meowth, perplexed, asked as it received the wristband, ISNT Lizard King available for evolution? Why use pure crystal? Summer shot a sidelong glance. Are you not aware that I just captured a Frostmith? Meowth remained silent and turned to resume its tasks, indeed unaware that another new companion had joined. Summer had already grasped the various ways to enhance Pokémon's power, mastering evolution and moves. These 2 aspects could be resolved through persistent mining. As for Gigantamax, it required waiting for the emergence of the limitless energy. Pushing the wheelchair, the father and son duo arrived at the tea room, where Summer prepared the tea and handed it to Xiaoguming. With practiced ease, Xiaoguming used the tea lid to sweep the floating tea leaves aside, taking a delicate sip before becoming lost in thought. True to his name, he relished this flavor. I believe you might need a cup of sad tea, Summer suggested. I think so too. Although I am unsure if it is drinkable, I think it is worth a try. Their conversation resembled that of friends, devoid of any sense of distance. By the way, take a look at this. Xiaoguming pulled a newspaper from the tea table. On a summer day, as I perused the morning newspaper, I came across a startling revelation. The highest-ranking official of a certain federal technology department had been placed under investigation, ultimately confessing to his crimes and receiving a death sentence. This scandal also implicated the chief designer of a significant engineering project, Xiaoguming, who had once been one of the most esteemed engineers. overseeing the Federation's most vital projects, akin to the chief designer of aircraft carriers in my past life. Even such a capable individual could find himself ensnared in political strife. Fortunately, his desires have now been fulfilled. Congratulations. I chuckled quietly, choosing not to disclose to Xia Gumming that I had hinted at Zhao Ruinian. Let the past stories sink beneath the waves of the Pokémon tide. Facing the future is the true purpose of our existence here. I heard that Mayor Zhao has recently been exploring how to generate electricity using mischievous electric Pokémon. When you have a moment, could you procure a few for me? I would be delighted to assist in the experiments. It was evident that Xia Gumming still exhibited the same generous spirit he had in his youth. Just as I was about to mention my intention to visit Xuanwu City, Zhao Ruinian's call came unexpectedly. In the short span of 2 days, Zhao's voice was noticeably more spirited, brimming with vitality. Xia, have you returned home? Yes. I'm back, I replied. As it happens, I wanted to talk to you. Haha, it must be something good. Do share. I switched my phone from the call interface to the home screen. I'll send you the location of that mountain from this morning. You can organize a team to conduct research there. In Xuanwu City, Zhao Ruinian connected his call to his computer. A throng of foreign researchers from the institute eagerly awaiting his words. Initially concerned about how to broach the subject of acquiring materials from the mysterious base, Zhao was pleasantly surprised when I proactively suggested they conduct on-site research. The elderly professors erupted in applause. Amidst the clamor, I continued with another important matter. I plan to provide you with a batch of Pokémon or Pokeballs to help maintain the new order. You can arrange for some personnel to come to Hoshan City soon. Zhao's face lit up with delight, my proposal aligning perfectly with his needs. That's splendid. I'll bring a team over soon, and the mayors of the other 4 major cities are eager to meet you as well. Excellent. Please bring me a few mischievous electric Pokémon when you come, I replied before hanging up. By the way, your second aunt mentioned she has something to discuss with you. You should check in on her. All right, I'll bring you dinner tonight. We exchanged smiles and returned to our respective tasks. Chen Hai had been back from his service in Xuanwu City for 2 days. Upon his return, Old Chen took him to interview at the estate of the big boss, but he was left waiting for 2 days, feeling quite disheartened. With no other options, he reluctantly followed his cousin Chen Hui's advice to learn how to shear sheep. However, these were not mere sheep. They were electric Pokémon. After some inquiries, he discovered something remarkable. The big boss was none other than Zacian, the Pokémon guru who had turned from black to white online. Moreover, he was his distant cousin. What a revelation. Chapter 49. Which Pokémon will be the firefighter's partner? When Zacian returned to the villa, his second aunt had just returned from the Pokémon restaurant with some dishes. What are we having for dinner, Aunt? I casually inquired, addressing Chen Hui in a manner that felt more intimate. We're having braised pig trotters and oil-braised shrimp. Chen Hui always beamed with joy when discussing her cooking. Although Yunwu Town was situated on the second tier of the Beihai Plateau, and the weather tended to be chilly, consuming more spicy food could promote blood circulation. By the way, Zacian, Chen Hai has arrived, Chen Hui mentioned while preparing the trotters. Chen Hai? I pondered, struggling to recall the name. He.S. Old Shen's son. Finally, the memory surfaced. I had asked him to come for an interview. Where is he now? I sent him to learn about shearing sheep. I casually grabbed a bicycle from the underground garage and rode leisurely towards the merino sheep farm, contemplating what kind of work to arrange for my distant cousin. At the farm, a robust young man clad in work clothes and insulated gloves was meticulously grooming a merino sheep. Chen Hai, employing the massage techniques he had just learned, gently massaged the sheep. As the creature nuzzled against his cheek with its soft, static-charged fleece, Chen Hai felt a delightful tingling sensation. Ding ding. I rang the bell. Chen Hai turned at the sound, his face lighting up with joy. Zacian, you've finally returned. Hai Ge, how are you adjusting to life with the Pokémon? I parked my bike and sat down beside him. Chen Hai grinned broadly. I'm getting used to it. I never imagined that shearing sheep could be so enjoyable. Previously, he had opposed Pokémon, but his encounters with the mischievous electric Pokémon had shifted his perspective. Now, having close contact with Pokémon, his past prejudices had dissipated. Take this merino sheep, for example. While it could deliver electric shocks, if treated well, it provided a soothing electric therapy instead. Zacian scrutinized this previously unfamiliar distant cousin, noting his strong physique and well-defined muscles. I heard from Aunt that you just returned from service. Why not continue as a firefighter? Chen Hai hesitated, ultimately revealing the truth, to be honest. The incident at the Xuanwu City power plant involving the self-explosion of the mischievous electric Pokémon was something I and my comrades responded to. After that, I became apprehensive, and my father urged me to return home. I sensed that Chen Hai was not afraid of danger, but rather reluctant to witness the destruction caused by Pokémon firsthand. Such scenes were too harrowing, leaving one with a profound sense of sorrow and regret when unable to save lives. So, do you still enjoy firefighting? I inquired. Qianhai shook his head. Not really. For me, firefighting isn't just a job. It's a sense of accomplishment. He chose his words carefully, refraining from using the term mission, unable to boast about himself. Each time he rescued someone from a fire, receiving bows of gratitude from adults and smiles of thanks from children, that feeling of fulfillment was unparalleled. Although there were times when he could do nothing to alleviate the grief of those who had lost loved ones, his heartfelt words made me regard him with newfound respect. Hi Go, I interrupted. You're not suited for my farm. Qianhai's heart sank. Had he failed the interview? I swiftly shifted my tone. I initially intended to have you dig tunnels, but now I have a better idea. Diving right into tunnel work upon our first meeting? He followed me, running to keep pace with my bicycle. At the Master South Wetland Park, primarily home to water-type Pokémon. The crystal-clear lake sourced its water from the towering Red Ridge Snow Mountain behind it. The unreasonable climate and topographical distribution of the Pokémon world were beginning to reveal themselves. The lake spans several kilometers, with a network of canals intersecting, comparable to a large fishing ground. Qianhai jogged a few kilometers, yet his breath remained steady. What brings you here, little brother? He pondered, gazing at the unfamiliar Pokémon scattered throughout the wetlands, lost in thought. I believe water-type Pokémon may suit you better, suggested Zacian, presenting an idea that Qianhai had never considered. Have you ever thought that Pokémon could extinguish fires? Qianhai's heart raced. Pokémon fighting fires? Of course. He recalled the group of tentacle he encountered on Citrus Island. Water gun and hydro pump could indeed be utilized to battle flames. Moreover, with Pokeballs, the efficiency would surpass traditional methods. But why was Zacian sharing this with him? After all, he was already retired. Noticing Qianhai's confusion, Zacian pressed on. You must know about Pokémon trainers, right? Qianhai nodded. What does that have to do with firefighting? Pokémon are not merely for battles, as trainers. We must also bear social responsibilities. Zacian proposed that Qianhai cultivate water-type Pokémon while simultaneously achieving feats in firefighting, subtly guiding him back onto the path of being a trainer. After all, he possessed a strong sense of responsibility and justice. If you're willing, you can adopt a water-type starter Pokémon from me. Becoming a Pokémon trainer and nurturing a water-type Pokémon was certainly a dream for anyone watching Zacian's livestream. However, Qianhai sincerely expressed, to be honest, little brother, I feel quite embarrassed to accept your generosity since I was dragged here by my father to work for you. Who said it would be given for free? Zacian retorted, the Pokémon here are meticulously bred, and their potential is quite remarkable. The adoption fee is substantial. Qianhai felt even more embarrassed. So I would have to sign a contract? Zacian rolled his eyes. A simple IOU would suffice. You can work off the debt. Qianhai felt tempted, recalling his savings of nearly 150,000, thinking it could serve as collateral. Once he became a Pokémon trainer, there would be plenty of opportunities to earn money. Choose one from here, but whether it follows you will depend on your own efforts. Qianhai cautiously approached the soft banks of the lake, filled with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. Zacian watched eagerly, curious which Pokémon would choose to accompany him. Selecting Qianhai as a trainer was a decision based on his character. Zacian harbored a concern. He feared the Pokémon that left his care could stray from the right path, which was why he had hesitated to open his breeding facility. Qianhai wandered along the shore for quite some time. Unable to name any of the Pokémon he encountered, some resembled starfish, seals, lobsters, and crabs. He really should borrow Zacian's Pokédex. However, selecting his Pokémon based solely on visual appeal held its own significance. Suddenly, Qianhai, distracted, kicked a hard object, stumbling forward but managing to roll and avoid falling into the lake. Yet, during this tumble, his head collided with a red, shell-like object, leaving him disoriented. Chapter 50. Squirtle. Zacian lay beneath a fruit tree, a leaf in his mouth. Dewdrops rolled off the peach-like fruits above, and he caught them with his mouth, savoring their unique sweetness, a simple pastime to pass the time. After about 15 minutes, he finally heard Qianhai's footsteps. Looking up, he saw Qianhai clutching his head with one hand while a water blue-skinned Squirtle trailed behind him. A Squirtle? Zacian observed closely. He was well aware of the Pokémon in his breeding facility. The Squirtle, shyly munching on a fruit and positioned behind Qianhai, was not the cool, sunglasses-wearing Squirtle, but rather a more introverted one. Squirtle, Squirtle. Upon recognizing Zacian, the Squirtle trotted over and offered him the half-eaten fruit. You can keep it, Zacian said, gently patting its smooth, shiny head before turning to Qianhai. How did you manage to capture it? Qianhai awkwardly pointed to the bump on his head. I bumped into its shell. Zacian replied. So, you captured a Pokémon by colliding with it? Or did you not get hurt? Qianhai continued. I thought it would be angry, but it turned out to be quite timid. It was searching for something in the dirt, so I helped it look. He gestured towards the fruit in Squirtle's hands. That explains it. Zacian pointed to the fruit, which resembled a strawberry. That's a berry, which stabilizes Pokemon's emotions, making them easier to capture. The uses of berries are as diverse as their types. They can restore stamina, cure status ailments, and even enhance specific abilities of Pokemon. This particular berry has enhanced versions, silver and gold berries, which not only increase capture rates but can also be used as medicinal ingredients or to make energy blocks and a delicacy known as Pok Puffs. In summary, they are quite rare. Chun-Hai shared how he convinced Squirtle to join him, primarily through a shared ideal of becoming a firefighting hero. However, Zacian speculated that the timid Squirtle likely felt no resonance, attributing its willingness more to the berry's influence. What kind of Pokemon is this? Is it powerful? Chun-Hai inquired curiously. See for yourself. Zacian handed him his Pokédex. After a couple of beeps, the device illuminated Squirtle, a water-type turtle Pokemon. Adept at using water gun, with a hard shell that protects it in times of danger. Chun-Hai flipped through the details, noting Squirtle's ability, Torrent, which boosts the power of water-type moves when its health is low. It only knows a few moves: Tackle, Water Gun, and Tail Whip. He sighed, feeling slightly disheartened, yet hopeful for future growth. Zacian explained, this Squirtle is still quite young and has a rather introverted personality, so it will require your attentive care. Once its shell becomes softer, you'll know it has matured. Remarkable. The Squirtle's shell actually becomes softer as it grows. Chun-Hai exclaimed, astonished. Now, let us discuss the adoption fee. Zacian led Chun-Hai back to the breeding facility's counter, calculating the expenses for Squirtle. The total is 450 for 100. I'll charge you 420,000. Normally, the breeding costs for starter Pokemon exceed 500,000, and with additional deposits, it could reach $1 million. However, considering their distant relationship, Zacian decided to waive the deposit to be repaid later. 420,000. Is that too expensive? Zacian placed his pen down. Chun-Hai quickly waved his hands. I understand the price, it's just that I don't have that much. Can I pay in installments? Certainly. After a negotiation, they settled on a 200,000 down payment, with the remainder to be cleared within 2 years at bank interest. Chun-Hai chose not to ask his parents for money, confident in his ability to repay. If you wish to continue working here, you can assist the breeding master by the lake, while learning how to nurture water-type Pokemon. Little brother, you were too kind. Chun-Hai couldn't help but embrace Zacian, overwhelmed with emotion. Summer pushed him away again, reiterating, the Squirtle is still young and needs proper nutrition. Do not hesitate to invest in its care. I understand. Chun-Hai nodded vigorously. Here's your Pokédex and the Pokeball for Squirtle. Happily returning home with Squirtle, Chun-Hai quickly arranged a clean tank for it. Squirtle remained somewhat taciturn, lounging at the bottom of the tank and blowing bubbles. Chun-Hai busied himself, cleaning the room and preparing fresh milk and energy cubes for it. For Squirtle, life here was not much different from that at the breeding facility, though it was considerably quieter. Chun-Hai opened his computer, searching for part-time work. Eager to earn money to repay his debt to Summer, he certainly lacked the face to rely on wealthy relatives. However, the thought of having such an exceptional cousin made Chun-Hai reflect on how fortunate he was. Thus, he felt an even stronger obligation to cherish this opportunity and not bring shame to himself. When Chin's parents returned in the evening, they were taken aback upon seeing Squirtle. His mother, flustered, exclaimed, "You little rascal! How dare you steal Summer's Pokemon on your 3rd day of work? Have you lost your mind?" She reached for a broom to chase Chun-Hai, accusing him of being just like his father, who had a habit of taking fruits from Summer's farm. A matter Chun-Hui had admonished her about numerous times, leaving her unable to hold her head high among her peers. Now, her son had stooped even lower, daring to steal the turtle they had raised. What have you done to deserve this? Chun-Hai was dumbfounded and shouted, "No, Mom. Let me explain." His father had already stepped outside for a smoke, leaving Chun-Hai to bear the brunt of his mother's ire. Explain what? Chun-Hai had no courage to retaliate. Enduring a strike from his mother's broom, the sleeping Squirtle in the tank opened its eyes, witnessing Chun-Hai's predicament, and, puffing up its cheeks, leaped out. Squirtle, no, stop. Chun-Hai hurriedly snatched the broom and hugged Squirtle. I adopted Squirtle from Summer, and I paid for it, Mom. Finally calming down, Chin's mother listened intently to her son's explanation. After hearing Chun-Hai's account, she was moved to tears, saying, "Go call your father in." Old Chun returned, cigarette in mouth, only to be met with the sight of his wife's washboard, a remnant of her dowry. Chun-Hai took Squirtle outside to give his mother space to express herself. His father had brought this upon himself by stealing fruits and dragging his son into this mess. He deserved to kneel. Not far from the house, his mother's voice rang out in anger. Summer raised that child with great care. They only allowed you to associate with them out of respect for Ahui. How could you do such a thing? Inside, chaos reigned, while outside, tranquility prevailed. Thank you, Squirtle. Jinhai gently stroked its shell. Come, let's go train. Squirtle. The reticent little turtle gradually began to smile. The following day, a chilling northern wind swept down from the northern highlands, enveloping Cloud Mist Town in thick fog. Strangely, at Summer's farm, the meadows remained sunny, and the lake still tranquil. A small, sky-blue bird with soft, fluffy feathers flitted by. Its two tufts of hair swaying in the air. As the blue birds flapped their wings, the chill of winter was repelled by an unseen force, preventing the encroaching fog from advancing. Atop the more than 3,000-meter-high Red Ridge Snow Mountain, an old dragon, wholly green with white whiskers adorning its head and chin, made its way down the mountain to visit the delightful children. A mischievous blue bird, while on duty, strayed from the flock, floating down like cotton clouds to perch atop Summer's head as he jogged along the road, playfully bobbing up and down. How naughty! Summer flicked his fingers, causing the blue bird to flutter away like a dandelion. He dashed from the villa to the Happiness Egg Clinic. After a night of treatment, the Onyx and Bagon had recovered from their battle injuries. The next step was to resolve lingering issues, repairing Onyx's body and determining Bagon's fate. Pika Pika. The Pokémon that had stayed overnight at the clinic were all charged with energy. You all can go play today. But remember to take Clefairy and Snivy to the restaurant for breakfast. Summer waved his hand, declaring a holiday. Pikachu, Eevee, and Jigglypuff were all abuzz with excitement, eager to frolic with their friends. Snivy, with arms crossed, closed its eyes nonchalantly. I'm not interested in childish games. Summer embraced Snivy, saying, You must get along well with your friends, but remember, after the fun, we must return to training. My training is quite rigorous. Snivy smirked, trailing behind the other Pokémon like a parental figure watching over children, grabbing Onyx's and Bagon's Pokeballs. Summer sought an open rocky area on the farm devoid of excess vegetation. In the sky, Charizard and Dragonite arrived to support Summer. The energetic Rotom eagerly flew out to start a live stream. Good morning, everyone. Summer greeted with a smile. It's another day awakened by Tianbao's charm. How are Onyx and Bagon doing? What will you stream today? Summer had been streaming every morning for several days, and people had become accustomed to waiting early, hoping to catch a glimpse before work. However, many companies had recently begun to act strangely, organizing employees to watch Summer's streams and requiring them to write reports. Under the guise of keeping up with new trends, they were actually trying to uncover business opportunities. Today, I will repair Onyx's body and give everyone a closer look at this massive creature. Summer released the Pokeball, and a rainbow light projected as Onyx's colossal form coiled on the ground. Roar. Upon seeing Summer, it let out a fierce roar, its gaze icy. It knew it had been captured during its moment of weakness in battle, and such a despicable act was infuriating. Another flash of red light, and Bagon plopped down. Having spent a night in the Pokeball without food, it immediately began munching on the rocks below, though having just tasted precious metal-flavored morsels, it was a bit picky, showing its disdain. Roar. Spotting the troublesome Bagon again, Onyx prepared to attack. However, 3 terrifying auras suddenly locked onto it, one from Charizard, who had previously raced against it, seemingly just playing, another from the chubby Dragonite holding chips and juice, and the last from Lucario, who was far away, honing its psychic powers. Still want to fight? Summer fearlessly approached Onyx, looking up at it. If you wish to battle, those 2 foolish dragons over there are always ready for a challenge. If not, lie still while I treat your injuries. Roar. Charizard beckoned playfully. Come on, little brother. Burp. Dragonite belched. The foolish dragon is you, not me. As Summer opened the box he had brought, he discovered it contained finely ground metallic powder. The Onyx's eyes widened as it sensed the intense steel energy, essential for its evolution into Steelix, and it could also mend the rocks that had been bitten off by the young Gibble. Finally, the Onyx lowered its proud head, allowing Summer to climb onto its body. Such obedience. The aura of the brother is truly magnificent, remarked one. I adore this charisma even more, exclaimed another. Summer's sister and their friends were all aglow with excitement, screaming in delight. The gentle, handsome boy with a commanding presence was indeed the most charming. Summer delicately applied the metallic powder to the Onyx's skin using a specialized feather brush. Rotom flew over, enabling the audience to observe the Onyx's rocky body up close. Do not approach its head, Rotom, Summer cautioned. I understand, Summer. Shouldn't we be asking what Rotom is? Rotom is a Pokémon that can inhabit electrical appliances, serving as my camera. The Onyx possesses a massive magnet within its head, which can disrupt the normal functioning of electronic devices. Wow, the streamer is incredible. There is such a Pokémon. I always wondered what equipment the streamer used. It's so steady and offers great close-ups. The Onyx is truly marvelous. a creature made of rock and magnet that can live and breathe. As the metallic powder made contact with the onyx's indented skin, a metallic sheen emerged, becoming increasingly radiant under the sunlight with each stroke from Summer. What kind of substance is this that it reflects light? Look, it seems like the rocky skin is being restored. After laboring diligently for over half an hour, Summer finally filled all the onyx's cavities and had time to glance at the comments, addressing previously missed questions. This powder is metallic film, primarily used for the onyx and Scyther. Once applied, the onyx, which had reached a power plateau, would evolve into Steelix, while Scyther would evolve into Scyther. Such special evolutionary knowledge is absent from the Pokémon Encyclopedia. Moreover, the application of the metallic film is not limited to mere application. Carrying it for a communication exchange can also trigger evolution. It is worth mentioning that Scyther has 2 evolution branches. The Scyther evolved from the metallic film excels in steel-type moves, with a body as tough as iron, while the Scyther evolved using black augurite transforms into a bug rock type. Summer, feeling a hint of regret, added, unfortunately, black augurite has yet to be discovered anywhere in this world. The audience shared in his lament, realizing they might never see a Scyther again. A Scyther akin to Iron Man must be incredibly cool. I think Scyther is already quite impressive. Evolution isn't strictly necessary. Roaring. The rejuvenated onyx raised its head and let out a triumphant cry. When its gaze met the boy who had painstakingly healed it, the onyx's demeanor softened. Chapter 52. A promising project. The onyx, with its intimidating appearance, wore a gentle expression that seemed somewhat incongruous. Yet Summer smiled and asked, "So, would you like to follow me?" The onyx nodded, its sharp gaze directed at the young Gibble, which was scrutinizing its food. "Well, you can't defeat it right now. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Summer understood that the onyx had taken a dislike to the Gibble, their SA term for this, rivals. Once more, Summer patted the onyx's now gleaming, metallic-like rocky skin and said, "You should find a cave or burrow underground. Don't alarm the other Pokémon. Someone will bring you food during mealtime." The onyx let out a roar and dove underground, vanishing with a thunderous sound, observing the sizable hole left behind. Summer felt a headache coming on. "Brothers, do you think I should send the onyx to dig tunnels?" Summer, are you regretting it? Digging a hole in your yard on the left and another in your house on the right. As long as you enjoy digging, we're all brothers. Summer wooed to accept the audience's teasing. "I'm serious. I have a brilliant project in mind." Indeed, Summer was not joking. This idea had been brewing for a while. And he had even suggested to Chuan Hai to dig tunnels, naturally to work alongside the onyx. Pokémon must be utilized where they excel, and having an onyx handle infrastructure would be perfect. The new project is tunnel excavation. Anything else to share? Tunnel digging certainly has potential. An onyx should be no less effective than a tunneling machine. Summer, can we invest in this project? One should note that constructing tunnels in the luminescent region requires immense human and material resources. If a single onyx could replace a tunneling machine, why bother with the latter? On the other side of the screen, the leaders of the construction department watching the live stream were already buzzing with excitement. Pokémon truly are a boon for humanity. After convening an impromptu meeting, the 5 mayors unanimously decided to support Summer in utilizing Pokémon for tunnel excavation. Zhao Ruinian conveyed their message via text, stating that if he initiated a new business, the government would entrust the planned tunnel construction to him. This was a monumental opportunity. However, Summer's vision extended beyond such immediate gains. He pulled up an electronic map, gesturing for the audience to observe. "Let us not be so superficial. Look at this map here." Summer pointed to the area where the White Tiger District meets the North Turtle District, where the continuous zigzag mountains stand, isolating the twin brothers while blocking ocean currents. This is akin to the Himalayas of the past, the world's highest mountain range, the Chiyun Mountains. First, let us carve through the Chiyun Mountains to create a mountain tunnel connecting the White Tiger District and the North Turtle District, allowing for direct travel between the two without detours. Then, we'll open 2 passages to let the warm, moist air from the ocean flow in, transforming the arid White Tiger Gobi into a fertile paradise. Summer gestured passionately, his voice vibrant, resembling a successful motivational speaker. The audience was left utterly astonished. A brilliant idea. In the past, anyone bold enough to proclaim such ambitions would have been ridiculed as a dreamer. Forgetting the technicalities, the financial demands alone would be beyond the government's capacity. Yet, with the onyx, it seemed less like a fantasy. "Onyx, you might as well let me die. This is a great project. I'm in. Count me in. How could we not contribute to such a beneficial endeavor? We might not have money to invest, but we can certainly donate 100 or 2. Summer, you're my idol. Your name will be remembered by future generations." Summer smiled with satisfaction. His objectives had been achieved. Announcing such a remarkable project during the live stream was a clear call for investment. It should be noted that megaprojects in the luminescent region, such as the North Lake South Diversion, Xuanwu Lake, and the West to East Gas Transmission, cost over 500 billion. His project, if approached with labor, would at least double that. Starting at $1 trillion, it would equate to establishing a complete road network across the entire luminescent region. Summer was wealthy, but where could one find trillions? That was the total economic output of a developed region for an entire year. Bai Xinqing did not dare claim he could immediately produce $1 trillion. Well, since everyone supports me so much, let's start making arrangements. Although construction is still a distant prospect, we can begin raising funds. At that moment, Summer received a call from the gatekeeper, Old Yang, indicating a visitor. Brothers, a major investor has arrived. From the security room, Old Yang poked his head out of the window and shouted at the unidentifiable luxury car at the gate. You can come in now. Inside the limited edition black luxury vehicle, the driver was about to lower the window and restart the engine when Old Yang continued to shout, "Follow the road signs to the breeding base. Don't take a wrong turn." Got it, uncle. Bai Jia smiled and waved goodbye to Old Yang. The luxury car gradually set off, and Bai Xinqing rolled down the window to admire the scenery outside. It was quite strange. There was still a thin mist and a cool breeze outside. Yet it had vanished inside the car. Dad, look at that. Bai Xinqing turned to where Bai Jia was pointing, noticing an unknown herd of cattle kicking up clouds of dust as they galloped across the grass. Bai Xinqing quickly urged the driver to speed up, fearing that if the cows turned suddenly, they would be in trouble. As the Quinteros thundered past from the grassy roadside, the earth trembled, and Bai Xinqing broke into a cold sweat. It was terrifying. What if they collided? Following closely, a group of ponies, their manes and bodies seemingly ablaze with orange flames, raced by, accompanied by Dudadilly and the drill-worn rhinoceros. They resembled Pokémon. Bai Jiajia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Xia Tian is truly amazing. He raises so many Pokémon. Just then, a flock of Qingnian birds flew overhead. The lead Qishi Qingniu descended, landing by Bai Jiajia's window and flashing her a smile. You are so beautiful. Bai Jiajia felt the warmth and friendliness of the dragon tribe's defector and reached out to touch it. The touch was as soft as cotton. And the Qishi Qingniao did not linger, diving back into the clouds. Bai Jiajia appeared exhilarated and exclaimed to Bai Xinqing, Dad, I really want a Pokémon. Do you think Brother Xia Tian could sell me one? All right, I'll ask him later, and whatever the price, I'll make sure to buy you one. Bai Xinqing's greatest joy was to bring happiness to his daughter with his wealth. Following the road signs, the father and daughter finally arrived at the Master S breeding base. Xia Tian was already waiting at the entrance. Boss Bai, welcome, welcome. Xia Tian beamed with joy. How could he not be happy? Just moments ago, he was seeking investments. And now the biggest investor had arrived uninvited. Please, come in. Xia Tian led them into the tea room, momentarily setting business aside to see what Bai Xinqing sought in his visit. Are you live streaming? Bai Xinqing noticed the floating Rotom phone. Yes. Xia Tian poured tea and asked, I wonder what brings Boss Bai all this way? If it's urgent, I can turn off the camera. Not at all. Bai Xinqing quickly waved his hand. I'm here mainly to express my gratitude for the life-saving help you provided last time. With that, he received a contract from his bodyguard and assistant and handed it to Xia Tian. Just a small token of appreciation. Xia Tian looked at it with curiosity, only to be overwhelmed with joy the next moment. It was a mineral transfer agreement. Good heavens, you really treat mining like a simple gift? He exclaimed. I love it. As the audience viewed the document from Xia Tian's perspective, they were utterly astonished. What a lavish display of wealth. When will I encounter a drowning billionaire? My requirements are modest. Just a lowly will suffice. 9 out of 10 lolas are rich, and the last one is a mega rich, right? Xia Tian could not hide his smile. Mining was his passion, or rather, collecting stones related to Pokémon, much like the young heir of the Hoenn champion, De Wu. Ahem. I originally planned to find a mineral site in Hanshan City to purchase and then transfer it to you, but it seems you have already acquired it. That is correct, Xia Tian nodded. Xia Tian examined the details of the mineral site Bai Xinqing had gifted him. Its geographical location was in a remote village on the 3rd tier of Beihai, untouched and undeveloped, with the mineral distribution primarily consisting of rare metals and ores. It seemed likely that many precious stones could be unearthed, which could later be included in the local travel itinerary. Brother Xia Tian, this is specially prepared for you, Gyra. It will surely allow it to evolve. Xia Tian glanced over, noticing that Bai Jiajia was dressed in light colors, exuding a youthful vibrancy. Her long socks exceeded her knees, revealing an absolute territory, and her short top hinted at her belly button. What did Xia Tian think he was doing? He was assessing her with a professional eye. It's a luxury brand outfit. How come she isn't wearing my family's dress? Low rating. Xia Tian thought to himself, seeing Xia Tian openly scrutinizing her. Bai Jiajia shyly pressed her hands in front of her. Well then, I shall graciously accept it, Xiatian politely declared, picking up a pin to sign the transfer agreement. However, Ujira should still eat soil. The stones are all mine. Xiatian showed no signs of reluctance. And Bai Xinqing could tell that Xiatian was quite pleased with the gift. He couldn't help but secretly give his daughter a thumbs up. Impressive. After placing the pin back in its holder, Xiatian shifted the conversation to his own affairs. Boss Bai, I happen to have a project. Would you be interested in investing? Bai Xinqing was taken aback. He wasn't into investments. Minerals and oil were sufficient for several lifetimes. And investments carried risks that seemed unnecessary. However, thinking of Xiatian's capabilities, he felt reassured. Someone so capable wouldn't he deceive him. And he ought to show gratitude to this life-saving benefactor. Well, tell me about it. Xiatian then recounted a grand project from his previous life, which had only been dismissed as a joke, now to be realized in this one. Unlike many audience members who were captivated, Bai Xinqing fell into deep contemplation, weighing the potential benefits. A businessman could invest a little in public welfare, but he couldn't pour everything into it. He wasn't a fool. Infrastructure was a national endeavor, not solely his responsibility. Gazing at the electronic map, Bai Xinqing suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If the Gobi terrain could be improved for habitation, then the construction of new towns could indeed be a viable proposition. Those who actively contributed financially and physically would be among the first to reap the rewards. I can invest in this, but I have one request. Feel free to speak. Bai Xinqing glanced at his daughter before adding, Jiajia is very fond of Pokémon. I hope to purchase one from you or acquire one of those Pokeballs. Xiatian hadn't anticipated that Bai Xinqing's condition would be unrelated to the project. Looking at Bai Jiajia, who appeared somewhat anxious, Xiatian remained unfazed. He had always intended to guide this dragon emissary onto the path of a trainer, which would contribute to the future Pokémon League. Seizing this opportunity was quite favorable. Thus, Xiatian stood up and went to the counter outside to retrieve the Pokémon capsule machine. I have a breeding base here for novice trainers to cultivate initial Pokémon. By paying a nurturing fee, you can adopt a well-trained initial form Pokémon. As soon as the news broke, the live stream was flooded with excitement from millions of viewers. I want to buy. I want to buy. Tell me where to go. I'll get there. Name your price. I'm ready to make a deal. Summer shook his head, offering a wry smile to the camera. I apologize, everyone. We are currently not open to the public as I have yet to devise a method for selecting customers. Why select customers? Isn't everyone eligible to purchase? Why not earn some money? I understand how you feel, Summer. As a pet shop owner, I often grapple with the anxiety of ensuring the well-being of my pets, fearing they may be mistreated. After all, for Summer, making money is secondary. His primary goal is to popularize Pokémon and elevate the profession of trainers, which we all comprehend. Indeed, we hope Summer can devise a plan soon to open the breeding house. We all love Pokémon. After watching the live stream for so long, Summer had already become a towering figure in many viewers' minds. What other intentions could the Pokémon Godfather have but to spread the love for Pokémon? However, some raised a question, then why sell to Bai Jiajia now? Bai Jiajia was special. She possessed an innate ability to communicate with dragon-type Pokémon, and I believe she would treat them well. Summer placed the capsule machine in front of Bai Jiajia. In fact, I have already provided 3 Pokémon, and I have personally interacted with all 3. Aside from one who seems a bit off, the others are quite decent. In the villa at Juke City, Wang Yechen looked puzzled at Wang Wenyu, who was the one he referred to as having issues. Wang Wenyu rolled her eyes, while the nearby Bulbasaur gently patted Wang Yechen's back with its vine, seemingly offering comfort. Press it. There are dragon-type Pokémon inside. Bai Jiajia hesitated, recalling the beautiful little bird she had encountered on her way here, reminiscent of the blue sky and white clouds. Brother Summer, after a brief description. Summer understood the Pokémon Bai Jiajia desired. It was the Chishi Bluebird, also a dragon-type Pokémon. With today's weather changing, the Chishi Bluebird was assisting its kin in fending off the cold, so it was no surprise it would be drawn to Bai Jiajia. However, the Chishi Bluebird had already evolved and played a crucial role in my farm, making it impossible for it to leave your side. Bai Jiajia's expression fell. But you can still draw its initial form, the Chimian bird, from here. The Chimian bird could also be bred, though it wouldn't possess the weather-related attributes. Really? I wish you the best of luck. In the spotlight, Bai Jiajia pressed the capsule machine's button. For the audience, it was a momentous occasion. Witnessing the birth of a Pokémon trainer, a spectacle worth observing. The Pokémon capsules rattled joyfully within the machine, and as a gray capsule dropped into the slot, everyone's eyes widened in anticipation of Summer's announcement. Congratulations. Summer smiled faintly, unfazed by the outcome. Just a moment. The caretaker will bring this little one over shortly. The audience, accustomed to Summer's teasing, still found it infuriating. Soon, a young caretaker in uniform arrived, leading a silver-gray baby dragon to report to Summer. The caretakers were recruited for training, and since Summer had not yet initiated his Pokémon popularization plan, they had all signed confidentiality agreements. The baby dragon, initially displaying a haughty demeanor, became restless upon entering the tea room and sensing Baijiajia's presence, its gaze softening considerably. It approached her cautiously, circling around her before sniffing the air, finally content to sit beside her. So adorable! Baijiajia crouched down to attempt to pet its head. And the baby dragon did not resist. Its limbs were firmly planted on the ground, its back adorned with scales of various sizes. And the scales on its tail resembled droplets of water, with the largest one shaped like a heart, extending from its forehead and separating its eyes. Brother Summer. What is its name? Baijiajia thought this baby dragon, while not as stunning as the Chishi bluebird, exuded a friendly charm. Using a pet analogy, the two could be likened to a beautiful parrot and a loyal little dog. The baby dragon brought her an unprecedented sense of security. It exudes a certain masculine vigor. Its name is Zinnienbo. Summer unwrapped the new Pokédex and handed it to Baijiajia. Zinnienbo. Baijiajia repeated the name, noting how aptly it referred to the heart-shaped scale upon its head. It is indeed a dragon. How enviable. Miss, stop petting it and open the Pokédex. Oh dear. This is nerve-wracking. The brand new Pokédex lit up, scanning Zinnienbo, revealing Pokédex entry number 782, introducing yet another dragon-type quasi-deity from the Alola region to the world. Zinnienbo. The scale Pokémon of the dragon type. Zinnienbo is a courageous warrior who places great importance on honor during battles. It will not allow its opponents to see its back, preferring to hone its combat skills through impact. The sound of its ringing scales can intimidate foes while conveying emotions and messages. However, this creature becomes quite aloof after evolving, scaring away weaker Pokémon and only engaging in battle with the strong. It doesn't seem particularly impressive, but it appears naturally suited for combat. Those scales must provide excellent defense. Retaining a brave humility in youth, it aspires only to become stronger in adulthood, exuding a sense of a lone warrior seeking defeat. You can try tapping its head scales. It will enjoy that, Summer suggested. All right. Baijiajia nodded, gently tapping the heart-shaped scale on Zinnienbo's head with her knuckles. In an instant, the room filled with the melodious sound reminiscent of wind chimes. Hee, Zinnienbo, we will live together from now on. Sensing the warmth Baijiajia conveyed through the scales, Zinnienbo squinted its eyes slightly, gently tapping its tail against its back, producing a more joyful metallic sound. Little Summer, how much is Zinnienbo for sale? What adoption fee do I need to pay? Xingqing, seeing his daughter's happiness, felt delighted himself. Happy individuals are often easier to converse with, especially someone like Baijiajia, who, not lacking in wealth, would not frown even if Summer quoted an exorbitant price. As Summer rummaged for the breeding cost of Zinnienbo, he also prepared to enlighten Xingqing. This Zinnienbo is a quasi-deity youngling, upon evolution. Its scales will form the dragon and fighting dual type, capable of learning exclusive moves. Thus, regarding breeding expenses, there is no need to elaborate. I can accept any amount. The audience erupted into chaos upon hearing Summer's nonchalant description. Another quasi-deity. Exclusive moves. Without needing further explanation from Summer, the audience could grasp the essence of exclusive moves from the mere wording. Goodness, this is extraordinary. I shall refer to Baijiajia as the little dragon girl. Now she has a quasi-deity as a protector. Her boyfriend potential is off the charts. The cost was secondary, as Summer was well aware that Baijiajia had no financial constraints. The Zinnienbo lineage boasted a powerful ruler, the Zhuangwei scale dragon, and at the appropriate time, your daughter would need to return to undergo its trials, for entrusting one's child is a matter that requires utmost caution. This is the pact between me and that dominant Pokémon, a matter you must face alone. Zacian solemnly gazed at Baijiajia. Are you prepared to become a trainer who bravely climbs to great heights? The journey ahead will be fraught with numerous setbacks and tribulations, presenting obstacles that even your father's wealth cannot surmount. You will no longer be a flower in a greenhouse. Are you ready? Zacian's tone was grave, akin to that of a strict teacher imparting wisdom to a student. Baijiajia felt a twinge of disappointment at being likened to a greenhouse flower, yet she soon blossomed into a lively smile. I will give it my all. The heart-scale Pokémon sensed her determination and stepped forward, while the juvenile dragon roared. However, Xingqing hesitated, exclaiming, if money can't solve it, what can we do? Jiajia, perhaps we should choose another one? Baijiajia pouted in annoyance, saying, Dad, don't underestimate me. Although she appeared somewhat like a delicate flower due to her father's overprotectiveness, she was inherently a strong-willed girl. After all, her mother had passed away early, and such girls tend to be the most resilient. Words alone cannot suffice. Zacian stood and exited the tea room. Follow me. By the lakeside, Chunhai commanded, Squirtle. Use water gun. Squirtle puffed its cheeks and unleashed a powerful jet of water, washing away the sand and moistening the tree roots. Xiaohai. I told you to shovel first. There might be slumbering crab Pokémon beneath the sand. The voice belonged to Old Lei, Chunhai's mentor. Those creatures have tempers as foul and hard as their shells. They are not easily appeased. Old Lei had once been a fish farmer. But after encountering Pokémon, he developed a fondness for the lively water-type creatures, leading him to work in the wetlands after completing his training. Haha, my apologies, Master Lei. Chunhai chuckled awkwardly. What should have been a simple task of turning the soil and watering had turned into an opportunity for Chunhai to train Squirtle. Suddenly, Old Lei's pager beeped. All right, Xiaohai, Zacian is calling for you. Leave this to me. With that, Old Lei, accompanied by a Lotad, stepped forward to take over Chunhai's duties. Chapter 55, Squirtle and Heartscale Pokémon. As Chunhai, clad in park work attire, approached the Rotom phone. The audience caught sight of a seemingly melancholic Squirtle by his feet, appearing to harbor unspoken thoughts. This turtle is so adorable, but it seems rather unenergetic. In this age, even turtles are standing up. When will we working folks be able to stand up? Bai Jia eagerly scanned Squirtle with her Pokédex. The audience, through her perspective, learned about this newly emerged Pokémon. What a peculiar name for Squirtle. Hey, let me ask you a question. What do you call that slick head of Squirtle? That's simple. It's obviously turtle on top, you below. Brother, what do you need me for? Chunhai asked, wiping his hands with a towel as he walked. Zacian introduced Bai Jia to Chunhai. Why don't you two engage in a Pokémon battle? Sure. Chunhai was more than willing. He had long yearned to command Pokémon in battle. Bai Jia understood Zacian's intention of bringing her to Chunhai. She surmised it was a test. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Follow me. Zacian led the way as the group walked to the battle training arena within the breeding base. Let us use a mixed terrain. Before them lay an expansive field, 100 square meters of rocky terrain interspersed with water pools and grass. The mixed terrain was the most commonly used battle arena. Zacian stepped into the center of the battlefield, instructing the two to stand opposite each other, and formally announced, this is the first battle between novice trainers in the Pokémon era, with the contestants being Chunhai and Bai Jia, and I shall serve as the referee. The battle rules are singles, 1v1, with no items allowed, and victory goes to the last Pokémon standing. Though it may appear to be a child's play, Zacian imbued the moment with a sense of ceremony. As he stated, this would mark the inaugural duel of novice trainers in the Pokémon era. Please send forth your Pokémon. Charge forth, Squirtle. Chunhai felt a surge of excitement. After all, Zacian was broadcasting live. If he won, the benefits would be unimaginable. At the very least, he could boast about it in the friend group for a year. Squirtle. The introverted Squirtle's gaze was resolute as it stepped forward and assumed a stance. Zacian couldn't help but nod, noting that in just one night, Squirtle had learned to hold its ground. Evidently, it was adjusting well. Wait, however. Bai Jia raised her hand, requesting the referee to pause. A bit shy, she said, I need to review my skills first. The atmosphere was momentarily disrupted. As Bai Jia flipped through her Pokédex, she pondered. This Chunhai brother must be one of the 3 individuals who took Pokémon from Zacian. He must be formidable as a senior, so I must put in my best effort. Seeing this, Chunhai also took out his Pokédex to check on Heartscale Pokémon. Seizing the opportunity while they prepared, Zacian initiated another round of live predictions. The audience relished this segment as it allowed them to compete in assessing learning abilities and combat talent. In terms of attributes, Water-type moves deal only half damage to Heartscale Pokémon, while Heartscale Pokémon inflict normal damage on Squirtle. Plus, given that Heartscale Pokémon is a quasi-legendary, the odds are in its favor. Not necessarily, quasi-legendaries often take time to mature. Who knows if this Heartscale Pokémon can reach the level of a juvenile Bagon? Your exams are all failing. In battles, merely observing Pokémon is insufficient. The trainer's command is crucial. As the live chat buzzed with fervor, Bai Jia finally spoke. I am ready. Heartscale Pokémon, I entrust you with this. Roar. Heartscale Pokémon exerted its limbs, leaping close to Squirtle, its eyes sharp and brimming with combat spirit. Squirtle, though taciturn, possessed an inner strength. The match commenced. Heartscale Pokémon, let us use tackle. Squirtle, charge as well. Neither side unleashed their most powerful moves initially. Instead, they opted to gauge each other's strength. Heartscale Pokémon tensed its muscles and charged with its hardened head, protected by scales, towards Squirtle, who leapt up, using its sturdy shell to strike back. Bang! The clash of shells and metallic scales produced a resonant sound, causing Squirtle to be swiftly rebounded, while Heartscale Pokémon merely swayed slightly before regaining its footing. The disparity in strength was palpable. This is tough. Chen-Hai clenched his fists. The scales on Heartscale Pokémon were far too resilient. Squirtle's shell was currently insufficient to withstand the impact. Great job, Heartscale Pokémon. Next move, Leer. A girl in light attire joyfully bounced, pleasing the onlookers. Hearing this, Heartscale Pokémon swiftly approached Squirtle, staring down with its pale eyes, exuding an overwhelming pressure. This is bad. Quickly turn away and don't look at it. If Squirtle's defenses are lowered by Leer, it won't be able to endure several more tackles, and the battle may end swiftly. The fallen Squirtle attempted to roll over. But a classic yet bizarre scene unfolded. The turtle could not right itself. Squirtle! Squirtle! With its legs flailing helplessly in the air, Squirtle panicked, unable to flip back over. Ah. This is too hilarious. It's over. It's going to run out of breath. You observe its expression. It is truly remarkable. How delightful. I shall now venture into the aquarium to retrieve my little turtle for a trial. Alas. Chen-Hai, akin to a distressed Squirtle, donned a mask of anguish, preemptively creating a memorable scene before the action truly began. Little did he know, his woeful visage would eventually become a widely circulated meme, rivaling even the notorious Golden Director. With the Heartscale Pokémon mere inches away, poised to strike, Chen-Hai suddenly commanded, Squirtle, withdraw into your shell. Since retaliation was not an option, survival was the priority. Squirtle ceased its struggles, swiftly retracting its limbs into its shell, leaving only the shell to glimmer humorously under the sun. How could this happen? Aegislash exclaimed, stamping her foot. This was an opportune moment for a counterattack, yet she feared shattering Squirtle's shell. Without it, how could the turtle endure? Sensing Aegislash's anxiety, Zacian interjected, Pokémon calculate stamina before assessing injuries, so the shell will remain intact. As a novice lacking understanding, Zacian felt compelled to provide reassurance. Otherwise, the match would devolve into farce. Is that so? Then let us attack, Heartscale Pokémon. The next move is Dragon Tail. With a resounding roar, Heartscale Pokémon's water droplet-shaped tail struck like a hammer, shattering the awkwardness surrounding Squirtle as it absorbed the blow. The shell bounced on the ground like a ball. And Chen-Hai seized the moment, shouting to Squirtle, now, use water gun. Dazed, Squirtle spread its limbs, and with a well-timed water gun aimed at a massive rock ahead. It soared into the air, executing a high-speed spin towards Heartscale Pokémon. As a former firefighter, Chen-Hai understood the impact of water gun. Utilizing its recoil and gravity acceleration, Squirtle's attack was formidable this time. The chapter of tactics and bonds unfolded as Squirtle accelerated, colliding with Heartscale Pokémon like a spinning top. Quick, dodge. Aegislash cried out in urgency. Yet, Heartscale Pokémon merely swished its tail, striking its scales, producing a resounding metallic sound. You wish to confront me directly? Aegislash easily deciphered the dragon language. Very well, I believe in you. Go for it, Heartscale Pokémon. Send it back with Dragon Tail. She waved her arms as if playing badminton. With a mighty leap, Heartscale Pokémon ascended, its tail glowing with courage, resembling a racket as it struck Squirtle, proclaiming that Winter 2 could embrace beach volleyball. The violent collision generated a powerful shockwave, rippling through the air. Both Pokémon displayed expressions of pain, rebounding from the impact, sustaining significant injuries. Squirtle, Heartscale Pokémon. Their trainers felt their hearts leap into their throats, fearing their Pokémon could no longer continue the fight. Heartscale Pokémon, you can do it. Aegislash cheered, raising her fist in support. Somewhat unsteadily, Heartscale Pokémon managed to rise. Its indomitable spirit, bolstered by its trainer's encouragement, solidified its resolve to triumph. Zacian nodded appreciatively, recognizing that instilling trust and hope in Pokémon is an essential quality for a trainer. This was the essence of their bond. In contrast, Chen-Hai did not encourage Squirtle to rise, but rapidly contemplated his next strategy. If Heartscale Pokémon regained its composure and launched another attack, he could still have Squirtle withdraw into its shell, though it might not hold for long. Unexpectedly, due to the uneven rocky ground, Squirtle landed without further humiliation this time. Phew, that's a relief. Chen-Hai sighed, but soon Aegislash initiated her final offensive. Approach and use Dragon Tail. She had discerned that Dragon Tail possessed greater power than a mere collision. What to do? Can we evade this move? Chen-Hai felt anxious yet maintained his composure. As his gaze swept across the arena, inspiration struck. Squirtle, jump into the pool. With a splash, Squirtle dove into the depths of the water. Heartscale Pokémon, having missed its attack, hesitated at the pool's edge. How clever. If only we had sent Squirtle into the water from the start, it wouldn't have been so challenging. Who would have thought of such a tactic? If it were me, my Pokémon would have dominated. Squirtle, unleash your final water gun. Chen-Hai's enthusiasm surged. He had the advantage of terrain. Next was the human element. timing was crucial, and victory was within reach. In the water, Squirtle could retract into its shell, gliding swiftly due to its streamlined shape. Thus, at the moment Chin-Hai issued the command, Squirtle burst through the water's surface, puffing its cheeks, releasing a water column that was slightly more powerful than a typical water gun. On the other side, Bai Jiajia clutched her skirt tightly, her palms damp with sweat. She too waited for the final signal. Don't lose, heart-scaled Pokémon. Use Dragon Tail. Perhaps due to heart-scaled Pokémon's earlier stubbornness, Bai Jiajia became reckless. However, it was a wise choice. Water gun inflicted only half the damage on dragons. Trading damage was certainly advantageous, especially since this was a decisive moment. The two silhouettes intersected midair. The water gun struck heart-scaled Pokémon, yet its tail's brilliance remained undiminished. Closer, closer. Sweep the tail. Both Pokémon plummeted into the pool. Dragonite, go check the situation. The match's outcome remained uncertain, revealing the pivotal role of the referee. A flash of orange raced across the horizon, and when Dragonite appeared, it held both dazed Squirtle and heart-scaled Pokémon in its grasp. Simultaneously, both Pokémon lost their fighting capabilities, resulting in a tie. An unforeseen conclusion emerged. Heart-scaled Pokémon had relied on its strength and tougher scales to dominate initially, even charging forward under Bai Jiajia's encouragement. Yet, Chin-Hai's exceptional adaptability turned the tide. This perhaps exemplified the calmness characteristic of a firefighter in a crisis. When Zacian announced the results, participants in the live stream exclaimed in disbelief. Zacian had not anticipated that what was meant to be a lackluster match would unfold with such intensity, even creating memorable moments. First, let's return your Pokémon. Zacian finally handed heart-scaled Pokémon's Pokeball to Bai Jiajia. Brother Zacian, will heart-scaled Pokémon be alright? The girl expressed her concern. It will be fine. I will take them for treatment. Zacian collected both trainers' Pokeballs and entrusted them to Dragonite for transport to the healing center. This match deserves commendation for both of you. Zacian's teaching moment was set to commence. Let us begin with you, Brother Hai. Zacian regarded Chun-Hai appreciatively. Your adaptability is commendable. Considering your Pokemon's traits and the environment during battle is essential. This you grasped intuitively. However, one aspect requires improvement, the emotional connection. Emotional connection? Chin-Hai was puzzled. Zacian nodded. Indeed, from the outset of my streaming career, I have emphasized that Pokémon are more adept at sensing emotions than humans. You are a trainer of Squirtle, and it can sense the emotions you experience. If the trainer is anxious, the Pokémon may lose its composure. If the trainer hesitates, the Pokémon will also retreat. If the trainer yearns for victory, the Pokémon will strive to bring home the fruits of triumph. This is the bond that unites them. A trainer devoid of such a connection cannot progress far. Summer did not assert that the link between the Keystone and the Evolution Stone embodies this bond. The suspense can be saved for later. He then turned his gaze towards Bai Jiajia. In contrast, Jiajia has exemplified this connection. When facing Squirtle's rapid spins, Zinlinbeo craved a challenge, and Jiajia chose to trust it and respond. In subsequent battles, Jiajia and Zinlinbeo communicated with seamless understanding, which is the essence of combat. In truth, Bai Jiajia felt a bit shy about being praised by Summer in front of so many people. At that moment, she merely understood Zinlinbeo's words and instinctively felt its pride and courage. To retreat might hurt its feelings. Regardless, you accomplished this, thus you are worthy to be Zinlinbeo's trainer. Alright, that concludes today's session. It is time to present you with your rewards. Rewards, they exclaimed in unison. Summer, with a cheerful demeanor, produced 2 white Pokeballs and handed them to them. These are commemorative balls, to mark this very moment. The two joyfully accepted the exquisite white Pokeballs, only to discover signatures on their bases. Hee, these are my personally signed editions. The commemorative balls signed by the Pokémon god, Summer. Chin-Hai felt a mix of oddity and guilt. Little brother, I still owe you money. Do you realize how much I could sell this for given your popularity? Chapter 57. The Super Pokémon Kindergarten. After the battle concluded, Summer engaged Chin-Hai and Bai Jiajia in sharing their experiences and the joys of combat with the audience, effectively extending the broadcast. Once the live stream was turned off, Summer accompanied the Bai family and Chun-Hai to the Chansey clinic. Nurse Chansey wheeled a cart adorned with 2 freshly retrieved Pokeballs from the healing machine. So adorable. The gentle Chansey could easily capture any girl's heart. Hello. Chansey beamed warmly at Bai Jiajia and then produced an egg from its pocket to present to her. Is this for me? Bai Jiajia pointed at herself. Accept it. Summer's voice chimed in from the side. Chansey can only produce a few eggs in a day and will gift them to those it likes or to ailing Pokémon. The eggs produced by Chansey are not only rich in nutrients but also delicious. I usually use them to create desserts. You can take it home and share it with Zinlinbeo. This will greatly enhance your intimacy and rapport. Thank you. With that encouragement, Jia no longer hesitated to accept the Chansey egg, cradling it carefully. Chenhai, however, did not feel disheartened by Chansey's preferential treatment. As he was engrossed in perusing the Pokédex. By the way, Jia suddenly recalled her goal of collecting entries for the Pokédex. Beep. This is the gentle and kind Chansey, the evolved form of Happiny, a normal-type egg Pokémon. Chansey possesses the ability to heal injuries, but it is still inexperienced, serving only as an intern nurse. Once it evolves into Blissey, it can become a capable doctor. Can Pokémon really serve as doctors? Chenhai mused, glancing thoughtfully at Chansey. Now, all your Pokémon have been healed. Summer indicated that they should wrap up. Upon receiving the Pokeballs, both were eager to press the top buttons. A flash of red light illuminated the room, and Zinlinbeo and Squirtle were fully revived. Who? Zinlinbeo retained its aloof demeanor, nodding at Squirtle. Squirtle merely acknowledged with a soft response, appearing rather taciturn. What are they saying? Chenhai inquired. Jia crouched down to tap on Zinlinbeo's scales and replied, Zinlinbeo views Squirtle as a formidable rival, vowing to defeat it in the future. Zinlinbeo, let us strive together. Who? Chenhai recalled Summer's teachings. To deepen their bond, one must engage in interactions with their Pokémon. Given Squirtle's naturally reserved nature, he realized he needed to be more proactive in this regard. Thus, Chenhai asked, Squirtle, do you also wish to overcome it? Squirtle, cradling its shell, lifted its head to gaze at Chenhai, remaining silent and expressionless. While others might find it difficult to interpret its feelings, Chenhai inexplicably sensed its inner desire. Introverted individuals often care deeply about others' opinions. Even a small compliment or critique can render them overly sentimental. Those who are closed off internally tend to scrutinize their own shortcomings, easily falling into self-doubt, and in such moments, they require a ray of hope. Fear not, Squirtle, you are no weaker than any other Pokémon. With my training, you shall grow stronger. Chenhai's gaze was resolute. Should Squirtle be willing, he was ready to apply his rigorous training regimen from the military. Squirtle gently nodded and then willingly entered its Pokeball. All right, little brother, if there's nothing else, I shall return to work. Okay. Summer nodded as he watched his cousin depart. Xiaoxia, shall we take our leave as well? Xingqing had already settled the payment, providing a substantial sum for a quasi-divine Pokémon, and Summer charged him 800,000 for the training fee and 1 million as an adoption guarantee. Take care. Considering that Jia might lack Pokémon for practice, Summer advised, feel free to come by. Engaging in suitable Pokémon battles is far more valuable than mere solitary training. All right, brother Summer. Jia waved goodbye, feeling elated with her substantial gains. Although she could not acquire that beautiful sinew, Zinlinbeo was still wonderful and provided her with a sense of security. Summer stood in place, pondering other matters. Should he establish a training camp to gather these for training? He shook his head. Never mind. He was not a babysitter. Perhaps it would be better to create a group for them to communicate privately. With that thought, Summer turned to attend to other responsibilities. The Pokédex was set to be released, and he needed to make arrangements at the company. The visiting delegation from Zhao Ruinian was also imminent, requiring preparation for hospitality. And he needed to check on the training of the security personnel designated for the alliance. Oh, and there's a baby Gibble. Summer slapped his thigh and hurried outside. Baby Gibble, stop right there. The luxury vehicle departed from Yunwu Town, while Zinlinbeo gazed through the window, watching the lush landscapes of the Super Pokémon kindergarten recede. This was the place of its birth and growth. Pikachu, Eevee, Jigglypuff, Togepi, and Marill, I will surely return to defeat you all. Jia. Should we head back to Qilin City or continue our vacation at Orange Islands? Xingqing inquired of his daughter's preference. Dad, how about we move? Let us relocate to Hoshan City, so I can frequently bring Zinlinbeo back here to train with Brother Summer. It would also be convenient for your business dealings. Xingqing considered this and realized it made sense. There were many aspects of Summer's grand project that required further discussion. All right, let us go house hunting. Xingqing finalized their next steps, and Zinlinbeo instantly wore a long face. What are you saying? We have to come back often? Oh my. The designation of the Super Pokémon Kindergarten is undoubtedly due to the presence of a group of seemingly juvenile, yet formidable Pokémon. Moreover, starting today, the kindergarten welcomed a new bully. Tanglia and Clefairy, under the leadership of Pikachu, Eevee, and Jigglypuff, indulged in an extravagant breakfast before heading to the Pokémon amusement park. Allureless suddenly appeared, its green bowl-shaped hairstyle obscuring its eyes, yet jealousy was clearly evident. Lulu, well, every summer you always take them out to play but never us. Marilla chimed in. The blue water rabbit, known as a dragon-slaying warrior, marched over with its hands on its hips. Pikachu asserted that they were off to embark on an adventure, not merely for leisure. Lureless pointed at the nearby Frosmoth and Clefairy. Oh, Summer, You great oaf, you've brought back 2 female companions. Suddenly, a thrilling roller coaster whirled overhead. Accompanied by joyous cries, Chaji Chaji Dui. In the midst of the cacophony, Frosmoth witnessed a train racing down a track-shaped structure, plummeting uncontrollably toward the ground. At the forefront, Bakubi was flailing its arms, its small eyes unable to convey whether it was cheering in delight or shrieking in terror. Most alarmingly, it was indeed on the train without a safety belt. Frosmoth, feeling a surge of concern, rushed forth, extending its vines in an attempt to rescue Bakubi. Chaji. The roller coaster zoomed past the heads of the gathered Pokémon, and with a determined push, Bakubi leapt down, sliding down Frosmoth's vines as if descending a slide. It was a breathtaking display, teetering on the edge of danger, yet it was evident that Bakubi was no novice to such antics. Bakubi landed straight into Frosmoth's embrace. The 2 small figures propelled outward by inertia, with Frosmoth enduring the impact to keep Bakubi safe. Fortunately, the amusement park's ground was soft grass, sparing Frosmoth from injury. Chaji Chaji Dui. Bakubi joyfully nuzzled against Frosmoth's cheek, clearly enamored. After all, Bakubi could sense the genuine and kind-hearted affection shared between Pokémon and humans. Frosmoth's fleeting thought of wanting to save it was enough to bring happiness. With a sigh of relief, Frosmoth felt the tension ease. Bakubi, still nestled comfortably in Frosmoth's embrace, tugged at its vines, causing a radiant glow to envelop Bakubi, which it then shared with Frosmoth. Chaji Chaji? Frosmoth was bewildered by this phenomenon. Pikachu explained that this was a stroke of luck bestowed upon it by Bakubi. As the roller coaster concluded its ride, the Pokémon on board expertly unfastened their safety belts and approached with curiosity. Among them were the curly-eared EV of the same hue, the electric mouse family members, Zekrom and Amalga, Pachirisu, and other delightful fairy types, including the marshmallow-like Swablu and the ice cream-like Flabby, as well as the Den, who adored snuggling against Pikachu's cheek. Once they congregated, it became evident that new friends had joined their ranks. With all the Pokémon present, Lurelus, now acting as class monitor, began organizing the kindergarten meeting. Today, we have new companions joining us, so we must rearrange the class rankings. One might wonder why a group of immature creatures would concern themselves with rankings. Naturally, it was to determine who would enjoy the first servings of delectable treats and ice cream, or perhaps the privilege of accompanying Summer on outings and adventures. With so many Pokémon in Summer's entourage, who could possibly outshine the exceptionally fortunate Bakubi? Lulu, Frosmoth and Clefairy shall temporarily take the last 2 spots. Next week, the order will be reversed. Upon hearing that the monitor intended to rank Frosmoth last, Bakubi pouted, showing its displeasure. Do you not realize who the true leader of the kindergarten is? Chaji Chaji Dui. No way. Frosmoth is under my protection. With a flourish, Bakubi waved its tiny finger, declaring that those who dared dispute it would face the wrath of its signature move, the Sword of the Cliff. Frosmoth, unimpressed, retorted, I am the main force, destined for battles. I shall not compete for attention with you little ones. Clefairy shook its head, asserting that it had not been captured by Summer, but rather had come to play, as it was due for training and performances with the dance troupe the following day. Lurelus's expression fell. So Frosmoth was from the battle group, then so be it. While Lurelus yearned to join Summer on adventures, it preferred to maintain its current form. For allure holds no value in the face of cuteness. Little did it know that Summer was a person of contradictions. Would he desire it to transform into a shiny Gardevoir? Now follow closely. From a distance, the familiar voices of many Pokémon echoed. A glance revealed Summer dragging the mischief-making young Giratina to the entrance of the amusement park. Lurelus, the quickest to react, teleported onto Summer's head, tugging at his hair in a fit of frustration. All right, Lurelus, I promise to take you out next time. Summer coaxed. Bakubi, with a gentle wave of its hand, teleported onto Summer's shoulder, using its ball-shaped appendage to softly stroke Summer's chin and neck. Through this tender interaction, a profound sense of happiness enveloped Summer, warming him thoroughly. After playfully engaging with other long-absent Pokémon, Summer finally pointed at the young Giratina, who sat curiously on the ground, surveying its surroundings. Upon spotting the amusement park attractions, its eyes sparkled with excitement, and a hint of drool threatened to escape. Alas, Summer had forgotten about it amid his prior commitments to buy Gia, but thankfully, Charizard ensured that it did not wander off. However, upon returning, Summer discovered that Charizard, in its folly, had been persuaded by Giratina to sample the dirt. Ugh! What an embarrassment! I can't afford to keep you now. Eat dirt if you must. How disgraceful! Young Giratina ambled about, hands clasped behind its back, occasionally commenting on the soft, delectable quality of the soil or the crisp, chewable texture of nearby rocks. Summer felt an urge to reprimand it, wondering if it desired a sprinkle of seasoning. After receiving a tongue lashing from Summer, Charizard could only smile sheepishly. It wasn't genuinely foolish, merely curious. After a mouthful of dirt, Charizard retaliated against Giratina. Thus, Giratina began to sulk, refusing to fight back or retort, merely gnawing on the ground as if to say, "What can you do about it?" In a word, cheeky. To deal with such a Pokémon, Summer had only one solution: send it to kindergarten for a dose of love and education. You lot keep a close watch on this young Giratina, especially do not allow it to eat anything. If you catch it nibbling on any grass or wood, punish it without hesitation. Mischievous children must be tamed by the kindergarten's little tyrants. Lulu, Chaji. The little sprites nodded in agreement. As Summer departed, young Giratina donned a mischievous grin. "You naive little ones, what can you possibly do to me? I shall show you just how foolish it is to bring me back." With a menacing glint, young Giratina revealed its formidable teeth, capable of crushing any metal. Where to begin? The nearby roller coaster track seemed just perfect. Yet, as it prepared to open its mouth wide for a hearty bite, its body suddenly became immobile. In the background, Lalulasi emanated a radiant light, its mental prowess pinning the young giraffe down in place. Shortly thereafter, Marilu hopped forward, deftly gathering icy energy in her hands, and unleashed a freezing punch straight to the face. Alas, the young giraffe let out a piercing cry, trembling as it became encased in ice. Thanks to its ability, the power of physical attacks was doubled. Chichicha, the playful Piplup, observed with keen interest, noting that this young giraffe was remarkably resilient, having not been knocked out by a single punch. Perfect. The whispers of the demon accompanied a flick of its fingers, sending waves of healing energy. As droplets of life-giving water cascaded down upon the young giraffe, its eyes widened in terror, for the water rabbit's fist was coming again. "You must be devils. Stay away from me." Chapter 59. New Trainer Chat Group. In the evening, the city of Zhuke was aglow with lights. From afar, its bustling nightscape resembled a resplendent phoenix poised to soar northward. Inside a villa, Wang Wenyu, clad in a fitted shirt and trousers, directed the staff to pack and ship their luggage. Wang Yuchen was equally busy, bustling about her room with her Bulbasaur. The sisters were preparing to move to Hongshan City, eager to breathe in the summer air once inhaled by their father and to feel the evening breeze he once cherished. This could almost be considered a warm embrace or a close connection. Ever since witnessing the battle between Bai Jiajia and Chunhai that morning, the sisters had entertained this notion. Wang Wenyu's thoughts were straightforward. Having run a large company, she understood that one must ride the waves to soar high and far. As for work, it could be entrusted to subordinates, and her company had a branch in Xuanwu, which could easily become the headquarters if necessary. Wang Yuchen's thoughts were more peculiar. As the first to receive a Pokémon, specifically the Bulbasaur with the National Pokédex number 1, she found it utterly absurd that Bai Jiajia had gotten ahead of her. If Summer were to be likened to a great captain charting new waters, Wang Yuchen believed she should at least be a first mate, while Bai Jiajia was merely a sailor. How dare she steal a march on her? The thought of that commemorative white Pokeball, which would be recorded in future textbooks chronicling the first battle of novice Pokémon trainers with Bai Jiajia's name boldly inscribed, filled Wang Yuchen with anguish. Why not me? Why could you obtain a quasi-divine Pokémon? Jealousy distorted her features. Calm down. Calm down. Wang Yuchen gulped down a chilled Sprite, her emotions finally beginning to settle. Upon reaching Yunwu Town, she vowed to teach her a lesson. Let her understand the true worth of being the first trainer in history. Wang Yuchen turned to Bulbasaur with a serious expression. Garlic. Do you have confidence? Dane. Bulbasaur grinned widely, affirming that this was indeed the right attitude. Even though its trainer might not be the sharpest, the prospect of battle excited it. Bulbasaur nudged Wang Yuchen's abdomen with its vine, signaling her to rest assured. This period of training had not been in vain. Suddenly, Wang Yuchen's phone chimed with a message. The notification from a social media app. Upon opening it, she discovered that Zacian had added her to a group named Moby Dick. Group announcement. Please change your nickname to your own name upon joining. Moby Dick? Wang Yuchen, an avid anime enthusiast, recognized the name from a popular adventure manga set on a massive ship from the flowing Cherry Blossom Isle under the jurisdiction of the Qinglong district. While changing her nickname, she glanced at the group members. Instantly, she flared up. Group leader, old man, Zacian. This was blatantly taking advantage. Wang Yuchen immediately typed, Leave the group. Leave the group. Old man, I'll bestow upon you a title. In the next moment, a blue First Division captain title appeared next to her name. Wang Yuchen, isn't that still your son? Leave the group. Leave the group. Old man, this group is for trainers to communicate. Feel free to leave if you wish. That single statement left Wang Yuchen speechless. Moments later, Wang Wenyu, Chunhai, and Bai Jiajia also joined the group. In an unspoken agreement, all three changed their avatars to reflect their starter Pokémon. The fiery fox playfully winked with one eye, while the Wartortle displayed a proud profile. Chun-Hai even donned a firefighter's uniform and helmet, cradling his Squirtle as if declaring it his destined companion. I must do the same. Wang Yuchen positioned Bulbasaur for a photo. After much fuss, she remained unsatisfied, as Bulbasaur displayed an expression only it could muster. Old man, currently, only the 4 of you have received Pokémon from me. If you have any questions, feel free to discuss in the group. I will respond when I can. And you may also battle each other to foster growth. Old man, get to know each other. I'll remain incognito. The first to respond was Bai Jiajia. Clearly surprised. Wang Yuchen, is that you? And when you sister? Wang Yuchen, I advise you to show some respect, Jiajia. With a swift motion, Wang Yuchen brandished Bulbasaur's Pokédex, asserting her claim. See this? 001. I am the first trainer to obtain a Pokémon. Wang Wenyu. Jiajia, we watched your match. You performed splendidly. Bai Jiajia sent a shy emoticon in response. Chun-Hai, why are all the members girls? My little bro, Sai? I'm Xiaotian's distant cousin. Hello to you all. Bai Jiajia, so, Haigu has been a firefighter? That's impressive. Wang Yuchen, you still in Hoshan City, you pesky girl. Bai Jiajia replied with a pouty emoticon, asking what was wrong. Wang Yuchen, I expect you to battle me when I arrive tomorrow. Bai Jiajia, are you coming to Beihai? Wang Wenyu, yes, we are packing. We'll stay one night and should reach you by noon tomorrow. Chun-Hai, perfect. We can have 2 pairs for battles. Wang Wenyu, Xiaotian. May we use your battle arena? In his study, Xiaotian stared at the reports on his computer while responding to messages on his phone. Old man, you may. But there might be many high-ranking officials from the Federation visiting tomorrow. You'll have to manage accordingly. Xiaotian hadn't anticipated that Zhao Ruinian would be so eager, as it had only been 2 days since they requested a visit. Wang Wenyu, quick-witted, realized that Xiaotian had begun negotiations with the authorities. As a promoter of Pokémon, he must possess formidable Pokémon to confidently disseminate knowledge online. Given his mastery of the Aura, he wouldn't suffer losses, so Wang Wenyu had never been concerned, assuming he had everything under control. However, she was only half right. This was not a negotiation but a simple learning visit. Perhaps they would even ask Xiaotian to help them adopt a few Pokémon. Bai Jiajia, by the way. Xiaotian, how do you eat this? Bai Jiajia sent a picture of a Chansey. Old man, fry it, boil it, make an omelet rice. Bake a cake, whatever tastes good, but I suggest pairing it with a bottle of fruit-flavored moo milk. Xiaotian felt a peculiar sensation, wondering if Bai Jiajia was intentionally flaunting her good fortune to Wang Yuchen. After all, it seems that these 2 individuals were already acquainted. Indeed, Wang Yuchen immediately inquired with curiosity, what kind of egg is this, so large, belonging to a claw dragon? The claw dragon, an affectionate term for the creature raised by its caretaker, had no room for misinterpretation. Bai Jiajia chimed in, lemon essence, indeed. The enthusiastic Chin-Hage promptly shared the Pokédex entry for the Happiny egg, stating that this was the very egg that Happiny cradled, rich in nutrients and particularly delectable. Moreover, it was only bestowed upon those whom Happiny deemed worthy. He himself lacked that fortune. Bai Jiajia's series of boastful actions, as anticipated, incited the irritable and competitive Wang Yuchen. Just wait. Tomorrow, I'll make you regret it. Chapter 60. The arrival of the delegation as the weather grew warmer. The air became considerably fresher following yesterday's pervasive fog that enveloped the surroundings. This was especially true in the northern regions, where the economy primarily relied on agriculture and pastoralism. With fewer industrial bases. Today, Hoshan City was under strict security, with police officers patrolling diligently to maintain order. The citizens were keenly aware that something significant was about to transpire. At the Hoshan Military Airport, a high-spec private jet broke through the clouds and landed. Guards stood at the ready, escorting several middle-aged individuals and elders as they disembarked. This was, unmistakably, the delegation led by Zhao Ruinian. They were welcomed by Tang Zhe, the mayor of Hoshan City, a man whose demeanor exuded elegance akin to flowing water. Tang Zhe stepped forward to shake hands with the 5 mayors, expressing, welcome, esteemed leaders, to Hongshan for your inspection. On behalf of the citizens of Hongshan, I extend my greetings to you all. Following this, Tang Zhe introduced a formally dressed woman beside him. This is Ms. Tang Ying, representing Tian Group, who will be coordinating your itinerary. Indeed, Tang Ying was poised and courteous. Tang Zhe couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the awkwardness of addressing his daughter as Ms. in front of outsiders. After the pleasantries, the leaders from the 5 major regions finally boarded their special vehicles, with their destination being the mystical Yunwu town at the foot of the Hongji Snow Mountain. Simultaneously, Xiaotian had already made meticulous preparations at the farm for their reception. He had taken extra care with his appearance, especially since a press corps was accompanying the delegation. It would be unwise to appear on television in slippers, jeopardizing his future prospects. Zacian had already arranged the day's itinerary, starting with Tang Ying guiding the delegation through Yunwu Town to observe how Pokémon participated in production. This would be followed by his discussions with the higher-ups and subsequently matters concerning the allocation of security Pokémon and the release of the troublesome young Gible. As fate would have it, the young Gible arrived before Zacian, escorted by the bullies from the kindergarten. Upon seeing Zacian, the young Gible burst into tears, its eyes brimming with grievances. Do you know how I endured last night? I was beaten black and blue by Ice Punch, then healed only to be pummeled again. Pokémon trainer, do you understand my pain? I am but a kind-hearted, harmless little chubby one. How could you be so cruel? All right. Look at you, defeated and humbled, aren't you? Zacian sighed, producing an energy cube to soothe the young Gible's wounded spirit. Mind your manners. Zacian gently tapped the young Gible's small head with the energy cube. The young Gible opened its mouth, eager to indulge, but upon catching a glimpse of the devilish eyes of the Togepi, it instantly became reserved. Chewing slowly and savoring each bite, tears of joy occasionally glimmering in its eyes, while the young Gible was preoccupied with its meal. Zacian broached the topic of its future. Young Gible, although you are now in my Pokeball, the decision of whether to stay or leave rests with you. I have two suggestions. Zacian raised two fingers. First, I can find you a good master with an abundance of minerals and metals. You can eat to your heart's content. The young Gible's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? An abundance of minerals and metals? That sounds wonderful. The second option is to follow me, but I would still send you there, lending you to others, while ensuring you are well fed and cared for, with the option to return whenever you wish. Zacian clearly favored the second option, intending to utilize Zhao Ruinian's resources to nurture a potential deity Pokémon. While it appeared to belong to the Alliance, it would actually remain his own. However, the choice ultimately depended on the young Gible's willingness. The young Gible tilted its head, contemplating. The first option offered a permanent escape from hardship, which was appealing. Yet it recalled Zacian's kindness and was uncertain about the reliability of the new trainer Zacian would find. Well, I suppose I'll just take a stroll. Once I return from training, I shall demand that you little ones serve me. Thus, the young Gible chose to lend itself to the yet-to-be-established Pokémon Alliance, becoming Zacian's employee, shifting focus to another area after nearly 2 hours of exploration. The delegation and the official journalists had witnessed numerous Pokémon not previously showcased in Zacian's live broadcasts, as well as an array of fruit orchards. Many expressed their awe, remarking that Yunwu Town was akin to a secluded paradise, where the integration of Pokémon production and lifestyle starkly contrasted with the outside world. It was evident that Zacian had been managing this place for quite some time. Zhao Ruinian, stroking his chin, cast a smile towards Tang Ze, who felt increasingly uneasy under Zhao Ruinian's gaze. It was becoming clear that such significant changes in Yunwu Town would have long ago attracted the attention of the central authorities, undoubtedly suppressed by the mayor, Tang Ze. In the illustrious federation, a mayor also served as a legislator, possessing the authority to operate without oversight from inspection teams, thanks to his daughter, Tang Ying. Zacian was indeed cunning, or rather, exceedingly shrewd. Esteemed guests, we have arrived. The vehicles came to a halt, and at long last. Zacian met with the 5 mayors amidst eager anticipation. Zhao Ruinian, the mayor of Xuanwu City, was an old acquaintance, while Qi Jiangke, the mayor of Qinlong City, was a bespectacled gentleman in his 40s. The economically developed Eastern District was fiercely competitive, and those older often found it challenging to keep pace with the youth. Qi Jianghe belonged to the younger generation in the political landscape. From the Western Baihu District was a dark-skinned veteran named Su Bing, hailing from a military background. Zhang Hong, the mayor of Zhuke City, was the only female among them, her face adorned with age spots and wrinkles, yet exuding warmth and kindness. Huang Lao, the elderly mayor of Qilin City, despite his advanced age, commanded great respect. The official media journalists captured the moment, their cameras flashing as they documented this historic occasion. Zacian clapped his hands, prompting his staff to present the prepared welcome gifts. Esteemed leaders, this is freshly produced moo milk, unprocessed and pure. Please indulge. Zacian offered a cup of milk to the venerable Huang Lao, stating, "This milk will greatly benefit your health." In this instance, Zacian employed respectful language. Previously, he had addressed Zhao Ruinian informally to facilitate equal dialogue. Now, with both sides united, respect for elders was paramount. Very good, Huang Lao replied with a warm smile, appreciating Zacian while discreetly glancing at the other 4 mayors. See? You all lack the treatment I am receiving. The already delightful moo milk tasted even sweeter. And Huang Lao drank it down in one go, feeling a warm current course through him, alleviating the aches in his back significantly. Huang Lao, filled with excitement, grasped Zacian's hand and exclaimed, What kind of milk is this, Xia? It possesses extraordinary effects. Chi Jianka adjusted his glasses and remarked. It should be derived from Pokémon, much like the palace mushroom. Indeed. Xia Tian pointed towards the distant meadow. Shall we go take a look together? Chapter 61. The glimmering alliance following the direction indicated by Xia Tian, they could faintly observe workers busily milking a herd of pink dairy cows in the grassland. That is the big milk can, Xia Tian explained with a smile. One big milk can produce 20 liters of fresh milk daily. Failing to milk it would adversely affect its health. However, due to the limited number of big milk cans, our company's milk is supplied in limited quantities each day. This is why we often face criticism for our high prices, and the diluted milk's effects on enhancing physical constitution are substantially diminished. The milk available on the market is primarily yogurt and other dairy products flavored with a variety of fruits and nuts. While pure milk like this incurs a significantly higher cost, viewers watching the live broadcast began to understand why Tian Dairy's milk was so expensive. Especially when a bottle of pure milk was priced at 500. It would take a considerable amount of milk tea for an average person to afford that. As several mayors listened to Xia Tian's explanation while savoring the unadulterated pure milk, Zhang Hong exclaimed, "This is indeed the best milk I have ever tasted." Xia Tian smiled and replied, "You must take some back with you and help promote my family as specialty." After giving a few of them a brief tour of the farm, Xia Tian, along with the mayors and other important figures, returned to his villa. The next agenda was the confidential high-level discussion. "Mayor Zhao, what about the Pikachu and the mischievous thunderbolt I entrusted to you?" Xia Tian inquired first. "Rest assured," Zhao Ruinian replied, and soon, Zheng Vida and Dr. Haifeng entered, accompanied by several mischievous thunderbolts, with the humidity-absorbing mosquito tads following closely behind. "Xia Tian, this is Captain Zheng from our Xuanwu Investigation Bureau, and this is Dr. Haifeng, an expert in marine and biological fields." Zhao Ruinian introduced the two. "Dr. Haifeng is currently the director of our temporary research institute and will be responsible for establishing the Pokémon Research Institute in the future." Xia Tian shook hands with them, particularly noting the elderly professor, as he anticipated many opportunities for future exchanges. Little pie, Xia Tian called upstairs, and soon Pikachu and Eevee scampered down the stairs. Pikachu led the mischievous thunderbolts to the research institute, while Eevee took the mosquito tads for some fun. With Pikachu's ability to absorb electricity due to its lightning rod trait, there was no need to worry about the thunderbolts self-destructing, a fact well understood by everyone present. Once the casual matters were settled, the group finally broached the crucial topic. Zhao Ruinian, being the most frequently in contact with Xia Tian, spoke on behalf of the other four. "We have two urgent matters to discuss. The first is the preliminary establishment of the Pokémon Alliance." Zhao Ruinian outlined the framework of the Pokémon Alliance, noting that the specifics were complex and thus would not be elaborated upon excessively. He highlighted key points. The original parliamentary system had been completely abolished, replaced by an alliance council to handle affairs, with the 5 mayors assuming the role of initial council presidents, transitioning from council members to directors. The alliance president would rotate annually among the council presidents. In essence, while the title changed, the power dynamics had merely centralized slightly. Next was the system of trainers in the champion gym, primarily responsible for maintaining regional stability, ensuring harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokémon, and combating crime. Their responsibilities were numerous. Essentially, whenever a problem arose, the trainers would be the go-to solution. Neither the alliance president nor the champion could claim superiority in authority. Their roles were complementary, and both were indispensable. "We would like to invite you to serve as the interim regional champion. What do you think?" Zhao Ruinian was well aware that trainers functioned as emergency responders, and that whenever a problem arose, Xia Tian was the one to turn to, especially with his powerful Dragonite in hand. However, Zhao Ruinian was unaware that Xia Tian possessed more than just Dragonite. "While I could take on the title, having no trainers to lead would be rather hollow," Xia Tian replied, shaking his head. "It's best to avoid a position that lacks substance." Zhao Ruinian, however, was still cheerful. "Then how about also taking on the titles of President of the Trainer Association and Director of the Pokémon Academy?" Xia Tian was puzzled. "What is this Trainer Association and Pokémon Academy?" The Trainer Association serves as a temporary transitional body for the champion system. Considering we do not yet have a single trainer, the Pokémon Academy, as the name suggests, aims to cultivate a batch of capable trainers and researchers. Eventually, as the system matures, these two organizations could either transition to civilian status or serve as reserve forces for the Alliance. "That sounds feasible," Xia Tian nodded, appreciating the gradual approach that kept everything within the Alliance's purview. "However, I may not have ample time, as I have already arranged my travel plans." "That's all right. Studying your live broadcast can also be a form of learning, Zhao Ruinian replied. Now, what about the other matter? He inquired seriously. It pertains to the distribution of Pokémon or Pokeballs, which needs to be implemented promptly. What has happened? Xiaotian asked. Let them explain. Zhao Ruinian handed the floor to the other four. The youngest, Qi Jiangke, spoke up. Recently, numerous Pokémon have appeared in the wild again. Especially some that inadvertently entered the city, causing chaos and traffic disruptions. Some citizens, seizing the opportunity, attempted to capture the Pokémon, which further disrupted order. Zhang Hong then expressed her concerns. A group of black Rattatas invaded residents' homes and committed theft, and we were utterly powerless to stop them. Those are Alolan Rattatas, which are dark-type, making them quite unruly and difficult to control. What is Alola? Xiaotian inquired. Think of it as a map from a game, Qi Jianghe explained. Pokémon exhibit different forms based on their environment and climate, and Alolan forms are among them. The southern regions, with abundant sunlight and numerous islands, align well with Alola's climatic characteristics. The Glimmering region is indeed vast and rich, with diverse terrains and climates. For instance, the climate and geography of the northern sea's second tier closely resemble that of the northeastern Galar region, featuring wetlands, grasslands, plateaus, and snow-capped mountains. Turning to the elderly leader Su Bing, who had remained silent, Xiaotian asked, "What challenges have you encountered?" Su Bing sighed, "We have recently experienced erratic sandstorms and tornadoes, and some have claimed to have seen the silhouettes of Pokémon amidst the sandstorms. The west is predominantly desert, with a dry climate, making it a hub for heavy industry." When Xiaotian glanced at Huang Lao, he merely waved his hand dismissively. "Do not look to me. Our Qilin City is perfectly protected and has faced no issues." Qilin City is a highly advanced technological city, devoid of rural landscapes or subordinate territories, making it the only direct-controlled city among the five. Xiaotian initially thought the situation was straightforward. But little did he know that Zhao Ruinian was facing the most dire circumstances. Xuanlu Lake is once again teeming with water-type Pokémon, prompting many to frantically venture out to sea for fishing, leaving me utterly overwhelmed. Additionally, a mysterious canyon has appeared near the new power plant construction site, emitting enormous roars from within, and we dare not approach. Even our reconnaissance equipment fails when it gets too close. In truth, not only Zhao Ruinian but also the other mayors were struggling to maintain order. After all, despite Xiaotian's repeated assurances about waiting for the release of Pokeballs, there would always be those who couldn't contain their impatience or were eager to be the first to seize the opportunity. Upon the conclusion of summer, it became evident that a new wave of rejuvenation had commenced, particularly with the abundant appearance of Pokémon on the Xuanwu Islands beneath the Beihai Plateau. I understood, and beckoned for them to follow me. Chapter 62, The Investigation Team Special. Herdier Summer rose and led several individuals outside. As a whistle blew, a formation of orange-hued canines approached with synchronized steps. Each one appeared vibrant and imposing, their eyes brimming with righteousness. Count off. Woof. 1, 2, 3. These well-trained Pokémon, akin to police dogs, immediately captivated the attention of the seasoned leaders, Su Bing and Zheng Vaida. This was Herdier, known for its brave and upright disposition, embodying all the traits of a police dog and exhibiting unparalleled loyalty to its trainer, serving as a law enforcement Pokémon in the Pokémon world. I have exactly 100 of them, all rigorously trained and undoubtedly formidable enough to assist you in the tasks ahead. The excitement among those present was palpable. If the Pokémon Patriarch deemed them strong, they must indeed be exceptional, especially as police dogs. Coughing lightly, Elder Huang brought everyone's attention back. In that case, let us establish a Pokémon security force, with Herdier designated as our dedicated Pokémon. With precisely 100 available, each of the 5 factions would receive 20. Summer interjected, a security force? Like a home security team? Elder Huang looked at him quizzically. Summer hurriedly masked his slip, noting that the name was somewhat off. Ahem. I mean, we might as well call it the investigation team, responsible for apprehending and investigating Pokémon-related cases. As for minor disputes, like the squabbles of villagers, those should remain under the jurisdiction of the police. In simpler terms, deploying Herdier for trivial matters would be a waste of public resources. Good idea, let it be so, Elder Huang declared decisively. Thus, a new Pokémon police department was born. However, several mayors sensed something amiss. Wait, why does Kirin City need Herdier when everything is so stable? Elder Huang's expression turned serious. What are you looking at me for? Kirin City is the last bastion of security in the region. Shouldn't we enhance our defenses? Given Elder Huang's assertion, the mayors could not afford to seem unappreciative. Mayor Zhao, have the individuals I selected arrived? Summer had previously instructed Zhao Ruinian to gather suitable candidates who had been on standby outside. Very well, let them come to receive their Herdier. Moments later, a line of soldiers marched in unison. Summer systematically handed out Herdier and corresponding Pokeballs, solemnly advising, "Herdier will be your most loyal companions henceforth. I hope you will extend to them the same trust and care. You are about to undertake a heavier responsibility." Summer's exhortation was no less impactful than those of the experienced leaders Su Bing and Zheng Vida. "Do you have confidence? Though we may perish, we have no regrets." The chorus of over 100 investigation team members echoed with fervor, reminiscent of their oaths upon enlisting. Zhao Ruiyan and his companions exchanged amused glances, finding Summer's sense of ceremony rather impressive. Under Summer's demonstration, the investigation team members simultaneously pressed the buttons on their Pokeballs, recalling their Herdier before marching back in formation. The 5 mayors could hardly conceal their delight, yet Summer remarked, "This is still far from sufficient." He lifted the remaining Pokeballs from the tray, not pressing any buttons yet, but turned to Ms. Zhang, inquiring, "Ms. Zhang, what am I sphere?" Taken aback, Zhang answered instinctively, "Cats?" "Precisely. Go, Mankey." The Pokeball was tossed into the air, splitting open to reveal a lively, brownish-yellow Mankey, full of vigor. Mankey. Cats are naturally adept at catching mice, making Mankey far more suited for dealing with Rattata than Herdier. Zhang joyfully accepted the Pokeball from Summer. Compared to Herdier, this was exactly what she needed. "I have also prepared a batch of ordinary Pokeballs, which we can use to attempt capturing Rattata and expanding our trainer team. Additionally, where there are Rattata, wild Mankey may also be found, so we should search thoroughly. Its evolved form, Primeape, would also make an excellent partner for our officers." Excellent. Zhang's issue was resolved. But the gazes of the others toward her grew peculiar, especially Zhao Ruiyan. "Come now, with Summer treating you so well, have you sold your daughter to him?" The misunderstanding deepened. Suddenly, a melodious chirp filled the air as a cloud-like, beautiful blue bird landed at Summer's feet, the very one Jia had desired. "Commissioner Su, this Pokémon will resolve your issue." Su Bing was momentarily taken aback. This Pokémon was indeed striking, yet it bore an expression reminiscent of a rather foolish goose. "Can it control sandstorms?" he inquired, pointing. "Not precisely, but it possesses a unique trait that can calm any weather." The lightness of Summer's words caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment. It was no wonder that the temperature within the ranch differed from the outside. Only one thought remained: such a Pokémon must be exceedingly rare. If Summer were to discover this, he would surely burst into laughter. "You may not realize that a certain yellow duck also possesses this trait. Xia, you cannot favor one over the other." With additional reinforcements from the southwest, Zhao Ruiyan felt compelled to interject. Summer had little to say, especially as someone was eagerly rushing headlong into trouble. "I'll lend you this fellow." A premium Pokeball fell into Zhao Ruiyan's hands, which he examined closely before pressing the button. "Oh, what's happening? Is it mealtime? Or have I arrived at my new home?" "Larvitar," the group exclaimed. Remarkably, Summer had lent a pseudo-legendary offspring to Zhao Ruiyan. "Ha ha." Zhao Ruiyan burst into laughter, casting a provocative glance at the others. "I've lent it to you, but you must ensure its meals are well prepared." Summer reminded him. "Rest assured. It's merely a mountain's worth of metal, or we could sustain 10 more if need be." Upon hearing this, Larvitar's eyes narrowed into slits. Summer certainly had not deceived it. It envisioned itself amidst a sea of metal ore, where even a single piece would be a gourmet delight. Why was Zhao Ruiyan so elated, even though it was merely a loan? Such thoughts would be narrow-minded. Xuanwu Lake was where the most Pokémon appeared in the major cities. With Larvitar, he would hold a distinct advantage over others. It was akin to a game where one begins with 20 Herdier, but the resources on the Xuanwu city map were already abundant. And now Zhao Ruiyan had acquired a pseudo-legendary experience card. Wouldn't he soar ahead in leveling up? A step ahead leads to multiple advantages, akin to Summer, who had seized the opportunity for the future. Qi Jianghe and Elder Huang exchanged glances, regretting why they hadn't exaggerated the incidents on their own turf. With the guests' matters resolved, it was time to address those of the host. Summer had been distributing Herdier and Pokeballs, but he couldn't always play the benevolent benefactor without seeking returns. Regarding the monumental project of excavating the Qiyun mountain range, I believe this visit has concluded satisfactorily. With all parties content, Summer successfully acquired the land of the White Tiger Gobi and a vast expanse of desolate terrain in the Qiyun mountain range. Once the excavation project was completed, he would shine in his endeavors. For a landowner, nothing provides greater security than land itself. At that time, he must ensure to nurture a plethora of milk tank. Is there none? Let us allow Quintero and the shapeshifter to strive for breeding. After all, there are only exhausted cows, not barren fields. Lao Zhao, aren't you leaving? Qi Jianghe inquired, peering out from the car window. Beihai is my home. Where else would I go? Zhao Ruiyan shooed him away as if he were a bothersome fly. Just bask in your own arrogance. The car stirred up dust along the road. A new era has commenced. Chapter 63. The city child enters the village at noon. A crimson luxury sports car sped from the urban district of Hashan and halted outside Yunwu town. The door swung open, revealing Wang Yuchen, bundled up like a dumpling. Shivering in the cold. Having been in the spring-like warmth of Zhuke City just yesterday, she had to adapt to the customs of the frigid Beihai. Wang Wenyu fared better. Accompanied by a warm firefox, donning only a trench coat. Oh, it's freezing. Wang Yuchen chattered her teeth, her voice slightly hoarse, evidently unaccustomed to the chill. Where are they? She had arranged to meet by Jiajia at the town's entrance for a true showdown between men in the world of Pokémon. After a few minutes, the driver finally arrived with Bai Jiajia. Hello, Sister Wenyu. Wang Wenyu nodded gently. Ah, what a clumsy one. Wang Yuchen had always found Bai Jiajia rather obnoxious. And upon seeing her today, her belief was only reinforced. How could she wear a skirt and knee-high socks in such frigid weather? It was as if she were flaunting her skills in tea art before the summer. Yet, Bai Jiajia's gaze toward her was equally peculiar. Wang Yuchen, aren't you hot in all those layers? However, when Wang Yuchen finally stepped into the territory of summer, she comprehended the meaning behind Bai Jiajia's look. It was a blatant disdain akin to viewing a country bumpkin. Goodness, it's scorching hot. What is happening here? Bai Jiajia, wearing an expression akin to that of a person encountering a simpleton, pointed at a cloud above. Just look at that, and you'll understand. Wang Yuchen was still perplexed. But Wang Wenyu, after some contemplation, retrieved her Pokémon encyclopedia. That Zacian bird, a flying-type Pokémon. It enjoys perching on people's heads like a hat and is exceptionally clean. If it encounters any dirt, it will incessantly use its cotton-like feathers to wipe it away. If it cannot find clean water to wash its wings, it will be unable to settle down. So that's how it is, Wang Wenyu murmured, realizing the connection to the weather. Well, sister, look, so many Pokémon. Wang Yuchen exclaimed, having shed her warm clothing. Bai Jiajia had seen the same scenery before and had already recorded the common Pokémon of the ranch. Thus her gaze toward Wang Yuchen remained as disrespectful as ever. Wang Wenyu, without needing Wang Yuchen's reminders, began documenting the creatures. Meow, Quintero, a normal-type bull Pokémon, known for its fiery temperament. It enjoys thrashing its body with its 3 tails and will not stop running until it collides with something. It cannot rest easy without causing a ruckus. The group ambled forward, documenting a plethora of Pokémon they had yet to encounter. Occasionally, ranch workers passed by, sharing amusing tidbits about Pokémon with them. Big Milk Tank. Upon arriving at the pasture of the Big Milk Tank, Wang Yuchen's eyes lit up as she leaned over the fence, eagerly stretching her head inside. A jovial milkman approached. Little sister, if you want to see, just come inside. The gate is over here. Knowing that those wandering about the ranch were guests of the owner, Xia, he had no concerns. Yay. Wang Yuchen didn't wait for the uncle to open the gate. She vaulted over herself and nearly fell into the mud. Can I have a taste? She inquired as she approached the Big Milk Tank. Of course. The milkman was about to fetch gloves and a bottle to teach her how to milk when an astonishing scene unfolded. Wang Yuchen directly embraced the Big Milk Tank and began sucking from its teat. The milkman had never felt so speechless in his life, uncertain whether to intervene. Bai Jiajia stifled a laugh and quietly took out her phone to capture the moment. Marking Wang Yuchen's first embarrassment, Wang Wenyu was mortified, wishing she could vanish into the ground. The Big Milk Tank gently nudged Wang Yuchen, akin to soothing its calf, as the sweet milk filled her mouth, prompting a blissful smile. Stop embarrassing yourself. Sister, you have to try this. It tastes incredible. Wang Wenyu was on the verge of a meltdown when Wang Yuchen suddenly shoved a finger, coated in milk, into her mouth. Instinctively sucking on it, Wang Wenyu exclaimed, "Mm. It truly is delightful. Wait, get up." Apologizing awkwardly to the milkman, Wang Wenyu dragged Wang Yuchen away. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A tractor approached from ahead, prompting the group to sidestep into the muddy roadside. Grass mud horse, Wang Yuchen shouted. Keep your mouth clean. Wang Wenyu assumed she was scolding the tractor driver. No, sister. It's really a grass mud horse. Wang Yuchen exclaimed excitedly, as if she had discovered a new continent, before darting into the mud. Wang Wenyu turned to see that indeed. A few horses were rolling in the mud below. What nonsense. Have your eyes gone bad? Those are donkeys. Only in the presence of her troublesome sister did Wang Wenyu lose her composure. I'm playing in the mud in northeast China. La la la. Wang Yuchen had joined the ranks of the mud donkeys, reveling in the filth. Having grown up in a big city, she had never played in the mud before. It was truly a dream realized, her spirit liberated. Little donkey, let me ride you. Wang Yuchen attempted to mount a rambunctious mud donkey, but it refused to comply, leaving her to grasp its tail to prevent it from escaping. Come back. Hey, don't touch it. Stop. A voice boomed from a distance. Huh. In her moment of distraction, the mud donkey finally lifted its hind leg, executing the legendary move known as a kick. Ouch! It struck her squarely on the forehead. Quick! Let us take her to the clinic for a checkup. The donkey caretaker couldn't intervene in time, but fortunately, the mud donkeys were well trained. Wang Yuchen, clutching her forehead, sat on a flatbed cart, feeling dizzy, while the donkey that had kicked her pulled the cart ahead. Sitting at the edge of the cart, Wang Wenyu's inner monologue was as follows. I am Wang Wenyu, and I have a lively younger sister who has always been different. We once took her for a mental evaluation, and the doctor said she was fine. How laughable. The problems are written all over her face. And yet they claim there is nothing wrong. They must be quacks. Today, by some twist of fate, she seemed to have been metaphorically kicked in the head by a donkey, and I sincerely hope she recovers swiftly. Haha, of course, this is merely a jest. Wang Wenyu is genuinely concerned for her younger sister, and the anxious glimmer in her eyes is unmistakable. She waved her hand in front of Wang Yuchen and asked, Who am I? A big donkey's hoof, grass mud horse. This time, it might have been an actual insult. Wang Wenyu gently caressed Wang Yuchen's head, expressing her fear. I truly dread that your head might be damaged. Don't you realize you shouldn't stand behind a donkey? The donkey herder turned back with a chuckle. Actually, this little girl isn't the first to suffer. When I first arrived, I was in a worse state than her. But with the happy egg, as long as you don't immediately kick the bucket, it can pull you back from the brink of death. More reliable than the king of hell. His words, though coarse, held a grain of truth. Since the establishment of the Happy Egg Clinic, people in the town have been able to treat any ailment, no matter how serious or trivial. Even my mother's cancer has been cured. Wang Wenyu was taken aback, astonished that all diseases could be treated, even cancer? Beside her, Bai Jejia interjected, Sister Wenyu, the happy egg is an evolved form of the lucky egg, the one that was given to me yesterday. In a daze, Wang Wenyu seemed to glimpse a future of medical advancements. By the way, uncle, what purpose do donkeys serve on the ranch? They can't produce milk, can they? Bai Jejia suddenly asked curiously. The donkey herder chuckled. It seems that the little sister hasn't spent much time in the countryside. Donkeys are, of course, used for hauling goods. But aren't there trucks and tractors? Why resort to such primitive methods? This question sparked the herder's enthusiasm, and he began to elaborate with great fervor. Let me tell you. These mud donkeys, though short in stature, possess immense strength. They can pull up to 50 times their own weight, which is at least 500 kilograms. When evolved into heavy mud draft horses, they can pull an astonishing 10 tons. 10 tons? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Goodness, a single horse can pull 10 tons. What a concept. Not just that, these mud donkeys can grip the ground with their feet, making them slip-resistant. Their traction is formidable even on steep slopes and icy surfaces. When traversing snowy mountains, no vehicle can replace them. Who would adore such an eco-friendly, cost-effective, and efficient donkey? Wang Wenyu, as a business mogul, understood the implications. This was labor that consumed no gasoline, merely dirt. The true cost was in the earth, yielding gold. Although they had discussed much, barely 3 minutes had passed. Upon reaching the Happy Egg Clinic, Wang Yuchen changed out of her dirty clothes and donned a patient gown. Whereupon she was taken in by the Happy Egg doctor. After a series of examinations confirmed her condition was stable. A wave of healing energy from the Happy Egg revitalized her, leaving her even more spirited than before. Then, she had the audacity to request a happy egg from her mother. Mom, can I have an egg, please? I'm begging you. What brings you all to the clinic? A familiar voice rang from the entrance. It was Xia Tian. Xia Tian, your foolish donkey kicked me. Compensate me for my mental anguish. Just one egg will suffice. Whose fault is it for getting into trouble? These 2 additional trainers were, as always, young women. Zhao Ruinian had also arrived, catching Xia Tian's little braid once again. Misunderstandings deepened. After introductions, Xia Tian cut to the chase and led everyone to the battleground. Brother Hai is too busy today to participate, so you 3, along with Mayor Zhao's subordinates, will battle. I can offer guidance when I have a moment. Indeed. Zhao Ruinian insisted on staying after learning that Wang Wenyu and her companions were coming. One reason was to test the battle capabilities of Katie Dog. The other was to entice these individuals into the Hollow Trainer Association or Pokémon Academy. So, are you interested in participating? Xia Tian directed his question at Wang Wenyu. While the other 2 were already radiating competitive energy. What do you think? Wang Wenyu tossed her hair, exuding charm. Unfortunately, Xia Tian, with eyes only for the delightful Pokémon, failed to appreciate her appeal. Stop with the chit-chat, let us get started. The foolish sister in the patient gown is already impatient. Quickly set up the live stream. I want to capture the world's attention. Are you sure? Xia Tian looked at her in that blue and white striped patient gown, wondering if she would be mistaken for an escapee from a mental institution during the match. Oh, you are so slow. Fulfill my wish, Lodo. As the live stream commenced, a torrent of comments flooded in. Wow, did you catch the news broadcast today? Of course. Tianji's background is absolutely astonishing. All 5 mares are present. What a celestial treatment. No wonder Moo Moo milk is so expensive. It turns out it's produced by Pokémon. I love it. If I had a big milk tank, I would hang it on myself and drink like crazy. Are you trying to be a little milk tank? Alright, today we will continue with 2 battles. Zacian resumed his role as referee, while Bai Jiajia and Wang Yuchen took their places, both brimming with combat spirit. Yay, another match to watch. Who will Little Dragon Girl face today? Is there someone daring enough to challenge a quasi-god? Wait, why is this sister wearing a patient gown? I can only go dragon slaying because I can't afford to pay for hospital fees. Hilarious. Please show some respect for the patient. The match is set, both sides. Please release your Pokémon. It was still the same mixed battlefield. Go, Heartscale Pokémon. Roar. Today, Heartscale Pokémon seemed even more spirited than yesterday. Across from her, Wang Yuchen sported a mischievous smile. Let me show you the prowess of Team 1. Go, Bulbasaur. Unlike Bai Jiajia, who pressed the button gently, Wang Yuchen threw the Pokeball with vigor and caught it with an impressive flourish, radiating unmatched confidence. Clearly, she had practiced catching after being hit by the Pokeball. Darnay. Finally back in this familiar arena, Bulbasaur surged with determination, eager to win this battle and prove that this first Pokémon had not brought shame to Zacian. What is that? Bai Jiajia quickly recorded it in her Pokédex. Goodness, why does this frog have a giant garlic bulb on its back? I shall call it Garlic Toad. This girl has quite the throwing arm. The match has begun. Regardless of whether Bai Jiajia had finished reviewing the Pokédex information, the time was up, and the battle commenced. Use Leaf Blade. Wang Yuchen pointed, unleashing the highest power move without mercy. Darnay, watch out. In the next moment, a flurry of slicing leaves descended upon Heartscale Pokémon. Heartscale Pokémon, evade. The leaves swiftly sliced through the scales of Heartscale Pokémon, producing a clattering sound, and despite its rapid dodging, it suffered several hits. Heartscale Pokémon found itself in a predicament. Got it. Bai Jiajia suddenly recalled a move she had failed to try yesterday. Use Protect. Roar. A protective shield enveloped Heartscale Pokémon in an instant, blocking all incoming Leaf Blades. Seizing the opportunity, it leaped onto the grass and began to gather energy. Wang Yuchen's expression remained serious, showing no signs of faltering. Darnay, Bulbasaur. Follow suit. The Bulbasaur complied, beginning to accumulate grass-type energy. Very good. This one knows how to adapt. Zacian couldn't help but admire. Using Protect to set up an enhanced move was secondary. The key was discovering how to expedite energy accumulation on the grass. Charge in and use Dragon Tail. Bai Jiajia remained unaware of the purpose of the growth technique, yet she understood the urgency of approaching while there was a brief window after utilizing the defensive stance. For the continuous use of the defense might very well lead to failure. Wang Yuchen, arms crossed and eyes vacant, arrogantly declared, "Your Heartscale treasure possesses only a mere handful of techniques. What do you intend to use to compete with me? Today, I, Wang Yuchen, shall slay the dragon. Garlic. Bind it with your vines and follow up with that technique." Chapter 65, the second match, Cardigu vs. Firefox. Garlic, after using the Vine Whip, unleashed that technique. Which technique? Even Zacian felt perplexed and curious. The Heartscale treasure rushed forward, but at that moment, the Bulbasaur extended its Vine Whip, ensnaring its limbs. Heartscale treasure. Emit the piercing sound. As the command was given, the Heartscale treasure's scales began to tremble, producing a jarring metallic friction. This technique bore no offensive capability, rather. It aimed to diminish the opponent's defense, yet the shrill sound could also distract the enemy. Even Zacian and Wang Wenyu, who were present, could not help but feel goosebumps. The Bulbasaur, indeed, became distracted and loosened its Vine Whip, thus allowing the Heartscale treasure, immune to the noise, to become the greatest beneficiary and surge forward in an instant. Hold steady, Garlic, and unleash your ultimate move, Wang Yuchen shouted, covering her ears. The Bulbasaur's expression twisted as it bellowed, Dane. Garlic opened its mouth wide, gathering verdant grass-type energy that swiftly transformed into a dazzling white, unleashing countless seed-sized specks. Seed Machine Gun. It was a technique that required postnatal learning to master. Zacian felt a moment of panic, thinking it was a blazing sun attack. Da-da-da-da-da. The green-lighted Gatling gun fired. Even though the Heartscale treasure was protected by its scales, it could not withstand the barrage enhanced by growth. Once more, use growth. The Bulbasaur capitalized on the Heartscale treasure's moment of anguish to enhance its offensive capabilities, its size increasing yet again. It must come to an end. Use Vine Whip. Dane. The green shadow darted past, and the Heartscale treasure was once again sent flying. With its fighting capability lost, Wang Yuchen emerged victorious. How could this be? Bai Jiajia could hardly conceal her disappointment, feeling as though she had been crushed. Wang Yuchen and her Bulbasaur presented themselves with an air of triumph. basking in the glory of their victory, especially given the type disadvantage she had faced. One battle to achieve divinity. Dragon-slaying success. Hospital fees secured. If the heart-scaled treasure does not approach, it cannot attack at all. No matter. From now on, this Bulbasaur shall become a transcendent being. To stand shoulder to shoulder with divine beast is a mere frog, is it? The live stream was buzzing with excitement. There is nothing to be disheartened about. Zacian reassured. The heart-scaled treasure currently has too few techniques at its disposal. This is a challenge it must endure at this stage. The piercing sound is a fundamental and core technique that must be practiced diligently. Zacian imparted the secrets of nurturing the heart-scaled treasure. The early stages of the heart-scaled treasure can be quite trying, with too few offensive means, relying solely on physical contact. And the exclusive noise from its scales can only be learned after it evolves. The reason for urging by Jejia to practice the piercing sound technique is that it serves as a foundation for expanding into sound wave techniques. Regardless of whether it's an explosive sound wave or a soul dance explosive sound wave, those are the strongest methods of the scale-armored dragon. This further proves that semi-divine beings often flourish late. Thank you, Big Brother Zacian, by Jejia revitalized her spirits. Nice. Wang Yuchen had already placed her Bulbasaur atop her head, celebrating. You. Zacian flicked her forehead. Did you start flipping through the nurturing manual from the middle? And you've already learned the seed machine gun so quickly? Wang Yuchen looked at him as if he were foolish. What else would I do? The earlier parts are filled with nonsense. Get plenty of sunlight and hydrate. It is not some rare health secret that requires learning. Zacian was left speechless. His nurturing experience was deemed mere health advice? Do you know why the first chapter emphasized getting plenty of sunlight? Photosynthesis. Grass-type Pokémon rely on sunlight to learn photosynthesis. Do you know how to play with grass-type Pokémon? Your Bulbasaur can learn Toxic, but it cannot learn Substitute or Protect. Wouldn't learning a healing skill simply prolong the battle unnecessarily? A grass Pokémon that cannot even learn photosynthesis is simply beneath notice, unaware of its own blessings. That nurturing manual, I only provided you one copy. If there weren't suitable Pokémon around, Zacian would have really wanted to annoy her by teaching her how to use the Bulbasaur. I am here to care for you. With each word, Zacian flicked her forehead. Ugh, Wang Yuchen found it hard to rebut. What about my reward? We'll talk about that later. Zacian gently opened her hand, temporarily deciding to replace her commemorative ball with extra tutoring. Zacian, how about we have a battle? Wang Yuchen suddenly expressed this challenge, her courage seemingly burgeoning from nowhere. Ha ha ha, the dragon-slaying frog wishes to slay a deity. Slay a deity? It's slaying a father. The father of Pokémon's godfather. The dragon slayer ultimately becomes the evil dragon. Zacian raised an eyebrow. Are you truly getting ahead of yourself? We'll see about that. In the next match, Wang Wenyu faced a certain officer's Cardigu. Zhengvida, under Zhao Ruanian's direction, walked before the 20 members of the Xuanwu inspection team and commanded, Yangchen, step forward. A ruggedly handsome young man took a step forward, brimming with fighting spirit. Though not particularly handsome, the unique significance of his uniform bestowed him with a distinct aura. Do well, Yangchen. Zhengvida patted Yangchen's shoulder, for he was the finest among the 20. Yangchen jogged forward, facing Wang Wenyu, who was already prepared. With Rotom's camera trained on this side. Wow, a mature lady, splendid. Legs for days series. This guy's uniform is so cool. What organization is he from? I've never seen it before. It must be the security from Tiangu's place. Zacian signaled for both to release their Pokémon. Two beams of red light ignited simultaneously as the fiery Firefox and the orange-yellow Cardigu made their appearances. Ah, a new Pokédex entry. Wang Yuchen hastily scanned and documented. It's Cardigu, a fire-type puppy Pokémon. A loyal companion that easily befriends humans. It will not move a step without its trainer's command, and when faced with an enemy, it will cling on steadfastly, even putting its life on the line to protect its trainer. Wang Wenyu's ears perked, his gaze sharpening. A police dog among Pokémon, being of the same fire type. It appeared to have undergone rigorous training, its strength undoubtedly formidable. Firefox, be cautious, Wang Wenyu warned. Fox. The battle commenced. Aware of his disadvantage, Wang Wenyu took the initiative. Red, use psychic power. As the Firefox's eyes glowed, the psychic power swiftly extended, seizing control of Cardigu. For the first time, Yangchen's voice resonated, calm and unperturbed. Cardigu, no need to resist. Use Howl. Enveloped by the psychic power, Cardigu swiftly obeyed, howling to enhance its attack. Throw it out. Fox. The Firefox wielded its psychic power to hurl Cardigu forcefully, inflicting physical damage. Cardigu quickly regained its footing and rushed towards the Firefox. The two Pokémon now in pursuit of one another. Once more, use psychic power. This time, it was a direct attack with psychic energy. Cardigu. Use Flame Wheel to evade. Yangchun remained composed. The vibrant orange flames engulfed the Katy dog, resembling wheels racing towards the fire fox. Should this attack connect, it would undoubtedly inflict significant damage. In this moment of peril, Wang Wenyu chose not to evade, as it seemed futile. Instead, she resorted to her most frequently employed strategy, taking flight. Just as the two Pokémon were about to collide, the fire fox levitated using its psychic powers. Chapter 66. Psychic Connection, leaping forward to bite down. The Katy dog, rolling like a wheel of flames, soared high, its fangs gathering dark energy, emanating a terrifying aura from its sharp teeth. The fire fox, upon being bitten, winced in pain and was compelled to release its psychic hold. Dark-type moves are particularly effective against Psychic-type Pokémon, and the first requirement for being selected as an investigator is a thorough understanding of type matchups. Most Pokémon capable of using psychic moves possess psychic attributes, or so Yangchun believed. However, it was unfortunate that the fire fox had yet to evolve and lacked psychic attributes. Otherwise, this move would have been extraordinarily effective. Wang Wenyu's expression soured. She had underestimated the strength of this Katy dog, as its move was indeed formidable. Can you still fight, Fire Fox? The Fire Fox struggled to stand, its diminutive figure appearing fragile before the Katy dog. All right, let's create some distance and continue using psychic powers. The Katy dog, unwavering, launched another flame wheel towards the Fire Fox. Under Wang Wenyu's careful orchestration, the two Pokémon found themselves at the edge of a pond. Yangchun's eyes glimmered with insight, and Wang Wenyu decided to utilize the environmental factor. Now, use the water flow to counterattack. A pale blue psychic wave surged forth, pulling a torrent of water towards the blazing Katy dog. Wow, Yangchun exclaimed, astonished. Is this the result of a psychic's training? How has it become so powerful in such a short time? At this rate, will the Katy dog actually lose? However, Wang Wenyu had yet to reveal her true strategy. The sudden influx of water struck the Katy dog, which yelped and was thrown back, extinguishing the flame wheel in the process. Now's the chance. Use Spark. The Fire Fox unleashed a series of psychic waves. Its mental energy plummeted, and having been bitten, it had triggered its blaze ability. Its large ears emitted hot air, and its fur began to smolder as it unleashed a barrage of crimson sparks that shot towards the Katy dog like bullets. Wang Wenyu had intentionally saved the spark move for this moment, waiting for the Fire Fox to activate its blaze ability to deliver a decisive blow to the Katy dog. This was her specialty in strategic positioning. However, when the sparks struck the Katy dog, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Countless sparks seemed to merge into the Katy dog's body, as if absorbed, and after the barrage, the Katy dog appeared even more invigorated. What is happening? Wang Wenyu thought. Is fire ineffective against fire? The type chart clearly states otherwise. She felt a throbbing headache. In contrast, Yangchun remained calm, as he understood the situation perfectly. Neither he nor Wang Wenyu had consulted their Pokémon's Pokédex before the match, yet he was well acquainted with his Katy dog. Sister, it's its ability, Flash Fire. Wang Yechun, holding the Pokédex, hurriedly informed the bewildered Wang Wenyu. Yangchun elaborated. This ability allows the Katy dog to absorb fire-type moves, making your spark ineffective. Wang Wenyu gritted her teeth, her mood akin to encountering a grass type against a fire type, utterly exasperating. Yangchun shook his head, pondering that the Fire Fox's limited offensive capabilities had led Wang Wenyu to consider the spark move as her trump card, only to face a Katy dog with the Flash Fire ability. Do you wish to continue fighting? He inquired, for he believed victory was now well within his grasp, an inherent type advantage. Wang Wenyu fell silent. She still possessed a secret weapon, transferring psychic energy to the Fire Fox. However, she was reluctant to reveal it so soon, especially with Yangchun still broadcasting live. Yangchun smiled knowingly at her. What's the matter? Do you wish to continue but harbor doubts? Afraid I can't protect you? Wang Wenyu shivered. Her apprehension stemmed from the potential complications of revealing her psychic abilities. Yet, she seemed unaware of the additional identity she had inadvertently acquired, the first batch of Pokémon trainers, personally selected by the Pokémon father. Setting aside Yangchun's intangible intimidation, there was also the initial chairman of the Alliance eager to recruit her. Furthermore, with the Fire Fox and her own psychic abilities, any fool who approached her would be courting disaster. Resolutely, Wang Wenyu raised her hand, channeling her pale blue psychic energy into a luminous ribbon directed towards the Fire Fox. Come on, Fire Fox, take flight. In that moment, their psychic energies synchronized, and the Fire Fox floated in the air, buoyed by enhanced psychic force. The live chat exploded with excitement. What is this? Another Pokémon transforming? We've seen Aura and Dragon Speech. What is so surprising about another psychic ability? Of course, the one chosen by Tian Go is no ordinary person. Indeed, who else would venture out dressed like a patient? Wang Yechan took the opportunity to jab at her sister again. But is this considered cheating? Well, she isn't directly battling, so it shouldn't count, right? It still depends on the referee. The match resumed. Yangchen felt a sense of pride. Without any guidance, she had independently devised a method to share psychic abilities. Yangchen's expression turned cautious. Katy Dog. Use Fire Fang. The Katy Dog's teeth ignited with flames as it began to charge. Dodge. With the dual influence of psychic powers, the Fire Fox's movements approached the speed of teleportation, vanishing from sight in an instant. Illusion Beam. The Fire Fox appeared directly above the Katy Dog, casting a colorful beam down upon it. This was the advantage of enhanced psychic power, enabling the Fire Fox to reach realms previously unattainable. The Katy Dog howled in agony, its head pounding. Hold on, Katy Dog. Use Bite. The Katy Dog obeyed, but as the dark energy surged through its teeth, it began to shake its head, inadvertently biting itself. Katy Dog. Yangchen was perplexed by this strange behavior. Now is the time. Let us finish this with psychic powers. Wang Wenyu resonated her psychic energy to its fullest. This attack was one that the Katy Dog could not evade, and she was prepared to deplete her own reserves. The powerful psychic force descended like a hammer, this strike comparable to a mental sledgehammer. The Katy Dog succumbed, unable to continue fighting, and the victor was the Fire Fox. Applause erupted, led by Zhao Ruinian, absolutely thrilling. No one had anticipated that the seemingly disadvantaged Katy Dog would lose. Was this the caliber of the first batch of Pokémon trainers? Hooray! Wang Yechan rushed forward, embracing Wang Wenyu. Well done, sister. Truly, you are my lifelong rival. Wang Wenyu intended to retort, but in the next moment, she felt lightheaded and collapsed, landing atop Wang Yechan, while the Fire Fox also fell unconscious. Yangchen, come quickly. Wang Yechan cried out in panic, seeking assistance. No worries, excessive mental strain can be alleviated with a bit of rest. Zacian instructed Wang Yechan to assist her sister off the field for a breather and reflected. Just now, Cardigu was ensnared in a state of confusion induced by illusionary light, where anything chaotic could transpire. The disorder in reality is not merely self-inflicted harm. One might misapply techniques or inadvertently target the wrong entity. Furthermore, Wang Wenyu is an esper, and during battles, it is permissible for trainers to lend their strength to Pokémon, which does not constitute cheating. My aura power can similarly be invoked. With this explanation, Zhao Ruanian's resolve to recruit the Wang sisters into the Xuanwu Trainer Association was further solidified. What a splendid opportunity, especially since the other four have already returned home. Chapter 67. Anointing you as a consort in Zhuke City, old Wang ambled into an upscale gaming establishment wearing casual sandals, balancing a teacup in one hand. He absent-mindedly stroked his chin, checking if his beard was neatly trimmed. Hey, old Wang, have you had dinner yet? Oh, are you saying my daughter has made a name for herself? Too kind, too kind. His fellow card player looked bewildered. I was merely inquiring if you had eaten. Oh, ha ha ha. It's nothing much, just won a Pokémon battle, that's all. The two were clearly on different wavelengths. However, soon enough, a spectator of the live broadcast seized the opportunity to praise old Wang. Impressive, old Wang. Both your daughters have quietly become Pokémon trainers and possess superpowers. Could you introduce me to your daughter Zacian? My son also wishes to become a trainer. Of course, of course. Old Wang settled at the card table amidst the envious gazes of those around him. The onlookers exchanged glances, fully aware of the situation, and hurriedly rushed to offer old Wang money. Despite his lackluster card skills, they were determined to let him win today. After several rounds of mahjong, old Wang cheerfully collected his winnings, finally savoring the taste of victory. Yet, just as he stepped outside, he was halted by a uniformed individual from the municipal office. Inside the car, he encountered Zhang Hong. Old Wang, could you allow your daughter to register with our Zhuke City Trainer Association? Zhao Ruinian, you're taking advantage of proximity. But I can certainly act unilaterally and leverage old Wang to persuade little Wang. During the evening, those who had participated in the battles earlier spent their dinner at Xia Tian's residence. Chen Hui Ernie prepared a sumptuous spread, particularly enchanting everyone with her Pokémon delicacies and snacks. At the table, Zhao Ruinian finally met Xia Gumming, and the two engaged in lively conversation. Meow. This fish is delicious. When Meowth spoke in front of the crowd, even the most indifferent individuals nearly toppled over in astonishment. Why is everyone staring at me? Is it not normal for a clever Meowth to learn human language? Wang Wenyu pointed at Xia Tian, then at the Pokédex. Indeed. The voice actor of the Pokédex is also our chief researcher. Meowth proudly proclaimed, please call me Dr. Meowth. How wonderful. Wang Yechan clapped her hands together. Come on. Bulbasaur, you say something too. I cannot do that. Xia Tian chuckled. Many Pokémon can indeed speak, but most communicate through telepathy, particularly those of the psychic type. Wang Wenyu paused in her meal, her determination crystallizing. She was destined to be a psychic-type trainer. As the evening wore on, Zhao Ruinian observed that it was time to take their leave. Mayor Zhao, I will visit Xuanwu City in due time. Xia Tian wished to assess the situation at Xuanwu Lake and perhaps seize the opportunity for some fishing. Zhao Ruinian readily welcomed Xia Tian's impending visit. I shall be at your service at any moment. By the way, I have another matter. Xia Tian listened attentively. It pertains to the opening of your breeding facility. I believe I can offer some invaluable reference suggestions. For instance, in our recent selection of investigators, aside from external conditions, we conducted psychological surveys and personality assessments. Psychological guidance has always been a standard protocol in the military. Are you proposing to provide me with a professional psychological team? I am open to your arrangements. Zhao Ruinian was eager for the breeding facility to commence operations, as it would facilitate the training of more exceptional trainers. After Zhao Ruinian departed, the three young women also took their leave. Remember to come early tomorrow, Xia Tian reminded, fearing the two young ladies might sleep in, and added, come to collect your prizes. If you're late, there won't be any left. This statement served as motivation, ensuring compliance. Bai Jiejia had a driver at her disposal, while Bai Xingxing had purchased a villa in a nearby town under compelling conditions that were hard for the seller to refuse, thus making their proximity convenient. The Wang sisters, however, had to drive back to their newly acquired apartment in Hoshan City. After bidding farewell to their guests, Xia Tian pondered over the case references Zhao Ruinian had provided while preparing for bed. Using psychology for dangerous personality assessments was indeed a commendable idea, but the efficacy of such methods remained uncertain. Xia Tian genuinely feared that the Pokémon he nurtured could be led astray into wrongdoing, and he would ultimately be responsible for rectifying the situation. A pure travesty. Yawning, he returned to his room, and as he pulled back the covers, two little creatures sprang out as if playing hide and seek. Chuck Chuck. Pika smiled and waved its arms, seeking a hug, while Snivy pretended to be indifferent with half-closed eyes. Today it's your turn, Piku. Why did you bring Snivy along? Chuck Chuck. Have made a good friend. Xia Tian, still drowsy, pulled the blanket over the two small Pokémon, holding them close. Snivy felt cool, while Piku was soft, both sensations quite comforting. Snivy and Piku whispered softly, seemingly on the verge of slumber. The next moment, Xia Tian's spirit was invigorated. Piku. I have a Piku, so what psychological tests do I need? How could I have overlooked this? Xia Tian slapped his forehead, realizing Piku could sense happiness. If surrounded by ill-intentioned individuals, its sense of joy would plummet, causing lethargy and potentially impacting its vitality. A villain wouldn't necessarily wear their malice on their sleeve, but it could manifest on Piku's face. Was this not a living dark personality detector? However, the specifics required careful deliberation. Once the breeding facility opened, countless individuals would flock to it, making preliminary screening essential. Overjoyed, Xia Tian couldn't resist giving Piku a kiss and proclaimed, from this day forth, I bestow upon you the title of Pika Concubine. No, Pika Bai. And you shall serve me daily. Chuck Chuck. Piku's little face nuzzled against him, filled with bliss. Snivy cast a furtive glance, discreetly turning its head to nestle beneath Xia Tian's armpit. The following morning, the three young women arrived at Xia Tian's residence as promised. Wang Yuchen sported prominent dark circles under her eyes, having spent the night boasting about herself on social media without a wink of sleep. Today, I have summoned you for specialized training. Xia Tian downed a glass of fresh milk. Special training? Xia Tian had no choice. They were all too weak. Although each possessed commendable talent in battles, their overall strength was lacking. Little Fatty, Xia Tian called, and the Dragonite, still enjoying breakfast, emerged. Jia. You will train with Little Fatty today and learn the Dragon Tail technique to navigate the early stages. Thank you, Brother Xia Tian. Bai Jia gazed at him with increasing admiration. Do not fear hardship. You can communicate freely with Little Fatty, so feel free to consult it on anything. The two of you, follow me. In the forest, amidst the verdant thicket, a particularly ancient tree stands out, more majestic than its peers. Its leaves are grander, its growth more astonishing, and its trunk sturdier and more powerful. As footsteps approach in the summer, an enormous tail resembling palm fronds cascades down. Chapter 68. Exclusive guidance. Lo and behold, the Lizard King performs a backflip from the towering ancient tree, turning its back to the three onlookers. Wang Yuchen picks up her Pokédex, and the Lizard King slightly tilts its head, its gaze sharp as a blade, a twig clamped in its mouth. The aura of a king emanates fully. In truth, it is merely aloof and loves to show off. Beep beep. It is the Lizard King, a verdant Pokémon of the grass type. The final evolution of the wood gecko, its wrist leaves and leaf-like tail are as sharp as knives, allowing it to nimbly leap between branches. The seeds on the Lizard King's back contain nutrients that promote robust plant growth, making it a Pokémon devoted to nurturing flora in the forest. Wang Yuchen's pupils widen in amazement. So many learn moves. Ah, this must be my guiding mentor. Upon witnessing her special training instructor's strength rivaling that of a Dragonite, the jealousy that once consumed Wang Yuchen dissipates entirely. Don't celebrate too early, you little lass, Summer cautions, placing a hand on Wang Yuchen's shoulder. The Lizard King is exceedingly strict. All right, I understand. Wang Yuchen replies impatiently, eager to bond with the Lizard King and learn the secrets of the Bulbasaur. Yet suddenly recalling something, she turns to glare at Summer, her expression fierce as if he owed her money. Summer, I clearly won the battle, didn't I? Yes. So where's my prize? You can't possibly tell me the loser and winner receive the same treatment, can you? Wang Yuchen's frustration flares. How could Bai Jiajia, a defeated opponent, enjoy the same rewards as her? Unacceptable. All right, I'll remember this. If you win a few more times in the future, I'll double your rewards. The prizes include Pokeballs or Pokémon items, and the most suitable for Bulbasaur would be a Life Orb or Evolution Stone. However, she must not let this fellow become conceited. My wish is simple. I just want a white Pokeball, preferably inscribed with number 1. Upon returning to the villa, Summer leads Wang Wenyu to the training grounds. Being a modern establishment, it is equipped with state-of-the-art training facilities, equipment for exercise, dummies for practicing moves, and various learning devices abound. As Wang Wenyu steps into a training room, she spots a blue canine seated calmly on the ground. This Pokémon exudes a restrained aura, appearing ordinary, yet the psychic Wang Wenyu can faintly sense the fluctuating mental particles in the air. Is it a psychic type? As she contemplates, the Pokédex promptly provides the answer. Lucario, a fighting and steel-type aura Pokémon. By sensing the waves emitted from all things, it captures their emotions, discerning their thoughts and next actions. Such a magnificent Pokémon. The best. Wang Wenyu's heart races. This Pokémon shares the same abilities as Summer. It must be his strongest companion. The Pokédex emits a complimentary tone, and Lucario suddenly opens its eyes, its gaze intense. In Wang Wenyu's unique perception, all mental particles converge at that moment, and Lucario is like a star on the verge of exploding in the boundless galaxy. Wang Wenyu feels as if a mountain is pressing down upon her, her mental world shaken to its core, nearly collapsing. A gentle hand rests on her shoulder, and Summer's soft voice reaches her ears. Do not resist. Train your mental strength under this pressure, and strive to enter a meditative state. Meditation is a concept easily understood, existing in both fantastical works and reality as a transcendent mental state of emptiness. Coincidentally, Wang Wenyu excels in this. Firefox, let us join in. With tremendous pressure, she releases the Firefox, and together they sit cross-legged with Lucario to cultivate their mental strength. Quietly closing the door behind him, Summer exits the training room. What shall we broadcast today? Rotom, I'm here. Perfect timing. We have work to do. Summer, the back end is piled high with private messages. You need to clear them. Summer rubs his temples and replies, please delete them all for me. He hasn't checked the back-end messages since he started live streaming, and it has now reached the platform's storage limit. That won't do, Summer. There are many important messages in there, some mentioning newly discovered Pokémon. You need to take this seriously. Rotom's large eyes blink earnestly on the phone screen. Then filter them for me. After lunch, Rotom presents the filtered private messages to Summer. How long will this take? I'm not a multitasking beast who can directly read all messages. Forget it. I'll find another way. An idea strikes Summer. The live streaming function has many possibilities. At the Insect Research Institute in Qinglong City, Jiangxing has just returned from the cafeteria, ready to take a short rest. His recent experiences have been quite extraordinary. Initially hoping to ride on Summer's popularity to venture into live streaming, he found his popularity skyrocketing after capturing a unique bug Pokémon during a live broadcast. However, a critical issue arises. He cannot afford to clash with Summer. Outdoor streamers who compete with him during the same time slot face utter doom, competing for views against the Pokémon Master in Pokémon live streaming. Yet, an opportunity has presented itself. He has been invited by an entomologist to join the Insect Research Institute as the only special research consultant with a bug-type Pokémon. Just last night, he was personally received by the mayor of Qinglong City, Qi Zhenghe, receiving the honor of being the first to join the Qinglong Trainer Association, along with 3 red and white Pokeballs that are not yet available on the market. It feels as though his life has reached its zenith. As Jiang Sheng dreams of a bright future, his mentor, Professor Qian Qi from the Insect Research Institute, suddenly approaches him. Little Jiang, your Caterpie is about to evolve again. Jiang Sheng jolts upright, flipping his chair, and swiftly follows his teacher outside. In the bright botanical garden, Caterpie is enveloped in evolving light, while a Beedrill buzzes its wings nearby. Indeed, Jiangxing's Metapod is on the verge of evolution. The evolution of a cocoon Pokémon is straightforward. It merely needs to absorb all the energy accumulated during its larval stage, typically taking 1 to 2 weeks. Filled with anticipation, Jiangxing watches Caterpie, wondering if this time it will succeed. However, moments later, the light of evolution fades, and the legendary Rayquaza does not appear. It remains that little green worm. Another failed evolution, and Professor Qian dutifully records the event. Oh dear, Caterpie collapses to the ground, exhaustion evident in its eyes. Jiangxing quickly scoops it up, offering comfort. It's all right, I don't blame you. Professor Qian sighs, little Jiang. The internet is abuzz with claims that Summer fabricated the story of Caterpie evolving into a dragon to protect the weak, or perhaps it was merely a jest. You need not take it to heart. Even if it exists, it is merely a legend. Jiangxing bitterly smiled and said, Teacher, I am well aware that it is an impractical fantasy. I am simply increasingly worried about the condition of the green caterpillar. Logically, even if it cannot evolve into a dragon, it should at least evolve into a pupa. Yet, why does it always fail? I regret that I cannot help you get in touch with Zacian. Qianqi forced a smile. None of the private messages he had sent to Zacian had been read. At that moment, their phones chimed. Upon noticing the notification of Zacian's live broadcast along with the title, their eyes brightened in unison. Chapter 69, Live Connection Brothers. Take a couple of days off at home. I want to be broadcasting outdoors today. Zacian's live broadcast backdrop was evidently indoors. I glanced through the backstage and saw many private messages. So today, I will connect with everyone to answer some important questions and assess the Pokémon you have discovered. You may also recommend interesting places suitable for travel and exploration. Today is a fan appreciation segment. As these words fell, it was as if a heavy bomb had dropped into water, creating ripples. Countless Pokémon enthusiasts rushed to spread the news. Extra! The Pokémon Godfather is live to answer questions. Breaking news. Teacher Zacian is conducting live interviews. Who will become the next trainer? He invited the first friend to connect. Zacian found a viewer named entomologist Qianqi in the backstage and sent a connection request. This individual was certified and a genuine researcher, having sent multiple private messages inquiring about one issue. Why do Pokémon evolutions fail? The fact that he asked why rather than if indicated that he had indeed encountered this problem. It was noteworthy that someone had already been able to capture Pokémon and even showed signs of evolution, which Zacian found particularly concerning. As the camera shifted, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses appeared on the other end. Hello, Dr. Qian. What seems to be the problem? Zacian politely greeted him. Hello. Qianqi responded enthusiastically. It's like this. My apprentice has a green caterpillar. The evolution light has clearly illuminated, yet it still fails to evolve. Zacian listened intently. It turned out the captured Pokémon was the most common green caterpillar. What? The green caterpillar is failing to evolve? That is impossible. When the evolution light shines, a Pokémon must evolve. This is common knowledge. If evolution fails, it could be for 2 reasons. Either the Pokémon is resisting evolution, or it belongs to a species with alternative evolutionary branches that wishes to evolve into a different form. Zacian fell into contemplation. Resistance to evolution? Alternative evolutionary branches? Could you please have your apprentice come forward to speak? Jiangxing, who was with Qianqi, could no longer hold back. As soon as Zacian's voice fell, he quickly brought the still weak green caterpillar into view. Hello, broadcaster. My name is Jiangxing. Wait, isn't this the renowned Brother Ginger from the bug-catching community? That's amusing. Who would dare to claim to be the originator in front of Tiangu? When Tiangu was fondling the green caterpillar, you were still a fertilized egg. Right? I know this person. He is the one who boldly challenged the top bug catcher. People say the originator is the very first to capture a horned bug on the internet, and he evolved it into a pupa right after capturing it. I wonder if it has evolved into a Beedrill now? As Zacian observed the lethargic green caterpillar on the screen and read the barrage of comments, he thought, a pupa? A Beedrill? This is impressive, capturing it without a Pokeball. What a bug-catching prodigy. How many times has this situation occurred? 6 times. Jiangxing affirmed confidently, a number he had replayed in his mind countless times throughout the day. After grasping some essential details, Zacian tentatively inquired, have you ever shown any desire for it to evolve into a dragon in front of it? Zacian hoped to confirm his suspicion. Otherwise, he would need to bring the green caterpillar over for personal study. Jiangxing was taken aback. What does that have to do with anything? Just because I wish for it to evolve into a dragon doesn't mean it will evolve in that direction. However, he began to recollect. Well, there might have been moments. After all, who would be so fond of a giant caterpillar if not for being misled by Zacian? Zacian slapped his forehead in exasperation. I was joking when I said the green caterpillar could evolve into a dragon, just like how a chattet resembles a phoenix. Don't you think if the green caterpillar were to evolve once more, it would resemble a qinglong? The grand deception was finally unveiled by Zacian himself. Damn it. I knew it. Whereas the resemblance, you big fraud. Could it be that someone truly believed it? Tiangu has emphasized multiple times that it is a legend. Did anyone genuinely mistake this myth for historical fact? A bunch of fools. I've previously stated that such a thing is impossible, yet you chose not to believe. Indeed. A big brother had mentioned this matter in Zacian's live stream, but no one paid it any heed. Those who believed it revered it as a truth, while skeptics simply laughed it off. Jiang Sheng smiled wryly. He had been mentally prepared, but it was rare for a young man in his 20s to be so passionate and not wish for his fantasies to be shattered. This is my fault. Zacian realized how strong his current credibility was. Even jokes could be taken seriously, suggesting he needed to approach things more seriously in the future. Tiangu. What should I do now? Jiang Sheng, unashamed to address someone younger than himself as brother, humbly sought guidance. Do not be overly dejected. The green caterpillar does not wish to evolve into a pupa in response to your feelings, which precisely proves the depth of your bond. As a trainer, you should also reciprocate its sentiments. How to communicate with it is your own matter. I have an Everstone here. Wearing it will prevent evolution without any harm to its body. If you need it, I can sell it to you at a low price. I understand. Thank you. Tiangu. Jiangxing realized that the green caterpillar had two choices: to resolve its inner conflict and evolve, or to don the Everstone and continue being a weak green caterpillar, waiting for a miracle to occur. I heard you have a pupa as well. Has it evolved? Zacian asked just as the connection was about to end. Right here. The Beedrill's crimson eyes suddenly appeared on screen, startling Minnie, its stinger glimmering ominously, evidently well polished. Wow, so cool. How does Brother Ginger's Beedrill compare to a Bulbasaur or a Vulpix? Quite good. Your Beedrill has the sniper ability, which holds tremendous potential. You must nurture it well. Zacian's praise provided an ambiguous answer. For someone like him, who frequently roamed the wild and encountered countless Beedrills, distinguishing between the bug-type ability and the sniper trait was not particularly difficult. Alright, hanging up now. Next. The next connection was with a user named, if it's the Sand City Brothers, come chop me. A youthful face, radiant from the sun, appeared on screen, revealing a healthy tan. Judging by his attire and skin tone, he seemed to hail from the White Tiger district. Upon seeing Zacian, he excitedly exclaimed, I won. You picked me. Brother, look. It's the living Zacian. Another boy, resembling the first, squeezed into view, but to everyone's surprise, he had a bandage wrapped around his neck. Tiangu, hello. My name is Wang Xiaoang, and this is my brother Wang Dachuan. Zacian nodded. I saw in the private messages that you were looking for me to assess a Pokémon. Yes. Tiangu, look. Wang Xiaoyang moved the camera to a corner, revealing two small dogs with light brown fur playfully entangled around a toy car. Their ears were pink, and a ring of white fluff adorned their necks, resembling a collar. The Rockruff, is this its name? We recently discovered it on the sand dunes, unsure of what breed of stray dog it might be. It wasn't until we watched Brother Tian's live stream that we suspected these two might actually be Pokémon. Summer glanced sympathetically at Wang Dachuan and remarked, that neck of yours must have been scratched by it, right? Chapter 70, a detailed discussion on Rockruff and Lycanroc. Indeed, it must have been Rockruff that caused that injury. Brother Tian, as expected, made this observation effortlessly. Instead of being surprised, my brother and I felt even more admiration for him. After my brother and I brought these two Rockruffs home, they became quite attached to us. They are mischievous and playful, often biting things they shouldn't tea. My father insisted we get rid of them, but neither of us had the heart to do so. Wang Dachuan recounted the encounter he and his brother had with the Rockruffs. The most troublesome aspect is that when these little rascals get excited, they rub their rocky necks against us, which is how I ended up with this injury. As he spoke, the two brothers helplessly glanced at the two Rockruffs frolicking in the corner, just as the sound of a plastic toy car being chewed to pieces reached their ears. This is even harder to manage than a husky. When they get happy, they just end up scratching you with those stones. Who can endure that? Summer took a sip of his drink and shook his head, saying, that's just how Rockruff is. The more they rub against you, the more they like you. This is a testament to the bond you share. Is there really such a perspective? Trainer, I love you. Come, let me give you a poke. Take this love-infused iron fist. None of them had anticipated this perspective. In fact, misunderstandings can easily arise between Pokémon and humans due to a lack of understanding of each other. Many Pokémon express their affection in rather unique ways, which can even lead to injuries for their trainers. Remember the Pokémon of James in the anime, such as Weezing and Ekans, who loved him profoundly. As trainers, the best we can do is endure, for this is their nature and cannot be corrected. The Wong brothers exchanged glances, clearly fond of Rockruff. Otherwise, they wouldn't have brought them home as strays. Yet, they had already been hurt by them, unsure of how to coexist with them. At this moment, Wang Xiaoyang sincerely said to Summer, "Brother Tian, my brother and I have discussed it. If these two little dogs are indeed Pokémon, we would like to entrust them to you for care. You understand them better than we do and can provide them with a better life." Summer was taken aback to learn that Rockruff was a Pokémon and they wanted to give them to him for care. Not out of fear of being hurt again, but rather because they believed he could provide a better life. Coupled with their earlier mention of their family wanting them to drive the Rockruffs away yet not doing so, what pure-heartedness. For an ordinary person, it would be a tall order to release them. After all, Pokémon, a burgeoning phenomenon, would surely captivate anyone. Just then, the two lively Rockruffs seemed to sense that the Wong brothers were contemplating giving them away, and they immediately rushed over, whining in protest. The brothers' faces were filled with reluctance. Ultimately, Summer smiled and said, "Actually, you are overthinking this. Since Rockruff has chosen you, you should cherish this bond. Now, let me share some insights with you to help you avoid pitfalls." The brothers, like the other viewers, had already prepared paper and pens, eager to learn. Firstly, Rockruff is a rock-type Pokémon, and the stones on its neck can be launched for attacks. This type of Pokémon is similar to the earlier mentioned Rockruff. They are incredibly friendly towards humans and exhibit unparalleled loyalty. Even if they get lost, they will go to great lengths to find their owner. Thus, once these two Rockruffs have identified you as their brothers, they will not easily change their hearts unless you abandon them entirely. The brothers were taken aback, realizing that Rockruff had already considered them significant in its life. As for the fear of being scratched by the rocks, there are numerous solutions, such as smoothing the stones or covering them with rubber rings. There are many ways. One simply needs to think creatively. This is something that can be discussed with the most experienced dog trainers. Having addressed their personalities, Summer proceeded to the information they were most interested in regarding battles. Countless ears perked up. Most people cared about battle prowess, which is also why trainers are so popular. After logging into the Research Institute's data center, Summer retrieved 3 different photos. Lycanroc, the evolution of Rockruff, exists in 3 distinct forms, depending on the time of day. Rockruff can evolve into its daytime form by absorbing solar energy, into its midnight form by absorbing lunar essence, or into a rare dusk form after basking in the sunset. The 3 different forms of Lycanroc were displayed before the audience. The daytime Lycanroc has pale blue eyes and retains the mane from its Rockruff days. The midnight Lycanroc boasts blood-red fur and piercing eyes radiating an intimidating glow, standing upright in a wolf-like manner, and the dusk Lycanroc, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, possesses eerie green eyes. Upon hearing this news, the crowd erupted in excitement. Wow, just like Scyther, it has different forms. And 3 of them. One word, handsome. This is the Pokémon a man should raise. Howling Moon Wolf King, a wolf. With 7 wolves in my mouth and 3 wolf kings on a leash, it's a legend of the hungry wolf. Since Summer began his live stream, the Pokémon displayed on screen had not been particularly striking. While Suicune was elegant and Charizard had an imposing presence, they lacked visual impact. Only Lycanroc was incredibly cool. The different forms all have varying personalities and traits. In summary, the more understanding and guidance a trainer provides during Rockruff's early days, the more trust Lycanroc will return. This emotional connection is what I refer to as a bond. Rockruff is indeed highly recommended for novice trainers. The chat room exploded. This Pokémon is perfect for newcomers to train. Wang Xiaoyang and Wang Dachuan, what are you still hesitating for? If you don't want Rockruff, just give it to me. Brother, quickly send me your location. I want to encounter those wolf brothers too. I'd be willing to raise such a cool Lycanroc even if it scratches me. After saying all this, Summer reminded them, you must live up to Rockruff's trust. The Wong brothers exchanged glances, and their hesitation vanished. We understand, Brother Tian. We will take good care of Rockruff. Summer opened the back end to receive their location, preparing to send them 2 Pokeballs. Additionally, he messaged Su Bing, the head of the White Tiger unit, to keep a close eye on the sandy hills of Shattering and maintain order to prevent anyone from capturing Rockruff indiscriminately. This is also for the protection of the public, as there might even be evolved Lycanroc leaders within the Rockruff population. Su Bing was thrilled, since Summer stated that Rockruff could be likened to the earlier mentioned Rockruff. Wouldn't that mean the White Tiger District could also establish its own Rockruff patrol team in the future? Returning to the livestream segment, Summer addressed the next viewer. Host, could you help me identify if this cat is a Pokémon? It seems to be a fire meow. Summer leaned in for a closer look and exclaimed, "Get out of here. Are you trying to fool me with dye? Blocked." Next, host, what about this bird I have? Get lost. Another one blocked. At last, a seemingly still in high school beauty entered the live broadcast room. accompanied by a seagull with an enormous beak. Chapter 71. The Gaping Gull and Rainy Days, Part 1. The girl was petite, with a pure and sweet visage, her small dimples almost melting hearts. Her enchanting large eyes, crescent-shaped, appeared to be smiling. "Hello, Brother Zacian. I am Jiang Shueyao," she introduced herself, only to be promptly interrupted by Zacian, "Little sister, while out and about, it is crucial to protect yourself, especially online, as there may be lurking dangers." "How infuriating. Zacian, you sly fox. You're calling a deer a horse. You're pointing directly at someone. I'm talking about you downstairs." "Higi, the little sister is truly adorable." Jiang Shueyao shyly lowered her head. "Sister, are you by the seaside?" "Yes," she replied, stepping aside from the camera to reveal a breathtaking view of the sea and sky. The unseen sea breeze carried azure waves crashing against the rocky shore, sending up white frothy sprays. Amidst the undulating blue waves, pink dolphins occasionally leaped from the water, frolicking with the seabirds. The clamorous waves, intertwined with the ethereal songs of dolphins and seabirds, soothed Zacian's mind and spirit. It was rare to witness pink dolphins nowadays, illustrating the pristine ecological environment where Jiang Shueyao resided. "Why don't you summon your Pokémon for me to take a look?" Zacian suggested eagerly, wondering if such a charming sister could possibly be using a fake Pokémon to gain attention. Surely, being by the sea, she must have a water or flying type Pokémon. "Little gull, come here." Jiang Shueyao called out to the distance from the beach. A bright and melodious cry echoed back, accompanied by the sound of flapping wings approaching. Zacian, who had been teased continuously by netizens, instantly perked up. That call was unmistakable. He knew exactly who it was without needing to see its form. Big-mouthed gull. It must be the big-mouthed gull. As anticipated, a white big-mouthed gull came into view. Its yellow beak comprised a significant portion of its body, while its claws, wing tips, and forehead feathers were a brilliant sky blue. "Wow. I finally see a real Pokémon again. With such a big beak, it's undeniable. How many fish could this bird catch in one go? It's definitely a master at fishing." The big-mouthed gull landed on Jiang Shueyao's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling her with its beak. She gently stroked its wings and forehead, indicating a deep bond between them. However, the next moment, a dark cloud drifted across the sky, prompting Jiang Shueyao to quickly move away, clearly experienced in such matters. Before long, a light drizzle began to fall in the area shrouded by rain clouds. It was peculiar that, despite the clear sky, this isolated patch of rain persisted. Zacian remained composed, realizing that rain was not an unusual trait of the big-mouthed gull, and thus not surprising. He should have associated the arrival of the big-mouthed gull with the onset of rain from the moment he recognized it. With a sigh of relief after a brief jog, Jiang Shueyao smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry, Brother Zacian. I actually wanted to ask why it seems to rain wherever Little Gull is." The big-mouthed gull waved at the camera playfully. "Hello, big-mouthed gull," Zacian replied with a smile. As people learned the name of this Pokémon, it was indeed aptly named. "I want to delve into your story with the big-mouthed gull, but let me give you a brief introduction," he continued. Jiang Shueyao smiled lightly, attentively listening. The big-mouthed gull is a dual-type Pokémon, water and flying, and it excels at catching fish with its large beak, something you've likely experienced firsthand. Jiang Shueyao nodded, explaining how the big-mouthed gull would plunge its beak into the water, bringing up both salty seawater and fish to swallow. Ever since she became friends with the big-mouthed gull, she had always helped filter out the inedible seawater for it, occasionally assisting in cleaning its beak. The moves that the big-mouthed gull can learn include Water Gun, Soak, Air Slash, and Water Pulse. I've listed them all here. You should try to see which ones it has mastered. The Pokédex cannot scan through screens, a point that Wang Yuchen had personally discovered when she was unable to collect the Suicune Pokédex. After enlightening the little girl about the big-mouthed gull, it gave her a deeper understanding of her partner. Now, the more crucial question of its ability arose. Why does it always seem to trigger rain? Zacian retrieved a small blackboard from beneath his desk and gently tapped it. "I initially didn't want to broach this topic so soon, considering you're all still novices without any Pokémon. But since we've encountered it today, let me clarify." Clearing his throat, Zacian donned a pair of non-prescription black-rimmed glasses, transforming into Teacher Xia. With a grand gesture, he wrote two prominent characters on the blackboard: Rainy Days. It is widely known that certain Pokémon can control the weather. Today, let us first discuss rainy weather. In Pokémon battles, water-type moves are enhanced during rain, while fire-type moves are weakened. Thunder and hurricane moves nearly always hit their targets, while reduced sunlight affects the effectiveness of photosynthesis. Zacian acknowledged that accuracy isn't guaranteed, as subjective initiative often outweighs everything else. So weather can influence Pokémon battles. Indeed, water and fire are a natural counter. Not only do they negate each other, But the rain also diminishes the power of my fire-type moves. I previously thought water types were soft and lacked aggression, but it seems they have their own strengths. Setting these thoughts aside, Zacian introduced a brand new concept, weather tactics. In the Pokémon single battles we will organize in the future. The common formats are 3v3 and 6v6, meaning each participant will send out 3 or 6 Pokémon in succession for competition. A single Pokémon battle requires sheer strength to prevail, but in a team competition, complex and flexible strategies can be employed, including those based on different weather conditions. While Zacian spoke of tactics without discussing team composition, he noted that it could be quite dangerous. If I see 4 water types in a team of 6, I will be quite concerned. The gym battles are another story. Pikachu, I can take on 10. Even Kyogre is of no use. Wait, what is a single battle coordination strategy? If it's a single battle, how can there be coordination? I don't understand either, but I'm truly amazed. The content Zacian presented was profound for the inhabitants of this world, yet soon, some began to grasp it. I understand now. Rainy weather enhances water types. So we should bring more water-type Pokémon to trigger this effect. Even a fool can see that. But there's a key point. Your Pokémon must be capable of controlling rainy weather. The damage output greatly increases, but the weaknesses become glaringly apparent. Don't forget about thunder. Electric types will counter it. Exactly. If someone dares to revolve entirely around water types in rainy weather, a single thunder could obliterate them. Much like playing a game, many began to piece things together. Zacian allowed the students to discuss freely for a while. Then tapped the blackboard at an opportune moment. In weather tactics, you need a Pokémon capable of initiating the corresponding weather. Returning to the initial topic. The reason the big-mouthed Gull can induce rain is that its ability is Rain Dish, allowing it to summon rainy weather upon entering the battle. Without needing to use the Rain Dance move, it operates automatically. On rainy days, the automated driving technique is embodied by the magnificent Pelipper, alongside the regal Greninja and the illustrious Kyogre. Pelipper's unique ability, Rain Dish, renders it irreplaceable in such weather conditions. The synergy between rain teams and those benefiting from wind is undeniable, as a tempestuous downpour is guaranteed under such circumstances. Pelipper's capacity to induce rain autonomously, coupled with its flying-type moves that gain a significant advantage in stormy weather, underscores its essential role. In practical scenarios, it can even form a complete system when trained effectively. Wow, is Pelipper truly that formidable? One might exclaim. With its ability to summon rain and its inherent water type, it is undoubtedly the premier choice for rain strategies. Summer. Are there any other Pokémon capable of inducing rain? With a shake of his head, Summer replied, the legendary Kyogre, which can revert the world to its primordial ocean, possesses such power as well. He refrained from elaborating on Greninja, as he himself was uncertain about obtaining the necessary proof of mastery for it. Otherwise, he would have long since trained a Swampert for fun. Furthermore, Greninja's rain-inducing ability is a hidden trait, rare and elusive. In light of the many disappointments, Summer reassured. While rain-inducing abilities are scarce, numerous Pokémon can learn rain moves. With diligent training, the differences become negligible. Pelipper, in the minds of many, has acquired a reputation for being exceedingly rare, yet most have not engaged in formal battles, thus lacking a profound understanding of its capabilities. Brother Summer, how do we address the issue of the little Pelipper? Can it control the rain on its own? Jiang Shuiyao expressed her delight upon learning of her Pelipper's remarkable prowess. It's quite simple. Through rigorous training, one can enhance their mastery over their own powers, allowing for effortless control. Summer provided the optimal solution. Abilities are akin to innate talents in Pokémon. For instance, Lucario, a fighting and steel type, can learn psychic moves like Psychic due to its natural mental strength, transforming into an aerial canine with the power of telekinesis. In this regard, Groudon should take notes from Lucario. Without the constraints of game rules, real-world Pokémon exhibit a far more diversified development potential. If Summer desired, he could train Lucario into a Vortex variant. After concluding a conversation with a charming lady, Summer sent her a private message, indicating that the best method for Pelipper to gain control over its powers in the short term was through practice. With the discussion on rain-inducing strategies winding down, he shifted focus to output strategies. To save time, Summer merely listed several common water-type Pokémon and their abilities under rainy conditions. For instance, Pokémon with the Swift Swim ability double their speed in the rain, while those with Rain Dish gradually restore health during rain. The lecture on rain strategies lasted over an hour, but the interaction with viewers had been minimal, prompting him to accelerate the pace. Host, what do you think of my duck? Summer perked up. The Farfetch'd. Do you prefer it braised or grilled? Wait, what? The Farfetch'd struck the person on the head with its leek. I was merely joking. How could I bear to eat my precious Pokémon? Consuming Pokémon is illegal. Earlier that morning, The prismatic region had issued guidelines clearly stating that the consumption of Pokémon is against the law. What do you think? Teacher Zacian, is my duck strong? What could Summer say? If it weren't strong, would they eat it? He would rally billions in his live stream to unleash a wave of outrage. Indeed, extremely strong. With just a couple more leaks, it could master the triple threat technique. Great idea. I want a 9-slice Aurora. Nightfall arrived swiftly. After the broadcast, Summer organized the information and insights he had gathered throughout the day, stretching luxuriously. The day's revelations were plentiful, and he had influenced not only the Wong family brothers and Jiang Shueya, but many others to engage meaningfully with their Pokémon. Among them were Surskit, Bounsweet, and Snivy, with one individual even being chosen by a shiny female Macop. The appearance of such a shiny Pokémon elicited envy from everyone in the livestream, suppressing a mischievous grin. Summer thought, destiny, as you might say. He retrieved a map of the prismatic region and marked various locations where his viewers had provided clues about Pokémon, planning to incorporate these into his future travels. As he pondered whether the girls had returned, he ventured to the living room, whereby Jia and Wang Yuchen lay sprawled on the floor, alongside a lethargic Bulbasaur and a Psyduck. Get your feet off me. You touch my mouth, Wang Yuchen exclaimed. Ever lively. Can't you move your head? I'm too exhausted to budge. Me too. The two were utterly spent. With Wang Yuchen returning from the jungle covered in mud and leaves, looking particularly disheveled. Where's your sister? Summer inquired, nudging Wang Yuchen with his toe. Right here, came Wang Wenyu's languid voice as she emerged from the bathroom, her long, fair legs clad in a white robe. You seem quite familiar, Summer chuckled. Wang Wenyu smiled coyly. Aunt Chinhui found me this nightgown. After honing her psychic abilities and exercising, she emerged glistening with sweat. Awakening her psychic powers was no overnight feat. She had naturally developed her own training methods, as formidable mental strength requires commensurate physical prowess. You two should wash up and prepare for dinner, Summer advised, casting a cursory glance at the enchanting figure emerging from the bath. Once, someone had asked Ash in front of Serena, what kind of woman do you hope to marry? The clueless boy responded, such a person doesn't exist. This illustrates that Pokémon masters have no need for women. All are steadfastly masculine. At dinner, everyone gathered around one table, while the Pokémon occupied another. Many young children from kindergarten mingled with the newly arrived Bulbasaur. In truth, they were not entirely new acquaintances, especially the seemingly stern Psyduck, which had previously endured hardship at the hands of these little tyrants. Come, taste my culinary skills. Thank you, Auntie, the three girls chorused. Stay the night, it's quite late. I'll prepare rooms for you. Wang Wenyu politely declined. No need, Auntie. Ah, it's settled then. With such a large house, it feels rather lonely with just me and SHOWDOWN. Unable to refuse her gracious offer, Summer silently noted this debt, knowing that Wang Wenyu had the means to cover it. In their room, the adorable Buniri awaited impatiently. As Summer slipped under the covers, a soft, petite body nestled against his neck. The Pokémon Godfather may not require a wife, but he certainly needs a Pokémon companion. Chapter 73, The Great Pokémon Migration in Modern Times. It is customary for individuals to lie in bed at night and engage with their phones. In the quiet digital expanse of the Mobanique chat, new members joined the conversation this evening. Old Man invites Bug Pokémon, Wang Team Dachun, Wang Team Xiaoyang, and Seagull Sweetheart to join the group chat. Whether at home washing dishes with Squirtle or in the guest room of Xia Tian applying a facial mask, Chenhai and San In both received a message. Old Man, change the note. What the heck is the Paw Patrol? Xia Tian upstairs couldn't help but mock the nickname of the Wong brothers. However, one must admit, capturing Rockruff and coincidentally having the surname Wong. This name rather suits the two brothers. Wang Yuchen, how dare you criticize others when you bear the name of Old Man? Aren't you ashamed? Old Man, I've called Lizard King. Tomorrow's training will double. Wang Yuchen, Old Man, your son sends his regards. Chenhai, what Pokémon is the new guy using? Share the pictures. The group was not reluctant, promptly sharing images of their Pokémon by Jia. Wow. All Pokémon I've never seen before. Jiang Shueyo, didn't Sister Jia watch Brother Xia Tian's live stream today? Sister Jia clenched her little fist. Major crisis. Wang Dachun Xiaoang, we all got to know each other through the live connection with Teacher Xia today. Jiangxing, Old Man, Teacher Xia. I've resolved my inner turmoil with Caterpie. It has finally evolved. Thank you. Evolution. The four of them were astonished. This was something beyond their reach. Wang Yuchen, a mere Caterpie is nothing to fear. My Bulbasaur remains invincible. Jiangxing, is that so? I look forward to learning from you in the future. Their questions remained unresolved. What did Xia Tian teach in today's live stream? In their confusion, Jiang Shueyo sent a well-edited video. Jiang Shueyo, this is the content of Brother Xia Tian's lesson today. everyone must review diligently. As a trainer of Polyper, she was particularly attentive to the rain battle strategies discussed today. Old man, Yao Yao can edit videos too? I'll just borrow yours then. Zacian's video account continuously updates with his dynamics and live stream highlights. Today's rain battle strategy content was extensive, and he hadn't had the chance to edit it yet. Oh no, Bai Jiajia was alarmed. The new little sister seemed to have caught brother Zacian's favor. No, I must learn video editing too. While these individuals were chatting away, Wang Wenyu had already started watching Zacian's teaching video for today. The core point of the rain battle strategy is the weather, fully utilizing the characteristics of Pokémon. Wang Wenyu's mind raced, pondering whether she could gain inspiration from it. Since there is rain, there must be sunshine. Firefox happens to be a fire type, but unfortunately, its ability does not function under such weather conditions. Wang Wenyu clicked on the screen, reviewing the moves recorded in her Pokédex. Sunny Day. This is it. This is a move that Firefox can naturally learn upon gaining strength. In response to rain, its effect is to weaken water moves. However, the Pokédex did not specify whether it has an effect like thunder and hurricane that guarantees a hit. Wang Wenyu's thoughts gradually expanded, having secured the fire type aspect. What about the psychic type? Disappointingly, she only found a move called Magic Room, which prevents both sides from triggering item effects. Wang Wenyu felt perplexed, but she was determined not to ask Zacian. A mature woman should be independent and not rely on others for everything. If only she could scan the Pokédex for results, she would likely understand how to play the psychic type. Waking from her dreams, she opened the window, and bright sunlight streamed in. Zacian stood at the windowsill, gazing into the distance, sensing that something was about to happen. A surge of warmth coursed through his chest as he reached for a sword-shaped ornament from his necklace. This was the deteriorating sword, an item that enabled Zacian to transform from the brave warrior form to the sword king form. It also symbolized the bond of friendship between Zacian and Afu. The deteriorating sword radiated a mesmerizing glow, calling out to Zacian. If this were a fantasy novel, the sword would instantly enlarge, allowing Zacian to soar through the winds. However, in reality, Zacian could only summon his mode of transport, Charizard. At the northwestern tip of the North Sea Plateau, the Chiyin mountain range obstructed the area, making it unsuitable as a port. Yet, at this moment, the new arrivals were unconcerned about traversing mountains. Leading the charge was a group of Dragonite, accompanied by several king whales the size of ships. The king whale is reputedly the largest Pokémon discovered in the Pokémon world, excluding Gigantamax forms. The king whale led its kin, acting as a maritime transport fleet, with many common Pokémon from land, sky, and sea arriving on the king whale ships to this new continent. The vessels docked near the lower coastline, with Pokémon helping one another. Flying Pokémon towed those that couldn't fly ashore, while those in the water sought entry points to swim upstream onto land. What was happening? A voice like that of a deity resonated in the hearts of the Pokémon, causing them to halt their migration and gaze up at the cliff. The brave warrior looked down upon all beings, his gaze remarkably gentle. The Pokémon erupted into chaos. Had they just escaped one danger only to fall into another? Fear not. A gentle fairy power cascaded down like moonlight. This was the aura of the Fairy King. Yet, there was no pressure or wrath of a ruler. Only a soothing healing presence. Even some dragon-type Pokémon couldn't help but question whether the fairy energy was harmless. A figure with an orange-red hue gradually approached. Zacian finally arrived. Afu, I missed you. He embraced Songxiang and began to fluff its fur, causing Songxiang to lose all semblance of divine majesty. Songxiang had grown up alongside Zacian, so calling her sister was no issue. Where did these Pokémon come from? Zacian knew that king whales inhabited the ocean, but didn't they all live in the depths below 3,000 meters? How had they become drivers? Zacian shot Songxiang a glance, and the latter immediately enveloped him in psychic energy, lifting him into the air. In truth, many Pokémon rely on psychic abilities to fly. Lacking a psychic type does not mean one cannot use psychic moves. Zacian approached a young Dragonite and gently asked, "Little Dragonite, where do you come from?" The Dragonite's parents immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of the young one, displaying vigilance. At such times, one must employ the Pokémon treat temptation technique. The little Dragonite happily licked the energy cube Zacian tossed, having never tasted such food before. The aura of this treat held an innate allure for it. Using his aura to connect with the Dragonite parents, Zacian finally learned the ins and outs of the situation. Returning to Songxiang's side, he gripped the deteriorating sword tightly, his gaze penetrating the vast, azure sky. In the boundless ocean, atop an unnamed island, the divine battle commenced. Chapter 74, The Ancient Prophecy. Grandma, I'm scared. In the dim depths of the temple, children huddled close to the elderly priestess with gray hair. The faint flicker of firelight illuminated their anxious, tear-streaked faces. Even in this underground sanctuary, The thunderous roars and anguished cries echoed ominously. This was a terrifying celestial phenomenon they had never encountered in their lives. The children trembled uncontrollably, drawing nearer to the elder. Do not fear, for the elder will share bedtime stories with you. The aged priestess, who has long forgotten her own name, gently caresses the future of these islands, her hunched shadow elongating in the candlelight of dusk. Our island is called Kashia. But long ago, how long, no one knows, it bore names such as Island of Thunder, Island of Fire, Island of Ice, and Island of the Sea. I know. A child raises their hand to speak. This is the mythology of us, the people of Kashia. It is the tale of the three gods who created life. Giggles like silver bells resonate from the corridor. Little Kevin, once you learn natural sciences, you will understand that the three gods did not create life itself, but rather proteins and organic matter. Kashia, sister. Kashia, you have returned. Yes, grandmother, I have returned from the radiant realm. I believe I have grasped all there is to know about the gods. The candlelight flickers as a young girl in knee-high boots kneels to hold the priestess's hand, transferring warmth from her palm. Named after the island, the Kashia lineage has served as the island's priests, guardians of ancient secrets through generations. It is said that when the ice god freezes the seawater, the fire god emerges to melt it, creating a temperature differential between surface and deep currents, resulting in an electrolyte solution, which the thunder god then electrolyzes, initiating complex chemical reactions within the ocean. Thus, the essential conditions for life, organic matter, and proteins are birthed. Kashia shares with her grandmother her understanding of the myth through the lens of modern knowledge, as if to convey her readiness to inherit all of this. Kashia Island is the origin of life, where the three gods condensed their power into crystals placed within the temple of the three island gods. These three energies form a closed loop, balancing each other's energies and maintaining the stability of the ocean. The flame orb, ice orb, and thunder orb can indeed be referred to as divine essences. Any descendant of the three gods who masters the power of these essences can reclaim their authority. Yet, the path to divinity is fraught with peril. The malevolent three gods will engage in the struggle for the divine essences. In this divine conflict, the originally balanced energy field is disrupted, and the world teeters on the brink of destruction. The high priestess, relinquishing the name Kashia, smiles gently. Kashia, you are fully capable of inheriting my position. Then, please tell me how I can quell this crisis and turmoil. Kashia retrieves a jade flute from her bosom and beams. Gather the three divine essences at the central temple of the sea god, and I shall play the flute to awaken the sea god. The sea god will appease the wrath of the deities and banish the malevolent three gods. However, child, the prophesied one who can command the sea god has yet to appear. Grandmother, I have said that I comprehend all there is to know about the gods. Kashia rises and pulls out her phone. Grandmother, you may not be aware of the vast changes that have occurred in the outside world, especially on the brilliant continent to the east. Not only do I understand the gods, but I have also learned the names of those mysterious creatures that have appeared on the island. What did you say? The priestess gasps, clutching Kashia's hand, while the surrounding children express shock and curiosity. Impossible. Countless ages have passed, and no one can remember the true names of the gods. Under the erosion of time, no written word or mural can endure. Only oral tradition remains, and even then, most information is lost. Ignoring her grandmother's excitement, Kashia lifts her phone. Pokémon. Little spirits, these are their names, and the three gods must surely be the divine beasts. And the one prophesied to wield control over the sea god must be he, a boy named Summer, who can command Pokémon in battle. The old priestess takes the phone, and the handsome, clean visage of the boy appears before her, his clear eyes revealing wisdom and confidence. Pokémon, little spirits, the priestess shakes her head in disbelief. This young man is likely the same age as Kashia. How much could a child of this age know, especially about names lost in untraceable time? As for the prophesied child, it is sheer folly. The prophecy states that the prophesied one will personally arrive on the day of ascension, but where is this boy now? Boom. A tremor reverberates through the ground, followed by a massive explosion. Kashia reassures her, Grandmother. When I entered, the three gods revealed their true forms. They are merely 6 birds, no different from those suddenly appearing creatures. Look at this. Kashia's delicate fingers glide over her phone, displaying clips of Summer's live broadcast before the old woman's eyes. Commanding Pokémon in battle, wielding a power known as Aurora to punish wrongdoers. Introducing the Waterlord who purifies the ocean, these snippets failed to capture her attention until Summer spoke words that awakened her from her stupor. In the ocean resides the sea god Ligia, capable of unleashing relentless storms for days on end. The sea god Ligia. The boy named Summer has uttered the name of a god long lost to the river of time, though its veracity remains uncertain. The old priestess trembles, grasping Kashia by the arms. Where is this child? Quickly, bring him to me. Kashia sighs. I have already reached out, but received no response. However, I believe the situation here has captured his attention. No, it has captured the world's attention. Therefore, he will come. Kashia is certain that summer will arrive. For she believes that he, who has always strived for harmony between humans and Pokémon, will not stand idly by while Pokémon bring about the world's destruction. Before that, we must reclaim the 3 orbs to summon the sea god Lugia. The priestess comprehends Kashia's intent and retrieves a golden mask from her bosom, entrusting it to her. This is the priestess's identification, the highest authority of the Kashia people. From this day forth, you are the true Kashia. Go forth and lead the islanders to reclaim the orbs. Fear not, grandmother. Over the boundless ocean, the fierce winds howl, sharp as blades. Boom, crack. Dark storm clouds obscure the sun, stretching for thousands of miles. Golden arcs of lightning dance like frenzied serpents. Caw. A golden figure entwined in lightning pierces through the storm clouds like an arrow, launching an unmatched assault against its black-red counterpart. As countless bolts of thunder plummet into the sea, stirring up towering waves. In contrast, the other half of the sky is blanketed in white, snowflakes cascading like feathers, swiftly freezing the ocean. It seems the world is returning to the Ice Age. The Ice God, embodying elegance, faces the vile incarnation unworthy of possessing ice attributes. Upon this icy expanse, the fire god ignites with blazing flames, shaking its feathers to rain down countless meteor showers. The crimson glow reflects across the last vestiges of sky, as the world seemingly descends into hell, ushering in the twilight of its end. The fire bird, the freezing bird, the lightning bird, and the evil counterpart in Galar form engage in a fierce contest for the ancient treasures. Chapter 75, the world faces a deluge across the globe. It seems as though an eclipse has cast the sky into darkness. Crack. Blinding lightning shatters the gloom, followed by a torrential storm washing away the dust of the world. The divine conflict on Kashia Island has rippled out to encompass the entire globe. It is not that these 6 relatively unremarkable divine birds are particularly formidable, but rather that their battle has disrupted the stable energy field of the 3 orbs within the temple. The equilibrium that once maintained the balance of the ocean is now shattered, plunging the world, especially the seas, into turmoil. All the Pokémon from around the world gaze towards the island of Kashia, with those capable of flight and swimming hastening in that direction, while those confined to land could only gather along the coastline, observing from a distance. Pokémon, as spirits of nature, possess an acute sensitivity to disaster. Yet, a chorus of admonishments, warnings, and reassurances halted those reckless Pokémon rushing towards Kashia. Return. Do not approach. Beware. 3 figures, red, yellow, and blue, leaped, raced, and glided across the sea. The fiery emperor, radiant as a lion, embodied volcanic lava. The golden Raikou, resembling a saber-toothed tiger, descended like thunder. The elegant Suicune, adorned in hues of the lake and sky, glided effortlessly across the waves. This monumental upheaval, capable of altering the world, even summoned the legendary Ho-Oh's guardians. Should we intervene? The emperor, gazing defiantly at the heavens, emitted wisps of smoke. Raikou, shrouded in storm clouds, retorted, "Isn't it chaotic enough? Our intervention would turn the world upside down. The current state of affairs is not stable enough for that." The north wind brought a chilling tide, while Suicune's ethereal call echoed. "I have already dispatched the Wild to transport the little ones to the northern sea plateau. That individual will arrive shortly." With the presence of such a being, the emperor and Raikou exchanged glances, a hint of trepidation in their eyes. To put it plainly, there is indeed a distinction among canines. At that moment, a blade of fairy energy approached from the east, accompanied by a youthful voice above the 3. "Hey, are you 3 playing cards? Wait for me to join when I return." The world is divided into 3 regions: Brilliant, Hilo, and Sun Moon. The Hilo region consists of a confederation of city-states ruled by various kings. In contrast, the Sun Moon Alliance is founded upon different ethnic groups united under the leadership of chieftains. Relative to the Brilliant region, both Hilo and Sun Moon lag behind in economic and technological advancements. Summer has been broadcasting educational content in the Brilliant region for approximately a week. Logically, with the speed of the internet, he should have gained widespread fame. Indeed, Summer has garnered attention in both regions. However, due to the difficulties of circumventing internet barriers, language barriers, and time zone discrepancies, changes in these areas have been somewhat delayed compared to the Brilliant region. Initially, Summer was perceived as an entertainer, but gradually he evolved into an idol, even capturing the attention of kings and chieftains in these regions. If the Brilliant region is already navigating the grand seas of the great Pokémon era, Hilo and Sun Moon remain in a contemplative phase, pondering whether to build ships. What in the world is this weather? I must be cursed to be this unfortunate. Could this be the doing of the weather-controlling Pokémon mentioned by that streamer from the Brilliant region? I think you should return to kindergarten for further education. Please apply scientific reasoning when encountering unusual phenomena. Trust me, mate, scientific explanations cannot account for this. It's not just us. Torrential rain is falling all over the globe. Heavens! I recall that streamer mentioning a deity capable of destroying the world. In the Brilliant region, torrential rain flooded the streets, crippling transportation and overwhelming the city's drainage systems. What on earth is happening with this dreadful weather? I've heard that Hilo and Sun Moon are also experiencing torrential downpours. Some places are even snowing. Is this the apocalypse? I hope the rain stops soon, or we might face a flood. In the town hall, the 5 mayors convened an emergency video conference. There had been no prior warnings from meteorological agencies. It was indeed a sudden natural disaster. The latest reports indicated that satellites had detected a concentration of storm clouds around an island in the West Ocean called Kashia. But contact was impossible due to a chaotic magnetic field. I've heard of Kashia. It has a small population and is largely self-sufficient, rarely engaging with the outside world. For now, we should prioritize flood prevention and send some personnel to investigate. Zhao Ruinian was distracted during the meeting, fixated on his phone. Old Zhao, what is wrong with you? Zhao sighed. I'm trying to contact Summer. Summer? Zhao Ruinian's thoughts drifted back to that day on Citrus Island, where every divine name Summer had uttered was etched deeply in his mind. Summer had mentioned that the sea god, Lugia, could summon storms lasting for days. Hence his foreboding that this was its doing. The other 4 were startled. Have you managed to reach him? Zhao shook his head in disappointment. He.S. out of service area. The seasoned Huang Lao immediately recognized the issue. You mentioned the magnetic field around Kashia is chaotic. Could it be that Summer has already arrived there and is unable to contact us? Su Bing added, that is highly likely. He wouldn't be slower than me. All we can do now is focus on our responsibilities. Even if it is the sea god, we cannot intervene. Despite their reassurances, an undercurrent of anxiety lingered. Summer possessed a Charizard and a Dragonite, but would that be enough against a divine beast? Ms. Zhang Hong pondered for a long time before exclaiming with delight, right? Wang Ping's 2 daughters are still at Summer's home. We can ask them for information. In Yunwu Town, the Swablu and elderly dragon struggled against the weather's indifference. On the farm, the Pokémon anxiously gazed towards the west, and the 3 girls felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. They were supposed to train as usual. But after Summer left that morning, he hurriedly took their teacher away. The carefree Wang Yuchen was relieved to have a day off. While the perceptive Wang Wenyu and Bai Jiajia sensed something was amiss, what could have compelled Summer to take Lucario, Dragonite, Lizard King, and Charizard with him? Previously, he only brought along mascots during his broadcasts. Moreover, the drastic weather changes they had seen online were severe, making it hard not to connect the 2 events. Sister, your phone. Wang Wenyu was snapped from her reverie and answered the call. Hello, Dad. Are you all right? Yes, we're still at Summer's. He has been gone for a long time. It must be related to the storm. The 5 mayors, now receiving accurate news, breathed a sigh of relief, feeling considerably more at ease. Yet, the lingering question remained. If a divine beast were wreaking havoc, did Summer possess the strength to withstand it? Chapter 76. The king descends quick, quick, quick. The sea surface leading from the island of sea to the island of ice had completely frozen over. Kashia led the islanders through the torrential rain with great difficulty. For the other 2 islands, which faced lightning and fire, reaching the ice island was the easiest route. The cries of the Articuno and the Galarian Articuno echoed above as they engaged in a fierce battle, with the latter's formidable psychic powers creating a vacuum in the storm. As the Articuno spread its wings, the snowfall intensified, and the people of Kashia united, using shovels, ropes, and even their bare hands to clear the path, determined to guide Kashia to the island. Finally, gasping for breath, Kashia set foot on the ice island, where the presence of frozen orbs significantly diminished the Articuno's power. Without pausing to rest, Kashia rushed towards the temple, donning a golden mask that concealed the upper half of her face to avoid being obstructed by the temple guards. High Priest. The guardians of the temple are the most earnest sons of Kashia. Witnessing the emergence of the 3 divine beings, they hold the High Priest, who safeguards the ancient prophecy, in even greater reverence while simultaneously worrying for their families and kin on the island of the sea. Yet, burdened as they are, they cannot abandon their posts. Step aside. Kashia has no time to explain. She leaps into the temple and activates a mechanism beneath an altar, retrieving a cold blue jewel. Logically, over the years, such treasures would likely have been lost or stolen. However, every year on the day of sacrifice, 3 jewels are brought to the island of the sea to be worshipped as the 3 deities. The people of Kashia only recognize it as an ancient ritual vessel, unaware of its true purpose. With the frozen jewel in hand, Kashia hastens to the shore, where islanders have prepared a small boat for her. Their destination, the Thunder Island. shrouded in stormy seas. Crack. A golden lightning bolt plunges into the ocean, creating towering waves, and the deafening roar of thunder sends shivers down one's spine. It's too dangerous, Miss Kasia. No matter how perilous, we must press on. Only then can we save our homeland. Crack. Another bolt strikes perilously close to Kasia's boat. Sweat beads on her palms, her body chilled. Will you come, foretold one? Kasia grits her silver teeth, gripping the helm of the motorboat. Now is the time for reflexes and driving skills. Distractions cannot be afforded. Caw. From the thunderclouds above, a flash of golden light flickers, followed by an intensifying surge of electric energy. The electrified bird, driven to fury, finally unleashes its electromagnetic cannon. Kasia feels the entire sky illuminated by divine retribution. Yet, the Galar variant of the electrified bird possesses the trait of unyielding, a direct reflection of its character. As the electrified bird grows bolder, Galar seizes the moment while it charges its cannon, transforming into a bolt of darkness and delivering a fierce kick to the electrified bird's face. Thunderous kick. I'm a fighting type. The electrified bird's head tilts, and its cannon misfires, blasting into the sea. In a moment of peril, Kasia and the others on board widen their eyes. Under this apocalyptic storm, they seem so small and powerless. Some have already closed their eyes, awaiting death, believing that such an attack would bring no pain, as they might be obliterated in an instant. Yet at that moment, a colossal, dazzling blue sword light cleaves through the chaos, as if parting the heavens. Pikachu. Kasia hears a familiar voice resonate in her ears. In the next instant, a yellow figure appears on her boat. Pikachu? Pika Pika. Standing at the bow, Pikachu, with its lightning rod ability, attracts all stray electricity, storing it within its electric pouch. Boom. Another radiant impact shoots skyward, scattering the thunderclouds and leaving only crackling arcs of electricity in the air. Kasia and her companions look up to see a figure suspended in midair, shimmering faintly, a blue creature clutching a brilliant golden sword, exuding the majesty of a ruler. It resembles a true deity. I thought it was those two rivals, wasting my expressions. Zacian, floating in the void, spat, lamenting that he had brought all his main forces only to encounter such incompetence. Moreover, the absurdly flashy electrified bird managed to misfire its cannon, proving its utter ineptitude. The two electrified birds keep their distance, eyeing the Sword King Tsang Xiang warily. Caw. Get lost. Don't interfere in our battle. The two birds cry out and resume their fight, lightning flashing as they unleash clawed strikes. In their fury, who would consider the potential for a third party to benefit? Take Groudon and Kyogre, for instance. Would they cease fighting because you, Rayquaza, are nearby? Unless you intend to take us both down. Zacian and Tsang Xiang exchange bewildered glances, both feeling insulted. Zacian remains unaware of the chaos in the ocean's balance that threatens the world's stability, hence not feeling the urgency. He merely fears that the divine battle might endanger humans and Pokémon alike. He is puzzled as to why the three foolish birds are fighting. According to his Pokémon knowledge, it should be the Firebird against the Icebird, with the electrified bird intervening to mediate. The sudden emergence of the Galar variant of the three foolish birds leaves him perplexed. Could it be a struggle between good and evil? Zacian, Kasia calls out excitedly. Zacian notices the half-blood beauty with a pale complexion calling for him. Can you speak the radiant tongue? No. Wait, do you know me? Zacian and Tsang Xiang approach the surface of the sea. The stunned crew members kneel before Zacian, revering him as a divine savior. Kasia, nearly leaping onto Zacian, exclaims, I've seen your live stream. Of course, I recognize you. Zacian, surprised, realizes he has foreign fans. Kasia grabs his hand urgently. Now is not the time for idle chatter. We must awaken the sea god, Lugia. Zacian, somewhat bewildered, asks, How do you know about Lugia, the sea god? Wait. I think I mentioned it in my stream. What do you mean by awakening Lugia? Do we need it? Do you look down on me, Afu? At that moment, a radiant aura envelopes Tsang Xiang, and a surge of divine power draws the frozen jewel from Kasia's grasp, floating before Zacian. This is the frozen jewel, the crystallization of the ice god's power. Collecting all three jewels will awaken the sea god and prevent this catastrophe. You are the foretold one destined to command the sea god on Kasia Island. Three foolish birds, jewels, awakening the sea god, commanding the battle. Although there are some discrepancies. Zacian immediately recalls the plot from the Lugia movie. The balance of the ocean is currently destabilized. If we do not resolve this, the world will face destruction. Endless torrential rains could submerge the continent, leading to annihilation. Zacian pauses, then gazes at the six foolish birds clashing in the sky, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. Can we not take them all down? Kasia, influenced by Zacian's urgency, responds, We cannot. Their divine powers have disrupted the balance of ice, fire, and thunder. The three divine heirs must reclaim the jewels, which will then allow the sea god to restore harmony to this origin island. Zacian promptly opens a Pokeball, and Dragonite emerges. Dragonite, take this young lady to retrieve the remaining 2 jewels from Thunder Island and Fire Island. Leave this to me and Afio. Chapter 77. The Fairy King's artifact Kashia boards Dragonite, swiftly heading to Thunder Island and Fire Island to gather the remaining jewels. The motorboat returns to the relatively safer Ice Island. Come forth. Zacian releases all his main forces. Lucario, Charizard, Sceptile, and Pikachu form 2 perfect pairs. Eevee? Little Eevee scratches its head. What am I supposed to do? Zacian hands over his Rotom phone. Go play with Rotom. Remember to record my glorious moments for later video sharing. Had it not been for the chaotic magnetic field, Zacian would have gone live by now. As the divine battle offers profound educational significance, Eevee waves its paw. All right, as long as I can slack off. Rotom, Rotom, so much electricity here. A sound rings out as Rotom begins wireless charging. You 4 go and distract the other 4 foolish birds. With a swift command from Summer, Pikachu hastily climbed onto Charizard's back, and the duo raced towards the fiery sea. Lucario and Sceptile exchanged glances, their mutual admiration evident. Lucario's psychic energy enveloped Sceptile as they soared into the territory of the Articuno. Afu, let's make this quick. Although Kashia had mentioned that incapacitating Zapdos would be futile, Summer understood that to confront these proud and volatile deities, one must respond with force. Without strength, one cannot engage in equal discourse. Pleading with them to cease in the face of impending doom would yield no results. Shouting until hoarse would be in vain. The most effective strategy was to subdue the 3 legendary birds of Galar first, allowing the ordinary forms of the birds to inherit the power of the gems. Once Lugia woke, everything would be resolved. Let us go. Roar. With a low growl, the King of Swords unleashed the sword of the Fairy King, which shimmered brilliantly and then, transformed into a streak of light, pierced the tempestuous thunderclouds. Amidst the chaotic storm, 2 Zapdos clashed violently, their eyes filled with rage. Determined to eliminate their nemesis, the Galar Zapdos, with its exceptional close combat prowess, gained the upper hand, while the ordinary Zapdos, upon close contact, discharged electricity, manipulating the magnetic field to summon thunder, striking itself in the process. Naturally, the ordinary Zapdos could absorb the electricity to rejuvenate itself. However, the fighting and flying type Galar Zapdos was weaker against the lightning, its vitality rapidly waning with each strike. Yet, this only fueled its indomitable spirit, prompting a fierce struggle to retaliate, transforming into a black lightning bolt that sent the ordinary Zapdos flying. Caw! Its cry resonated like thunder, as Galar Zapdos sensed victory was within reach. Yet, abomination! Behold my sword! A brilliant aurora pierced through the darkness, and Galar Zapdos swiftly dodged. Holy sword! From within the pale blue light, Summer emerged, the King of Swords, Zacian, leaped forth, enveloped in vibrant fairy energy, the holy sword glimmering with an enchanting sheen. Slashing towards Galar Zapdos. Caw! Get away! Just as victory seemed imminent, Galar Zapdos, with a fierce glare, spread its wings and lunged directly at Zacian. The holy sword struck. And astonishingly, Galar Zapdos countered with a double-edged return. It was a reckless move, showing no fear even to the King of Swords. Roar! Zacian ceased its leniency, the fairy energy surging throughout its being, playfully toying with the holy sword. This playful maneuver, a fairy-type move, countered fighting types. What appeared to be erratic slashes was executed with remarkable precision, forcing Galar Zapdos to retreat in pain. Caw! The ordinary Zapdos regained its composure, charging up electricity in its beak, aiming the electromagnetic cannon at Zacian and its sworn enemy. You dare! Summer's gaze darkened, realizing that this creature was indeed targeting its ally. Perfect, let's see how my wave guide fares. Summer raised both hands overhead, the wave bomb shimmering with starlight rapidly expanding. He aimed to be the first mortal to challenge a legendary beast. Go. This maneuver inevitably evoked thoughts of a certain scion named Kakarot. Boom. The wave bomb struck Zapdos. But it withstood the blow, or perhaps the effect was merely mediocre, as the electromagnetic cannon crashed down in an instant. Zacian turned, and a massive light wall appeared before it. The electromagnetic cannon, like a meteor with a fiery tail, slammed into the light wall, erupting into a cascade of sparks. Oh dear, that was a bit much. Summer placed his hands on his hips, swaying slightly, as the oversized wave bomb nearly drained him of energy. It seems I still have a long way to go to grapple with legendary beasts. Blocking the electromagnetic cannon, Zacian found itself sandwiched between the 2 Zapdos. You really pushed your luck. Afu, attack. Previously merely warming up, Zacian now truly entered a battle state. Roar. With a deafening battle cry, the unwavering sword of the Fairy King surged to colossal heights. Beneath the ominous sky, the holy sword that could sever all descended with a thunderous roar. As if shattering severe shackles, a beam of light emerged from the depths of the universe, gradually expanding into a magnificent, resplendent sword light. The primordial chaos was cleaved in two. From then on, all that could be seen was the sword light. Beast Slash. However, Summer mused that this move deserved a more sophisticated title, the 6 paths and 5 wheels of the fearing ruler of the celestial phenomenon. Just my personal excitement. The sword light sliced through the heavens and plunged into the ocean, cleaving the sea asunder, revealing the ocean floor. Once the sword light faded, a figure plummeted from the sky. It was the treacherous Zapdos. The visibly weakened Zapdos could not withstand the might of the unyielding sword Beast Slash, despite having some resistance due to its type. In a fleeting moment, the holy sword was retracted, and Zacian flicked its head, sending a blade of psychic energy slicing towards the dazed Galar Zapdos. The finishing blow. Type advantage had always been a principle Summer taught. Even legendary beasts must respect the type chart. After all, while overcoming type disadvantage may appear thrilling, excessive fervor can lead to high blood pressure or even a stroke. Just look at a certain red-haired flying type's bizarre maneuvers, with inexplicable combinations, and the Gyarados throwing itself at a Shinado, ultimately facing off against a fairy type with a Gigantamax Dragon Knight. I could only laugh in disbelief. Ash's account was logged in from a different location. Does he truly live up to the audience from Kanto and Chengdu? At this moment, 2 struggling fledgling birds surfaced on the ocean's surface. Only now did they grasp the terror of Zacian, realizing how unwise it was to challenge it. Summer descended onto the sea, tossing a high-grade Pokeball at each Zapdos, hastily retrieved without special types. Observing the 2 wobbling Pokeballs, Zacian stepped forward, the presence of a king descending, the holy sword radiating with light. Dare to emerge, and you shall taste my blade again. The violently shaking Pokeball stilled almost instantly. The dignity of a legendary beast is not to be trifled with. Yet, they truly could not withstand it. Thump! The Pokeballs ceased their flickering, and Summer pocketed them, remaining unfazed by capturing a legendary Pokémon. After all, it was the least remarkable among them. Let us go, Eevee. Summer called, as the observing Eevee summoned its psychic abilities to follow. A kilometer away, reconnaissance aircraft from various regions hovered cautiously, unwilling to approach the storm. Through high-precision telescopes, the observers witnessed the fierce battle of 6 legendary beasts, their jaws gradually dropping. Then, as the King of Swords charged into the clouds, facing 2 foes alone, their breaths caught in their throats, until their vision was filled with dazzling sword light. They could no longer bear it and knelt upon the ground. Mom asked me why I was kneeling. It's because that sword terrified me. Chapter 78. Battle with the 3 legendary birds. Lugia appears amidst a rain of fire. The fiery Charizard, carrying Pikachu, entered the battlefield. The 2 fiery birds, locked in fierce combat, paid no heed to these unexpected intruders, viewing them as mere weaklings. The aftermath of their battle was more than enough to handle. Charizard exhaled 2 plumes of white smoke, its eyes narrowed, displaying an unprecedented seriousness. It had been provoked. Legendary beasts are impressive, but who hasn't seen one before? You 2 aren't even worthy to carry my sister's shoes. Today, I, Charizard, shall engage you. Suddenly, it unleashed a long stream of fire, which, upon touching the body of the firebird, was absorbed and transformed for its own use. Charizard was momentarily stunned. What did I just say? Pikachu patted Charizard's back, reassuringly urging, don't panic. Follow my lead. I am now Trainer Pikachu. Pikachu, let's seize the opportunity to get closer. I'll use Thunder, and you use Rock Slide. Together, we shall vanquish these 2 foolish birds. Excellent idea. Charizard, regaining its confidence, gave a thumbs up, acknowledging Pikachu's brilliance. After performing a dragon dance, Charizard charged straight into the battlefield. The battle between the 2 firebirds was fiercer than that of the Zapdos, characterized by devastating charges. The firebirds were enveloped in flames, while the Galarian firebird unleashed its pure rage as tangible black flames. Once again, they clashed with divine attacks to determine the victor. This self-destructive tactic increasingly favored the Galarian firebird, as its ability allowed it to unleash even greater power when in dire straits. As the flames of Red Lotus and the furious black flames collided, the moisture in the air evaporated instantly, and it seemed as if the barriers of space were being incinerated. With an anguished and piercing cry, the firebird's flames burned even more intensely, while the Galarian firebird became irrational, consumed by fury. With a mighty roar, Charizard howled to the heavens, Rock Slide. Massive boulders plummeted towards the 2 desperate firebirds, seemingly aiming to confine them. Unfortunately, Charizard's timing for the Rock Slide was less than ideal, coinciding with the explosive clash of burning rage. Furthermore, without a type advantage, the rocks were nearly extinguished upon contact with the protective flames of the two firebirds. But there was still Pikachu. A robust golden lightning bolt descended from the sky, adding another layer to the clash of red and black. The bolt struck true, impacting both firebirds, both of which possessed the flying type, resulting in exceptional effectiveness. Pikachu had previously absorbed a considerable amount of energy from the thunder cannon, and now its internal energy was at its peak, making this thunder far more powerful than before. The two firebirds staggered in the air, their feathers crackling with electricity. Clearly paralyzed, Pikachu tapped Charizard's head, urging, "Move." Indeed, the two fiery avians temporarily set aside their grievances and united in their assault against their common enemy. In an instant, flames, black flames, and lightning intertwined in a chaotic melee. In contrast to the hit-and-run tactics of Pikachu and Charizard, Lucario and Sceptile were engaged in a pure, masculine duel. Having completed Sword's Dance and Extreme Speed, Lucario was as swift as the two Articuno. If Summer were present, he would surely have instructed Lucario to use Rock Slide for 4 times the effectiveness or to unleash the powerful Thunder Punch against the Articuno. However, Lucario preferred to challenge itself rather than take the easy route. This was the perfect opportunity to test its strength. Aura Sphere. A series of aura spheres, resembling supernovae, coalesced before him, and the Articuno, ever elegant, was bombarded, causing a flurry of snowflakes. The blizzard intensified, obscuring the Articuno's form within the swirling snow. Yet Lucario tracked it with keen mental acuity. Pursuing a divine beast was indeed a terrifying spectacle. Sceptile, however, was at a distinct disadvantage, as it could not fly. Engaged in fierce combat, Lucario was unable to carry it, leaving Sceptile forlornly gazing at the Galarian Articuno from the icy ground. But being unable to fly did not equate to being unable to fight. One must rely on creativity. Sceptile pressed a hand to the ground, unleashing grass-type energy. And massive vines coalesced from thin air. It soared upward, propelled by the wild vegetation. Sceptile created an environment in which it thrived. Even though generating plants on the icy surface came at a considerable cost, yet it was worth it. Under the cover of its plants, Sceptile leapt several times, launching itself high and seizing the Galarian Articuno's wing, flipping over and striking with leaf blade. With a chilling gaze, the Articuno froze the surrounding plants, then prepared to unleash its psychic powers to repel Sceptile. But having finally gained the upper hand, Sceptile was not about to relinquish it. If the leaf blade lacked sufficient power, then it would resort to gathering dark-type energy to form a blade-like arm, striking at the opportune moment to target its vital points. The psychic attack was thwarted, and the Articuno sustained considerable damage, yet it was not enough to incapacitate it. Since you refuse to let go, I shall see how long you can endure. The Articuno accelerated suddenly, executing a 360-degree spin in the air and performing various acrobatic maneuvers. Sceptile gritted its teeth, refusing to loosen its grip. Letting go now would mean defeat. Meanwhile, Lucario was demonstrating its prowess, striking fiercely. With an open palm, golden energy materialized, and dragon claws descended with great force. The Galarian Articuno, enraged by Lucario's interference, retaliated with a furious roar. Finally, amidst the stillness, a chilling wave comparable to the Cambrian era surged forth, emanating a blinding beam of icy light. Absolute zero. Should this attack strike Lucario, it would likely be incapacitated. But the good news was that its accuracy was exceedingly low. It was now a matter of whether Lucario could evade it. At the same time, Dragonite, guided by Kashia, flew back to the Temple of the Sea Island at its utmost speed. Kashia, the elderly priestess, awaited anxiously. There was no time to explain to Grandma what had transpired on the road or to inquire about Dragonite's condition. Kashia hastily ascended the altar of the temple. The Fire Orb, Ice Orb, and Thunder Orb, 3 ancient orbs of the legendary bird trio, were arranged in order. Kashia took out a jade flute and began to play an ancient melody. The sea god was summoned not by the flute itself, but by the mysterious resonance and magic generated from the rhythm and the power of the 3 orbs. On the altar, the 3 orbs trembled, erupting in a dazzling display of tricolored beams that shot skyward. The temple began to shake, and the ocean roiled and churned. Deep within the ocean's abyss, a long-forgotten white silhouette opened its azure eyes, and a melodious dragon's cry echoed throughout Kashia's domain. Kashia's ears perked up, her eyes brightening as she focused intently on playing the oceanic song. The sea surface rippled with waves, and an overwhelming storm enveloped the land, dispersing the blizzard and extinguishing the flames. Lucario, with a serious expression, readied itself to evade the Articuno's absolute zero attack. Yet, at the moment the dragon's cry resonated, a force far surpassing its own mental prowess surged from the depths of the ocean, an unprecedented psychic power. A colossal sphere of psychic energy broke through the barrier of water, colliding with the circle of absolute zero in an instant. Lucario no longer needed to evade, for Lugia had foreseen the future and shielded it from harm. The ocean parted as the legendary Pokémon Lugia, revered as the sea god by the Xiao people, emerged from its ageless slumber, having withstood the test of time. Chapter 79. You may withdraw, Lugia. What could that possibly be? Those witnessing the battle at a distance could not help but voice their astonishment. Is it also a Pokémon? Pondered the scout from the Radiant region. Yet, the residents of Kaxia Island knew all too well the answer. The sea god. The islanders collectively bowed in reverence. Meanwhile, Kaxia, the former high priestess, trembled as she took up her pen, recording the appearance of the divine being in the annals of tradition. On the day of Ascension, the god of fire, the god of thunder, and the god of ice, along with their malevolent incarnations, waged a fierce battle over 3 precious orbs. In this generation, my exceptional granddaughter, Kaxia, rode upon a creature known as Pokémon to reclaim the 3 orbs and summon the god of the sea, whose true name, as foretold, is Lugia. Upon mentioning the prophesied child, Kaxia's grandmother suddenly remembered that the prophesied one had yet to arrive. In haste, she searched around, only to witness 2 colossal beams of light colliding, casting a pall over the world. In the blink of an eye, Lugia, impervious to absolute zero, soared above Ocean Island, enveloping Kaxia, who was still playing the Song of the Sea, with its telekinetic power, landing her gently upon its smooth, white dorsal fin. This moment must be chronicled. Kaxia's grandmother appeared rejuvenated, her hands moving with remarkable speed. The appearance of the 3 gods must be captured as well. However, when she turned her gaze towards Thunder Island, she was struck with disbelief. Where was the god of thunder? Kaxia's grandmother anxiously inquired of the islanders nearby. The thunderclouds that had once loomed over Thunder Island had vanished, along with the god of thunder and its nemesis. The tempest had dissipated, returning tranquility to the skies. A timid young priest stammered, I only saw a flash of light strike from the heavens, and then nothing. It seemed like something luminous fell. Could it have been the god of thunder plunging into the sea? Nonsense. How could the god of thunder fall into the ocean? The 2 islands are separated by thousands of nautical miles. Human vision is limited, only able to discern faint shadows against the dim sky. In the skies above, Lugia carried Kaxia towards the junction of Fire Island and Thunder Island. Lugia? Kaxia's heart raced with excitement, momentarily overshadowing her fear of heights. Are you the legendary Pokémon? Indeed, came Lugia's voice within her mind, and Kaxia instinctively covered her mouth in astonishment. Only by defeating them can the ocean find peace. Kaxia nodded, yet lamented. But I am not the commander foretold in the prophecy. A flicker of confusion crossed Lugia's eyes. How could one who summoned it, knowing its name, fail to understand command? Had the trainers of this age fallen to such depths? Meanwhile, Lucario, having resolved the crisis, focused intently and swiftly moved to assist Lizard King. Just as Chamo Lizard King grasped Galarian Articuno with one hand and unleashed Dragon Claw with the other, he soon found himself exhausted, plummeting from the heights. In a state of inactivity, Lizard King was indeed the most disadvantaged among the 4 Pokémon. His single grass type and inability to fly placed him at a severe disadvantage against any opponent. Lucario arrived just in time, using his psychic strength to catch Lizard King securely. At this moment, the climactic battle had finally arrived. The 2 firebirds, fueled by rage, entered a berserk state, while the 2 icebirds, though slightly injured, were still capable of fighting. Charizard, panting heavily, had lost most of its stamina, and Pikachu's red electric pouches were empty. Unable to produce even a spark, Lizard King had nearly exhausted all his strength for battle, leaving only Lucario in peak condition. Lugia surveyed the battlefield and expressed mild surprise at the presence of these 4 Pokémon, wondering how a trainer could cultivate beings capable of challenging the 3 legendary birds. But wait, where was Zapdos, that explosive-haired creature? Lugia murmured softly. Where is Zapdos gone? You lot should return to your positions at once. The Articuno, known for its good temperament among the 3 birds, recognized what needed to be done upon seeing Lugia. However, it turned back with a fierce glare at Galarian Articuno, wishing to engage in another 300 rounds. This was instinct and nature, not a lack of understanding regarding priorities. Yet Galarian Articuno, unwilling to concede, was a counterfeit god of ice and could likewise absorb the power of the ice orb. As for the firebirds, both had already entered berserk mode, showing no mercy, insisting that all present kneel before them. Lugia opened its mouth, a massive water cannon surged forth, aimed at tempering their flames. The 2 firebirds were struck by the water cannon, extinguishing much of their blazing fire, yet they quickly reignited. Hey, Lugia, don't steal my kills. Just then, a purple aura descended, revealing the Sword King, Song Xiang, with a displeased expression. Lugia gazed at Song Xiang, recognizing him as an entity of equal standing. Perhaps even stronger. The divine battle had unleashed torrential rain across the world for less than 30 minutes, and Summer had joined the fray for scarcely 3. Song Xiang swiftly dispatched Galarian Zapdos with a mere 5 moves. Holy Sword. Playful antics rendered Galarian Zapdos incapacitated. Light Wall deflected the electromagnetic cannon. Beast Slash obliterated Zapdos. And Psychic Blade delivered the finishing blow to the Galarian form. He could have arrived much sooner, but capturing the 2 Zapdos had consumed precious time. Otherwise, the Absolute Zero would not have been left to Lugia. With Summer's arrival, the 4 Pokémon drew closer, further surprising Lugia, for it realized that he was their trainer. Lugia, he is the prophesied one, Kashia declared with certainty. Quickly, accompany him to save the islands. Lugia remained silent, pondering whether Summer truly required its presence. If not, what was its purpose in emerging? Lugia, withdraw at once. Summer spoke no further, merely pointing a finger, and the Sword King, Song Xiang, instantly stepped forward, delivering a decisive strike. The pale blue holy sword pierced through the barriers of flame and frost like a comet through the cosmos. No one could withstand the Sword King's colossal strike. Those who could were met with another. Under Kashia's astonished gaze and Lugia's cautious scrutiny, Summer tossed forth 4 Pokeballs. They swayed like bottles of wine, and with 2 resounding clicks, both Firebirds were captured, yet the 2 Ice Birds escaped. Finish it. Song Xiang advanced. Sword raised to the defiant Galarian Articuno, who, terrified, dove back into its Pokeball. 1 ordinary Articuno remained outside, the coldest of all Pokémon. If you won't join, then so be it, Summer scoffed. I have no interest in you, novice. 2 more Pokeballs were thrown, capturing the battered Firebird and Zapdos. You wretches, return to your positions at once. Summer bellowed, reminiscent of Jiangshang presiding over a celestial ceremony. Under normal circumstances, the 3 legendary birds would have complied with Summer's command. Yet they were well aware of their inability to contest him. The 3-colored legendary birds circled Ocean Island, and the 3 orbs within the temple floated towards their respective guardians. The energies of fire, lightning, and ice intertwined, enveloping the 3 sacred birds. The powers of the ancient trio were being inherited. Lugia emitted a mournful cry as it approached the center of this tricolored energy. Play the flute. Huh, me? Kashia, unsure of the upcoming procedure, followed Lugia's instruction, playing the inherited song of the sea. The god of the sea radiated a force potent enough to quell raging waves and storms, harmonizing the 3 energies endowed with life-giving properties. Like a glass rod amidst a chaotic whirlpool, the 3 elements finally achieved equilibrium. The world was fortified. With Song Xiang's whisper, the torrential rain ceased, the clouds dispersed, and the ocean finally returned to serenity. Chapter 80. Don't rush. Take a photo before you leave as summer arrived in its formidable essence, subduing the legendary beasts. Our photographer and Eevee had already broadcasted the entire spectacle live. The ominous thunderclouds dissipated, and I connected to the internet. Eevee exclaimed, "Let us go live." The pastel-hued Eevee floated gracefully amidst the vibrant atmosphere, continuously grooming its fur. Today, it was the star of the stream. Here we go, the live broadcast has begun. Well, finally, Tiangu is live. I thought today would be the end of the world and he wouldn't T-stream. Tiangu. Do you know what is up with the weather today? Some say it's caused by Pokémon. Is that true? Tiangu, where are you? It looks like you're flying in the sky. Noticing comments about lagging, Rotom quickly adjusted the settings. Eevee. The glamorous Eevee appeared on camera, winking its sparkling eyes and waving to the audience. Is Tiangu unable to maintain his human form due to low energy? Didn't you say you weren't transforming into a Pokémon? Looks like your true form has been revealed. Ah, Eevee is amazing. What are you doing? If you don't need your eyes, you can donate them to those in need. This is my Eevee. Eevee, living alongside Summer for so long. Eevee could certainly understand the comments. It was delighted that someone remembered it. Is today Eevee taking over Tiangu's stream? Summer, you scoundrel. Exploiting child labor will not end well. Eevee streaming is delightful, so cute and sweet. I'm already tired of looking at that face of Summer, the scoundrel. No, we're here to learn skills, not to admire adorable creatures. Eevee couldn't help but chuckle at the comments, thinking, it seems I also have quite the talent for streaming. The camera finally zoomed in on the island above the sea. Fire and rain collided fiercely, as several figures danced in the air, creating chaos. What on earth is that? That fiery ocean and blizzard hanging in the sky. There is no way a human could create that. Look above and below the sea. At that moment, the absolute zero temperature clashed violently with the foresight of the future, leaving the world in a brief silence. Eevee. Sensing a strong danger, Eevee immediately accelerated to follow. The camera swiftly closed in, and the audience finally glimpsed the Pokémon at the center of the storm. Articuno, Moltres, Lucario supporting Lizard King, Charizard carrying Pikachu, and the majestic Lugia with Kashia. Pikachu with a bow. That Tion Gu's Charizard and Pikachu. What other Pokémon are those? That white one has a woman on its back. The scene shifted rapidly as Lugia attacked the two fiery birds, but then, the familiar voice of Teacher Xia resonated. Hey, Lugia, don't steal the spotlight. Brilliant light surged on the screen as Summer and the King of Swords appeared in the distance. From Eevee's vantage point, all the Pokémon present were visible, and thanks to Rotom filtering out the noise of the waves, Summer's voice could be heard clearly. Wow, that Pokémon is incredibly cool. The sword it's holding is even cooler. Tiangu told Lugia not to steal the spotlight. Lugia is that white Pokémon? In mere seconds, the sheer volume of information left the audience bewildered. What on earth had just happened? Who could explain it to me? Before they could recover, a larger spectacle unfolded before their very eyes. The King of Swords, wielding the eternal Holy Sword, fought valiantly against the four elemental birds. The Holy Sword radiated light, and the colossal beast cleaved through the heavens and the seas. One strike per foe. Then, Summer tossed a Pokeball to capture it. The Pokémon world that people had just begun to understand nearly crumbled. Shock rendered them speechless, leaving only numbness. I don't know what to say, folks. So this is the true Pokémon battle. Indeed, compared to them, Bulbasaur, Vulpix, and Poochyena are mere fledglings pecking at each other. Tiangu has once again redefined my understanding of his power. Could these possibly be the legendary beasts? The fabled Pokémon? No one could answer their questions. You vile creatures, hurry back to your places. With Summer's words, the released three birds and the overshadowed Lugia resumed their duties, flying to the center of the island to restore the disrupted atmosphere. In an instant, the torrential rain ceased. People emerged from their homes, opened their windows, and the dense clouds parted, revealing a magnificent, bright rainbow arching across the sky. After the rain, the Pokémon gathered along the coastline, displaying radiant smiles as they joyfully began to frolic. It turned out all of this was connected to them. Zhao Ruyan pulled open the ear window of the floor-to-ceiling glass, feeling the damp, fishy breeze brush against his face. Finally, he felt reassured. Summer indeed possessed the strength to drive the evolution of the Pokémon era. On Kashia Island, Eevee landed on Summer's head, followed by the photographer Rotom. Goodness, I asked you two to record, and instead, you opened a live stream? A glance at Rotom revealed a flurry of familiar comments from Summer's audience. He intended to edit the footage later to showcase his prowess, only to have it exposed live. Tiangu, what on earth happened? Tiangu, what Pokémon is that beside you holding a sword in its mouth? Every comment was filled with question marks. Summer casually pointed towards the distant four divine beings. Those are all legendary Pokémon. Hiss. Legendary beings again. And this time, it's a legendary Pokémon battle. What kind of existence fought against the four legendary ones? Hiss. The three holy birds, holding three shining orbs, returned them to their respective shrines on the islands. The orbs sank deeply into the grooves, heavy as a mountain, destined to stabilize the atmosphere. From this moment forth, the three holy birds became divine guardians, tasked with protecting the three islands and using their power to nurture the orbs, maintaining the balance of the ocean. Caw. The three deities soared down, and the islanders of Kashia knelt in reverence. Summer tossed three Pokeballs, the very ones that had confined them. Articuno caught the ball that had sought to capture it, casting a puzzled glance. Finding a home for itself was certainly better than being confined by someone else. The three holy birds understood his intent. Articuno promptly dove into the ball, capturing itself before emerging once more. Though grateful to Summer, it felt a twinge of discomfort, clearly. Summer thought little of them, having captured them yet returning the balls. The word disdain was written all over its face. As a token of gratitude, would it be too much to pluck a few feathers? Having divine duties, capturing them held little significance. It was better to obtain something valuable for research. 3 tufts of differently colored feathers fell into Summer's palm, after which the 3 deities presented the 3 Pokeballs to Kashia, who looked on in bewilderment. Summer explained, what they mean is that the 3 orbs have been secured and will henceforth serve as sacrificial offerings. However, do not be misled into thinking they can be easily subdued. Divine beasts possess the ability to break free from the confines of a Pokeball. I understand, replied Lugia, who, seeing that the matter was concluded, gently released Kashia and made to return to the depths of the sea. Wait a moment. Summer raised his hand to stop him. This sounds so familiar, he thought. I've seen this scene before. I can predict that the protagonist will say this, he mused. Hold on, let us take a picture before you leave. Chapter 81. Pokédex information and celebration. Let us not rush. Let us take a picture first. Summer instinctively took out his Pokédex, a habit he had unknowingly cultivated. Wow, it's Lugia, a water and flying type diving Pokémon. Lugia, revered as the sea god in legends, was said to have spent an eternity at the ocean's depths, possessing immense power capable of calming the raging seas. With a single flap of its wings, it could conjure storms lasting days. Summer had inherited the legacy and knowledge of an ancient Pokémon civilization, and holding a national Pokédex, it was no surprise that he had information about Lugia. As the name of the sea god reverberated through the livestream, various comments emerged. This is the divine beast that can stir up storms. It doesn't look very imposing. It's a bit beneath the dignity of a divine beast. A handsome blue dog holding a sword. What a sight. Haven't you all noticed the key point? The sea god has no water type. Are you serious? What an insult. A blatant affront. Thinking back to what the protagonist said about Pokémon being a game and anime from his past life, I can't help but ask the designer, can you donate your brain if you're not going to use it? Ahem. Summer coughed to interrupt the chatter and explained. In truth, the title of sea god attributed to Lugia is somewhat misleading. Its true power lies in controlling monsoons and ocean currents. Its oceanic habitat led to the misconception of it being a sea god. The ability to control monsoons and currents aligns with the notion of suppressing tumultuous seas, making the honorific sea god quite fitting. Summer analyzed this from the perspective of Lugia's powers and the Pokédex's description, refraining from placing blame on the designer. He recalled having seen the designer reveal that Lugia was originally intended to be a water type. But due to the overwhelming strength of the psychic type in that era of battles, it was assigned the psychic attribute to enhance its divine stature. Additionally, the need for it to possess a flying type resulted in the removal of the water type, a decision made purely for competitive balance rather than narrative consistency. Lugia shot Summer a sidelong glance, as if to say, is it appropriate for you to declare me a false sea god in my presence? Summer shot back an equally irritable glare. And where do you intend to place Kyogre? I am a man determined to fish for the fat-headed fish. How will I explain this to it later? All right, you can return now and rest. Summer waved his hand, signaling that Lugia could take its leave. The protagonist's stature is ever-growing. He can summon divine beasts with a mere call. I believe the protagonist's skills in acting have always been top-notch. Remember that earlier line about monstrous beasts? Of course, the Pokémon father has an air of superiority. Isn't there also a creature here capable of overpowering divine beasts? Lugia gazed deeply at Summer for a moment, and then, enveloped in psychic energy, a silver feather descended gracefully before him before Lugia dove into the depths of the ocean. Accepting Lugia's gift, Summer waved to the trio of birds, hurry over, prepare a case, and then go on with what you were doing. The trio of birds surveyed their surroundings, realizing that their island devotees awaited them by the shore, which felt somewhat embarrassing. Reluctantly, they struck a more striking pose for the photograph. Moltres, the fire and flying type flame Pokémon, is a legendary creature that commands fire. Its wings shimmer with dazzling flames that captivate the heart. It is said that wherever Moltres flies, spring arrives in the snowbound lands, embodying beauty and hope. Zapdos, the electric and flying type thunder Pokémon, wields the power of lightning, its brilliant wings unleashing thunderbolts. When the storm clouds part, great bolts of lightning announce the arrival of summer thunderstorms. Articuno, the ice and flying type frozen Pokémon, controls ice, its wings cooling the moisture in the air to summon heavy snowfall, heralding the winter's return as the messenger of the northern lands. Summer had nothing further to add regarding the three legendary bird Pokémon. All their traits, special abilities, and habits were well documented in the Pokédex. With a cry, the trio of legendary birds, weary and injured, returned to their respective islands to recuperate. The volcano on Fire Island, dormant for eons, cracked open. Bubbles rising from the molten lava, Moltres could at last enjoy a warm soak. On Thunder Island, thunder roared as Zapdos harnessed the storm's power to train its body. On Ice Island, Articuno, with its long swaying tail, circled the island, snow falling heavily, transforming the land into a winter wonderland, finally earning its name. On Sea Island, oh my, Kasia exclaimed with joy, tears streaming down her face like a fledgling returning to its nest. She felt a mix of joy for having successfully protected the island and its inhabitants, pride in fulfilling her mission, and excitement at witnessing the divine nature of the legendary Pokémon. Well done, Kasia. You are remarkable. Kasia's grandmother gently patted her back, comforting her like a caregiver soothing little ones. Once the emotional moment passed, Kasia's grandmother approached Summer, surrounded by a throng of grateful villagers. Thank you, young man, for saving Kasia Island and us. You are truly a hero. Although Summer could not understand Kasia's language, he felt the kindness and sincerity of the islanders through their expressions and peaceful demeanor. Kasia's grandmother bowed deeply to Summer and said, though there are many questions I wish to ask you, please join us for our celebration first. Summer first supported the elderly woman, then turned to Kasia with a questioning glance. Kasia smiled brightly and replied, we will continue the Four Divine Beasts Festival. No, it should now be called a celebration. Wonderful. It is an honor. Celebrations inherently promise delightful food and entertainment, along with an opportunity to witness the customs of different regions. This is the essence of travel. Summer turned to call the Pokémon. Thank you for your hard work. Please return to your Pokeballs to rest. The recent battle with the legendary birds had validated their strength. Charizard faced two Moltres, naturally at a disadvantage, yet managed to hold its ground for a time. Pikachu, empowered by the electricity absorbed from Zapdos, transformed into a formidable force, striking the two firebirds with overwhelming power. Although Sceptile faced some challenges, it appeared capable of standing its ground. Lucario took on the divine beasts with ease, proving to be Summer's primary ally. This is the advantage of having a powerful trainer like Lucario by one's side. Of course, with Summer present, Charizard, Pikachu, and Sceptile would only grow stronger, making it less taxing to face the legendary birds. However, engaging in two battles simultaneously is quite taxing for a trainer, nonetheless. By the way, there is also Dragonair and Eevee, who, well, merely played a supportive role throughout. Following Kashia, Summer ascended to Sea Island, stepping onto the streets of the Kashia people's town, as the young men fervently struck their drums and played ancient melodies. The young women donned traditional attire and danced gracefully, marking the commencement of the celebration to welcome back the four divine beasts and the prophesied child. Chapter 82, The Legendary Heroes Enshrined in Mythos. Today's live stream promises to be fascinating. Let us explore the customs and culinary delights of Kashia Island. Summer joyfully began her broadcast, wandering through the festive scene. An array of delectable snacks and beverages awaited, with various game stalls reminiscent of the celebrations on the mainland. The lively music amplified the exuberant atmosphere, and as Summer strolled through the streets, she attracted countless admirers. Look, there stands the prophesied child from the legends, the valiant hero who quelled the wrath of the three deities. So young, akin to the new generation of Kashia. Thoughts of gratitude for the island's savior filled the hearts of the people, yet the elder and new priests had cautioned against disturbing their hero's enjoyment. Nevertheless, Summer waved cheerfully from a distance, which brought them great pride, as the newly appointed high priestess of Kashia prepared for the evening's sacrificial ceremony. Summer ventured alone to his stall, smiling as she inquired, "Good sir, how much for this pastry?" Rotom had already downloaded the Kashia language and took on the role of simultaneous interpreter. The kind Kashia elder recognized the island's savior and warmly replied, "Oh, no charge today. It's a celebration. Everything is free for you to enjoy." "Wow, free food is incredible. I want to try some." "Hurry, Summer, sample it for us." Guided by the pastry vendor, Summer used a large clean leaf to scoop up a glistening cake resembling glutinous rice dumplings. A sweet, fruity aroma wafted through the air, refreshing her senses, yet the flavor felt oddly familiar. "Here, little white, open wide." Summer offered a piece of the soft cake to the drooling Eevee. With both little paws cradling the cake, Eevee daintily licked it, the pastry melting in its mouth like ice cream, devouring it in no time. "Yibba yibbu. So delicious." Summer too took a bite. Was that the taste of peach fruit? She engaged the vendor in conversation. "Sir, are these made from fruits you grow yourselves?" The vendor replied enthusiastically, "Indeed. These fruits are local specialties from Kashia Island. We also have grape, pomelo, and fig flavors." "Then please pack some for me, good sir." Carrying a large bag filled with assorted fruit-flavored pastries, Summer made her way toward a nearby barbecue stall. Her motivation for purchasing so many pastries was to experience the Kexian skill in processing fruit. The flavors of the fruits varied from sweet to sour, bitter to spicy. Aside from the sweet and sour, the others were generally unsuitable for dessert. Yet the Kexian's craftsmanship eliminated the bitterness and spiciness, leaving only the refreshing essence of the fruit. As a person who relished life and cuisine, Summer felt compelled to learn. At the barbecue stall, Summer found a large table and called forth her Pokémon to join her for a meal. They had not had breakfast before leaving in the morning, so this served as a delightful brunch. Kashia Island's barbecue was uniquely flavorful, not merely spicy, but often marinated in honey or spices, offering a plethora of tastes. The golden, crispy secret recipe chicken leg, bursting with juices upon the first bite, was immensely satisfying. "Oh no, it's turning into an eating show again. Did you finish the Paras mushrooms you picked last time, Summer? Let's whip up some creamy mushroom soup. You must try the grilled Paras mushrooms, they're a marvel." Summer conversed with her audience while savoring her meal. "Hey, Summer, what about that Pokémon of yours holding a sword?" "Right, we haven't seen its Pokédex entry yet." "Fools, that's Summer's trump card. She won to reveal it easily." Realizing she had indeed overlooked this, Summer retrieved her recorded Pokédex to showcase it to the audience, starting with Lucario and Sceptile, both of which had yet to appear in the livestream. Although Songxiang was out exploring, Summer had collected its Pokédex entry in advance. Lucario, Sceptile, Songxiang, a fairy-type Pokémon, a legendary hero said to wield the holy sword. Possessing the ability to absorb metals and transform them into weapons for battle, it is the sword of the Fairy King capable of severing all things. This Pokémon is truly magnificent. Focus, it's a wave guidance Pokémon, a kind of divine being. It's a transformed form of a dog. Summer's expression darkened. The barbecue no longer seemed appetizing. Songxiang, truly a legendary Pokémon. Summer, you are a deity. Wait. The appearance in the Pokédex doesn't match what we just saw. It's just missing the sword. After the battle, can it put the sword away? This was Songxiang's brave warrior form. Summer withheld its sword king form. As the description stated, even a Gigantamax Pokémon could be vanquished with a single strike. To avoid questions about what a Gigantamax Pokémon was, Summer decided against revealing it. After lunch, Summer enlisted a local guide to explore the scenic beauty of Kaxia Island. On the coastline, the mournful calls of what resembled whales echoed as the Dragonair family returned to this small island, accompanied by various other Pokémon. They had originally inhabited the island, but the tumultuous divine wars had forced them to flee. Now, with the sea god awakened and under divine protection, Kaxia Island had become even more suitable for Pokémon to thrive. Some Pokémon, however, chose to remain on the northern sea plateau. Additionally, Pokémon from all corners of the world began to arrive. The Ice Island, Fire Island, Thunder Island, and Sea Island buzzed with activity. On the heights of the temple, Summer stood with the two priests, gazing out at the three islands. The children, who had appeared on the island half a year prior, listened as Grandma Kaxia recounted the island's history. With a population of several thousand, Kaxia Island had limited interaction with the outside world. Ancient tribes often operated this way to preserve their heritage. The Kexians were sincere and warm-hearted, holding on to ancient beliefs, and when Pokémon first appeared, they regarded them with reverence, resulting in a peaceful island free of unrest. Summer exchanged information with Grandma Kaxia, opening the door to the Pokémon world for her. Suddenly, Summer recalled something amusing and asked, "Have you ever seen a talking hippopotamus Pokémon? It's a pink one standing upright, wearing a shell-like crown on its head." Both grandmother and grandson shook their heads, and Summer felt a pang of disappointment. She longed for a Dada King. "Grandma Kaxia, I plan to promote Pokémon on your island, if that's agreeable. Of course, this would be done with respect for your local customs and the people's wishes." Kaxia Island, free from urban chaos, boasts a pristine natural environment, fostering a Pokémon culture that is undoubtedly unique. Certainly, they are akin to gods. Kaxia Island welcomes them. Kaxia responded with a playful smile. "Of course, no problem, dear hero." In the new chronicles of Kaxia mythology, the arrival of the prophesied one unveils the divine veil, revealing the fire god, the flame bird, the thunder god, the lightning bird, the ice god, the frozen bird, and the sea god, Lugia. They are collectively known as Pokémon, and those who command them are referred to as trainers. However, the prophesied one did not utilize the sea god's power, for he himself is the legendary hero wielding the sword of the Fairy King. Chapter 83, Blessings of the Sea. After participating in the celebration on Kaxia Island, Zacian spent the night and returned to Yunwu Town with Kaxia the following morning. The discussion regarding the promotion of Pokémon on Kaxia Island primarily involved the two of them, with Kaxia now serving as the High Priestess, the holy maiden of the Kaxia people, and thus she held the authority. Woof! The sound of hushed wing beats heralded the arrival of both a Gyarados and a Dragonite, landing gracefully in the courtyard. Upon disembarking, they scampered off to enjoy their breakfast. The sky was still tinged with dawn's gentle light. At that moment, two figures trudged towards the dining hall, still half asleep, with their heads drooping, by Jiajia and Wang Yuchen, feeling their way along the path. "Ah, big brother Zacian, you're back!" Bai Jiajia exclaimed, instantly perking up, rubbing her delicate hands against her face. "Oh no, I have eye boogers, my image is ruined," she thought frantically. "Ha, Zacian. Did you bring back any delicious treats?" Wang Yuchen yawned. "Here you go," Zacian replied, handing her a bag filled with Kaxia Island's specialties. "Nice." Wang Yuchen's eyes finally opened wide. "Wait, aren't you the girl who rode on Lugia's back?" They finally noticed Kaxia. "Hello, I am Kaxia. I look forward to your guidance." Kaxia greeted them with a polite bow. "Well," Wang Yuchen chimed in excitedly, grabbing Kaxia's hand. "Tell me, what is it like to ride a divine beast? Is Lugia's back slippery?" "Well," Kaxia said, resting her chin upon her hand and thought, "I was extremely nervous at first, completely frozen in place. To be honest, I'm afraid of heights, but at that moment, I seemed to lose that fear altogether." The three girls, being of similar age and all young women, quickly bonded. They chatted animatedly while making their way to the dining hall. Just then, the rhythmic sound of labored breathing accompanied by steady footsteps announced Wang Wenyu's return from her morning jog, dressed in a standard black and white athletic outfit. She showcased her toned waist and strong thighs, glistening with perspiration. A small fire fox trotted alongside her, panting as well. Have you eaten? Zacian inquired. Wenyu smiled brightly. You all eat first. I'm going to take a shower. With that, the bathroom door clicked shut. Without comparison, there is no harm. Zacian quipped, delivering a playful flick to the heads of Baijia and Wang Yechan. Look at Wenyu, and then look at yourselves. The early bird catches the worm. Either you're being lazy or sleeping soundly. Do you still wish to be excellent trainers? Today's training will be doubled. No. The two girls protested. They had trained hard the day before and had just enjoyed a day of rest without supervision, leading to their current lethargy. Wang Yechan, in particular, faced the harshest training under her Lizard King, which was notoriously rigorous and unforgiving. Although she had taken a break while Zacian was out, her muscles were still sore from the previous day's exertions. Training ISNT solely for Pokémon, trainers too must possess a robust physique. Otherwise, in high-intensity battles, a lack of stamina and mental clarity will hinder judgment and command, Zacian admonished. Understood. Let us go, Kaxia, Zacian said, leading Kaxia to the breeding facility after their meal. Where are you going? Kaxia inquired. I'm off to claim my starter Pokémon. Would you like to come and watch? Of course. They arrived at the wetland breeding zone. At 8 o'clock sharp, Chenhai clocked in for work. Just as he donned his uniform, Zacian led the three girls into the facility. Good morning, everyone, greeted the cheerful Squirtle. Ah, a bald head, Wang Yechan exclaimed, having finally seen a Squirtle in person after 2 days. She locked eyes with the Squirtle, both gazing curiously at one another. Can you lend me some money? Squirtle? How much do you need? Whatever you have. Just give it to me. The Squirtle's melancholic eyes shimmered with confusion. Who am I? What am I doing? Everyone laughed. Zacian remarked. This joke truly shines when you deliver it. Turning to Kaxia, he asked, do you wish to select your Pokémon yourself or use the gacha machine? Kaxia pondered. Choosing a water-type Pokémon was her own suggestion, being the high priestess who venerates the sea god. While that lottery method demonstrates a bond, I prefer to personally encounter my partner. Then go ahead, Zacian said, handing her a new Pokédex. Let us go. The two girls appeared even more excited than Kaxia, bubbling with enthusiasm. Their feelings resembled those of shopping for clothes, only that with their financial means. They could purchase anything they desired. As Kaxia stepped onto the soft sands of the lake shore, the slumbering Pokémon began to stir. Squirtle. The cool Squirtle, practicing under a waterfall, donning shades, flashed its eyes, exuding an air of bravado. I feel the ocean's presence. This is the person I've been waiting for. Squirtle. World. Prepare to tremble from Master Squirtle. Wow. In the lake, a small alligator Pokémon mimicked a dog paddle, sprawling out in a carefree manner, its eyes rolling as it enjoyed itself without a care in the world. Hi. I'm just a lazy creature. Why should I care? Let's just have fun. On a lily pad, a light blue frog relaxed, shaking its legs leisurely, embodying tranquility. Croak, croak. Suddenly, the bubbling Froakie fell to stirring. A call from the ocean's power. The bubbles on its nose wiggled as if an elderly sage, resembling a fortune teller, donned spectacles, preparing to calculate something. Croak. There is no rush. I am the sleeping dragon who requires 3 visits to the cottage. I must not lose face by being proactive. Not only it, but also the Kingler, the Clawitzer, the Horsia, the Lantern, the Goldeen, and the Poplio. All the water-type Pokémon flocked eagerly to the shore, displaying playful antics towards Kaxia. Although Kaxia had not obtained the silver feather, she was infused with Lugia's aura, akin to a blessing from the ocean, making the water-type Pokémon naturally drawn to her. Meanwhile, Baijia and Wang Yechan scrolled through the Pokédex, recommending various Pokémon to Kaxia. Sister Kaxia, look at this Poplio. Isn't it adorable? Poplio? Quite charming. Kaxia smiled, reaching out to pet the Poplio. However, cuteness is worthless in the face of strength. Wang Yechan dragged a Clawitzer over to Kaxia. Look at this fellow's pincers. Initially reluctant, the Clawitzer soon perked up, displaying its impressive biceps and chest muscles. Look at this tough shell. It would be great for cracking walnuts. Wang Yechan added. Clawitzer exclaimed, I'm in. Kaxia felt conflicted, scratching her head in uncertainty. She somewhat regretted not using the gacha machine. The decision was proving too challenging. Squirtle. Make way. Make way. Our big brother is here. Amidst a throng of Squirtless, the bold Squirtle made its entrance.